Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 71, Towards the Battle. Did everyone calm down? Ritsuka was sitting on a chair in the table where Leo and her met in the morning before she asked the group in front of her. What do you mean, Ritsuka-chan? Everyone was just having fun. Merlin in his male form was drinking tea normally, if you ignore the burns and bite marks on his clothes. No, Leo said as he sent death stares to Merlin in front of him. Foe was next to Leo as they were forming the anti-Merlin alignment. The new servant, which was summoned and played tag with the trio, was staring at Leo with dissatisfaction because he ignored her the whole time. Staring at Leo that was glaring at Merlin, Nero, the 5th emperor of Rome, wasn't happy at all. She didn't know what was so interesting about following a man/woman with the ability to make flowers everywhere she goes. Although she admits that her ability to run is top tier and almost forming a noble phantasm on its own. Ritsuka sighed as she felt that the break she took isn't enough to deal with these things. After the chaos started, the whole mansion turned into a battlefield as Leo and Foe were rushing after Merlin to kick him out of his female form. Merlin showed them what called an expert in escaping after he dodged most of the attacks and made illusions that even fooled Leo's clairvoyance and Foe's primate murder senses. To be able to do this, Merlin is really a terrifying man/woman, but in the end, his mana supplies are limited, even with Avalon support, as he falls into the hands of the two beasts. Nero, who was running after Leo, was trying to introduce herself a couple of times to her new master, but each time an explosion happened or Merlin found a way to escape. However, something went out of the plan as the team refreshed their knowledge about how shameless Merlin can get. Flashback. She transformed into his female form before she said with a blush while not too suddenly, I'm a pure maiden, you know. But if you really want, then. She had her hand on her mouth and looked at Leo with the side of her eyes as she was very shy. Before she finished those words, Leo and Foe retreated more than 50 meters to avoid the mental pollution. Nero was still ignored as she wanted to attack Merlin in front of her before Merlin dropped something big. This isn't only about this Holy Grail war, but this goes as far as the past one too, Merlin said as Leo stopped because this is big information. The last one was the 4th Holy Grail war, that's Fate/0. Leo can believe that Merlin was stalking his king during his Holy Grail war, but he was still suspicious. But it was better than looking from the scratch. In the end, after agreeing that he'll keep his male form and stop giving them a mental pollution, Merlin joined the team and was proud to be a survivor of two beasts' attacks at the same time. Flashback end. Ritsuka sighed again as she remembered how Chaldea was with Romani and Da Vinci. They were the ones who took care of troubles. Clenching her fist, Ritsuka looked at this lost cause group before she swore that she'll make this work. Leo was thinking if this was a mistake to believe this guy before he heard a sound from his side. Ignoring the sound, Leo was still thinking if he should just kill Merlin at least one time, he won't die anyway before the sound increased. Leo looked at Nero as her eyes flashed and said, Rejoice, my new master, I'm S-. However, Leo tilted his head before he said, Who are you? Smack. Nero hit the table as she stood up from her chair and took a few deep breaths to calm herself a little. Merlin was whistling and Ritsuka saw another possible chaos about to happen. I see, maybe I wasn't clear in my introduction or maybe you didn't listen, but this emperor is generous and she won't mind her new praetor. Nero focused on the maybe word before she looked at Leo as her eyebrow was twitching. Leo took another cup of coffee before Nero raised her sword and said, I'm Red Saber, Nero Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, respond to your call. You sure know how to choose, praetor, Nero said with a proud smile before she saw the reaction of everyone. Leo was drinking his coffee casually as it seems the only thing that'll make him forget Merlin's mental pollution. Merlin was trying the sweets before he had a small fight with Foe, and Ritsuka was thinking about her plan. I really thought you'd only say Red Saber, Leo said as he looked at Nero, which prevented the Emperor's rage for now. Indeed, Merlin said as his face was getting some light attacks from Foe. As I thought. My praetor knows me very well, this makes me very happy. But. Nero put her sword away as roses were flying around before she said, I won't allow you to ignore me. No promises, Leo said as he took bigger sips from his coffee. He felt that coffee is the only thing that's keeping his sanity now. If he had one. Nero squinted her eyes at Leo before she said, we need to work on a lot of things, I see. But there's nothing this genius can't do. It seems this Nero isn't from Fate/Extra and it seems that the contract with me awakened something that shouldn't exist now. This is troublesome. Leo kept drinking coffee from his infinite coffee cup before Nero sat down again. Do you two know each other? Ritsuka couldn't help but ask this question while Merlin was ready for the show. No, Leo said at the same time when Nero said, Of course, I know my praetor. As one of the people who are using my powers. Holding a part of my crown doesn't make you an acquaintance of mine. Leo put the cup of coffee before he said, especially those 7 crowns, they'll only bring pain. I can't imagine a human holding them, much less using them. You should stop throwing those 10 crowns everywhere, Your Majesty, Merlin said before a red spear passed next to his face, which made him sweat a little. His Majesty. Ritsuka felt the world was ending as this caster also became a king. Don't underestimate this emperor. I'm a genius after all, however. Nero did another one of her dramatic pauses before she said, it'll only bring pain, you say. Then what the praetor says about himself, who holds the true 10 crowns. Nero stood up from her chair as she leaned and looked at Leo in the eyes. Don't count me with the others, this crown is my thing. Leo took another sip from his coffee before Nero said, but that doesn't spare you from its burden, right? Leo stared at Nero with blank eyes as she did the same and didn't back down. Merlin, what are the 10 crowns? Is Castor a king? And is that the real Nero? The Emperor of Rome? Ritsuka whispered to Merlin that was watching the show. Yes, that's the real Nero. His Majesty is a king, but not at the same time, as for the 10 crowns. Merlin answered a little before he took a short pause like he was thinking about the answer. Let's say it's something that represents all that ugly about humanity. A very heavy crown, I must say, Merlin said as he looked at Leo and remembered the talk in Avalon before he thought, this will be interesting. Do what you want then. Leo stared at Nero's clear green eyes for a while before leaned his back on the chair. Without a doubt, I'll do what I want. But honestly, I'm glad. I'm really glad to have these 7 crowns. Nero didn't back away as she got closer to Leo and said, without them, I'll never know how gentle and beautiful my praetor is. Ha. Leo almost spit out his coffee while looking at Nero smile. Feeling the information in her head after she concluded the contract with Leo, Nero smiled very sweetly, so beautiful, yet very gentle, so gentle even if you're wearing that crown. Even if the ugliness of this history puts a shade of darkness on you, but your beauty can't be hidden from my eyes. Nero got closer as everyone felt something was wrong. Merlin was whistling and Ritsuka's face became red as she was looking at this scene in front of her. Leo touched his face as he felt the effect of his darkness power that hid his appearance was still working. However, at that moment, an earthquake hit the place as Leo and Merlin's expressions became serious. Interrupting my full of emotions and admiration speech for my praetor. Unforgivable, Nero said as she sat down in her chair with an annoyed expression on her face. Yeah, sure. But I prefer handsome or cool. Leo stood up from his chair before he said with a weird expression, beautiful. What the hell? And what with the gentle part? Rejected. Praetor can only be described as beautiful. And you can't hide your gentleness from me. Nero was stubborn before she crossed her arms and said, I see, my praetor wants to keep his beauty and gentleness only for me. I'm very happy, but I need to show the world how great is my praetor. Leo was looking at Nero as he felt that summoning servants was a mistake and his headache increased. Merlin didn't care as he stood up from his chair and tapped the ground with his staff while thinking, if she knew that he's hiding his appearance, what would happen? He knew that Nero was only speaking from a spiritual way as Leo was beautiful in his core, but if she saw his full appearance, he can't imagine what'd happen. However, Merlin stopped thinking about that when he saw the red spear nailed on the wall. Hey, Merlin, as the king chosen by God, doesn't he know that his entrance like this can cause trouble? Leo said as he looked at the light ring in the sky moving slightly. He sure does know, but in this state, he'll only act in the most rational way possible, Merlin said as he covered the mansion in illusions, but he felt this is useless against the one they're facing. Don't waste it, his revelation is enough to know most of what he needs, even without clairvoyance, Leo said as a green glow appeared from his necklace and covered the mansion. What happened? Did something change about the war? Ritsuka said as she recovered from Nero's actions. Yeah, a very troublesome guy was summoned. Merlin had a helpless smile on his face while glancing slightly at Ritsuka. A very annoying guy and he'll probably aim at me. Leo also took a glance at Ritsuka before he looked at the sky. The king chosen by God. It's very troublesome if it was him. Nero nodded while Ritsuka was more confused. The Grand Caster, Solomon, has been summoned to this world, Ritsuka-chan, Merlin said as Ritsuka widened her eyes before she said, wasn't there only one caster class available? Don't count him in the class system, Merlin pointed at Leo before he said to Ritsuka, so what do you suggest? Me. Ritsuka pointed at herself and said, but. No, buts. You're the one who's aiming for the Holy Grail and you have everything to take the lead. Leo turned around and looked at Ritsuka before he said, where did all the determination that you had? Or do you want to give up now? Ritsuka clenched her fist at these words as she took a deep breath. She knows that he was right, all these 3 servants don't have a reason to help her in her selfish desire, except protecting her life. Does my praetor believe in this woman? Nero observed Ritsuka as she felt that she could be beautiful, but there was a cloud of despair on her head all the time. Think, Ritsuka, think. The enemy is the Grand Caster, Solomon. What the best move for now? Ritsuka raised her head to see everyone looking at her even foe before she took a deep breath and said, we'll go now. Before they come for us, and before they know anything, we'll go to them, Ritsuka said with a serious face as Leo grinned and Merlin sighed. Very well, I like your way of thinking. Leo said with high spirits as he fully agreed with this kind of plan. Geez, I feel now that you'll summon him even without the world's help. Merlin felt this will be very troublesome. Oh. I admit your bravery. And the bold plan filled with excitement is very fantastic, Nero said as she grabbed her sword and walked next to Leo, who still felt this is very strange. Foe jumped on Ritsuka's shoulder as he was cheering her up. Then, let's go. Ritsuka chose not to stop and took the lead as she earned another grin from Leo and a sigh from Merlin. Less than a day and you already corrupted her. Merlin snapped at Leo that was feeling slightly proud of this situation. Ha ha ha. It wasn't my fault, but I'm happy to take the blame for it, Leo grinned as he didn't care while Nero took a note of something before nodding. So. Do you plan to tell her? Merlin suddenly stopped as he asked Leo with a slightly serious face, even more than when they felt Solomon's presence. I personally don't, you can if you want, but I prefer if you don't. Leo looked at Ritsuka in the distance before he said, she won't hold it if she know who we're fighting. Let's go, I hope we meet Goldie in the way, Leo said before he walked away and Nero followed him. This is already very troublesome, Merlin looked at Leo leaving and Nero following him before he followed them. The two casters with clairvoyance didn't tell Ritsuka about the enemy because this will destroy her. After all, the enemy was once a person she knew by the name of Romani Archaman. Meanwhile, in a hidden magi workshop around Fuyuki's Riverside Park, a summoning ritual was successful as a man was looking at his servant. Marisberry Animosphere, who is a lord of the clock tower and head of the celestial body department, has obtained one of the strongest relics and summoned the highest rank of servants at this moment. A man wearing a strange outfit with a white and red color was standing there, looking at the sky. His hair was white and long in the shape of a braid. This is the Grand Caster, Solomon. However, in those lifeless eyes, a ray of light flashed before he raised his hand and said, is this the consequences of my actions? Looking at the sky, Solomon saw the light ring and knew what it meant, but the worst part. It was under his own control. Chapter 72, New Guests. In a dark void outside the time and space, this is a place where nothing should exist or even have a sign of manifesting. This place is a special area of Type Moon called the imaginary number space, which is an alternative dimension, apart from normal space and reality. However, even in this endless darkness, some rocks were floating and forming an island. But that wasn't an island, it was a giant temple standing outside of the universe, beyond space and unaffected by the flow of time. The time was huge and had a lot of giant pillars at its sides. There was only one road in the temple which formed stairs leading to its top. At the top, there was a throne and behind it, there was a giant ring of light, but it was gray. On the throne, a man was sitting on it, a man looking a lot like Solomon, but he wasn't. The man was closing his eyes calmly and waiting for something, but his squeezed fist showed that he wasn't calm at all. This temple is actually a noble phantasm in the form of reality marble, a workshop built by the king of magecraft. But it was occupied and recreated by someone else after Solomon left everything for his wishes. Death in this space does not count in reality, so it is possible to revive those who die in this space with enough magical energy, which shows its power as an anti-world noble phantasm. Suddenly, the light ring behind the throne moved as the man opened his eyes in shock and looked at it before rage covered his face. Curse you, Solomon! The man screamed as the temple was shaking with his magical power getting out of control. There were some figures under the throne, some of them had the shape of humans and some were giant tentacles with a lot of eyes, or some creatures, but all of them were speechless while looking at the screaming men on the throne. The men looking like Solomon, or rather be called Beast One, Goetia, which took over Solomon's body after his wish. And all the people or creatures were the 72 demon gods' pillars. Hey, Floros, how long has he been like this? Baal, one of the demon's gods, asked Floros, who usually has the responsibility of the outside operations. After the recent accidents, the king was very angry. Chaldea's surprising fall, feeling two of his kins, Beast 6 and Beast 4, losing connection with human order incineration ritual, and him, Solomon. Floros lowered his head before he stood silently and watched his king in the distance. A lot of things happened during this period, even if calculating time is impossible inside the temple. First, Chaldea got a hard hit beyond all expectations of Goetia and the other demon gods. They don't care about lowly humans and their boring struggles, but that accident exceeded everyone's calculations. To be able to link all the timelines with the last master of humanity from each timeline and then killing them one by one, was a feat that Goetia's clairvoyance didn't detect at all. The existence of human salvation disappeared more and more with each kill as timelines were crumbling before Counterforce desperately reversed the time to where it began to preserve one timeline, at least. That's all that the demon gods know about the situation before they were banned from existing outside of the temple because Solomon came back to the state without a wish. With the existence of Solomon, Goetia was locked in a paradox that he never took Solomon's body and did at the same time, so if he left the temple then he'd vanish from existence until Solomon made the wish again. Demon gods were in the same situation, but their power lowered to less than 10% because Solomon has the 72 pillars concept with him now. But what's worse, is that Solomon took control of the third noble phantasm, which means all Goetia work and preparations were stolen easily, and that was by Solomon, which almost made him lose his mind as he banged his head against the pillar multiple times now. Beast 6 and 4 existence were also a problem. Beast 4 was hidden all these years, but Goetia wasn't worried about him. However, Beast 6 was another story. The demons gods don't know, but their king's face wasn't well after he knew about the existence of this beast. After screaming for a while, Goetia took a deep breath before he sat down on his throne again and closed his eyes. The other demons gods didn't dare to bother him, so they all disappeared and left him alone. Damn it, Solomon, do you want to torture us more? Even after all this time, Goetia clenched his fist before he realized it and sighed. 2 of my kins manifest in the world, are the counterforce blind or something? For the first time in history, a beast was complaining to counterforce for not doing their job. And it has to be Beast 6. The one who knows all humanity sins from the Genesis to the end. Goetia frowned before he tried to use his clairvoyance to look at the world, but Solomon's existence made that impossible. Goetia knew about the existence of the beast that the counterforce desperately tried to split apart across the world, but for him to exist in his full form is something ridiculous. Humanity desires and greed knows no limits is the best description Goetia can give for Beast 6. I really hate this, Goetia said before he tried his best to control his other noble phantasm, which is the temple, even if he knows that's almost useless to do so. Meanwhile, above one of Fuyuki City hotels, Gilgamesh was standing there as he felt the new guest at the party. Oh! Even the machine of kingship was summoned. But this is indeed very fitting, Gilgamesh grinned as he felt Solomon's presence in this holy grail war. For the machine to come for this ruined world, how ridiculous and boring. Gilgamesh took a golden cup from his treasury as he felt this war is boring. Solomon might be the grand caster, but for Gilgamesh, he's just a machine forced to do what it had to do with no free will at all. But that doesn't mean he'll not join the fight. Pointless. Mongrels bickering in my garden is in their nature, and something to be ignored. However, Gilgamesh looked at the snow in the air as he felt the presence of some of those mongrels, players, before he said, if they dare to attempt and steal my treasures, that's another matter. But at that moment, the earth screamed out. A huge roar, coming from all directions. And yet it was too beautiful and more like a lullaby singed by the earth itself. Is it you? The shock of Gilgamesh's face wasn't hidden as he looked in a certain direction before he smiled slightly and said, to run into an old friend like you in such a manner, I thought you should be singing the praises of me, your king. Ha 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 ha. Gilgamesh exploded with laughter as he looked at a certain direction and said, very well, until our reunion banquet. However, at that moment, he also felt some sort of chill that he didn't know the reason for. At a certain forest around Fuyuki, far from Gilgamesh Place, a person with a white robe and long green hair was looking in his direction. That sounds fun. The person seems to have heard Gilgamesh's voice from here before he heard a voice behind him. Lancer, let's go. A man with a cigarette said, but he wasn't calm, even if he had those command seals in his hand. Lancer glanced at his master before he followed him without saying a word. Meanwhile, around Fuyuki Business Street, people already changed to winter clothes and went back to their business. However, outside a clothes shop, 2 men, one with a black hair and the other with white hair, were staring in Gilgamesh's direction as they had different expressions. Leo was grinning and Merlin was smiling brightly, but strangely, each of those expressions contained a huge sarcasm. Even Ritsuka, who was in the shop with Nero, felt a chill just by looking at them. Now, what to say about this? Merlin said as his smile didn't fade. What to say? Well, it's not gay if it's clay, Leo said as his grin was wider before he looked at Nero and Ritsuka in the shop. Splendid, I couldn't describe it better myself, Merlin said as he saw Nero and Ritsuka coming with a lot of bags. Although they said they are going to battle, Merlin and Leo stopped everything and went strolling in these areas instead. This received a huge welcome from Nero, but Ritsuka felt all her build-up vanished suddenly, even if she was quickly drawn into shopping with Nero. Merlin also used his magecraft in the best way he knew, which is concealing himself or the other people with illusion. Boom. There's a lot of new things in this era. Nero said with high spirits while looking at her bags, and Ritsuka felt slightly ashamed from joining and taking a lot of Leo's money. Yes, these two didn't have any money and Nero can't take something from her golden theater to the outside, so they asked Leo, which told them just one phrase, shopping. Is it necessary? Well, do as you please, money is just a number for me. Ritsuka felt something hurting inside of her when she heard that phrase about the money. However, can we focus on the enemies, now? Ritsuka said as the group went to a dessert shop and started ordering random stuff. Worrying a lot won't do anything good for you, Leo said as he sat down and looked at directions randomly with clairvoyance. Learn to enjoy your time more. Nero sat next to Leo before she picked up the menu as she was interested in Japanese sweets. Indeed, coloring your life with gray is horrible. Merlin sat down before Foe continued his light attacks on him. It seems that Foe will never forgive Merlin. But we are facing the Grand Caster. Ritsuka sat down as she felt this team was taking it way too easy. Yes, I know, so what? Leo looked at his side before he picked Nero's menu and rotated it because she was holding it backward. He has no idea how she was able to read it even when it was backward. Is this a true genius? Don't tell me you are very sure of defeating the Grand Caster now. Ritsuka felt that she can predict this question answer before Leo said, no, I'm not very sure about that. Huh. Ritsuka stopped as before she looked at Leo and said, can you repeat that? I'm not very sure about defeating him. Even the odds aren't in my favor now, Leo said calmly while Ritsuka was speechless as she didn't know if this calm was confidence or arrogance. Umo. Your confidence is indeed splendid, my praetor. Nero nodded proudly while Leo felt strange to have someone like this next to him. Ah, Solomon is very troublesome now, after acquiring, stealing, what beast one left, Merlin said as he looked at the ring of light in the sky functioning again. Let me tell you something about Solomon or magi like him. They usually make them powerful, then they nerf them by something like low mana supplies, but now, he has a mana equivalent to the human history as a whole, Leo said before his infinite cup of coffee appeared in his hand. If we counted Beast 1 danger as 10, then Solomon danger with that mana is 20, and can even be 30 based on his emotionless state now. Merlin dropped another hard truth as he wanted to have a cup like that. Not to mention his clairvoyance, which is superior to mine, revelation from God, and the 10 rings are more troublesome, Leo said as he felt something approaching and started to calculate the best moment. First, it was the 10 crowns and now it's the 10 rings. Isn't this too connected to be a coincidence? Ritsuka massaged her forehead from this information. As the king of magecraft and in the case of all 10 rings present, any and all kinds of magic performed by mankind is invalidated and put under his subordination. Including all the incomplete true magic, Leo said as Ritsuka felt her headache increase. True magic is the highest class of mystery that surpasses magecraft and all current sciences of that age. It represents the actualization of events that are impossible to reproduce in a certain era, whether by humans or the planet, even if given an infinite amount of time and resources. Did you think I'm overpowered? Look at Solomon, I wouldn't be surprised if he started spamming true magic at me, Leo said as he took a sip from his coffee. To think about it, don't all of you, beasts, use a subtype of true magic in your noble phantasm? Merlin said as he was also calculating stuff with his clairvoyance before he looked at Leo and Foe. Yeah, I can use subtypes of 3rd, 4th, and 5th true magic, even if I'm the best at the 4th true magic, Leo said as Ritsuka felt her head hurt even more. The linking 4th concealed itself. The hidden link, it has been a while since I heard about that, Merlin nodded before he looked at the building next to them. Well, Goetia can use 3rd and 5th true magic, but I believe Solomon can take it to the next level, Leo said before he looked in the same direction as Merlin. Nero felt strange before she looked in the same direction as them. Ritsuka put her head on the table because of the crazy information. When did the true magic become cheap? Prepare yourself, Leo said as Ritsuka woke up quickly as something interesting happened to the building next to them. Asterisk boom. The building's upper floors exploded as rocks and rubbles were flying everywhere. People around were screaming and running away as chunks of rocks were falling down. Merlin summoned his staff as he used his magecraft to protect some people around, which made Ritsuka relax a little. Crash. However, before anything calmed down, a red shadow flashed before a man and woman landed near the group. Archer, what the hell? A girl with black hair in twin tails style screamed at the men in the red outfit holding her. Not now, Rin. The man with tan skin and white hair said before he felt something and looked at the side to meet the eyes of everyone in the group, but he only focused on Leo, Merlin, and Foe. Looking at Leo's wide grin, the man named Archer received information from his boss in his mind as he stood there silently for a second before he said. Fuck. The girl named Rin looked around as she wondered what happened to her servant, but she didn't know that the partner of justice was having an internal conflict now. Chapter 73, Battle at the Daylight. In the shopping street of Fuyuki City, a building was almost destroyed as dust and smoke were rising to the sky. A lot of pedestrians were running for their lives as rocks and rubbles were falling from the building, but some of them were frozen from fear as they only watched their death coming close before several flower petals made the rocks stop. However, the petals pulled them in an illusion as they stood up and ran from this place. Several petals did the same with people around, but there was some death and injuries, even if a magus raised his hand. Like all humans on top of the building are already dead. Leo glanced at Merlin's work, Nero's staying still, and Ritsuka's reaction for a moment before he turned his attention to the partner of justice in front of him. Well. Isn't it a wonderful coincidence? I didn't expect you to come here, Faker. Leo took a sip from his coffee as he was grinning at Archer, or should be called Amiya Shiro, the counter-guardian. Fuck off. This was clearly calculated. And don't tell me you want to act like Gilgamesh. Archer looked at his position that's very close to Leo's location and how he landed just to meet his grin. No, I'm not acting like him, but you're a faker who wanted to take my name. Leo shook his head as he looked behind Archer and saw something interesting. Who the hell wants your name? Archer exploded again, but he was completely normal from the outside. Archer was having one of the biggest internal conflicts inside of him. Meeting 3 of the human threats in the same place isn't a happy day for someone, especially for him as a counter-guardian. Now, he's looking at an incubus, a primate murder, and fucking Satan. Archer is almost having flashbacks while Rin, who's still connected to him, heard his words inside of her head. Hello, I hoped we'd met in a different condition than this. Merlin smiled while waving with his hand, but Archer wasn't buying it. No, this is clearly what you wanted, you source of problems. Archer almost pulled his blades at this moment to attack Merlin. Steel and flames. Praetor, is this guy a sword or a blade? Nero looked at Archer as she felt the heavy metal smell coming from him. Well, he's someone who keeps using the power of the bone of his sword, Leo answered before he rested his head on his hand and said, if he dare you say it, I might or might not drop Venus on his head. However, Nero saw Leo looking at her with a strange look, but that wasn't weird more than that little worry she felt from those eyes, which made her confused as she didn't know what happened. Please don't make fun of my chant. Archer wants to leave, he doesn't care about Alea or something, he just wants to leave. Archer-san. Is that you? Ritsuka widened her eyes when she saw Archer, but the only reaction she received was a scared look from Archer. Is this a human? A human with these 3? No, 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 impossible. Which evil god crawled from the void to here? Archer found a more scary person as he ignored his boss, Alea, confirmation that Ritsuka is a human. What in the world, these guys are all heroic spirits. Rin widened her eyes at the 3 servants and master. However, what made her almost freak out is Ritsuka, who's clearly the master of 3 servants from the command seals, but she was obviously a very weak magi. Well, Leo didn't care about command seals or something when he summoned. Rin took a quick turn and looked at Archer, who seemed to know them before she said using the link between them, Archer, who are th-. However, Archer stood in front of her as his mana was flashing. I don't know what you 3 are doing here. Archer looked at Ritsuka as he changed the number before he said, but this isn't a holy grail war where you should exist. Rin, let's run away now. However, on the inside, Archer was panicking. Wait, what? Rin stared at her confident-looking servant from the outside while panicking from the inside. We are facing the humanity-killing machine and the guy, who we blamed for our mistakes is coming back with vengeance. We need to run. Archer grabbed Rin's waist and wanted to leave, but he looked down to see some dark blue eyes staring at him from his shadow before he said, fuck my life. When everyone was confused and Archer was giving up, a faint sound filled the area as it made everyone with sharp sense stop what they were doing. Why don't you look behind you, Leo said as Archer felt a chill down his spine before he grabbed Rin and pulled her behind him. In the empty sky of Fuyuki City, between all the tall buildings, a giant arrow was traveling with an imaginable speed. All the windows and some parts of the buildings were shattered just because the arrow passed them. The giant arrow was charged with a huge amount of mana and can rival a normal noble phantasm easily, and its target was the girl named Rin. 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 1 kilometer, the arrow crossed a huge distance instantly before it reached the place where Leo and the others were sitting. Archer didn't waste time as he projected his bow and charged a few arrows with mana before shooting. Boom. When the arrows met in the air, Archer detonated all of them as a huge explosion happened mid-air, but even so, the giant arrow still produced enough shock waves to push Archer back. However, this didn't end as 2 more arrows arrived, one was aiming at Rin and the other at Ritsuka. TCH. I'm the bone of my sword. Archer said his chant quickly before 2 blades appeared in his hand and blocked the arrow. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. With a huge sound of metal hitting each other, Archer's blades shattered, but he managed to change the arrow direction to the left as it made another huge pothole. Attacking in daylight, are they crazy? Rin said as she blocked the wind with her hand. On Leo's side, it was much calmer as the shadow under Ritsuka raised like a wave and met the arrow that was aiming at her head. The arrow passed the shadow easily, but all that was left from it was ashes. Did he actually wait only to include us as a target? Leo looked at a place 30 kilometers away from here before he glanced at Archer and said, for you to have problems with archers is ironic. Honestly, I saw a lot of weird things, but an archer thinking he's a saber while he's actually a caster is very weird, Leo said as Archer's face was twitching because he felt attacked on a spiritual level. But do you want to stay like this when your queen has been attacked like this, Merlin? Leo said as Archer almost dropped his swords. Queen. Rin widened her eyes while a disgusted expression appeared on her face while looking at the tall 10 servant she has, who's clearly a male. Asterisk sigh asterisk maybe he should stop standing on the rooftops and asking to be shot by other servants. Merlin shook his head as he felt that the Queen of Camelot needed more teaching. Shut up. What the hell do you mean by a queen? Archer finally couldn't take it as he screamed and wanted to fight to the death with these assholes. Yeah, I'll go and greet this Archer. Merlin, Nero, you know what to do when I'm gone. Don't care about mana consummation, Leo said as Merlin and Nero nodded. Leave it to me. Nero said proudly as she felt this is her moment to shine. Do you think he'll really come? However, Merlin's face changed slightly as he asked Leo. Of course, he'll never waste a chance for a sneak attack, especially on me. Leo shook his head before he looked at Archer and Rin. If you two dare to run in my absence, then I'll hunt you down no matter where you go, especially you, Alea Hound, Leo said as he raised his hand and shot down 2 more arrows before disappearing. Archer gave up already and didn't have any word to say even if his master kept questioning him in their telepathic link. Merlin looked at this scene before he stood up, grabbed his staff, and covered the place in illusions. The first clash between servants in this Holy Grail war is approaching. Above a building near the previous location, the area near the edge glitched before Leo appeared there. The wind was blowing at this height as his clothes were moving slightly. Vish, asterisk vish, asterisk vish, asterisk vish. However, before Leo looked at his opponent, 5 arrows charged with huge amounts of mana rushed towards him and each one of them was aiming at his vital parts, even if those parts didn't count as vital with his current power. 5 light spots appeared around Leo before they shot like laser beams and hit all the arrows in midair. Arrows covered in divine power. You've to do more than that, especially when I'm making myself an easy target for you, Leo said before some dragon's cannons appeared around him and shot beams with the heat of stars towards a mountain 30 kilometers away from Fuyuki. 30 kilometers away from Fuyuki, a man with a large bow was looking at the beams crossing the sky and arriving at his location. The man was slightly larger than the regular humans and all his skin was red while his chest had a white marking. His face was covered in a cloth as his expression wasn't shown at all. Raising the bow in his hand, the man pulled the string quickly as numerous arrows were shot at the beams. Arrows and beams met in midair as fireworks exploded in the sky and alarmed all the magi and servants around with the huge magical energy in the air. Asterisk crash. Crash. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. The sounds of beams and arrows crushing each other while melting the snow in the air range all across the city. Even the normal people saw this spectacular show. Leo squinted his eyes at the men in the distance before he raised his hand and thousands of golden spots appeared around him. The spots started to rotate suddenly before they shot like bullets towards the servant. The cloudy sky was shining at that moment as thousands of golden meteors left a trail of light while crossing 30 kilometers in an instant. The man didn't panic or show any emotion before his magical energy was raging as he put his hand on the bow and pulled it again. This time it was much faster as he was shooting down the bullets like nothing while shooting some at Leo, but some stray bullets passed his arrows and landed near him and exploded. Some arrows also managed to reach Leo and landed around him as they destroyed some buildings and a part of the edge he was standing on. Glancing at the damage, Leo raised his hand as he did a gun sign with his hand. Golden heat was gathering on that finger before Leo said. Bang. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A huge beam was launched from Leo's finger as it flew in the air and brightened the surroundings. The heat generated from the beam melted most of the snow in the air and surrounding. A frozen lake and puddles melted in an instant when the beam passed, even some trees ignited on fire when the beam left Fuyuki City. The servant, who was shooting Leo's bullets, saw this attack as his magical energy exploded again, but this time, divinity was filling his weapon. Instead of shooting an arrow, the servant grabbed his bow with 2 hands as his muscles clenched and moved the bow backward like holding a giant sword. At this moment, Leo's attack arrived. Ah! With a cry of war, the man slashed the hot beam with his bow as his magical energy and divinity made the beam break a little before he completed his swing. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. The beam was split in 2 by the servant bow and rushed towards the sky as it did 2 giant holes in the clouds which allowed sunshine to appear. However, this action made all Leo's other attack hit the servant as a giant explosion happened. Leo lowered his hand as he stared at the giant dust cloud at the distance before he said, "Oh. Do you want to compare divinity now?" At the mountain range, the servant appeared from the dust, completely unharmed, and his magical energy with the divinity on the bow was more flamboyant. When the attacks hit the men, he suddenly moved so quickly while using his bow to crush most of them and others were stopped by the divinity or magical energy. Kukuku. Kukuku, kukuhaha. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Leo heard a sound that wasn't a normal one because it was carried by the magical energy in the air. Divinity? Don't make me laugh, those bastards, gods, should go and burn in hell, the servant in the distance said as he looked at Leo even if the cloth was covering his vision. Even from this distance, Leo felt the hatred and anger contained in that hoarse voice before he said, "It seems you have a quite interesting past, huh? So, do you wish to continue, great hero?" The servant stopped for a moment when he heard what Leo called him before saying, "To continue what? A shooting game with a monster like a machine? How weak, you'll never reach me with those soulless attacks." The servant lowered his bow slowly as he said his true feeling about all the attacks he saw. What he felt was a cold machine calculating every trajectory and position before attacking. No technique, just calculations. Really? Well, I didn't care about techniques before as it didn't matter a lot. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, although calling me a monster isn't a problem, but for you to say it is kinda ironic. The servant didn't answer before his magical energy blasted again as he picked his bow. Sigh from a monster to another, I guess, Leo sighed before he looked at the holes he made in the clouds. The heroic spirit Leo is facing was one of the greatest heroes in human history. He's the human side from a hero that went mad, and that hero was Heracles, but something more happened to him during his summoning. It seems this Holy Grail war has some players with deep influence on this world, even summoning some interesting servants and following some steps with them. With those words, Leo's divinity ignited as all the snow and air around him was pushed away. Thanks to them, this fate became a strange one, Leo said upon without noticing before all the light spots and cannon turned into rainbow color as the magical reaction around was going crazy. Meanwhile, around Fuyuki City, far away from the battlefield, Merlin, Nero, Ritsuka, Rin, and Archer were walking under the protection of Merlin's illusions. This is crazy. How are they going all like this during daylight? Rin, who was forced to follow after looking at her servant surrendering and received a little push from Nero's sword on her neck, looked at the grand fireworks in the air. This is basically telling the world that they're supernatural and we're having some very crazy battle royale called the Holy Grail War. Sigh. Archer sighed at his fate to be a prisoner while thinking if he could guide this disaster to his other self. Don't make that face, we just want what Aleia has told you, Merlin smiled at Archer while Rin almost fell to the ground when she heard about Aleia. Couldn't you just ask? Archer glanced at Merlin, who didn't lose his smile before he said no. Archer was hating every moment he's in here before Merlin looked at the sky. He's sure having fun, Merlin said while Ritsuka felt that compared to Mashu, these servants are all out of control. Merlin, who is that servant? Focusing on the situation, Ritsuka asked the caster with clairvoyance about the situation. Heracles, but he was changed in some way and lost his divinity and immortality, so he should be called Alcides. His class is Archer, Merlin said before he glanced at his side. In that place, there was a long shade made from the buildings at the side. However, before he did anything, a red shadow flashed as Nero raised her sword and slashed at the shadows. Nothing was heard or any magical energy in the air was felt, but the group saw it. A skull mask appeared briefly when Nero attacked before it disappeared again. Clang. Nero slashed again as a dagger appeared and clashed with her before vanishing again. Another battle started here as Leo and Alcides were still going with their shooting game on the sky of Fuyuki. Thousands of rainbow beams and bullets were flying in the sky and colliding with the divine arrows as the explosions were more violent. Leo was still shooting his bullets which were enchanted with his divinity as Alcides was having some trouble in shooting them down now. However, this didn't stop him as he figured out a new pattern each time and started to ricochet his arrows of Leo's bullet. This allows him to take down 3 or 2 with one arrow each time, but this still wasn't enough because Leo calculations will understand and study him and his flaws with each arrow he's shooting. Alcides kept using his magical energy which was only available because of his master vast reserves before he felt that the rotation of those bullets is troublesome. To keep up with this huge magical energy, Alcides felt this opponent was more than just a monster before he pulled the bowstring and shot 100 arrows in one breath. This isn't just a skill, but it's even a noble phantasm called 9 lives which can change according to the situation. The arrows pierced through the air and hit Leo's bullets and ricochet from them before destroying more and more, so the sky was finally clear for a second. All the servants and masters were watching this battle with their familiar or grabbing front seats around the city. The huge magical energy wasn't possible to be ignored as even the Magic Association and Church felt the huge mana and divinity clashing in the air. However, that was only before all their radar went high wires as they raised their head towards the sky. A star appeared in the sky as the clouds were cleared in an instant and the heat increased. Looking at Alcides, Leo felt this game had gone too far before he raised his finger to the sky and created the star. Alcides' body shook a little when the star appeared before he released a breath and put one arrow on his bow. Lowering his hand, Leo dropped the star as a flaming meteor was heading towards Alcides, who charged his noble phantasm and said, 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads. 9 blue-red arrows crossed the sky like laser beams and left a trail of mana. The arrows flew like homing lasers and every one of them was filled with huge magical energy before they hit the star in different locations. With the divine power of the god of war and huge magical energy, Leo's star crumbled after a while and a huge explosion filled the sky as all the area became bright. Boom. The explosion wind and show waves filled the surroundings, but luckily, the explosion was high in the sky so it didn't do much damage. The magi in the city were wiping their sweat as they felt the huge damage that the explosion would cause if it hit the ground. However, the 2 archers, Archer and Caster, didn't care about the surrounding that much. Glancing at his side, Leo saw most of the building he's standing on, and what was behind him was pierced by one of the 9 lives. Alcides took a breath as the heat around was too much and his spirit origin was pushed quite far now. However, before the two of them started another round, the earth was shaking as the sky was brightened. Alcides and all the servants around felt their spirit origin shake as the magical energy in the air increased to an impossible degree and heat was beyond Leo's star just now. At the Earth's orbit, the ring of light moved a little before one belt separated from it and fell into the direction of Fuyuki City. What the hell is this? A random magi in the city said as his magic circuit was going out of control. Impossible. How can something like this exist? A magi outside of the city said as he felt the huge magical energy rushing from the space towards the planet. Ugh. If something like this fell down, then all the city, no, even the whole Japan and a part of Asia will be burned to the ground. Rin fell to the ground as her magical circuit was burning because of the mana and Ritsuka was the same, but she had more pain all around her body because that light was even burning space and time. However, at that moment, a magical circle appeared on the ground as flower petals were flying. A field of flowers appeared around on the area as Ritsuka and Rin felt okay suddenly before Merlin said, he really did his move. Meanwhile, Leo, who was on top of the building, looked at the light falling from the sky and frowned before he said, how ruthless, sigh. Growling. A low growl came out of Leo's shadow before something was awaking from the deepest nightmares of humanity and the planet as a whole. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Leo's shadow exploded as it rushed like a spear and left a long black line in the sky before crossing kilometers instantly. The light and the shadow met around the mesosphere before they clashed. Crack. At that moment, all the humans on the planet heard a cracking sound, but every magi around the world felt something exploding in their magical circuits. On this land, and at this time, even if it was just a subtype and in their weakest form, but the world and all the magi witnessed the clash between two fifth true magic. Chapter 74, The Battle Continue. Silence, only silence and emptiness filled the whole planet as the image froze when the two true magic collided. The sky above the planet already lost its order and balance as the light and shadow were frozen there, but actually, each noble phantasm is trying to destroy the other. However, because these two noble phantasm are completely opposite to each other, they stopped in midair, even if they are from the same fifth true magic. Magi looked at the sky as they used all their means to witness this event, even if they were in great pain just by glancing at the collision. You can say that these magi are quite normal because there were some deaths of some magi acting crazy and trying to analyze the true magic in the sky. The light and the shadow, two opposite things, were frozen in the air before they popped like a bubble and turned into fragments. Two noble phantasm cancelled each other after they lost their power and the world's correction power denied their existence. True magic or something that breaks the order shouldn't be allowed to exist normally and the world will annihilate it at the moment when it loses its power to exist. Fragments of the light and shadow started to fall towards the planet, but they were burned when they touched the ozone layer, which is the Earth's, Gaia, defense mechanism against threats. However, the light spots in the sky remained the world of this collision between the true magic. The Magic Association and Church turned their full attention to the Holy Grail War as Fuyuki became the center of attention. However, they had more headaches of explaining this event rather than saying it's the government fault or an alien invasion. Back to the nuclear Fuyuki City, Leo was still on top of the building looking at the fragments in the sky, however, his right hand was smoking as it was burned slightly. This burn is the result of the collision as Leo took some damage. This damage is more like a concept and a truth which cannot be healed by changing organs or any scientific means. Staring at the burn on his hand, Leo didn't show any expression as black light flashed and his hand recovered. After healing his hand using his noble phantasm, Leo looked at his side and said, I imagined a lot of things, but for you to appear. Honestly, this is a surprise. At the sky on Leo's left side, a man was standing there, completely ignoring all the gravitational force, and looking at the fragments with empty eyes. Solomon was floating in the sky without care before he smiled slightly and said, hello, it's quite unfortunate to meet at these times. His aura was relaxing like a laid-back guy, but that confidence and hint of seriousness made the other think he's wise, yet full of love king. The words he just said were filled with confidence yet a hint of sadness as he wasn't happy the world is in this condition, but those weren't his feelings, he wasn't even talking with Leo at this point. This is the king chosen by God. Meanwhile, at the mountain range, Alcides lowered his bow while looking at Leo and Solomon in the distance. He felt the huge power now that surpassed the divinity of most of the gods he saw in the past. Although he didn't want to use it, the divinity on his noble phantasm showed him some truth. When the light and the shadow collided, he didn't only see fireworks, but he saw two eras clashing at a time axis, the past and the future were head to head, even most of it was blurry. Allo, Archer are you there? Suddenly, Alcides heard an annoying voice in his head before he said, what do you want? Even if this man is his master, Alcides doesn't care about that and if this master dares to stop him then he'll twist his neck, even if he doesn't think that his strength is enough. So cold, but did you see it? The huge collision. The battle of the true magic. The man said as his voice sounded joyful, but Alcides felt the twisted feeling it contained, even if he didn't care about it now. Alcides didn't answer this master as he looked at Leo and Solomon one last time before moving away. Staying here is useless and unreasonable to enter this fight where he couldn't see hope in success, so it's better to let these two kill each other. However, before he took another step he suddenly stopped and looked to his side. Ah! A huge scream came from the distance as a rushing red-looking rock filled with mana and divinity was flying towards Alcides. The rock was breaking the sound barrier like nothing before it appeared in front of Alcides and revealed its true form, something that Alcides never wanted to see. Himself. Heracles, who is the berserker version of Alcides, roared again as he raised his stone axe and attacked the men in front of him. Alcides reacted quickly as he pulled his bow and blocked the stone axe, aiming at his head before being pushed back a little. Berserker! What are you doing? A little girl, who was clinging to her servant neck from behind using some threads, screamed as the violent wind was blowing, but Heracles was completely out of control. You! Alcides screamed before he pulled his bow and shot, but Heracles seems to know himself very well as he threw his axe, which blocked the arrow before rushing with a punch. Alcides didn't panic as he let go of his bow and put his hand under Heracles' one before he twisted it. Using the force from Heracles, Alcides was able to raise him in the air before attempting to knock him on the ground while using his knee to hit his ribs, but Heracles twisted his body in midair and used his elbow to block Alcides' knee. Ah! Heracles screamed with all his power before he and Alcides stared at each other and raised their head before head-butting. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The collision created a shock wave as everything was covered in dust. Archer seems busy. Sigh. This is boring. Man standing on a building edge was looking at the battles going around as he felt bored by his servant actions. This man is Alcides' master. He's a man with blonde hair, purple eyes, and a white suit while his face always had a silly grin on it, but if someone was close he would feel terrified instead of laughing at him. Ryder has been stolen by a sneaky guy and Solomon seems more up now. Sigh. Even a beast came to join the fun. Alcides' master sighed before he throws the bloody knife in his hand and ignored the corpse next to him. That's the previous Ryder's master, who became useless now. I really wanted to take some shiny rings, Solomon's rings, but that seems impossible now. Alcides' master was frustrated slightly before a wide and mad grin appeared on his face while looking at Solomon and Leo before he said, well, at least I can see two monsters tearing each other apart. This phrase shows that this guy didn't care about his mission here or anything else except having fun. Meanwhile, Nero was clashing with Assassin as sparks were flying across the shades and a dark phantom was flying here and there for a moment before he disappeared. Nero didn't even have time to take a break before raising her sword, blocking a dagger from the back as she entered in another close combat with Assassin. Assassin didn't show any emotions for Nero's attacks as he was fighting in close combat with a saber class without losing and even took some advantage, which made the only serious master here freak out. Impossible. How can an assassin fight with a saber? Rin felt this holy grail war already destroyed all the rules from the first day before a few red lights flashed. Archer was holding his bow while supporting Nero, however, all his arrows missed because he can't detect the assassin at all except vision. This only became available because of Merlin releasing his noble phantasm Garden of Avalon that allowed them to detect assassin inside the flowers field. Rin wanted to say something, but when she looked at Archer's serious expression she stopped immediately. To be honest, Archer doesn't want to help these guys or fight here, he has to kill himself first, but this enemy is more complicated than he thought and he can't sit still. A+. No, it's EX when he enters the shadows, Merlin said as he was making sure of everyone inside his noble phantasm is okay. The assassin facing Nero had the presence concealment EX which made him one with the world, even the most advanced detection methods can't find him, but somehow Nero was able to even see him. Suddenly assassin moved backward and dogged Nero's sword before he landed on a street lamp and said, "Thee is cursed," attempting to use such power, and betraying faith. The servants around were surprised because assassins like this aren't supposed to talk to their enemies in action, but only Nero knows what he was talking about. This was a power beyond the limits of the Holy Grail War or even the Throne of Heroes, something that has a relation with Beast 6, which was awakened when Leo summoned her. However, an assassin who follows the Lord's words and teaching can feel that power, which was the thing that allowed Nero to detect him. My faith isn't something a filthy assassin hidden in the shadow should be worried about. Nero raised her sword as it ignited in flames before she said, and following a blind faith like you is something this emperor would never do. Assassin didn't speak again before he raised his dagger and disappeared. He's only here because of his master order. Nero saw this as her magical energy was blasting around her body before she rushed towards Assassin again. Archer saw this as he provided support and Merlin was drawing something on the ground to finish this fight already. They can't stay here and expose themselves. However, at this moment, the area started shaking again as an enormous amount of magical energy rushed to the sky. Chapter 75, The Future versus the Past. On top of the building, Leo and Solomon looked at each other. The former didn't show any expression and the latter was smiling calmly. Unfortunate. The king chosen by God almost killed billions and here he's saying this is unfortunate. Leo grinned a little as he saw what Solomon was doing before he said, "Your condition is even more pathetic than I thought, puppet." Solomon didn't show any anger, even his expression didn't flicker when Leo called him a puppet because he's really moving with the strings of God. But he doesn't care because he doesn't have any freedom from the start. He didn't even care about Leo finding his little action now. "No, it's unfortunate this has happened, but it's more unfortunate for you this monster to stay alive in this world." Solomon shook his head before saying those words that he was programmed to say. As a king, he needs to show concern for the world and the people, but when something big happens, he won't hesitate to sacrifice some humans to make sure the rest survive. This thinking is sadly the correct choice and the most rational, exactly like Alea. Two inhuman beings represent humanity. Well, I have to say that killing me at the cost of 99% of humans on this planet is the most correct choice, but why didn't you do it? Your master? No, he won't be able to stop you, then it must be something else, Leo said as he glanced at his side and saw Ritsuka's group. You didn't even try to kill who summoned me or take hostages, but you came like this here. This isn't all that rational, puppet. Leo took a few steps on the ledge of the building as he was looking at the battlefield between the two Heracles. The world is too fragile to attempt any of these actions and I don't plan to mess it further. Solomon shook his head before he said, and I prefer to keep the last pillar in a safe environment for now, and her condition might also make it difficult for us. Leo looked at Solomon with the corner of his eyes before he said, safe environment and condition, you say? You are really ruthless, aren't you? Those words from Solomon might sound normal, even good to hear, but someone needs to ask the question, which safe environment and condition he's talking about. He means freezing her with true magic and depriving her of thoughts and personality because he only needs the timeline to stay safe and not the person named Ritsuka Fujimura. Leo turned to look at Solomon as his necklace was glowing with a green light before he said, tell me, what do you want if you aren't here to fight? After looking at your noble phantasm, shadows, I have been wondering about the fate of humanity, so I'm here to ask you, why do you hold such a disgusting thing? Solomon raised his hand as his rings glowed before he said, I need to know this answer before launching the ritual. You need to know, or you have been ordered to know, because you're the perfect king. Leo's words were filled with sarcasm while talking to this puppet before he frowned and said, a ritual. Solomon's actions never come from him as a person, but he has no choice except to hear the voice of God and act accordingly. Yes, I have judged that the fate of this world is hopeless, so I'll use my past mistakes to take it into a better future. Solomon said those words with a cold tone while Leo's eyes were shining as the atmosphere around him became very dreadful. Ritual is the reverse form of Solomon's noble phantasm, which is called the Human Order Correction Ritual. Grrrrrrr. Grrrrrrr. The shadows around started to growl as eyes were looking at Solomon. This phenomenon wasn't even caused by Leo, it was Solomon who started to get on something nerves. You judge their fate. No, forget it. Let me ask you something better. Leo grinned slightly as he looked at Solomon in the eyes before he said, does the name of Romani Archaman mean anything to you? Not really, I have his memories, but as a king, I find those moments very silly and irrational. Solomon shook his head while looking at Leo's necklace before he said, I prefer if you answer my question faster, so I can help this world. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Magical energy. A vast amount of magical energy appeared from Leo as all the area was shaking. All the organizations around the world felt this enormous magic energy as everything they have gone high-wired because of it. Ha 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 ha. Leo started laughing madly as his dark blue horn and eye were glowing very brightly. His shadows were also rampaging around as the growling turned into a roar. I was wondering why Goetia hates you that much, but honestly, you're really disgusting, Leo said as his necklace turned into a cross before his wings and halo appeared. After this transformation, the necklace green light increased as Solomon didn't show any expression, however, his rings were shining. Those are Romani Archaman's sins and mistakes, which were responsible for the burning of the whole humanity because of his selfish desires. However, it doesn't mean anything for you, huh? But this is funny, Leo said before the area around started to freak out. Leo's pupils turned into slits like a dragon before he said, do you know that all the humans on this planet have the right to judge me? The bad, the good, the old, the young, even a newborn, who has just taken his first breath, have the right to judge me, raise the sword against me, and try to kill me. With Leo's words, a green light was spreading from his necklace as it was too fast. Even Solomon wasn't able to run before he was included in this barrier. He even felt that his other preparations were invalid now. However, someone like you, the king chosen by God. Even if you're a human in flesh, Leo's voice was getting colder and colder before Solomon rings shone again as he recovers. Recovering from Leo's power, Solomon raised his hand and waved as his magical power increased suddenly. When Solomon waved, a very hot light appeared from his hand and melted the green light of Leo as the area completely changed. The whole Fuyuki became a vast ocean as they are sitting in the middle of the Pacific Ocean now. Solomon was flying in the sky while Leo was standing on the water, but the atmosphere around him became even more dangerous as Solomon wasn't getting a good feeling from the darkness of the ocean. You don't deserve to judge me or even be called a human by a beast like me, Leo said as his third noble phantasm was roaring across the ocean and everything was shaking. Did you make the area where we just stood a mistake and we are actually in this location? Solomon understood what Leo did before he teleported towards the sky and said, was human history really a mistake? By announcing to the world this place is a mistake, the world corrected itself as Leo was able to pass all Solomon preparations and teleported them here. However, Solomon understood that this was only because of Leo's necklace. Well, don't you think this holy grail war lacks a proper start? Leo didn't answer Solomon as he walked casually on the water and took a few steps in Solomon's direction before he said, use it. I let you prepare, don't waste my time with your voice of God. Very well. Solomon was silent for a moment before his magical energy was linked to the light ring in the sky. These words made the place silence as only the sound of waves and Leo's steps on the water were heard before he and Solomon looked at each other and said, second noble phantasm, partial deploy. Both of them said at the same time before all the area around started to change. In Solomon's side, a virtual temple appeared behind him before all the sky changed and the world was rewritten by him using his reality marble. Reality marble is rewriting the real reality with your own and cutting off all the connection to the world, which Solomon possesses as his second noble phantasm, but it wasn't complete because Leo teleported them here. Leo also didn't waste time as his necklace was glowing green and a red humanoid creature appeared behind him before he said, King Crimson. The humanoid creature behind Leo was a stand from JoJo, King Crimson, with the ability to erase time, but Leo is using him in a very different way this time. Asterisk conceptual boost. Asterisk. With the voice from Leo's necklace, a terrifying power engulfed King Crimson before everything started to break and cracks filled the world, but it didn't break apart because of Solomon's reality marble. However, from this time, no, it shouldn't be called like that because the existence and concept of time have already left this part of the world. Using King Crimson with the ability of his noble phantasm, Leo rejected the existence of time in Solomon's reality marble, so they won't affect the timeline that much. Leo didn't stop walking toward Solomon as his magical energy was increasing with each step. Solomon didn't talk as 5 huge magical circles appeared above his throne in the temple. Each circle represents one of the true magic and they all work according to Solomon ritual to use his third noble phantasm with the least cost possible. They both didn't want to destroy the world, but only each other as they are about to launch their third noble phantasm, even if it's just the concept behind them. Behold, the 7 necks smoldering in the roaring sea, welcoming the abandoned time. With those words, the shadows under Leo solidified as they gathered into 7 colossal shadows behind him. Elements are in place. The order has been accepted. The 5 magics are balanced. Solomon also started his noble phantasm as the light ring appeared behind the temple. The planet cries of agony, humans curse desires, the day when stars abandoned this world. The shadows behind Leo raised as 7 huge black dragons with snakes' bodies and appeared behind him. Their eyes were blue, each one of them had a single horn on their head, and everything around them was turning into ashes, even Solomon's temple. When the dragons appeared, Leo's horns and necklace were glowing more before the dragon's horns glowed at the same time with Leo's halo. Even inside the reality marble, the outside world was able to feel the upcoming clash as everyone looked at the Pacific Ocean. Humanity felt fear and despair suddenly from the light ring in the sky while the planet was shivering because of the 7 dragons. Enkidu, who was inside of the forest, fell to the ground as his entire body was shaking and his face was pale while looking at the 7 dragons in the sky. The planet will die. Enkidu couldn't stop his shaking because even the planet was shaking at this moment from fear. To think this development will happen. Gilgamesh's eyes widened when he was looking at the 2 noble phantasms with his eyes. He even activated his clairvoyance noble phantasm, but he didn't see anything about the 2 powers in the sky. Ha 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 ha. It started. It started. Alcides' master was laughing like a child while looking at the 2 noble phantasm in the air. The events inside of Solomon's reality marble weren't hidden from the outside world because it wasn't deployed completely and he focused on the true magic more. Solomon finished everything as he didn't wait for Leo before he said, third noble phantasm, deploy. The time of birth has come, he is the one who masters all. Ars Almadel Salomonis. The light ring gathered at the center of the temple where the magical circles are before it shot a huge laser beam with the ability to penetrate the planet and burn humanity. Even in this place where time doesn't exist, Leo's clothes and hair were shaking because of Solomon's attack before he said, here is my test for you, the king chosen by God. Can you bear the human's mistakes that you want to judge? Third noble phantasm, deploy. The time of death has come, witness the empty future on this land of steel. Abaddon, the 7 dragons behind Leo ignited in blue flames around their mouths before they rushed towards the sky. Each dragon was colossal as they covered the sky, even their length was longer than 1/3 of the earth around. Everything was shaking as 2 fifth subtype true magic were clashing with full power. Nothing was able to stop this collision as the farthest past and the farthest future were facing each other. 5th true magic is the ability to make the laws of conservation of mass shoulder the debts of a past without the future. Its concept seemed to revolve around consumption and extinction, using the heat values as energy in order to achieve various effects like time travel. At this moment, the 2 fifth magic are using their power to time travel into 2 extreme opposite times. Error. The dragons screamed as they left the rush towards the laser. Even in this distance, the power between the two noble phantasm was very scary. The dragons left ashes in the sky telling the story of a dying planet, and light left scorching marks telling about human extinction. Each one of them was aiming for the opposite result. The light wanted to reverse the time to reach the genesis of the planet and the time of its birth, using humanity as a fuel. The dragons were accelerating everything around them toward the helpless future and the land of steel when the planet died because of human mistakes. At this moment, a collision that represents the birth and death of the planet happens in the sky as it announced this holy grail war to everyone, even in different parallel worlds. Spoilers for Type Moon ahead, feel free to read or not. So, this is some keywords about Type Moon you need to know in these chapters and some noble phantasms explanations. You are free if you want to read or not, most of them are from the wiki and for my novel sitting if you want more details or pure canon go and check it. The planet, Gaia. Human order, Aleia. Land of Steel, the time when the planet died because of humanity. The fifth magic. Name, Magic Blue. Domain, its exact domain is unknown, but it has abilities related to time travel, and making the laws of conservation of mass shoulder the debts of a past without future. Toko Aozaki claims there should be more to it because time travel is also governed by the second magic, but she declines to speculate further on the subject. Its concepts seem to revolve around consumption and extinction. Ars Almadel Salomonis is noted to be similar to what the fifth magic is capable of, which means that the fifth magic manipulate heat values as energy in order to achieve various effects like time travel. 9 lives, shooting the 100 heads. Rank, CA+. Type, unknown. This is the most trusted of all of Heracles' noble phantasms, a combat technique devised at the end of a lengthy battle by Heracles. It originally had the form of the bow and arrows used to simultaneously exterminate the 100 heads of the Lernaean Hydra, an immortal 9-headed serpent that would grow back no matter how many times it was cut down. Upon slaying the Hydra at the end of a lengthy battle, Heracles devised this combat technique and became able to utilize abilities that emulate the combat technique of this noble phantasm with other weapons, transforming it into style, shooting the 100 heads, an all-purpose noble phantasm capable of adapting and changing how it appears depending on the target and the circumstances of its use. Garden of Avalon, the forever sealed utopia. Rank, C. Type, anti-unit. Is the noble phantasm of Merlin. It reproduces onto the surrounding area the tower where Merlin is, even now, being confined. Flowers bloom in profusion above the ground, and no matter what sort of darkness or hell that might be, a warm sunlight shall shine upon it. Even if the space that he has been permitted with is nothing but a jail of a mere 10 meters in all directions, and the scenery that was given to him is only an isolated sky found far away in the horizon, it continues to eternally exist as a utopia. Ars Paulina, the time of crowning has come, he is the one who begins all. Rank, A. Type, anti-world. This is the second noble phantasm of Solomon. It is Solomon's reality marble workshop that exists outside of the universe and outside of time, located in the space of imaginary numbers. It is powered by Solomon's magic circuits. Death in this space does not count in reality, so it is possible to revive those who die in this space with enough magical energy. Ars Almadel Salomonis, the time of birth has come, he is the one who masters all. Rank, EX. Type, anti-human order. This is the third noble phantasm of Solomon, planned to be used by Goetia to time travel to the genesis of the earth. It is of the original sin. It appears at first glance to be a ring of light that encircles the earth. A belt of light that announces mankind's demise. As something that converted the entire human history into heat values, a time travel of vast amounts of years is made possible by collecting, accelerating, and converging some 100 millions of this belt of light. Each line of light is said to carry extreme damage values that are comparable to an A-rank noble phantasm like Excalibur. Nothing on the surface of the planet surpasses the heat value of this noble phantasm. When Goetia charges it and focuses its energy into an attack, the beam is enough to penetrate the planet. Abaddon, the time of death has come, witness the empty future on this land of steel. Rank EX. Type, anti-planet, anti-human order. This is the third noble of Leo, who combined with Beast 6 and received everything from him. This noble phantasm represents the biggest sin and mistake that humanity has ever done. Killing the planet, Gaia. At first, it appears as Leo's shadow and follows him everywhere in a semi-activated style, but in fact, that's Beast VI's true body, the 7 dragons with a size that could circle the planet if they tried to. Each dragon has a huge amount of heat come from all the stars that abandoned the humanity on that day. This heat allows the dragons to accelerate time around them and send it towards the land of steel. A place where nothing on Earth can survive, and because of their sins, humanity will burn before they reach it. The dragons are immortals and won't die with any normal means no matter how much they have been destroyed. Giving them enough time, the dragons can kill the planet just by circling around it. These two noble phantasm are so similar even if they work in the same way, but one was trying to go to the past to erase the concept of death while using humanity as a tool, and one is going to the future to remind humanity of their mistakes with the pain of the concept of death. Chapter 76, Beasts. The sky brightened and darkened at the same time. Two highest forms of mystery in the world were flying above everyone's head. Two noble phantasms with a mystery that shouldn't appear normally, even in the age of gods, were showing their might in this modern day. The dragons roared as they burned everything around them with blue flames that represent death, the death of the planet itself. The light was falling from the sky as it scorched even space and time while traveling in a time when the planet had just been born. Like their names, the time of death and the time of birth has come. Roheaearer. The dragons' cries filled the sky before they separated into two groups. 4 dragons went head-on against the light while the other 3 circled around it. The 4 dragons rammed the light with their heads. The world lost all the sounds for a brief moment before the catastrophe happened. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk screech. Asterisk. A loud sound like a giant explosion and a hideous screeching was heard all around the planet, as lights and ashes were flying everywhere, completely blinding everyone, and making them unable to see further. However, the dragons were able to stop the light in its place before the 3 other dragons circled around the light and bite it. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. A louder sound than before was echoing in the sky as the dragon's fangs were clashing with the light beam. However, this clash wasn't without consequences. The light started to decay from the place where it contacted the dragons before it received, while the dragons were getting burned before they recovered. If this clash wasn't in the reality marble, then this will be a real world-ending event. This is a lie. Right. Rin widened her eyes as the shock on her pale face was beyond anything she experienced in her life. What is this? How can this happen? The Holy Grail War was always such a world-ending event. Rin couldn't stay calm as she was shivering. The pain from her magic circuits and mana in the air wasn't helping her either. However, before her thoughts went further, she heard a voice next to her. Rin, this isn't the time or the place to freak out. As a magi you should know better. Huh. Of course, I know. When it came to the magi's subject, Rin acted like a cat being stepped on her tail as she almost recovered now. But don't you see that? How can this exist in this era? Rin said while looking at the other people around her. Merlin seemed to be very mysterious to her. She didn't even want to believe that his name was Merlin when she heard Ritsuka calm him. Nero seems to be the most normal, but suddenly, when the dragons appeared in the sky, her attacks became more powerful as Assassin was getting injured now and then, even with his high presence concealment and skills. However, Ritsuka was the most scary person for her here for one simple reason: she's the master of the world-destroying servant in the sky. Now, she joined Archer in thinking that Ritsuka isn't a human. Ah, I can see it clearly, but can you do something about it? Archer, who finally recovered his calm attitude from the surprise meeting, said with a straight face like he doesn't care a lot. Ha. What with your attitude? Rin was mostly shocked by the coldness of this guy before she asked him, are you servants used to seeing something like this every day? This is just something we brought to ourselves and bound to happen, Archer answered calmly as he focused his attention on Assassin as he bombarded the place around him each time he tried to run away from Nero. He doesn't know if there are other servants around or they only chose to watch the show, but he doesn't want to take any risk. Bound to happen. Rin turned her head to see the colossal dragons reaching the scorching light as she didn't have any word to say. Hey, Master, do you know the little story about the devil at your side that whispers to you each time to do something bad? Archer said with a colder voice as Rin was startled slightly before he seemed more serious. He even called her Master without any sarcasm in his tone. Why do you bring stories that even children know, Archer? Rin grabbed some of her gems as Archer shook his head before, you are the child here. Ha. Rin snapped again as Archer saw his plan was successful before he said, those stories can be true and false, but how to say it? Humanity illusions are very strong and they love to blame anything except themselves. I knew it before, but I want to thank him. Archer's tone changed as it carried a lot of anger before he whispered, for him to confirm that the ideal I chose was so meaningless and worthless. Merlin turned his eyes to the side as he watched the interaction between Archer and Rin before he said helplessly, things are really out of control. Merlin. Ritsuka stared at the dragons and the light in the sky as she didn't know what to think now. Really, these beasts are throwing their problems to me. I know what you want to know, Merlin said as he saw that foe disappeared from Ritsuka's shoulder. Ritsuka stared at Merlin as she really didn't know what to say about this. She felt that this subject is very sensitive. It isn't a big secret and you'll know eventually, Merlin cleared his throat before he said. Beasts are the monsters of calamity in the world. They are the stigmata of humanity, which are bound to appear as long as humanity exists. They who represent the 7 sins, but these sins aren't the normal ones, they come from the attributes that humans embody in existing as humans. Ignoring Ritsuka's shocked yet disbelieved face, Merlin continues as he said, just as the humanity is enabled to throw away wisdom, evils and beasts are an inevitable fixture of the human condition. This is the evil of humanity and what happening in the sky is the result of 2 of them. Beast Eye and Beast 6 Merlin said as he looked at the light that represents Beast Eye and the dragons of Leo as Beast 6. Something that humanity brought upon itself. Merlin lowered his staff as he looked at Ritsuka and said, "So, what do you think, Chaldea Master?" "I don't know. I really don't know." Ritsuka was silent for a while before she said those words. She really doesn't know what to think about this. Leo and foe were this kind of existence that should be called an absolute enemy, especially for an organization like Chaldea. If they are like you said, then what should we do? Fight them? Kill them? But Ritsuka wasn't able to find a correct word to describe her feelings now. If the existence that only brought destruction was the thing that saved her and even chose to help her now, then what should she do? "I also don't know, but I'm here just to watch, and I've to say that I wasn't disappointed." Merlin did 180 degrees in his attitude as he suddenly became cheerful and said, "Cathpalig, foe, showed me that even a beast can find beauty if he looked hard enough, and His Majesty, Leo, taught me more about humanity with their ugliness and beauty." Merlin said as a smile was on his face and flowers were flying around him before he whispered, "Even if they face the end, they'll keep going and you'll keep watching." Ritsuka felt all the seriousness about the matter was popped like a bubble by Merlin. "Don't think too much about it, even me, who doesn't feel anything about humanity overall condition, will feel a headache when I think about it." Merlin waved with his hand as he was stabilizing his noble phantasm, "so he can take Excalibur and cut this assassin to pieces. Is this why Castor and foe hate you this much? Even if you're also a threat to humanity?" Ritsuka said with a blank look. "Whoa, what did you said?" Merlin put his hands on his ears before he turned his head and said, "I can't hear you, it seems my spirit origin is malfunctioning." Ritsuka stared at Merlin, closing his ears and kept saying something just to not hear her before she sighed and looked at the sky. Meanwhile, in Solomon's reality marble above the Pacific Ocean, Solomon was flying in the sky as he looked at the scene of the world's end in front of him without any change in his expression. However, there was some doubt in his eyes. Imperfection. Humanity imperfection. Why does his noble phantasm contain this? Solomon used his clairvoyance to look into Leo's noble phantasm as he found that it has humanity imperfection deep into its core. The dragons and the light were still clashing and trying to consume each other, but the light started to get an advantage and push the dragons with the help of the 5 magic circles behind it. Those magic circles are the 5 true magics. They provide energy from first, second, and third magic while fourth and fifth increase the light power. Solomon saw this as he increased the power of the magic, but before he did that he saw with his clairvoyance that Leo disappeared from his previous location. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a flap of his wings, Leo reached Solomon instantly before he picked his spear and stabbed to the front. Raising his fist covered with true magic, Solomon punched the spear instantly as a huge shock wave of magical energy hit the surrounding. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Leo's spear and Solomon's magic were pushing each other as the dragons started to push the light back because Solomon lost focus. However, Solomon widened his eyes when he saw Leo's horns and halo shining with the dragon's horns as a bad feeling came to his heart. Suddenly, Solomon punched with his other hand and pushed himself away before he blocked Leo's wing as he frowned because of the shape and colors in the wings. Keeping the bad feeling in his heart, Solomon waved his hand as some light belts separated from his noble phantasm and shot at Leo. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Leo just waved with his wings and crossed an enormous distance to avoid the light's belts, but they were like homing missiles and followed him instantly. 6. Leo said calmly before one of the dragons separated from the group and bite the light belts. However, suddenly, Leo saw something with his clairvoyance as he raised his spear to welcome the fist of Solomon. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another collision happened as the reality marble was shaking, but this time, Solomon's rings and Leo's horns with halo were shining with sparks like somethings that shouldn't meet each other. Pushing the mana on his hand, Solomon did a quick spin before he blew away Leo's spear and started a barrage of punches. Clang, 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 asterisk asterisk clang, asterisk asterisk clang, asterisk. The spear and fists were exchanging hits with each other before Solomon did a feint and punched Leo to the gut, which launched him away. Leo flew away as he lost his balance and Solomon was rushing with his fist again, but suddenly, a green light appeared from Leo's necklace before he appeared behind Solomon and stabbed with his spear towards Solomon's spirit origin. Imperfection imperfection. Solomon glanced at this attack before a multicolored light glowed on him. Blue flames were burning on the spear as Leo stabbed Solomon, but he disappeared instantly, which made him say, "Second true magic, huh? First, your rings and now this." Second true magic is the operation of parallel worlds which allows its user to travel and use parallel worlds. Solomon can't use his incomplete form of this magic to travel between parallel worlds, but he can teleport in a way that Leo can't track him. Solomon appeared far away from Leo as he looked at the scene around him before he said, "The information was too lacking, there is a huge change in Beast 6 data, start to collect the new data." Solomon's voice sounded like a machine for a moment when he was checking his magecraft data before he said, "Beast 6 seems to have the power to amplify his abilities, this battle won't lead any dash." However, before he finished his words, Leo's dragon appeared above him and opened his mouth full of flames, which made Solomon dodge quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, but did you just say you want to run? Leo appeared next to Solomon as his magical energy was more explosive, even his eyes were flaming with anger. After I let go of my beast side, used my edgy noble phantasm, and said a full monologue of edgy words, Leo seemed angrier about something that made Solomon confused even in his rational mode. I even evolved into an edge emperor and you want to run? Leo said as his attacks became more fierce and his dragons were roaring. Beasts are edgy creatures by nature, they are born to be chunny and edgy according to what Leo felt during these days. Their view of humanity and philosophy can write a 100k pages about humanity and their symbolism with them, which make them an excellent villain material. Leo, as a true beast, he became edgy by nature, and has the authority to be edgy and chunny without being cringy according to this world rules, especially when Beast 6 is one of the biggest edgelord in this world, he even evolves to an edge emperor. Leo doesn't care about this a lot, but when he uses his noble phantasm and says edgy lines, he wants to finish the job. However, Solomon wants to run now. Solomon started at Leo before he teleported away and started to use the second magic to leave this reality marble while trapping Leo here for a few seconds. Leo saw this as he put a spear-throwing position and called Tusk to activate the spin and the golden rectangle. With Tusk power, the spear started to spin in Leo's hand and the golden rectangle appeared in front of him before his necklace glowed, which made a green color on the rectangle and the spear. Even the dragon's blue flames started to spin and pushed the light further. My edginess doesn't allow this. With that scream filled with anger, Leo threw his spear at Solomon that almost teleported away. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The spear hit the area around Solomon as the second true magic cracked slightly in midair, however, Leo's spear also had cracks all over it. Perfection in imperfection. Solomon said quietly before Leo's spear was blown by the true magic and he wanted to activate the teleportation again, but then, he saw a giant black wing with rainbow colors next to him. Solomon widened his eyes as the wing extended and opened up as one of Leo's dragons appeared from it and rushed towards him. At that moment, when the bloody colossal mouth and blue flames appeared on his face, Solomon raised his hand as the true magic was activated before he teleported from here, but one of his rings touched the flames slightly. Asterisk boom. The dragon closed his mouth before looking around in confusion because Solomon escaped. Leo lowered his head as the magical energy and divinity around him were boiling to the maximum, which shows his feelings now. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Without the support of Solomon, the noble phantasm was cracked by the dragons and decayed into ashes, but Leo wasn't happy at all. Raising his head and looking at the sky with empty eyes, Leo took a deep breath before he screamed, "Curse you, Solomon." A beast's screams of hatred were echoing in the reality marble as the dragons were roaring and destroying everything around them. Meanwhile, in the imaginary number space, Goetia opened his eyes as he had a weird feeling of understanding someone's pain now. Today events show clearly that beasts will always hate all the casters with grand class relation, be it Merlin or Solomon. Chapter 77, Battle's Conclusions. Blue fire was burning and ashes were flying around as everything, be it physical or spiritual, was turning into ashes and disappearing from this world. The dragons were roaring as they seemed very angry about something as they were trying to destroy the reality marble around, but the temple that can reverse the concept of death was still hanging with a thread, even if it was almost broken. Leo was floating in the sky and his face has only one expression, which was anger and annoyance because Solomon sealed him here for a few seconds before he ran. Asterisk cracks. Asterisk asterisk cracks. Asterisk. The sky of the reality marble started cracking as it announced this temple's end and the alternative reality is being corrected by the world now. Leo saw this as he went down and stopped his spell. His necklace closed, which made his halo and wings disappear. This gave him a severe headache as he held his head slightly. When that happened, the dragons in the sky became transparent before they started to become smaller and move back to Leo's shadow. However, before they became very small, the dragons opened their mouths and shot fire at Solomon's throne, which destroyed it completely. Don't worry, 6. Leo looked at the dragons behind him before he said, he'll definitely come back, even if the next battle won't be this easy. Growling. An inhuman and incomprehensive sound appeared from the dragons, which showed a clear anger, and that anger was pointing at Solomon. 6 is the mindless monster called Beast 6. Or at least what left of him after all what happened to him. What is left has become the will of Leo's third noble phantasm. I know, and he won't do as he pleases, Leo said as he put his hand on one of the dragon's heads and said, no one has the right to judge them. Even me. Although Leo was annoyed in all the jokes, edge, and stuff, Solomon really stepped on the reverse scales of the whole existence of Beast 6 with his words and plan. Each beast represents something and they take that thing to their core, which won't disappear even if they were defeated by humanity, and Solomon just tried to deny it. No wonder Goetia hates him so much. Your beast's problems are complicated. Drake, who is used to the concept of pure and simple dragons of DXD, has a headache while looking at the dragons of Type Moon. Grr. Dragons didn't have much intelligence, but clearly, they were saying that Drake's simple dragon is boring. Drake felt personally attacked and started to know why Leo doesn't like this world. Six didn't care about Drake as he recovered his flames and made sure nothing of them stayed in this place before disappearing into Leo's shadow. Leo stared at VI's actions as he only let out a helpless sigh for some reason before looking down to see the water turn into ashes slightly. King Crimson appeared behind Leo as a red glow was on them before they disappeared from this place. Meanwhile, at the mountain range near Fuyuki, Heracles and Alcides were fighting head-to-head with the desire to kill each other. They both didn't show mercy and each hit was aiming at the vitals. Alcides leaped back before he shot a few arrows at Heracles. Each arrow was filled with mana and divinity that can pierce Heracles' defense easily. However, Heracles' anger seems to increase to a degree that gives him some sanity as long as it is about killing Alcides, which says a lot about Type Moon and people that want to kill themselves from different times in it. Heracles smashed one arrow in his axe before using the axe as a support and rotated his body in the air, which made him dodge the arrows before using one of them as a platform and blasted toward Alcides. Even Ilia widened her eyes at these movements as the world was spinning around her because of Heracles' speed. Alcides didn't flinch against this rush before he shot one last arrow and grabbed his bow to attack. Heracles did the same as he blocked the arrow with his bare hand. That hand was pierced easily by the arrow, however, Heracles was able to reach Alcides as he raised his axe with all his might. Boom. Ah! Heracles and Alcides screamed as they were clashing with their own weapons before a huge shockwave appeared from their mana. In the battle of pure power, each servant had the same huge mana supplies, but Heracles' anger seems to explode even more as he was able to throw Alcides away. In midair, Alcides stabilized himself before shooting an arrow with all his might as that arrow was far stronger than the previous ones, however, it wasn't aimed at Heracles. Ah! Heracles saw the arrow was aiming towards his master and he didn't have time to lift his axe. Boom. The area exploded with magical energy because of the arrow. Cough. Berserker Ilia coughed because of the dust before she saw Heracles' head in front of her which blocked the arrow aiming at her head. After a moment, a red light flashed on his body and Heracles' noble phantasm started to revive him because he just died now. Do you think you can protect someone? Alcides seemed very angry at this action of Heracles before he said, remember that you killed them with your own hand, we killed them with our own hands. Ah! Heracles didn't seem to care about Alcides' words, but he kept his distance this time because it can put Ilia in danger. You. Alcides put another arrow on his bow and aimed at Ilia, but Heracles pushed her behind his body, so all that Alcides can shoot is him. Keeping the aiming position, Alcides looked at the eyes of himself and how he pushed his master behind him before more anger appeared on his face behind the cloth. At this moment, the dragons in the sky destroyed the light and the mana reaction in the surroundings started to lower down. Archer, the party is over, let's back down for now. Suddenly, Alcides heard his master's voice in his head which made him frown. Don't frown on me, if you really want to fight then use your other noble phantasms than wasting time comparing skills with yourself. Alcides' master didn't waste more time before he left the telepathic call, but his words made Alcides a little angry, even if he knows that's true. Consider yourself lucky, but keep it in mind. I'll kill you with my own hands and erase that name of yours from history, Alcides said as he took his bow back before turning into his spiritual form and leaving. Heracles didn't stop his other self from leaving as he picked his dizzy master and left this place. Sigh. It seems that the alternative choice was slightly lacking in one of the buildings in Fuyuki City, Alcides' master said as he was leaving this area. When he summoned Alcides he used an alternative curse he bought from the multiverse space to give him an Avenger-class abilities, however, compared with a completely ruthless Alcides, he retained some of his morals. It seems that his alternative was lacking compared to Fuyuki's Evil of Humanity mud. He had the idea of getting some from here, but it'll cost a lot to fix the effect of that mud, even in the multiverse space because that's a high-level curse coming from the human order. I guess we should watch the show for now, Alcides' master said before he disappeared from this location. However, he didn't notice that the corpse he left on the rooftop started to decay before it vanished like mist. Meanwhile, in the shopping district of Fuyuki, the fight was finally announced to an end. Ah! Nero raised her sword and knocked Assassin Dagger away, which made him hide in the shadow again. Jumping from a building to another while staying in the shadows, Assassin raised his head quickly to dodge because Nero appeared next to him. Don't act surprised, with a slash from her sword, Nero cut Assassin's arm and made a deep wound on his chest before she said, I'm an omnipotent genius, after all. All that happened was Nero using her all-powerful and reliable skill called Imperial Privilege EX. This skill can be described with one word. Cheating using privileges. It's pretty much, I can do whatever I want on a skill. Though it depends on how high the rank is. Using this skill, Nero wields a sword, rides horses, or even gets other skills like divinity just because she wants to. This skill with Leo's huge mana supplies made Nero turn into a living cheat, even if she'll suffer a headache and forget those skills after a while. Now, assassin skills of presence concealment were felt by Nero before she made her own skill to be able to track him easily. Assassin didn't care about his injury or act surprised like Nero said before he opened his mouth as smoke appeared from it. Nero didn't stop as she rushed with her sword, but a sudden light flashed before Assassin disappeared, which made her fall from the building and say, "Command seals." This is annoying. Assassin was summoned by his master using command seals, which is the best action for now, but this made Nero angry. Nero stopped the ground with her foot as she experienced what Leo had just felt in these moments. Everyone is running away, huh? Merlin lowered his Excalibur as the look on his face made Ritsuka and Rin scared for a moment. Archer Kuan. Merlin wanted to say something, but he coughed before he changed it as Archer was aiming at his head. "You don't have to be this stressed, no one will come now," Merlin said with a casual tone which made Archer think of using his noble phantasm. "I'm just saying," Merlin put his Excalibur back before he said, "You even manifest as a beast, huh? Kath Palag. It seems you really found it." Meanwhile, at a parking slot a few streets away from Merlin and others. Crash. Crash. A few magi and people were crushed like ants and blood was flying everywhere. No one was able to scream or escape as a beast was killing everything while chasing his prey. Fo lost most of his shape at this moment. He grew to the size of a tiger and his tail was flashing with some colors. His head has horns now and his cute look became a monstrosity as he was looking at a dark fog. The fog was trying to tie Fo, but no matter what it did, it wasn't able to put a scratch on him as he opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and bit it. Cracks. The fog, who is a conceptual existence of a servant, was broken like glasses from Fo's bite before it dispersed. With an inhuman cry of a beast, Fo felt the fog escaped into a realm in the dream's world as he wanted to chase, but he stopped after he saw that the clash between Solomon and Leo has ended. Looking left and right for a second, Fo returned to his normal form as he sealed his beast's power before rushing back to Ritsuka's location. All that was left in this parking slot was potholes, broken cars, and tens of bodies torn apart in a gory way. However, if someone with some real power came to this place, then he'll see that even their souls were torn apart by some sharp teeth. Chapter 78, Emperor. After all those battles everyone started to back away because this is still a war and the two monsters in the sky are still alive, but more importantly, they don't want to be responsible for these events. Explosions, light in the sky, colossal dragons, and even the whole clash between the two magics. Nobody wants to be responsible for this and get chased by the Magic Association and Church. So, everyone started to call it a day and back away from the crime scene called Fuyuki City. However, like always, someone needs to take the blame and that person was having an internal conflict now. Rin was feeling very unlucky now as she was staring at her command seals while thinking how she would explain this. This passed the scope of the Magecraft crazy experiment excuse that everyone uses these days. Looking at her expression, Archer was able to read her easily as he turned his head away and avoided eye contact. "Sorry, Rin. But these are beasts and grand we are talking about. They don't play according to the rules." Archer imagined Rin's panic when she tried to explain today before the church began to erase everyone's memories as an idea popped in his head. Church? Doesn't mean they'll also go to the priest, Kyrie. Suddenly, Archer felt some joy which made him wonder if he should have a moment of silence for his master or laugh at Kyrie. Finally it ended. This level of activity is too much for a small magus like me. Merlin put his hand on his chest as he breathed a sigh of relief after everything ended. "No, I think this is just the beginning." Ritsuka looked at Merlin's flower field disappearing as she said the cruel truth. "Why do you have to hurt me like this?" Merlin looked at Ritsuka with blank eyes as even the magus of flowers was gloomy now. "Wait, what do you mean it's just the beginning?" Rin was one step away from grabbing Ritsuka's collar and shaking her, but she preferred to keep her life. "Hey, Archer, this can't be true, right?" Rin turned to Archer that only avoided her eye contact which made her feel that the world became gray and everything ruined. "Of course, it's only the start." A voice was heard from above before Nero did a flip in the air and landed gracefully on the ground. The battle between heroes, the clash between eras, and the stage of the Holy Grail War is still filled with surprises. Nero did her exaggerated poses before she smiled and said, "This is so fun, even if it get annoying when they run. I know it's the best strategy for now and they won't just sit down and die, but it's still frustrating." Nero stabbed her sword on the ground as she was slightly displeased about this situation. Everyone looked at her as each one of them had a different opinion. Merlin nodded as he felt that he should have taken Excalibur faster. Ritsuka didn't understand how these people talk about serious things with this relaxed attitude. Rin was having another breakdown, and Archer didn't care, although he also hated when they ran away. "Tell me about it." Suddenly, another voice was heard as the area glitched like a video game, which made Ritsuka and Rin wipe their eyes to confirm that it's real. Leo appeared from the glitched area as his look changed slightly. His clothes were slightly messy and burned and he lost his monocle. He was floating above the ground slightly, but when they looked at him they felt he's slightly blurry for some reason. However, the servants around were able to see King Crimson behind Leo as they had one thought in their heads. Why is that spirit looking so angry? Even Archer felt wrong when King Crimson 2 faces and 4 eyes were staring at him, but little they knew. King Crimson is always triggered. I announce that I hate all casters with grand names next to them, and I'll change my class to Rider after this is over, Leo said as his face showed the same frustration as Nero. Hey. That's a false accusation. We casters are the best this world could offer. Merlin felt the pride of casters was attacked. We, who hold the clairvoyance of EX rank, always help the world when it's in need. Merlin said broadly while Leo looked at him with a blank expression before replying, then why do you solve them in a completely chaotic way? Because. It wouldn't be fun otherwise, right? Merlin said with a proud face before a while light flashed and stepped on his face. Foe appeared from nowhere before he did a backflip from Merlin's face and landed on Ritsuka's shoulder. You feral beast, did you forget all the years I took care of you? Merlin held his face which was hurting from Foe's claws before he screamed. Foe. Foe turned his head away as he didn't want to talk to Merlin, but he noticed that Ritsuka was slightly stiff. Foe tilted his head while tapping Ritsuka's face which made her flinch before she said, ah. I'm okay, Foe, thank you. Foe was still confused, but he didn't feel anything as a beast and Ritsuka's shoulder relaxed now. He told her, huh, Leo glanced at Ritsuka's reaction when Foe landed on her shoulder before he looked at Merlin, but he didn't say anything. Oh, my praetor came back from his battle, allow me to congratulate you on your splendid fight, Nero said as he moved closer to Leo, but he only floated away. Nero blinked her eyes before she took another step and Leo floated away, soon the steps turned into a run as Nero was chasing Leo. Why are you running from me? Nero said as she almost took her sword to force Leo to stop. For your own safety, Leo said calmly as the chase continued while everyone was watching with a blank face. Even Rin wondered if this is the scary guy from earlier. However, when Leo dodged Nero again, a gravel fell from the building where Nero and Assassin were fighting and reached Leo. It didn't even last an instant before it became ashes. I told you to stop, Leo sighed before he moved away from Nero and said, I'm not in my best condition now. Are you stuck in a different era or a time axis? Merlin looked at Leo's condition before he said, that era isn't pretty at all, huh? Yeah, it's not. Leo didn't want to talk about it before he said, it'll be fixed soon, just don't touch me or prepare to be sent into an era of death. With great power always come consequences, especially in this world. When using his noble phantasm to accelerate time into the land of steel, Leo's body accelerates as well because he is connected to 6, so he can use the blue flames in close combat. However, this usage makes the perception of time about him completely chaotic, so he needs some time for this effect to be gone. King Crimson's ability to erase time is also good to lower the effect and make it pass quickly, so Leo kept him active. So, don't get close to me and especially yo dash. Leo didn't finish his words before Nero took his hand and held it. Leo looked at his hand being held by Nero before raising his head and staring at Nero's smug face. It seems you are still underestimating me, praetor, but I, Nero Claudius, is by a dash, ouch. Nero wanted to brag about that time or eras can't separate her and her praetor before she took a hand knife to the head by Leo. Don't try to be proud of this. I know you're using the 7 crowns, Leo looked at Nero closer before he said, don't you know how much effect it's causing on you? When the first attack happened, Merlin helped the people around first and Nero did nothing, even if she was called a tyrant and cruel in history, but Nero isn't the type to stand and let people die. However, the 7 crowns are something from the evil of humanity and Nero is already changing, which makes Leo worried a little because she shouldn't hold them, and now she's using them just to not be affected by him time axis. It's already changing you. The 7 sins on that crown aren't some dash, however, another interrupting happened to Leo as Nero said, rejected. Praetor seems to have a bad habit of pushing everything on himself which isn't good at all. Nero grabbed Leo's hand tightly before she said, I'm the Emperor of Rome, and an emperor doesn't need help, so you don't have to be worried about it, my praetor. I can carry what this history has to offer me. History has put a black shade on us, yet we aren't ashamed, which is very wonderful, Nero smiled very brightly as she narrowed her eyes. And doesn't the praetor think it's impossible for the emperor to leave his empire? Nero raised Leo's hand and put it on her cheek before she said, so, I'll carry this crown and you'll be stuck with me no matter how you try to deny it. Leo is Beastvi and he is also called the Beast of Babylon, which is also the name of Rome. Nero meant that he's her empire, so how could an emperor leave his empire? And if Leo is holding the 10 crowns, how could she be weak just from 7? Leo stared at Nero's smug face for a while before he raised his hand and hit her with another hand knife, but Nero felt this hit was very light. She even felt lighter in her spirit origin before she knew what happened. Leo just took some of her burden of sins, which come from the 7 crowns to himself. Hand, however, before Nero said anything, Leo raised his other hand toward Nero. Nero didn't understand what was going on, but she raised her hand subconsciously, which made Leo more silent because she did it like she had 100% trust in him. Look here and follow me using your imperial privilege. You need to alter your spirit origin in this way to make the mana flow better and... Leo started to say a lot of complicated stuff about spirit's origins of servants and how to transform it in a way that lower the burden from the 7 crowns. Nero puffed her cheeks slightly before she said, "You're unfair, Praetor, to do such a sneak attack. Do you want to know how to keep those crowns in check or not?" Leo seemed to be annoyed for some reason which made a smug expression on Nero's face before she said, "Only if my Praetor was teaching me." Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he took a deep breath and started teaching Nero, who had a huge smile on her face while holding his hand. Everyone was looking at this exchange as some felt hurt and others felt weird. She's good, Merlin had to admit Nero's natural skills in opening hearts, even if she had a quest item, 7 crowns, to help her. Ritsuka looked at this as she didn't know what to feel about something called the evil of humanity acting like this while patting foe, which is also an evil of humanity. Archer felt this Holy Grail war is getting weirder and weirder while looking around the place. Rin held her head as she didn't understand anymore. Servants were flirting in front of her after they almost destroyed the world. All in all, they can only agree that this Holy Grail war is very weird. Chapter 79, Situation. Back in the nuclear city of Fuyuki as everyone was doing one single thing, which was running away. There's a hidden rule in the supernatural side in this world, a rule that is supposed to be very obvious and everyone should follow it, which is keeping the mystery a secret. Mystery is the source of all supernatural phenomenons in this world, everything grew stronger or weaker according to their mysteries. The oldest and mysterious always get an advantage of strength and power, even if those sitting sometimes break here and there, but there's one thing for sure. Only the higher mysteries can defeat other mysteries in this world. This rule of keeping the mystery as a secret isn't just a random rule, but it's vital for the Magi and other creatures. Mystery, according to its name, is more stronger and alive when not a lot of people know about it. The condition of mystery in the modern era is weaker than it was in the Age of Gods. Back in the day, a lot of magecraft could be called true magic, but now, there's only 5 remaining. For these reasons, Magi won't allow the mystery to spread around the world and be known by all. They did everything to stop it, politics, fairy tales, stupid ideas, and even the magic shows on TV to make the world believe that magic and magecraft is just a myth and illusions. However, today, 2 servants decided to make their show global and told everyone that there's a possibility of dragons popping out from anywhere or a light from heaven drop on their heads. The Magic Association and Church were racking their brains to find a solution to the problem and calm it before their agents delete the memories of most of the people, which will make the others look crazy and shut up about it. But there was one thing for certain, which is what the hell is happening in Fuyuki. Was a ritual built by just 3 families this crazy to destroy the world? What happened in the sky left a scare in the mind of Magi that would be difficult to heal. It was a war beyond words for Magi. Even if they ignored the mystery exposure and huge damage, they cannot let something like the Holy Grail run wild anymore, be it for Magic Association future or their greed. However, before the true force of power was sent to Fuyuki, the Magic Association and the Church suddenly stopped all the preparations and announced it was not necessary. They even decided to wait and see while keeping a close eye on the situation by sending some agents. The huge change in decisions made everyone baffled beyond words, even if the decision was from the Lords of the Clock Tower and some special members of the Church. However, this didn't stop the Magi from figuring the situation, but they received some information that made them pale and extinguished all thoughts of going to Fuyuki. You can't blame them because the Holy Grail and what happened in Fuyuki was announced as the magecraft experiment of a very important figure in this world and nobody wants to mess with him without preparation. Meanwhile, in a spherical room with the view of the starry sky, a wooden chair was floating. However, even if the chair was mysterious and weird with its design, it was completely overshadowed by the man sitting on it. The man was old and had a beard on his face. His clothes were like a wizard robe, but it was fancier. However, the unique thing was his aura that didn't look like a human at all. This is wrong, the man waved with his hand as a book was floating in front of him and its pages were turning with a quick speed. All axes, points, lines, and even possibilities of the timelines were annihilated from that part of the world. The man touched his beard as he was in deep thoughts about the situation. Usually when this happens, the world, Gaia, Alea, and Root won't interfere and let it die for good, but it seemed something is special about that one. The man looked at his book before he sighed and said, "Is it because of those unusual readings I received lately?" Kister Zelrich Schweinorg, the wizard Marshall, is in a slight dilemma about what is going around because this has already surpassed his second true magic calculations. What do you think about the situation? Suddenly, Zelrich said without looking behind him. I have to say that I'm surprised that you're the first one to interfere. There was an old phone on a small table behind Zelrich as it started talking suddenly. Oh, even if I'm old, I can't just miss all the fun. Zelrich stroked his beard before he said, and if I don't then those kids will send the association to its death while you try to play around. Zelrich was one that calmed down the situation around the world by making a phone call to the Church and the Magic Association. He announced to the world that the Holy Grail is his magecraft experiment, that he was preparing for it for a long time. No one was able to openly deny him because he was a supervisor of the Holy Grail creation. He pulled the card of, "I'm stronger, so I'll take care of it for you and you don't have to worry," on all the organizations in the world, which made them slightly angry, but more helpless because the wizard Marshall spoke and there's nothing they can do about it if they care about their lives. Well, some don't care about their lives, but that's a different story. However, if someone knows Zelrich, he'll know that he's trying to protect the association from danger that even he can't contain without paying a heavy price. How rude. But you notice their strength, huh? The men behind the phone, the dead apostle, Kabak Alcatraz, sighed before he said, "I don't want to be involved with them, but the situation doesn't allow it." Dead apostles were the humans who became vampires by different means, like magecraft or getting their blood sucked by a vampire. Kabak Alcatraz is the 27th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, which Zelrich is in, and he's also an old friend of his. Solomon and Beast 6, both of them grew stronger to a degree that I don't want them to aim at me. Zelrich tapped his book as the pages started turning again while thinking about the situation. Can't they take their personal problems away? One was crowned by God and another by humanity. The amount of contradiction between them is so huge that's ridiculous. Zelrich started to get annoyed by the Christianity-related servants making a mess everywhere. Solomon, the king of magecraft, from the name you can know that all the magecraft against him is useless, and now he has enough power to use other true magic, even if they are incomplete, which puts Zelrich at a huge disadvantage. Beast 6, the beast of Babylon, isn't all that complicated with Zelrich because the beast can kill him directly. True ancestors are incarnate natural spirits born from the planet, Gaia, and can be classified as planet-level spirits higher than divine spirits. However, all these traits of power can count as a huge debuff facing Leo and his planet-killing dragons. This is a 10x attribute advantage, not to mention the dead apostle like Zelrich, who are weaker against the planet-killing than the true ancestors. Zelrich doesn't see any hope for victory in his current condition, which is weaker than his peak. Even having clones in parallel worlds is useless if Beast 6's second noble phantasm was involved, and it's a checkmate across all parallel worlds if the first noble phantasm caught him. His youth form has a better chance, but those three noble phantasms are still a great danger. After all, he was a human at some point. I know humanity had the hobby of dooming itself, but for them to allow something like that to exist. "I'm totally speechless," Kabak said as he wondered how much humanity illusions and evil can reach to create 7 beasts of calamity. There have been some changes in Beast 6, but those three noble phantasm are all linked to each other. They can even be counted as a single noble phantasm revolving around the crown, which is very annoying if I might say. Zelrich remembered Solomon and his rings that can protect him from the Beast VI's second noble phantasm as he was speechless again. "So, did you just come here for chatting because we can do that over a cup of tea, or you're here because of the spider?" Zelrich said as Kabak was silent for a while. Spider might be a silly nickname, but that's the nickname of one of the strongest things in this world, the ultimate one, type Mercury, who's sleeping in South America, waiting for the land of steel to arrive. Kabak and Zelrich were worried about his awakening because of all the noise Solomon and Leo made. The spider isn't the biggest problem here. "Zelrich, do you think we can survive the Forsaken Eden?" Kabak took a while before he said those words that made the expression on Zelrich's face solidify a little. "No, sorry old friend, but our chances are 0% in the normal conditions. After all, that sealed garden is the biggest rebellion against the Lord and the real authority of Beast 6. Only beasts, humans, or beings out of the planet can survive." Zelrich stroked his beard before he grinned and said, "It's like dropping the heaven on the mortal world and the thing that Monica Sadju was trying to use, which make me wonder what reaction will the church have if they know about his existence. That crown and all the records of evil, I really want to pass because if I'm going to die, I prefer to die by the crimson moon." Kabak was having a headache which he didn't have in a lot of years. "Enough with chatting, do you have anything important because I don't have time to waste with your failed comedian," Zelrich said as it made Kabak almost crash the phone from the other side. "Look at this." With those words, the book in front of Zelrich started turning faster before it landed on a particular page. "This might change everything." Zelrich widened his eyes while looking at the page that didn't have any information. This book is a mystic code connected with parallel worlds and their information, but there was nothing on this page, no past, present, or future. However, there was one single name. Ritsuka Fujimaru. Meanwhile, at Fuyuki City, near Mount Edu, there was a group of people walking around. Or floating. Leo was floating around while talking about something with Archer and Merlin. Nero was still holding Leo's hand with the excuse that my spirit origin is still fragile and needs more adjusting. However, she was looking at Rin, who told everyone that they can't stay there, like an enemy. After everything that happened, the group left the battle scene and proceeded to evacuate because they also don't want to have the unnecessary trouble with the Magic Association, and the church. Even Rin, who was going to get involved anyway, didn't want to be at the scene. I just felt someone was talking about me." Leo looked at the sky as his instincts told him that was someone talking about him, which wasn't strange after all the trouble he caused. That to be expected. However, what is the next move in this battle? Nero nodded for some reason before she asked Leo, this wasn't a question about her actions, but she wanted to hear other opinions, especially her praetor before taking a step in this war. Hunt Solomon down, Leo replied instantly before he said, the smaller time he get to prepare, the better for us, especially for a caster that has a lot of cards in his sleeve. Oh umo. Then it'll be a wild attack, no running around and ending with a bang. Nero said with her exaggerated tone as it made Leo look at her before he said, it seems you're also a supporter of the mayhem route. Mayhem. I don't know about that, but the bigger the shock on everyone faces, the better it'll be. Nero said as Leo nodded again while Ritsuka was sweating as she was holding the sleeping foe. Merlin told her that foe isn't an adult of his race yet, so he needs some sleep once in a while after some action. So, you were sent by Alea, Archer-san. Ritsuka looked at Archer as Rin was still holding her forehead while she knew that her servant is a traitor to all magi. Ah, at first, it was a normal summon, but then, it became a mission, Archer said calmly while choosing to ignore Ritsuka's familiarity with him before he looked at Rin and said, don't worry, master, I'm still your servant, but humanity survival come first in my job. It was just a Holy Grail war, it was supposed to be a battle for the honor of my family, why did the survival of humanity become involved? Rin was having another mental breakdown, maybe that information should be given to her slowly as Ritsuka was tapping her shoulder. I see, then the information from Alea should come from the Fourth Holy Grail War. Merlin remembered the time when even he lost most of his clairvoyance effect on this world before he said, there has been a different summon of a caster from the last Holy Grail War, but I know nothing except it was close to Berserker, Lancelot. Caster, you say? Leo tried to look with his clairvoyance, but like Merlin said, he couldn't see a thing, like something was blocking his vision. Yeah, there was a problem in the last Holy Grail, Alea said it's connected to the Matuz house. Archer stopped for a moment before he said, according to calculations of human order, there has been a loss in connection with a human there before it was fixed almost instantly, but Alea kept it in mind. Matu? Archer, what do you mean? Suddenly, Rin woke up from her mental breakdown and asked Archer, who sighed because he knew this would happen. Leaving Archer with a raging Rin, Merlin looked at Leo before he said, can't you look at the records? I can, but I won't, because looking at humanity's sins and flaws all day hurt my brain. Leo rejected the idea before his expression became blank and he said, and I'm disappointed by her, Root. Disappointed by the Roots, huh? If those magi heard you, they'll question life before hunting you down for their honor. Merlin felt he'd only see new stuff as he was hanging around these guys before he said, that's a shame, it'd be a quick solution if you do. Leo glanced at Merlin, but didn't say anything. Your servant really loves to talk about humanity and their sins. Rin was trying to shake Archer, but she failed because of his strength before she looked at Leo and Merlin conversation and asked Ritsuka, who seemed the only one who'll answer something even if she was still scared of her. Eh? Well, that because. Ritsuka frowned for a moment before something popped in her head and said. He's Satan. Ha. Rin raised her voice of confusion before she looked at Leo who was grinning and looking at them. Finally, some recognition, and I can finally say this. Leo nodded with satisfaction at Rin's pale face before he said, you thought it's your regular servant, but it was me, Satan. Archer face-palmed himself while holding the fainted Rin. Merlin was whistling, Ritsuka tilted her head at this introduction, and Foe was sleeping. The Holy Grail seemed to be clouded in more mystery as Satan was happy by finally getting some recognition and making someone faint from his name. Chapter 80, The Correct Rules. After all the crazy events and problems that happened today, the sun went down as it announced the end of the day. Everyone was still on their nerves from today, but the Church and Magic Association worked very fast as most of the normal people got their memory deleted by magecraft in different ways across the world. They used devices, bounded fields, familiars, long-range spells, even the creatures against humanity like dead apostles didn't interfere in the process. What was left of the people that remembered what happened, asked their friends about it, but they only looked like crazy. Even any information they posted online got deleted before they received a visit from a familiar to take their memories. As organizations that rule the world from the bright side with their fortune and from the dark side by magecraft, the Magic Association and Church worked very fast and cleared the situation, but they couldn't just forget about Fuyuki City just because Zelrich told them so. If they did, then they won't be stubborn believers and crazy magi. First of all, they sent some investigation agents to Fuyuki to check the situation before anything else, then the Church decided to call the source directly to know about the situation. After all, they have an insider in the Holy Grail War, which made their temporary ally, Magic Association, confused because they also supposed to have an insider in that war, except they lost all the connection with her. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, in the Church of Fuyuki City, Kirai was holding a phone as he was talking with someone from the church. Tosaka Air can't be a help for us. This is a war and she's one of the participants, and after all what we saw, I don't think she has time for this. Kirai didn't say a single lie in his words, even changing the truth a little will be discovered by the other party, so he's just answering what he knows while maneuvering around the questions with a lot of information. It also seems that the other party is busy and in a rush. I'll keep you informed about this war while waiting for the reinforcements. Kirai received some orders from the church as he chose to follow them without any question. In these troubled times, we need to strengthen our beliefs and remember that the Lord will always guide us, Kyrie said calmly as the person behind the phone seemed to be pleased before hanging up. Putting the phone aside and lowering his hand, Kyrie closed his eyes and started to think about what he'll do now. What wrong, fake priest? Having some trouble? Cu was leaning on the wall of the church with his back while looking at Kyrie with a grin on his face. Or maybe someone will see what you did, Cu's sarcastic tone continued as he was making fun of Kyrie, even if he knew that he wouldn't achieve any effect. He's angry about the fact that everything that happened, from servants' battle to world destruction and this master of his, didn't allow him to go and join the fun. Cu felt that he missed the party of a century that even the age of gods didn't have, so he isn't feeling well now. Like Cu thought, Kyrie didn't change his expression when he heard his words before he looked at the window as the snow that was melted by Solomon's light beam started falling again. Lancer, go and check the surroundings, Kyrie said before he walked away and entered the back of the church. He needs to do something quickly, especially when he can't call Gilgamesh now. Cu looked at Kyrie leaving before he clicked his tongue and left the church. He doesn't want to stay here a single second and he might find some servants to talk about life, fight, in this night. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion that was covered in green light and a ton of magecraft spells to block clairvoyance. Leo, Merlin, and Archer were in the same room as a slightly heavy atmosphere was around. After reaching the mansion, Leo went to secure his mansion from the stalker, Solomon, with his power as he modified the mansion slightly to block the clairvoyance effects, even if he doesn't know if this will be able to block Solomon's one. Merlin also runs around while throwing some spells here and there and looking at the different beasts in Leo's mansion. All beasts with spirits' powers liked Merlin. Windcat, Diachu, even Palkia who is always in the mansion hidden space, liked Merlin. Well, as a magus who knows spirits a lot, this wasn't surprising. Archer went into a random room and put the fainted Rin on a bed before leaving and closing the door behind him. Archer is working with the logic of if they wanted to kill us, they would have done it a while ago, so it's okay for now. Nero wanted to look around the mansion, especially when she went and saw Leo's beasts running around, so she dragged Ritsuka with her, even if Leo felt that she is planning something, but when he saw her looking at Diachu Dio's face without freaking out, he didn't have anything to say. Now, can we talk about the important things? Archer crossed his arms and looked at the two clairvoyance assholes in the room. Oh. Are you sure you want to enter the subject? Leo sat on one of the chairs in the room as he held the sleeping foe in his arms. He's now sending some of his mana to foe to help him recover faster while petting his head, so no one can know about his hobby. Perfect plan, as expected from Satan. Of course, wasting any more time will reflect badly on us, especially when we are working together now. Archer shrugged his shoulders as he didn't seem nervous at all. Did you recover your calm this quickly? You're not fun at all, Leo sighed as his words made Archer's eyebrow twitch. Although your actions until now are not of the devil, but I have to say that you're really an asshole, Archer said the truth about the situation, even if his words always seem to carry sarcasm in them. Of course, I'm an asshole, Leo said calmly as Archer and Merlin looked at him with the look of, are you okay? What with your look? If I'm going to be a jerk and an asshole then I'll admit it directly, it's not like I'll say I'm a good guy or a gentleman. Leo summoned his coffee cup before he said, even if I'm Satan, I have standards and shit. Sigh what a weird day, Archer sighed at one of the most bizarre days in his life. It seems you are not only calm, but even taking it easy, huh? Leo felt his dignity as Satan and a beast is being questioned by these people around him. Why wouldn't I be? It is not like you'll just kill us randomly and I also want to thank you for showing me that my ideal was a complete lost cause, Archer sighed again as he said while closing his eyes. Ideal? You mean the justice partner? Well, it's a stupid ideal from the start that only the fools will go after, but what to say, each one of us in this holy grail war is a fool in his own way. Leo shrugged his shoulders as he didn't care a lot of this topic. The land of steel, huh? It's really a frightening future. Is this why you don't want to do anything? Merlin spotted something weird about Leo's cup, but he couldn't detect it, so he just asked this question. I told you, Merlin, what you're living and looking at now is just an if scenario created by the counterforce to delay their demise, but they forgot something. Leo glanced at Archer before he said, humanity won't change and they will cross all the obstacles, even us beasts. However, no matter how much they struggle, their ending won't be on the hand of an alien god, Cthulhu, or a beast. It'll be with their own hands. Leo said the reason why he finds his advent as beast completely meaningless is because he doesn't see the point of attacking something walking to his own demise. How many different developments happened in this world, beasts, alien gods, true ancestors, but humanity always overcomes them. However, their ending will always be because of their actions. Ah, I have to say that is completely correct, which shows how pathetic my actions were. Archer let out another sigh as he was thinking about his past self in this world. That's kind of strange. Your actions and ideal is indeed stupid and meaningless, but at least it's not pathetic. Leo said some words that made Archer open his eyes and look at him with a weird gaze. In that journey of yours, you gathered a lot of sins, but you also had a ton of blessings, even if you want to deny it. Kings and heroes, who the history was cheering for, all of them built their legends with blood on their hands. Leo looked at his reflection on the cup as he seemed to be able to see a young man walking in the desert. I don't think this makes you all that different from them. Leo took a sip from his coffee and looked at Archer's surprised eyes as he chuckled a little. Don't get me wrong, you and even them are completely sinners, who should visit me in hell to talk about life. After all, in my species, angel and beast, way of looking at things, a sin is a sin no matter how much you try to justify it. Leo chuckled again as he felt this topic is more interesting than looking at the flaws of humanity all the time. Archer stared at Leo for a moment before he leaned back on the wall with his eyes closed and said, "Oh. Then what does this make you?" "Me. I'm the biggest and worst sinner of you all, so cry all you want because I'm number one here," Leo said as he had some pride in this thing, which is very weird. "Who'd cry for that? I'm just particularly annoyed for thinking that the devil is more pleasing than God's now," Archer said with an annoyed tone in his voice which made Leo laugh. "It seems that I'm doing my job properly in the end," Leo said as he took another sip from his coffee. Now, what do we know about the Fourth Holy Grail War situation?" Merlin saw the interesting conversation end, so he took the topic into another direction. "Not much, even Alea doesn't have a lot of information because her direct connection was cancelled, except some faint connection with humanity." Archer said what his boss Alea told him because he's the only one that can have a direct connection with it. "Even with clairvoyance we don't know anything, be it in the present, future, and past. Some big things are happening in the back and I don't like it." Leo looked at Merlin before he said, "And how you don't know anything? I'm pretty sure you were stalking your king in that war from Avalon." "Of course, I was watching over her, but it was like a dark screen appear when something irregular happened there, but the situation didn't change much, which surprised me." Merlin was confused because of that for a moment before an idea popped in his head before he said, "I remember her in the king's talk. It was a disaster, I must say, but I wonder what you'll say in her condition." "Huh? I'm not a king, so why should I care, but you should have taught that king of yours to launch her noble phantasm in other people's face more. Who the hell will tell me what I'll do or not?" Leo waved his hand as he didn't want to think about the stupid King Arthur of Merlin. Merlin couldn't help but nod at these words. A king is a king, each one is different and each one has his majesty. If you're a king, you can't allow another king to tell you that your way is wrong. The moment his king started doubting herself because of the other two kings' words, she lost that battle, their respect, and even her identity as a king in their eyes. Leo didn't know that his asshole thinking is working very well with the king system of this world, but Merlin was focusing on something more important. Does that cup have the concept of infinity? Merlin looked at the sign of the snake biting its tail on the cup. "Ah, this. Well, I took this concept from the Ouroboros dragon, but I didn't know what to do with it, so I just put it here temporarily. It was worth it though." Leo told the story behind his infinite coffee cup. Archer stared at these two talking about the infinite concept as his eyebrow was twitching when he heard that Leo got it in exchange for some sweets before he said, "Can we return to the topic?" "Like I said, you're no fun at all." Leo sighed at these words as his words made Archer exhausted again. "But to think about it, will your king be summoned this time?" Leo put his hand on his chin as he asked the most important question that made Archer widen his eyes slightly. "No idea, a lot of things changed now." Merlin also felt this is a very important question. "What do you mean?" Archer asked before Leo answered instantly. "With all these enemies running around, I don't see a chance your past self will survive for long. If he's alive now. Survive for long. If he's alive now." These words kept repeating in Archer's head as his brain lagged for a moment before a strange feeling of wanting to celebrate appeared in his head. "Yeah, probably he's dead now," Leo said again as Archer almost jumped from joy before they all stopped and looked at the side. A strange wave of mana rushed to the surroundings as the calm night was filled with the mana again. Every servant and magi in the city felt this mana as it meant one thing. Two servants are about to fight now. Well, the Holy Grail War should be done in the night, but to think he'll follow the rules. Leo grinned as he was looking at a far place with his clairvoyance. In a forest next to the mountain area where Alcides was, Gilgamesh and Enkidu were standing there as their mana was flying in the air. Two old friends and epics are meeting face to face while everyone seems to forget that the Holy Grail War is supposed to be done at night. Chapter 81, Two Old Friends. The moon was rising in the sky bringing some light on the snow-filled night, but it wasn't the only thing rising. The mana in the surrounding was also increasing as it filled the vicinity of Fuyuki City. Despite that, the mana wasn't as strong as what the world witnessed in the morning, but it was enough to give Magi a heart attack because this level is something from the Age of Gods and the oldest epic of humanity. The Magi felt the mana as they almost puked blood because these bastards are starting again. After all the memory-deleting events, the Magi doesn't want to go into another marathon. Well, at least they are doing it at night. In these times, the last thing anyone wants is another world-ending event that will ruin everything they did during this day. As I expect of the King of Treasures, he is really a model role that all of us should follow. These were the thoughts of Leo, who was watching with clairvoyance. He snapped his fingers as the space started to twist before it became a screen and showed the scene of the battle. Gilgamesh and Enkidu were standing in an empty spot in the forest as both of them didn't say any word until now. Suddenly, both of them smiled, which brought chills to all the magi who were watching the show as the mana increased even further. Assassin who was hiding in the shadows jumped from his place and retreated from his position. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With an explosion of magical energy, Gilgamesh and Enkidu moved at the same time. Thousands of spatial circles appeared behind Gilgamesh and an equal number appeared from the ground beneath Enkidu. The two friends didn't hesitate for a moment before they launched their attack with full power. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Thousands of noble phantasms were colliding on the ground and air, each explosion made the air vibrate and the mana flicker. However, this didn't end as more and more weapons appeared and everything was razed to the ground around them. All the magi were sweating when looking at the fireworks and explosions filling the mountain range, but before they calmed a little, the mana increased again as a red light and thunder filled the sky suddenly. Gilgamesh raised his hand as a golden key appeared before an enormous amount of magical circuits appeared on his hand. All the circuits started gathering again before they became something like a drill, but in fact, that's a sword. A sword that existed before the concept of the sword was made. It's the Sword of Rupture, EA, an anti-world noble phantasm. Roar with all your might, EA, raising EA to the sky. Gilgamesh used all that he could from EA power as the sword started to spin at an alarming rate and a red storm was destroying everything. It doesn't matter where he attacks or where he swings, no one can escape his attack because his target is the world itself. Well, this is a little worrying. Leo stood up from his chair and walked towards the corner as he started to draw something on the floor. King Gilgamesh is going all out, even using EA. This is indeed a little worrying, Merlin said as he was curious about what was Leo doing with that magical circle that he drew. Maybe, I thought I had to interfere with the reunion of the Clay Club, but it seems that unnecessary, Leo said as he looked at the screen and saw Enkidu open his arms. The chains of heaven. Really, it seems even their noble phantasms are to clean each other's problems. Archer glanced at the screen as he heard footsteps coming from the door as Nero and Ritsuka rushed inside. Meanwhile, Enkidu opened his arms to the sky as thunder rushed from the ground and gathered around him. The earth cried out as mana was rushing from everywhere towards Enkidu as an equal power to Gilgamesh EA appeared on him. I'm happy, Gil, even if it's only this time. I'll go all out. Veins and trees started to grow around Enkidu as he started to lose his human form. At this moment, even Archer felt some of the power of the planet, Gaia, and the power of the human order, Alea, gathered on one thing in this world. I'm a weapon. Use me as you will. O humans, let us restrain the gods above, Enuma Elish. With those words, Enkidu lost all his human form and turned into a huge tree with chains rushing towards Gilgamesh in the sky. Gilgamesh grinned at this scene before he pointed EA at the chains and said, the star of creation that split heaven and earth, Enuma Elish. A huge storm that ripped the sky apart rushed to the ground as everything was getting destroyed by it. The world was screaming, but only a tree stood against that disaster as it blasted right through it without any hindrance. The star of creation collided with the chains of heaven as the damage to the surroundings suddenly started to disappear. EA's power that was supposed to destroy the world started to melt down against the chain of heaven and become restrained, but the chains were also collapsing slightly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A huge sound, but no explosion happened as the two noble phantasm cancelled each other. The light filled the sky before it became fragments and fell to the ground. A huge hole was on the ground that almost destroyed two mountains was the only thing left from this clash. The power of the counter-force and the void collided on this day as both of the users started at each other again. Gilgamesh was flying in the sky and looking at Enkidu, who returned into his human form with a smile on his face. I'm relieved. I was surprised by this nostalgia figure, but it seems you're not as young inside. Gilgamesh looked at Enkidu as EA was still rotating. But for you to focus on stopping the damage, you're as selfish as always. This makes me think that you only wanted to protect the forest more than having a battle with me. Gilgamesh smiled more before he said with a sigh, that's just like you. Though this is an empty land filled with only mongrels and rats, at least, you're able to distinguish between lives now, Gilgamesh said as EA started to rotate faster again. Enkidu heard Gilgamesh's words as he only shook his head before he said, I'm not qualified to say that. I'm just a weapon that follow his master's orders. Still saying those things, even after dying. You haven't changed at all. Gilgamesh looked at his old friend's face as he said those words casually. And you after all those years, still reborn as a tyrant, but I have to say. That thing in your body has changed you, Gil. Enkidu's expression changed for the first time as he was able to see what Gilgamesh's body was made of. A dark mud filled with all the malice of the world. Humph. Even if it's this world evil, the king can carry it all. Gilgamesh said as another red storm was generating on EA. Is that so? Even if it's changing your judgment of things. A king shouldn't be this gloomy and tyrannical in his actions, Gil, Enkidu said with a smile as it made Gilgamesh laugh a lot. Even in the middle of our reunion, you would still want to tell how a king should do his business. You really never change. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed even more as Enkidu was still smiling because he was happy to meet his old friend. Suddenly, both Gilgamesh and Enkidu flinched as they stared at the side because a new element had been added to this battle. A light flashed around before Enkidu was teleported from this place and a visible rage appeared on Gilgamesh's face. Meanwhile, at the other part of the mountain, a man with a cigarette in his mouth was staring at the battle between Enkidu and Gilgamesh. This man is Enkidu's master as he was slightly uneasy about this battle happening at this time, but Gilgamesh rushed towards them without any warning, so he had no other choice. I already lost Team B for that servant in the morning, and now Team A is running low because of Rider's sneak attacks. Enkidu's master looked at his watch as it showed some light spots around Fuyuki City. They lost Team B yesterday and on this day, he lost some members of Team A against some white creature when they were tracking Rider. Suddenly, Enkidu's master widened his eyes before a gun appeared in his hand and shot behind him. The gun, even if it looked simple, shot a thick beam of laser that destroyed an arrow coming from behind and burned everything in its path. With my command seals, Lancer teleports to me now. Enkidu's master said without any hesitation as light flashed and Enkidu appeared next to him. Enkidu glanced at his master for an instant before his hand turned into a blade and shot down a couple of arrows. It seems everyone is in here. How nice, the voice of a man came from the forest before Alcides' master was walking casually toward Enkidu and his master. Hello there, Guild Master Alex. It's a good evening, right? Alcides' master said with a funny voice as it made Enkidu's master, Alex, frown. Alex didn't answer as he looked at the side and saw Alcides aiming at Enkidu and him from a distance before he said, your face seems new, did you change it like you always do, Lizard? Oh, how mean of you to say that. Lizard is Alcides' master code name, but he doesn't seem to care about it at all. I'm here just to have some fun and make friends. Is this a hard thing to ask? Lizard wiped the non-existing tears from his face as Alex didn't care about these actions of him. You're really taking it carelessly, mongrels. Did this king treating you like rats wasn't enough to teach you a lesson? Suddenly, a voice appeared in the sky as Gilgamesh was floating and looking at everyone around with a huge anger, except Enkidu. Oh. Is this your master? To think it was a rat that doesn't even deserve to be called a mongrel. Gilgamesh seems angrier about the fact that Enkidu's master is one of the players. Even mongrels can do something useful for this world, but these rats are just a parasite that should be burned. Gilgamesh raised EA in his hand as the red storm was rotating again. He doesn't have any patience after he saw Alex. He's prepared to bury everyone here and complete his battle with his friend. Oh, how scary. I'm almost shivering, Lizard said with a funny tone before a golden light flashed and a sword pierced his head. *BAAM. Asterisk. A pothole was created because of the noble phantasm power as Gilgamesh didn't even glance at Lizare. However, Alex didn't change his face and kept looking at the same location. Hee, a creepy sound filled the surroundings as the smoke around Lizard was blown away suddenly. Ah, this is refreshing. It has been a while since I got headshot. Lizard stood up normally with a sword in his head as he was talking casually, like there was nothing at all. Immortality? No, it's something more. What an annoying rat. Gilgamesh glanced at Lizard with the corner of his eye. However, suddenly Enkidu flinched as he grabbed Alex and jumped away. In their location, a dark hand made of black fog was grabbing the rocks as they decayed. Curse of death. Master, this enemy is my natural nemesis. I can't be much of help here. Enkidu put Alex down, but Alex was furious when he saw the servant, which is Rider. Pale Rider, they really stole him from us. Damn it, what is happening in this mission? Alex looked at the living curse of death, who is called Pale Rider, as he wanted to retreat now. This was a sneak attack, which means the master of Rider is watching and he can't afford to be surrounded by all these enemies. One after another, you mongrels. Gilgamesh glared at Pale Rider that also wanted to ruin his reunion with his friend. This is getting more interesting with each moment passing by. Lizard blood started floating suddenly as he looked at Pale Rider join the battle now. The atmosphere was flamboyant as everyone was preparing with a fierce battle or trying to retreat immediately from this point of chaos. However, in Leo's mansion, Leo was looking at the spatial screen and his clairvoyance that became a black screen when the players appeared. So, how can I review this and give 1 star for this shitty service? Leo said casually as he was working on his magical circle. Everyone in the room looked at him as they felt the huge difference between the atmosphere here. Are they having the same Holy Grail war? Chapter 82, Assassin. The mountain range was filled with mana as the atmosphere of war was at its peak. The 2 oldest epics of humanity were battling on that land with other intruders here and there. The power of EA and Enkidu gave the Magi around another heart attack, but at least the damage and even the show was less flashy than Leo and Solomon. That was only because EA and the Chains of Heaven are meant to cancel each other completely as a symbol of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. EA with its power, rip apart the world around with its winds that dislocate time and space while Enkidu stitch it together with the power of the counterforce and recover the world to its normal state. This is only possible because, in Type Moon, the world is made of textures, a layer after a layer. However, the world in this condition cannot afford all those layers, so even EA can affect it badly if Enkidu didn't interfere. Leo didn't choose to interfere because he knew about Enkidu, and currently, he was preparing something more important than messing with his fellow edgy guys in this world. Despite that, he never said that he'll not mess with them. I take it back, this doesn't look good at all. Leo looked at his completely blocked clairvoyance as he decided that an alternative plan is necessary. The magic circle was already finished as it was glowing slightly. However, Leo wasn't completely satisfied as his clothes started to shoot some runes on the magic circle. A summoning circle. Do you plan to summon more servants? Merlin walked next to Leo as he observed the magic circle. It was the regular servant summoning ritual, but for Merlin, it was slightly different because of the runes and Leo's unusual mana. No, I don't need more headache with servants, Leo said as he was discussing with Venom which part they should focus on. Let's use Ensuz directly to make the ritual stable. Leo put the most dangerous proposal directly, which made Venom flinch before he said, the runes we have are using Tuaru rules as a base, which means if we use that rune, then Odin from this world will be informed immediately by our actions. Ensuz is one of the runes that means the arsenal god, and Odin. This is the rune of wisdom, harmony, and truth. This will help Leo in his surprise ritual for all those guys on the battlefield. Don't care about him. If he dares to show up, then I'll slap him across dimensions. Leo looked at the magic circle glowing as he was ready to kick a god in the face. Use Gibo for the ritual core and Hagalaz for extra assurance. More runes were flying around and merging with the magic circle as Venom wrote them before Leo calculated the best position with his calculations power. Gibo means all the matter in exchanges, including contracts, which will be the core of the ritual. Hagalaz means the uncontrollable forces and the wrath of nature, which also include trials and tests. This is a booster for power in this ritual. Merlin stared at the runes flying around as he wanted to go to the library to see if Satan or Lucifer had a vacation in Norse and stole Odin's runes. Leo didn't care a lot about Merlin's expression before Nero walked towards them and said, did something happen? King Gilgamesh and Enkidu were fighting, but the battle got interrupted, Merlin said while his vision was still on the magic circle. Oh, it seems that I missed something very important, Nero said while looking at the magic circle rotating. She didn't know a lot about magecraft or magic, but her skill can make her a caster in an instant. It wasn't that important, they'll just throw some attacks then evacuate in the end, Leo said with some annoyance in his tone as his eyes were glowing because of his emotions. Can I make some sort of emotion measurement based on this? Merlin looked at Leo that glow even in the night as he left that the Lightbringer is a fitting title for him. You mean like that assassin? This needs to be stopped. Nero remembered the time that took her to create the skill that defeated assassin and now she forgot it. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Leo looked at his side to see Nero, but the strange thing was her clothes. Her clothes were different from the usual red dress as they became a formal attire. She even had a small crown fixed with mana on her head. Oh, what do you think about my new clothes? Nero crossed her arms and raised her head as she looked very proud and confident. Well, it's good, I guess. Leo said with a lack of interest as he felt something from the magic circle. Apparently, no shocked expression. Nero put her hand on her chin while thinking that she needed something more amazing. It's different from what you think. You're the type of person who'll be beautiful in any type of clothes, Leo said calmly as he looked at Nero that had a half-surprised and happy expression on her face. Of course, I'm the flower of Olympia, after all, Nero said with pride which made Leo stare at her blankly. However, you should stop if your goal is to shock me or impress me. Nothing can make me completely shocked or make my heart skip a beat. I'm an angel, after all. Leo waved his hand as he said his true ideas directly. Moreover, I'm a scientific angel before a devil or Lucifer. Leo closed his eyes slightly as it was something he did to relax his mind from the world around him. Tuaru angels' way of thinking and acting is completely different from humans or anything else in this world. Something like looks or emotions is nothing important to them. Even humans are like a rock thrown at the side of the road. A scientific angel is kinda the same as humans, and creatures are just carbon-based lifeforms and nothing more. Keeping myself and thinking unchanged was a hard challenge at that time, but even so, it seems some of my way of thinking has changed. Leo remembered the accident in Asgard when his angel form went beyond everything he predicted. I see, then is this you or someone else? Nero tilted her head while looking up and down at Leo. Do you want to start some stupid plot about doubting my identity now? I'm me and I'll always be myself, nothing more. Leo's eyebrow was twitching just from the idea that he'll start a stupid doubting story now. Then it's okay. No matter what happened, you can never be someone else except yourself, even if you tried to lie to yourself. Nero nodded with her head before he smiled and looked at Leo in the eyes. Good to know. Leo looked at her for a second before he walked towards the magic circle and started his great plan of chaos. Emperor Nero, maybe you should take a step back from there. At the farther spot in the room, Merlin was sitting there while pulling Ritsuka away. He didn't want to be caught in an explosion from that magic circle. Archer didn't say anything as he went to spiritual form and rushed to his master. In the case of explosions, he should evacuate immediately. Leo stared at this action with the corner of his eye before he sighed and extended his hand. Light spots started to fly around his hand before the sound of chains echoed in the room as a small chain started to emerge from nothing. The chain was around Leo's right hand, glowing with a white color before a book appeared from the void. The book looked normal and not fancy in any form, but just its existence made the room atmosphere heavy. The book cover was also shocking to any magi in this world, with runes revolving around a Kabbalah tree of life, which all its 10 spots were glowing. Merlin put his hand on Ritsuka's eyes before he averted his gaze from the book. That's something he clearly shouldn't see. What are you doing, Merlin? Ritsuka felt Merlin's hand on her face as she was puzzled by his actions. Just bear with it for a moment, Ritsuka-chan, Merlin said with his usual calming voice as Ritsuka didn't question it any further. Nero also averted her gaze from the book, but she didn't take a step back, which made Leo wonder if she really wanted to take an explosion to the face because this ritual has a high probability to explode. Why is this world rules all this complicated? As a scientific angel, I should be throwing neutron stars at people. Anyway, let's do this. Leo activated his mana as he sends it to Venom before he said, activate the ritual, Venom. With Leo's words, the magic circle started rotating and glowing brightly. Sparks and electricity were flashing around as the magic circle now was working at its maximum power. This is a servant summoning ritual, but Leo chooses to use it in a very different way. He's using it to hack the Holy Grail system and track a particular servant. All the servants are connected to the Holy Grail mana reserve to exist in this world, which means, finding a way to enter the place can allow anyone to track or sneak into the spirit core of any servant here, as long as Leo has enough power to do so. However, before Leo started his plan, he took a glance at the magic circle before his book opened up and started to release some light spots. The light spots fell in the magic circle at the position of the runes before something was getting ignited. A golden light appeared from the room as the breath of divinity filled all its corners. However, it didn't last for a second because Leo grabbed the book of the law and slapped the golden light with it. By Aeopayam. A very loud slap echoed in the room as the golden light was shattered and the magic circle went to work normally. All this happens with Leo having a blank look while holding his glowing book. That was Odin. He was Odin. Slapped. Oh dear, Merlin closed his eyes as he witnessed Odin getting slapped back to the age of gods. After slapping Odin so hard between dimensions, Leo didn't show any change in his expression before he took back the book of the law and extended his hand above the magic circle. I see this world's flaws now because I was shocked by the end, so I'll go back to the beginning to understand it all. My powers are very ironic and stupid. Leo's mana was raising again before his eyes, horns, and necklace were glowing. The golden, dark blue, and green light was illuminating the room. After a moment, the green light moved towards Leo's right hand and stopped there. In this spiral of time. Let the concealed link show itself, Leo said as the green light materialized on his hand and started transforming into lines and threads. The threads and lines were green as they were moving around Leo and passing everything. The ceiling, the floor, Palkia's hidden space, even Nero. The lines and threads didn't seem to exist in this world. Magic circuits. Ritsuka was able to see again after Merlin took back his hand as she saw the lines and threads in the room. She widened her eyes at their number before noticing that Leo's horn had the same lines, but they were only one in each horn, unlike this huge number of green ones. I should call this move the Revenge of the Fate. Leo grinned as he waved with his hand before all the lines stopped in their places. After a moment, all of them rushed towards the magic circle. Leo stared at the lines as he controlled them with his hand. Crossing miles and miles, the lines passed the magic power reserve of the Holy Grail without stopping as they took some sort of a pipe. The lines seemed to know their target clearly as they didn't stop at any obstacle and reached a certain place using the Holy Grail as a shortcut. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone was on their nerves as the mana was boiling in the air. However, not everyone here was fighting. Slightly far away from the battle, Assassin was hidden in the shadows observing the fight and waiting for his master's orders. No sound or a breath, Assassin didn't even release a little bit of mana to the air. It was like he wasn't even here to begin with. But nothing lasted forever as Assassin widened his eyes inside the mask. At that moment, Assassin didn't almost fall down from the tree he was on because of the thing that appeared on his spirit core. Green lines and threads appeared without a warning on Assassin's spirit's core as he lost his contact with his master before everything around him disappeared. He looked around to see himself in a dark space with green lines all over the place. Greetings, Hasanai Sabah, a voice that came from nowhere made Assassin glance at his surroundings, but he didn't find anything. However, Assassin felt something very nasty and dangerous for himself in this space. I'm what you call the devil, nice to meet you. With those words, Assassin jumped away as he was very vigilant now. He didn't sense any lie in those words and this nasty feeling can clearly be explained now. Not much of a talker, huh? Well, I didn't expect a lot from an assassin like you, the voice said with some boredom as the assassin felt some anger, even if he didn't show it. Dirty monster, dare to insult our works and beliefs, assassin though in his head. No, I didn't insult anything, just it seems so ridiculous to me, the voice said again as assassin was sweating slightly because this devil can even read his mind. Well, after all, me carrying all your sins and flaws really made you think that you're the good guys here. Seriously, the voice said as assassin looked around him before he said, a monster like you isn't allowed to talk about humanity's sins or even dare to claim of carrying them. Oh. And why is that? The voice seemed to be interested in this topic as assassin was trying to buy some time to figure out where he's now and if he can escape. Our beliefs for the Lord is the thing that will keep us going and carry our sins with ourselves, not a monster like you. Assassin tried to use his mana to release his core from the green lines, but he failed. Yourself, you say? Okay, then. Here you go. Without a single warning, a green line fell from the sky and moved towards assassin. He tried to escape, but he couldn't move as the line touched him on the shoulder. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Assassin heard a cracking sound as his mind was in complete chaos. He didn't know if that was his spirit, mind, soul, spirit core, or all of them together, but he felt heavy, so heavy that he almost fell down. Ugh. Raising his head with difficulty, assassin felt that he saw or even experienced the time when he killed a person in his mission when he was alive. However, he felt it was heavy and painful, like something was tormenting him or more crazy, he sensed that he was punishing himself. So, how did it feel? That's the sin of killing, you have a lot of them, but it seems you're brave and kind to carry them by yourself from me, the voice said again as more lines fell, even the lines and threads on his spirit core were tightening on him. I can't use my noble phantasm completely, but this is enough. So, from the department of this concealed fate. Look at your sins closely, the lines fell on assassin's body as everything cracked. His mind and spirit core was crushed in an instant by a heavy weight that he never experienced before. He even saw all that he did in his life repeating in front of his eyes as the green lines ignited on fire and turned this place into a hellish landscape. This was his last vision before he lost all his feelings. Back in the mountain range, explosion sound were on the horizon as the fight started, however, in a place far away from it, assassin was lying on the ground before he stood up suddenly. My deep apologies, master. I wasn't able to answer thee because of an attack, assassin said with his cold voice as his master didn't feel anything weird. Closing the call with his master, assassin looked around as his eyes shone green before entering to the shadows. If anyone looks at his spirit core, he'll see it fixed by some green lines and threads. Assassin is usually annoying as an enemy, but very fun as an ally. Well, dance on the palm of the fool and backstab someone, assassin. A voice appeared in assassin's head as he nodded before leaving this place. In his mansion, Leo grinned as he was able to see from assassin's eyes, finally, I can clear some of these players quickly. On this day, assassin was already defeated, but before exiting this war, he was used as a double agent and as a assassin. Chapter 83, Mountain Range Battle. Everything in this world is unstable, be it legends or myths. All of them can change just by taking a different route or pushing a little stone in this history. This also reflects in the power system of this world as history and tales affected a lot, which includes understanding and revelation on the said history. Servants are one of the most affected parties in the world because history can create servants even if that history was a lie and just a fantasy written by humans. The creature in front of Enkidu was the result of this phenomenon in the world. Pale Rider, a living curse came from humans' fear of diseases and death. Differing from those called heroic spirits, Pale Rider is only one in name. Far from a hero, he cannot even be called a villainous spirit or demonic spirit. He is a disease, that which has existed since time immemorial and that which will continue to exist far into the future. He can even be called the horseman of calamity as it brought the disaster to the world, he was even the one that let loose of the Black Death that killed 50 million. Something like this can even be called a false god of death without a divinity, which can affect Enkidu greatly. Pale Rider was just standing there as the fog gathered in the shape of a person. He had no face or anything that can describe his thoughts, but Enkidu, who was gathering his mana to attack, felt that Pale Rider eyes were only on him. Master. Enkidu said calmly as he was waiting for orders. Battle or retreat, they all are in the hands of his master. However, without a single warning, Pale Rider exploded with a thick fog that started to cover the surroundings. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Dark fog that was darker than the night sky filled the mountain range as everything was getting killed by various diseases and curses. All the area turned into a swamp of miasma, which made Enkidu frown. Suddenly, hundreds of shadows and claws appeared from the fog. Each claw and shadow was carrying a strong curse while rushing toward Enkidu. Enkidu jumped from the way while shooting weapons made by mana with each step he took on the ground, but those weapons weren't able to stop Pale Rider for long as the claws were advancing in Enkidu and Alex's direction. Alex stared at the raging fog before he took a bottle from his space pocket and threw it. Pale Rider didn't even react as the bottle hit the fog and exploded with a bright light. The fog produced a corrosion sound as it started to become clearer, which meant Pale Rider took some damage, even if he recovered immediately. The holy water that clears curses can only tickle it, huh? I didn't think someone could steal a servant in front of our eyes. Alex took his gun that turned into a shotgun and shot a laser beam that only managed to clear some fog because of the heat. Lancer, keep this chase going. His master's goal is you apparently, Alex said as he started to mess with his watch. It's time to find this mother **** cur. Checking his scanning and observing items, Alex was determined to at least know the identity of Pale Rider's master. Enkidu didn't say anything as more mana was drawn from the surrounding before he used it to attack Pale Rider. A huge cloud of plagues and curses rushed to all the surroundings as it made the escape impossible for now. Pale Rider is a disease, something that can ride anything from animals, humans, water, even wind, so his speed is beyond Enkidu. The cloud didn't stop as it became a tornado and started to circle Enkidu, which gave him no chance to escape. Without changing his expression, Enkidu landed on the ground as weapons started to rise and surrounding him at the same time as Pale Rider rushed. Looking at the cloud of curses, Enkidu kicked the ground as the mana and weapons covered his body before the clash. A sound like boiling filled the fog as Enkidu's mana and weapons were dissolving in the fog. However, at that moment, Enkidu detonated all his weapons as a giant explosion hit Pale Rider. Boom. The explosion pushed the fog away as Enkidu jumped with his fastest speed away while Alex took a bottle from the holy water and threw it before he shot the fog. Another explosion happened, but this time the fog took more time to recover before it chased after Enkidu again. Suddenly, a large red river appeared, which blocked Pale Rider and forced Enkidu to leave the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield. Gilgamesh opened his gate of Babylon and shot Lizard and Alcides without mercy. All weapons were flying as they brightened the area like stars in the sky. The weapons were all noble phantasms with different ranks. Each one of them was filled with mana and flying with a speed beyond the speed of sound while aiming at Alcides and Lizard. However, all of that was useless as both of them looked at the weapons without a hint of worry. Alcides didn't even glance at the weapons as he just lifted his bow and smacked them away easily without even receiving an injury. The cloth on his face grants him the ability to not be hurt by the weapons of humans, which means most of Gilgamesh's noble phantasms are useless. Lizard didn't even move or do anything as all the weapons pierced him before exploding because of the mana. His body lost all its form as his blood and body parts were blown everywhere. However, it didn't take a moment before his blood and flesh started floating, gathering, and increasing. Gilgamesh summoned his flying ship, Vimana, and stood on it while glancing at what Lizard had become. All that flesh and blood turned into a lake of blood as it was drowning everything in blood. All the surroundings were washed away by the blood and the only thing that stopped it was Pale Rider's fog on the other side. For Gilgamesh, this was more like a river than a lake before he saw something in that deep red river. River of blood, huh? Gilgamesh was able to see thousands and thousands of souls in that river. Humans, animals, monsters, even creatures he never saw in this world were in that river. All of them were food for this river, the source of its power, and the extra lives of Lizard. He even saw those souls struggling and screaming, but they were helpless as they were in an eternal hell made by their blood. Gilgamesh's expression didn't change before he raised his other arm and said, "Die." A lot of other treasures appeared behind Gilgamesh and shot at Lizard's river of blood. This time the attack was fiercer as the noble phantasm ranks increased to B and A, filled with mana. Boom. Boom. Explosions were happening everywhere in the river of blood. The noble phantasms were able to stop the river and destroy a part of it, but it'll keep coming and won't stop regenerating. You rat. Gilgamesh saw Lizard absorbing some of his treasures in his river of blood as his anger reached the sky. No one can touch Gilgamesh's treasures without his consent, especially these rats, players. When the fifth Holy Grail became closer, Gilgamesh saw them appearing as they had one goal, which was stealing his treasures. But how could it be easy to steal the gate of Babylon that contains a part of human history? All their efforts were useless from the start, but they angered Gilgamesh greatly. He didn't even give a damn why these guys keep sending themselves to death each time they meet him, but he only cared about one thing and it's killing them all. However, before he did anything, an arrow rushed from the sky, aiming at Gilgamesh's head, but it was destroyed by a lightning bolt. Looking at the arrow getting destroyed by his automatic defense noble phantasm, Gilgamesh glanced at Alcides that was holding his bow. Is this the power of the King of Heroes? Pathetic. Use that sword or you'll never stand a chance against me, Alcides said as the mana and divine power were gathering on the bow as he aimed at Gilgamesh. Oh. With a calm tone, Gilgamesh glanced at Alcides and Lizard, river of blood, as he grinned and didn't rise EA. Without a single warning, a golden portal appeared behind Alcides before a spear shot at him. The spear was carrying thunder and lightning as it reached him instantly. Alcides sensed something he hated in the spear as he reacted immediately and jumped away. Boom. Lightning struck the place and a huge explosion reached Alcides in the sky and knocked him away. Twisting his body in the air, Alcides landed on the ground as he looked at his slightly burned before he said, "Gods." The previous weapon was Vajra, the symbol of Indra, a weapon created by Buddhism gods. Just by throwing it, Gilgamesh can use it to strike his enemies with the thunder of Indra. Honestly, he wanted to use it on gods to see their reaction, but Lizard already angered him a lot. Alcides raised his head to look at Gilgamesh, only to see something that made him widen his eyes before grabbing his bow. "What wrong? Won't you dance more, mongrel?" Gilgamesh said as a giant bow appeared from the golden gate behind him. It's something that Alcides knows very well because it's his noble phantasm, 9 lives. 9 arrows were shot by the bow as they turned into dark blue lasers flying in the air. Alcides didn't waste any time as he also shot his 9 lives. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Explosions filled the sky as Gilgamesh lost vision on Alcides, but his mirror noble phantasm allowed him to see all the battlefield clearly. Tapping the ship with his leg, Vimana did a sharp turn in the air and dodged all the red beams and blood waves coming Gilgamesh. The river of blood in the ground was raging as it turned into a lot of streams, rushing to Gilgamesh in the air, and trying to drag him down. Gilgamesh controlled Vimana in the air before he glanced at the river of blood and activated the Gate of Babylon with extra power. A giant golden portal appeared in the sky before it opened as a behemoth emerged from the capital of gold. A giant sword started to fall from the portal and dragged the wind with it as the air was shaking because of the storm. This is Alima, a gigantic sword that can be used just to crush enemies because of its huge size and weight. Fwahahahaha. Gilgamesh was laughing as the Alima falling speed increased before it reached the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The huge impact made the whole area tremble as the river of blood exploded because of the winds and lose all its previous formation. Having a noble phantasm for every situation. To be honest, this way of playing real shows the difference between fun to play and pay to play fighter here. Gilgamesh uses the power of money to crush everything. Meanwhile, while the battle was at its apex in the mountain range, Cu was on top of a building in Fuyuki staring at the explosions from afar with a blank look on his face. Again. Nobody invited me. Those empty words were carried by the wind as it told Cu's story of never finding any servant after looking for almost 3 hours. He even released his mana to attract them, but nothing worked as he stood there with his spear. Alone. There's no helping it, huh? Plan B, Cu said as he jumped from the building and rushed towards any amount of mana he can find in this city. After what happened in this city, any magi staying in this city has a high chance to be a master, so he even used some of Rune's magecraft to track some obvious sources of mana. However, he didn't know that in the shadows around him. A mask appeared in the shadows, glowing with a green light before it vanished. Chapter 84, Caster. The night was filled with mana because of the fight in the mountain range. For every noble phantasm and attack, the mana reaction in the surrounding was stirred up as the masters frowned at this battle. Although it's not the end of the world type of battle, all the fighters were very strong and might be one of the stronger caliber opponents in this war. This made the war's difficult increase more, even if it was already abyss rank because of what happened. Above the rooftops of Fuyuki, Cu was running and jumping in his spiritual form. His moves were very fast and agile as he crossed a long distance with just a little movement. Because of the mana in the air, the mana reaction was very confusing and hard to detect anything precisely. A regular magi will have a hard time trying to figure something in this mess, but Cu was able to advance without any problem. His rune magecraft, even if it's weaker in his lancer class, can calm the mana around him, which allows him to detect mana signals without a problem. Although he thinks it's too much trouble to use them, he doesn't mind as long as he gets rid of this boredom. However, for Cu, his instinct was the most important. He has a feeling that going in this way is the best route to find servants. After a while, most of the regular buildings started to decrease and what left was some fancy mansions. This area was the south end of Miyama Town, a suburban area of Fuyuki that contains old houses and traditional buildings. But in this area, the houses are Western style and fancier. Now, where is it? Landing on the rooftop of one of the mansions, Cu looked around as he felt the mana in the air before jumping again. The wind was blowing around him as the mansion in his sight was getting closer, but Cu always felt something off in this place, even if he couldn't detect it. He always believed in his instinct, but this doesn't mean he'll run away or back down. Very small, is there even a magi here? Landing on another mansion, which was fancier than others, Cu didn't know what to feel about this slight signal of mana in it. Maybe it was just a regular magi, who's not involved in the war. These were Cu's thoughts before he entered the mansion using his spirit form. The spirit form allows servants to pass through normal solid objects if there wasn't a barrier or a spell on them. This also made Cu more suspicious of this place because there wasn't even a small barrier. His instinct and logic were telling him two different things, but Cu entered away, so he might check the source of mana. After all, his master is a coward and won't allow him to run into the other fight. He even told him to retreat once his noble phantasm was revealed. Nothing, huh? CU traveled in the mansion until he reached its basement. It was dark and large for a normal basement. CU glanced left and right as he was trying to determine the mana place, but he was frowning slightly. Everything is normal, but why do I have a disgusting feeling from this place? Keeping this feeling in mind, CU took one step forward and exited from his spiritual form. At that moment, something like a mechanism in the basement was activated before two skeleton-shaped creatures appeared and rushed towards CU. Asterisk whistle asterisk. CU kicked the two skeletons into fragments while whistling and moving around. That was all, huh? It's very weird. CU felt the little mana disappearing with the skeletons before he said, no barriers, no enemies, small trap, and clear basement, which has a disgusting feeling in it. Either it's a stupid guy or someone who wants to hide his tracks by making the others think he's stupid. CU said his thoughts before he grabbed his spear and started to write some runes on the ground. He has nothing better to do, so he might just try and figure out what is going on. Using his runes to give him a vision of truth and taste of every mana in this place, CU felt this place is really disgusting, like a bug's nest just from the mana remnant in it. This mana and way it has been erased. 3 magi were using this place, the first 2 didn't hide their traces or they couldn't. CU felt 3 types of mana. One was normal, the second was like a bug, and the third one almost didn't exist. If it wasn't for his runes, instinct, and divinity, CU will never be able to sense the third one before he said, and this type of mana. Caster, huh? Well, I guess it wasn't a useless trip in the end, even if I didn't fight anyone. CU said with a helpless sigh as he was preparing to leave, but he didn't see the shadows in the basement moving around as Assassin was following all his movements. Presence Concealment EX isn't a joke. This skill allows Assassin to be one with the world in the shadows and avoid all detection abilities. He'll only be revealed when he attacks as it drops to A+. Although some special abilities and skills can reveal him, those aren't common things, which show how unlucky he was in this war. Master, I believe that I found the presence of the other caster. Assassin called him Master in his head. Excellent, this is a great discovery. Where did you find it? Assassin's master said through the link as Assassin said, I followed Lancer. He was the one who found it. Give me the location, and did you notice something strange? Assassin heard his master words as his eyes flashed green for a moment before he said, Matu resident. There wasn't anything, Stang. Good, continue the investigation and follow Lancer for the moment, Assassin's master said before he left the spiritual link. Assassin stared at the area around before he disappeared into the shadows. However, he didn't follow Lancer and went in a completely different way. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the middle of Fuyuki City. Good, finally we can have some foothold in this mission. A man wearing a black robe looked at the window as he quit his link with his servant. Caster and Matu, it must have something to do with Pale Rider stealing, the man said as he looked at his hand watch. This was something he used to communicate with his leader Alex during the mission. He got a clear order to wait until Alex figured out Pale Rider's master before they did any action. Is the leader in that battle, vice leader? Suddenly, the door of the room was opened as a man in a soldier outfit asked. Yes, we lost a lot of our members, even more than we intended, but it's okay if we can recover the loss with the mission rewards. The robed man didn't look at the soldiers as he said, the nightmare space doesn't allow weakness. The soldier nodded as he didn't say any other word. He knew this was supposed to happen in the mission, but it went more extreme than they intended. The nightmare space is the place where they take their missions and upgrade their power. It's a place where the law of jungle rules. Failures and weakness means death. These words always push the player to risk themselves to improve, even if it was mean to throw themselves at danger because it's better to die trying than dying on the hand of the nightmare space. Their guild, Silver Lightning, planned to enter this world and lower the members' number. The survival of fitness was the rule of this mission. This was something that most of the members didn't know. In the past, Alex raised the guild from 0 as it accepted a lot of players and reached a huge power, but the more they advanced, the difficulty of the missions was increasing. This change wasn't affordable by the guild because the resources can't be equal and so many members sharing them can reflect very badly on the guild overall strength, so it went to this. A survival game. The goal is lowering the members' number and allow the strong to survive as those will be the main focus for the resources. Everything went well at first, some idiot lost their lives in internal conflicts for the rewards or items and some met Gilgamesh as the greed took the best from them, even their lives. However, that didn't last as a servant came over and wiped the whole B team from existence before the world-ending event happened. The mission wasn't normal and this turned from a convenient test to a nightmare-level mission. The soldier didn't stay in the room as he left to take care of something, but he and the vice leader didn't notice the mask hidden in the shadows, shining green. Meanwhile, in Mountain Dew, there was a mansion in a secret location, hidden from all sights. Oh. Caster. A third caster. Or maybe a fourth caster. And Matu. Call me crazy, but my system user senses are tingling, Leo grinned as he looked at the show from Assassin's eyes. Assassin now is just a puppet with no mind dancing on his hand. The real assassin was already defeated, but Leo forced him to stay by using his noble phantasm and fixed him to this world. This drains more mana from Leo because the Holy Grail stopped giving any mana to Assassin, but this is nothing for him. You need more than 15 servants fighting around to make Leo really helpless about his mana capacity. Did you succeed in whatever you were doing? Merlin looked at Leo sitting on the table while grinning as she was curious about what happened. I was watching the detective, Mario see you lame, see you chillin', solving the case while some idiots were making fun of themselves. Leo grinned more as a creepy aura was around him, which made Merlin sweat a little. This looked like a very scary devil that Merlin didn't want to mess with, so he glanced at the surrounding using his clairvoyance before he walked away. Are you going somewhere, Merlin? Ritsuka asked as she was looking at Nero, who was thinking about something. She was in this state for more than 5 minutes as Nero entered deep thought mode. Are you worried about me? Fear not, I'm just going to stroll with the wind and look at this wonderful world, Merlin said as the petals were flying around him before he disappeared. Bullshit. Leo added from the side before he went back to his VR Assassin Creed, Fate Stay Night Edition. Ritsuka was speechless by these words and the fact that as a master, she's completely clueless about her servant actions. This makes it 2 if she counts Rin, who doesn't know what happened with Archer. I found it. Suddenly, Nero raised her head with huge excitement, which shocked Ritsuka. What do you Maya, ahhh? Ritsuka wanted to ask something, but Nero didn't give her any chance. She took her hand and rushed outside the room as Ritsuka was helpless against the strength of a servant. That looks interesting. Good for them. Leo looked at Nero and Ritsuka running away as he was able to feel Nero excitement from here, which even if he didn't want to admit it, but having a cheerful person around isn't all that bad. Don't you think so? Leo said to Foe, who woke up after some sleeping. Foe rubbed his eyes with his paw as he moved close to Leo on the table. You mean the little girl, Ritsuka? If she doesn't want to say what happened to her, then I won't mention it. Leo shrugged his shoulder. He was never the type that loves to dig up people's private things, especially if he at least knows this person and if that thing was important for the said person. Foe shook his ears as he said something to Leo. Mashu Kairi Light. Is this the person you're willing to fight for? Even recovering your beast power. How to say, you're really interesting and... Congratulations on finding this cause. Leo caressed Foe's head and ears as he smiled a little while looking at this fluffy white killing machine finding something worthy to live for. Well, if this is my kin and comrade request, then I'll make sure this timeline will come back to its normal form, be it for my job or this request, but first. Leo looked left and right while scanning the area with mana and his divinity before he took a cookie from his hidden space and put it in front of Foe. Foe tilted his head before he ate the cookie from Leo's hand, which made the latter smile as he took another cookie. However, at that moment, he saw Foe yawning and felt his mana was still weak from the morning. You used your mana to reach this timeline and some power in fighting, are really this determined? Leo sighed at this action this day before he looked at the cookie in his hand and said, do you prefer Genesis, history, or the end? Foe was confused with this question before he answered. Leo nodded before his golden eye glowed and the cookie in his hand was charged with golden color mana. He looked at the cookie in his hand before he said, Genesis flavor cookies. My genius is almost frightening. Leo felt he was making some weird things these days before he gave Foe the cookie, which apparently, he liked it a lot. Then Leo proceeded to feed Foe while patting him as it was very entertaining for him. However, he didn't know if any magi saw what he did with those cookies and how he wasted them. He'll suicide from this absurd action of wasting something that can even be a relic of a whole magecraft family. Even if it was a cookie. Chapter 85, Equality. In the corridor of Leo's mansion, red and orange shadows were rushing at a very fast speed. They already crossed half of the mansion, but they still had no intention of stopping. Well, at least one of them. Wait. Stop. Ritsuka, who was the orange shadow, was screaming because Nero was dragging her at a very high speed. It has been 10 seconds, but Ritsuka already felt herself in a blender because of Nero's speed and sudden turns in the corridor. What is wrong? Nero heard Ritsuka's voice as she stopped suddenly, which gave Ritsuka more headache. Don't give me that reaction, Ritsuka said while supporting herself with the mansion's wall. She is feeling that the world is spinning and everything is chaotic now. Ah, I forget you're still a normal human and a very weak magi, Nero said casually as it made Ritsuka glare at her and take a deep breath. Why did you drag me suddenly? Ritsuka fixed her hair before she looked at Nero, who was in a good mood. Because I got a great idea that I need to do immediately. Nero pointed at the sky while saying with an exaggerated tone in her voice. Then why did you drag me? Ritsuka dropped her from helplessness, which made Nero title her head and said, you're the only one available and doing nothing now. Ugh. Ritsuka was hurt by this statement because it was true. Leo is spying on people with assassin and probably preparing for a backstab. Merlin went outside, which most likely he saw something with his clairvoyance, and Archer is guarding his fainted master. Only Ritsuka and Nero didn't have something to do. Fine, I'll help. Ritsuka gave up under Nero's gaze before she said, are we doing something related to Castor, Lucifer. Ritsuka was almost sure about Nero's plan, but Nero smiled meaningfully while crossing her arms and said, Lucifer. The morning star, why did you call him like this? Ritsuka was surprised by the sudden question before she said, I don't know, but I feel that Satan isn't good for him, even if he seemed okay with it. I don't really know, but I think Lucifer is better and polite. ****. Is this a natural master? Or the last master of humanity? Nero shook her head, which confused Ritsuka, even if she felt that Nero was praising her. Enough with this, and for the answer to your question. Nero pointed to the sky before she said, this is something for me. Ha. This answer shocked Ritsuka as she didn't know what to say. Boom. Are you shocked? Are you fascinated by my genius ideas? Don't worry, this is just a normal reaction. Nero was satisfied by Ritsuka's reaction as she narrowed her eyes. But. Ritsuka's cheeks were slightly red before she said, don't you love him? I do. Nero said without hesitation, which made Ritsuka redder, but Nero didn't finish as she said, but I also love myself, so cherish them both. Ritsuka was more shocked by this statement. Are you surprised? My love is selfish. If I give it, I expect something in return, so I also want to be loved too. Nero said with excitement as Ritsuka felt she was burning passionately. For me, the one who's called a tyrant and the whore of Babylon, to find someone that somehow shares the same fate, beautiful, and great, is something that I'll never give up on. Nero summoned her sword as it stabbed it on the ground and said, so, I'll love him, take his heart, and let him like himself at least. Until now, Ritsuka realized what type of person Nero is. She is passionate about the things she wants and won't hesitate to do them or chase after them, which is something very different from her. These words and statements made Ritsuka speechless before she took a deep breath and said, honestly, I don't think he can love or return these feelings. You heard what he said. I mean, he isn't even aware of your feelings now. He knows my feelings and I can say, from a lot of beings in this world, he's one of those that can love a lot. Nero said with complete confidence, but Ritsuka looked at her with a, are you kidding me, look. ****, you should look into things more deeply and don't get tricked by the front he always puts on. Nero shook her head with disappointment before she said, as an example, he loves you, humans, even if that love was more like a respect. Ha. Ritsuka raised her voice while remembering all the disgusted looks and words Leo kept saying about humanity. Boom. You have the right to be confused because this statement was for the humans back then. As for now, I don't know for sure, but it isn't all that friendly, Nero said as Ritsuka guessed that it's the humans in the past, but now, in this modern era, Nero isn't sure about his feeling for them. Respect humans. Ritsuka didn't find any comment on this before Nero said, you humans gave and taught him something very important, so even the prideful angel respected you. Although he's not satisfied at all with the current state. I need to slow down. Ritsuka held her forehead as she felt her view that was built in these 2 days was crushed. What did we give him and what did we teach him? Ritsuka didn't know and she had a feeling that she wouldn't know even if she looked for an answer. This is why I said that his thinking isn't good at all, also his actions, Nero said with some anger as she muttered, for him to be so indifferent about himself, if this emperor eyes were bad, then she'll think that he even hates himself. Ritsuka gave up at this moment, but she couldn't feel help but to feel her idiocy and ignorance. If someone like Mashu was here, then she can see the best in people easily, like she did with her. Don't put that look. Nero snapped at Ritsuka, which shocked the latter a lot. Don't try to think, if that person or maybe that person will do better than me. Just do what you're capable of, this is the most important, Nero said while looking at Ritsuka with a stern gaze. Ritsuka clenched her fist as she looked at Nero's eyes. At this moment, she remembered Chaldea, Mashu, and how they all disappeared. But I know that they will do better. Ritsuka screamed in Nero's face. Maybe it was the pressure or what she witnessed these days. Ritsuka wasn't calm as she screamed again, I'm just a failure, a weak magi, and not even a fighter, I even failed as a master. Do you think I didn't do all that I can? But no matter what I do, it'll never be end dash. Swing. Nero waved with her sword as he pointed at Ritsuka's head with the blade tip and said, it's not enough because you didn't do enough. Look at yourself now, do you think you can't do anything? Suddenly, Ritsuka was speechless, but Nero didn't stop as she took back her sword and said, everyone is not equal. Do you know? The genius you're wishing to be isn't something with talent, no talent is still desirable, but it's just icing on the cake. The real genius is someone who understands the difference between him and others. When people compare themselves, they tend to fix the idea that they fundamentally equal. Nero shook her head before she said, sadly, that isn't right. Everyone is different. What is impossible for someone is easy for another. I'm almighty genius, but I never dreamed of others to be able to do something like me, or for me to imitate them, no matter how weak and average they are. With every word Nero said, Ritsuka lowered her head as she couldn't even look at her now. Everyone wants to believe they're equal, but that's a very far-away dream, a beautiful and warm dream that'll never come true. Nero looked down from a moment before she said, we have our problems, weakness, and sadness. Don't expect everyone to know what you feel because they're different from yourself, so if you want them to understand, face them and tell them directly. Ritsuka looked at Nero, who was smiling, as she bit her lips and didn't know what to say. Let me give you an example. Your servant also believed one day he's equal to his creator, but an angel isn't equal to God, no matter how he lied to himself. Nero's words shocked Ritsuka as she continued. Now, he let go of God's plan and that idea. He's just doing what he can with all his might without thinking about anything else. This is his pride, a true pride only for him, something that made him more brighter than the morning star itself. This thing was taught to him by you humans, and sadly, it appeared in him now more than most of the humans in this era. Nero shook her head with sadness as she recovered her sword. Do what I'm capable of. Ritsuka muttered those words as she was able to see a girl holding a shield and defending her, this weak master, who couldn't do anything. That girl was just pseudo-servant, but she didn't hesitate to protect her. Thank you. Those words came out of Ritsuka as she raised her head and stared at Nero smiling. Ding. Bond level up. Suddenly, the voice of a woman appeared in Ritsuka's head as it shocked her. She looked around, but it found out that Nero didn't hear it. Bomo. Don't thank me. You're a beautiful person, and it'll be a shame to let your beauty be buried here. Nero waved with her hand before she said, now, let's go back to the subject. I want to become an idol. Nero raised her fist with excitement. Hoa. This was the biggest confusion Ritsuka received in her life before Nero caught her hand again. I saw this when we were in the city. I believe this is the best stage for me to show the world my almighty genius abilities. Without waiting for Ritsuka to answer, Nero ran away as the corridor was filled with Ritsuka confused screams. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Leo was covering his face as Fo wasn't able to see his expression. Fo asked what was wrong with him. Nothing, but can she stop stabbing my floor? Also, if she wants a long monologue, she can do it away. How does she know all that? Leo sighed before he muttered. That was embarrassing. This guy felt his mansion was stabbed by Nero as he looked with clairvoyance to see her monologues, which he wished if he didn't see them. Removing his hand from his face, Leo decided to stop using his clairvoyance this casually. Suddenly, Leo received a call in his spiritual link before he said, what happened, Merlin? I might have found something interesting. Very interesting. Merlin's voice was slightly wrong as Leo said, what did you find? Leo heard what Merlin wanted to say before he said, I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky, ****. At the bridge of Fuyuki City, Merlin was on top of the bridge, looking at a battle happening in front of him while looking at a servant hiding with magecraft. It was a woman with a long robe. Ha! Siyu was smiling while rushing towards his opponent as his spear was glowing red. Siyu's opponent was a servant in a black armor, holding a black sword while screaming with rage. However, for some reason, the servant was looking in Merlin's direction, even his sword was somehow trying to aim at him. Am I hated this much? Merlin couldn't help it while looking at Lancelot that somehow appeared and tried to fight Siyu in Fuyuki Bridge. Ignoring Lancelot's screams, Merlin called Leo as he found something very interesting indeed, especially the woman, with a hooded bluish-purple robe. Servant, Leo Lm Arisaltek. Biography. Default. The angel that dared to claim to be equal to God. Banished from heaven and fell into hell. The angel that was brighter than the morning star now has another name, Satan, and called the source of all human shortcomings. Mentioned in the Revelation book as the beast of Babylon, a monster that will destroy everything because of humans' greed and desires. Holding the 10 crowns that spell all the evils that can exist in this world and beyond, something frightening, yet in another look, something very heavy as a mortal mind won't comprehend its meaning or its true form. Even if it was for sure, this crown was given by humanity. However, as the history written by winners, what was hidden in a tale that had never been told? Bond Level 1. Height/weight, 180 centimeters, 66 kilograms. Source, Christianity, the Book of Revelation. Region, Heaven, Hell. Alignment, chaotic, good. Gender, male. An angel with the name of the devil, yet not evil or good, his actions don't follow any principle except doing what he wants, which may bring a lot of confusion. Chapter 86, New Solution. Clang clang clang. Siyu and Lancelot were exchanging hits as both the fighters were going all out without mercy. Each attack was aiming at the vitals as it showed how serious they are, even if Cu was enjoying this and Lancelot was. Crazy. Cu didn't know how this happened, but he isn't complaining. He found out that maybe servants are a naturally occurring phenomenon, so he should leave things for fate next time rather than running around like an idiot. Rotating the spear in hand, Cu aimed at Lancelot's leg, but Lancelot easily moved his leg away and swept with his sword. However, Cu suddenly changed the target to the ground as he used the spear as a support and kicked Lancelot. A. Raising his hand, Lancelot blocked the kick as a shock wave hit the surrounding, but this didn't stop him as his sword was aimed at Cu's head. Not bad. Cu used Lancelot's handguard as a platform as he rotated around the spear and avoided the attack, but Lancelot also acted quickly as he kicked the spear, which made Cu lose his balance. A dark red sword filled with mana was aiming at Cu's head. This is Lancelot Noble Phantasm, Erendite, which allows him to increase his states by 1, in exchange for his other noble phantasms. However, this didn't make Cu flinch as he also aimed at Lancelot's head with his spear and rotated his body in midair. Using the advantage of the spear length, Cu forced Lancelot to back away a little before stabbing the ground under him and jumping away. For a berserker, you aren't half bad, Cu said while feeling his slightly hurt leg because of Lancelot's strength. Honestly, Lancelot's states surpassed Cu, but by using his agility and skills, he was able to match him. Lancelot didn't stop as he disappeared from his place suddenly, leaving only sparks of mana in the air. Cu widened his eyes before he raised his spear and blocked the dark sword as the ground under his was cracked. Cu let go of one of his arms holding the spear as the sword slid from the spear after it lost support. Cu used this opportunity and rotated his body and spear before stabbing with one hand, but this trick didn't work on Lancelot. Swiping the ground with his leg, Lancelot made Cu lose his balance before he attacked with his sword again. Boom. Cu managed to block the sword with his spear, but this still sent his flying from the bridge to the water under it. Splash. Covering his feet with mana and simple rune magecraft, Cu stood on water as he looked at Lancelot on the bridge before he grinned, a grin filled with fighting intent. Geez, how violent. Merlin was on top of the bridge looking at these two fighters. When he looked with clairvoyance, he sensed a familiar mana that belonged to the fairies, so he came here to find Sir Lancelot of Married Women, fighting with Cu. But most of his attention was on the woman. She wasn't able to see him because of his illusions, but he could determine from her mana that she was a servant and a caster on top of that. According to your description, that is Medea, our fourth caster in this war, Leo said from his spiritual link with Merlin. An unfortunate princess who was labeled as a witch, but for this mana, she is just an avatar, which means the real one is watching. Merlin was able to see that Medea here is just an avatar and not the real servant, which allows her to act without fear of sudden attacks. So, say what do you need? Leo stood up from the chair as Foe jumped on his shoulder. I need some time to analyze her avatar type. Wait for a second, Merlin said as he started to use both illusions and magecraft to check on Medea's avatar while taking Excalibur in his hand, even if that might attract extra hatred from Lancelot. Fine, just don't blow this up. I need to know what happened with this new caster. Leo nodded as he suddenly noticed something he forgot about for 2 days, flashing in front of him. Don't worry, my illusions aren't something a little girl can solve, especially with the huge amount of mana I have now, Merlin said as his eyes were shining with mana. However, Leo didn't answer him because his eyebrow was twitching now. Advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 666, 666, 666. NEET Princess, 666, 666, 666, 666. The screen in front of Leo was filled with this particular number as he wanted to smash it for some reason. Bree, is this some kind of a secret ritual? Advocate of Gender Equality, we don't have phones to type 666, so we'll do it just here. NEET Princess, we are trying to summon Satan. Lion Big Sister, I thought his number is 7. Advocate of Gender Equality. NEET Princess. Advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 777, 666, 777, 666, 777. NEET Princess, 666, 777, 666, 777, 666, 777. Lion Big Sister. You two are just next to me, you know that, right? Advocate of Gender Equality, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888. NEET Princess, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888, 666, 777, 888. Lion big sister. Crack. The table next to Leo cracked before he took a deep breath and typed in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, you guys shouldn't go to hell. Go to heaven and you can turn it into hell just fine. Advocate of gender equality, sorry, but they told me that I can't satisfy my urges in heaven, so I prefer my mortal land. NEET Princess, oh, you appeared quickly, I thought that I need to start calling you Tsundra a couple of times. Annihilation Maker, admin, yup, I didn't miss you at all. Advocate of gender equality, same. NEET Princess, same. The chat room witnessed the degenerate trio gathering together again as Misaka stared blankly and Leon left the chat room before it was too late. Bree, are you fine after the dramatic exit, Leo? Annihilation Maker, admin, my life was only pain and suffering in an abyss of despair. I hate this world. Bree, it seems you're still okay. NEET Princess, so, how is the abyss dash? Type Moon. Annihilation Maker, admin. Like the abyss. Advocate of gender equality, that's Type Moon for ya, everyone needs to suffer, one way or another. Bree, there's these kinds of worlds, huh? Annihilation Maker, admin, did something interesting happen to you? NEET Princess, nothing much, there have been something interesting, but more importantly, Kazuma became God, DIO. Advocate of gender equality, OI. Annihilation Maker, admin. You know that gods in Konosuba can't do anything sexual because they will lose their divine power, right? Mister, I need my urges. Advocate of gender equality, sigh, there's no helping it, I'll reject my humanity in another day. Annihilation Maker, admin, pathetic, DIO's sword needs to defeat the Joestar's swords and you're a bad host. Advocate of gender equality, oh, yeah. Then tell me what happened to you and let us see if you're not pathetic. Leo grabbed the chat screen and put it in above him slightly before he took a picture and sent it in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, picture of Leo with glowing eyes and horns while Foe is sitting on his shoulder. Advocate of gender equality. NEET Princess, oh my. Did you become a light bulb now? Advocate of gender equality, I refuse to suffer alone. That's Foe, right? Then you must have done the gotcha, tell me you're suffering. Leo stopped in his place as he remembered Merlin and his female form trick as the table that recovered was cracked again. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Advocate of gender equality, coward. Leaving the chat, Leo received another call from Merlin, I found it. She's trying to break Lancer contract with her noble phantasm, but she can't be completely sure because Lancer might never give her a chance. Just tell me what you need, Leo said as he was looking at the explosions from the window. A distraction, a big and quick distraction, so I can cut her to pieces with Excalibur and find her true location. Merlin raised Excalibur as it glowed and made his smiling face scary. So, dropping a nuke on your location. Leo put his idea as it met an instant rejection from Merlin, no. Do you want to kill me? You're in the category of people who don't die when they are killed though. Fine, I'll just nuke the other guys. Sigh, I need to think about damaging this world in every move I do, this sucks, Leo sighed as he grabbed his spear from space and walked away. Moving towards the balcony and jumping on the rooftop, Leo stared at the battle in the mountain range before he said, now, how should I calculate this? I need at least a double kill or I'll be mad. Leo stood on the rooftop as the wind was moving his clothes and hair as his mana was rising before he entered the chat room again because it was flashing non-stop. Advocate of gender equality, 666, 666, 666. Advocate of gender equality, oh, you're here, then tell me what you got, coward. Annihilation Maker, admin, later, I'm now busy with calculating the damage that I'll cause, so I won't blow up this timeline. NEET Princess, is the situation all that bad? Leo tightened his grip on the spear as he was channeling mana to explode the drop a nuke. Annihilation Maker, admin, it's bad. Although Root didn't say it, I have all the reasons to think that she's losing control over her world in this timeline. This can explain why the chat room can only send one member while there's a huge number of players and enemies. Bree, does that mean this world might face the same thing? I mean, the two missions are close to each other. Advocate of gender equality, don't jinx it. But Type Moon stuff, huh? That really sounds like a pain. NEET Princess, Problem in destruction, huh? Maybe you need something that'll destroy and fix the world at the same time. Annihilation Maker, admin, what? NEET Princess, you know, in Gensokyo, we have a lot of stupidly broken and crazy abilities while living in a boundary, which is kinda fragile, so everyone usually uses cards to battle. However, some abilities destroy the enemies, but help the area around. NEET Princess, something like your pollution-free nukes, but it's for the world in total. For example, Enkidu's noble phantasm can do the same thing. Leo stood on the rooftop looking at his red spear while feeling like an idiot. Why didn't he think of this before? This sounds so stupid yet reasonable that his anger against Solomon decreased slightly. It must be the edge. Yes, the edginess didn't let me do it, Leo blamed his edginess. Annihilation Maker, admin, it pained me to say it, but thank you, you have my gratitude. Neet princess, don't worry about it, it isn't so dash. Kaguya stopped typing because she received something from Leo. It was the octopus chef as she almost fell down. Neet princess, you asshole. You finally remembered. Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't know what you're talking about, and if you want to say something, say it now because I have a big project. Leo said as his necklace was glowing and Drake woke up because they were about to make something crazy. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, she called you, PFFF. Kazuma was laughing for some reason, which made Leo interested. Neet princess, ah, right. You made my Mudkip unable to evolve, didn't you? Kaguya's dream of becoming the very best was crushed as she found that Mudkip wasn't able to evolve. Annihilation Maker, admin, pathetic. We, the real Pokemon's master, can solo Rayquaza with a Caterpie. You disappointed me. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Neet princess. My Mega Swampert has been ruined. Advocate of gender equality, you hate to see it. Are you going to do something crazy? Drake said, even if he already knew the answer. You know me better, Drake. I'll surpass the craziness here. Leo grinned as he called Merlin in his spiritual link and said, hey, Merlin. Does your king hate plagiarism? Huh? Which one? Merlin was confused as he said the most logical question in this situation because there's a lot of Arthur in this world. Forgot I said anything, just wait for the distraction. Leo gave up on that question as he took a deep breath and grabbed his necklace. Glancing at the chat room, Leo started a recording and named it, Look What You Made Me Do, before he said 6. From Leo's shadow, 7 dragons appeared. They weren't big like when the noble phantasm was activated, but Leo wasn't going to use it. The dragons didn't wait before their 7 horns started glowing. Gold experience, Tusk, King Crimson. Leo summoned all his stand before he said, it's time to show this world the power of JoJo references. Click. Leo's necklace opened up as his halo appeared and his horns started to shine like the dragons. Palkia, seal us in space with all that you got, Leo said as Palkia appeared and sealed the space around. Taking another deep breath and preparing himself, Leo raised his necklace and reached to the air in front of him. Click. The necklace's end entered in space like a keyhole as green magic circuits appeared around. In the middle of those green circuits, there was one dark blue and golden line that was in the far left and far right. It has been a while since I made a beast, let's make this an extraordinary one, Leo said as he turned his necklace. The magic circuits started gathering before they transformed into a black pitch area with a drawing in its middle. The drawing was a tree with 10 spots, but it's actually a Kabbalah tree of life. However, unlike the original, this one is upside down as it released some dangerous aura. When this one appeared, Leo's Book of the Law also appeared on his own as the normal Kabbalah was shining. From the hidden world, the 10 crowns are emerging, Leo said as his horns, necklace, and the 7 dragons' horns shine more brightly. However, when it appeared, Leo's eyes started to become empty, as most of the traces of emotions and life disappeared from them. No matter how I see it, I can't understand. But for the Annihilation Maker to become this thing. Just what is wrong with this and that to a Ru world? Drake was having some internal conflict while looking at the inverse Kabbalah before he remembered that he also changed slightly because of them. The Cliffith is the completely opposite tree to the Sephiroth, covering another side of the world. A/N. For more information, go to the end of the chapter. Venom, Leo said quietly as Venom extended his arm and started to throw all the 18 runes around Leo's arm. These runes will act as a stabilizer so it doesn't explode in his face. Leo didn't say anything now as he raised the spear in his hand and pushed it towards the Cliffith. The spear and a part of Leo's hand sank into the darkness, but Leo didn't care as he moved to the second part. Asterisk conceptual boost. Asterisk. Leo's used his boost to increase his power 2 times before his stand started to work. Golden experience rushed towards the tree as the vitality and mana in the air was drawn towards him. Tusk started to rotate with the necklace, and King Crimson skipped time. At this moment, everyone in Fuyuki noticed something wrong. The first was Enkidu as he felt the mana and vitality were gathering somewhere. A clear image. I want something like a bridge for my power, something that can allow me to use them without worry, even if they were weaker because of that. Leo started to imagine the correct image in his head. He needs something to repair the world and destroy it at the same time. It needs to be strong to handle his power, so he won't be worried about destruction, also. It has to be cool. After a while from sending a crazy amount of mana and power, a golden light was flashing from the darkness. Golden spots of light were circling around Leo as his golden eye was very bright at this moment. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Cracks filled Palkia's barrier, but it was a surprise for Leo. Either it's this action isn't all that destructive or his beasts are getting stronger, which requires him to check on them later. When this light appeared, Lancelot stopped suddenly, which got him a kick from Cu. Merlin also stopped as he almost dropped Excalibur from his hand. If you're the king that stood at the end of illusion, Age of Gods, then I'm the one that stood at the end, when this reality and illusion crumbled to pieces, Leo said as his stands and beasts vanished. When it lost its power, the Cliffeth started to disappear as Leo returned to normal and got back his necklace before he pulled his new spear, or rather say a lance. The lance was long and had a white color, it was shining with a golden light as spots of light were rotating around it. When it appeared, Palkia's space recovered automatically, even the servants like Enkidu and Gilgamesh felt that the world is stabilizing. Geez, the amount of mana and power that I used, if I was just Beast 6, this would be impossible. Leo closed his eyes lightly before he raised the spear and said, at least, it was worth it, which means the power of plagiarism is the strongest. This is the lance that shines at the end of the world, an anchor that fastens the planet together, existing to ensure the world's stability. This is Reincarnated, the spear of the end, the light of destruction coming down from the heavens. Leo is now holding his own version of the Tower of the End. This was made by changing his original spear to make it the perfect weapon now, according to Kagaya's suggestion. A weapon that fixes and destroys the world at the same time. Leo started to gather his power as the lance shone brightly, which almost made Merlin scream and Lancelot ignore Cu. He and the lance started to be surrounded by light spots as Tusk used the spin to rotate the lance power. Maybe I'll make that Mudkip evolve, but for now. Leo grinned as he pulled the lance back. Oh, the holy lance, shine at the end and write my reality to the world. Leo said as his mana reached the sky, but unlike the other times, it didn't do a lot of destruction or effect on the world. Reincarnated. Leo screamed as an enormous beam of light launched from his position and rushed to the sky. The clouds were cleared instantly, however, without any violent winds, they recovered normally. But don't let it fool you, the beam was also destroying everything in its way. Rules, laws, space, everything was getting crushed before it was fixed casually when it passed. At the mountain range, the sky shone with a golden color, as everyone raised their heads to the death coming from above. Cliffeth. The Cliffeth is the complete opposite tree to the Sephiroth, covering another side of the world. Like the Tree of Life, the Cliffeth consists of 10 spheres and 22 paths. Unlike the upright tree of the Sephiroth, which is protected by angels, the Cliffeth is an upside-down tree with a demon's name engraved in each cliffa. Though the Cliffeth is often interpreted as a tree of evil, being the inverse of the Sephiroth and having demons as the guardians of its spheres, its essence is not an absolute evil. With appropriate training and experience, it can assist in acquiring dangerous knowledge found in the hidden world. Just as the Sephiroth, the Tree of Life, is also a diagram explaining how to handle the soul, the Cliffeth, the inverse tree, can assist in the creation of something much like life if used properly. Chapter 87, Battles. The golden light crossed the sky of Fuyuki quickly and arrived above the battle in the mountain range. The light that represented the Tower of the End and the anchor of the planet was shining brightly on all the fighters. Alcides, who was suppressed by Gilgamesh's divine noble phantasms, raised his head as he channeled the mana to his feet and tried to back away, but he knew that was useless because of the range of attack. The light beam was aiming at the whole mountain range, it even made the space solidified because of its stabilizing power as it didn't leave much hope to escape, even with teleportation. Lizard, who was in his river of blood form, stared at the beam before he started to leak into the ground in an attempt to avoid a lot of damage. The light of the beam was already hurting him because of its holy properties, but this didn't stop him from his last action as a part of the river moved towards Alcides. Pale Rider had the same reaction as Lizard because of the light. As a curse, he isn't fine with the holy attribute as his fog was boiling. Suddenly, some light flashed on him, but it died quickly. That was Pale Rider's master trying to summon him, but it seems that the beam user is determined to make some servants exit the war now. Gilgamesh and Enkidu raised their heads at the same time as their mana was raising. They both know that getting a direct hit by this beam is a game over as they didn't hesitate. Drawing the mana from the surroundings, Enkidu forced his noble phantasm to be activated quickly. Gilgamesh was in the same condition as he gathered the mana from all the noble phantasm he previously threw before he used all of them on EA. The sword was rotating as the red storm was distorting the world around him. Enoma Elish. Both Enkidu and Gilgamesh used their noble phantasm. A red storm and chains rushed towards the beam, but because of the quick activation, they were weaker. However, it's enough to not be killed directly. The beam was rotating above the sky as it met with the storm and chains before an explosion occurred on the mountain range. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A blinding light filled the sky as the storm and chains tried to stop the beam, but it was useless except weakening it in Enkidu and Gilgamesh direction before it hit the ground. On that day, a pillar of light shone on Japan, as the Tower of the End destroyed, yet fixed everything around it, except the enemy. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Gilgamesh fell down from Vimana as the ship was destroyed because of the beam. He wasn't able to keep his balance, even his treasures were destroyed, but at least, they were able to do their job and protect him. Enkidu used the forest around as a shield, but in the end, he was still blown with his master away as he took a slight damage. The river of blood was evaporating as a large part of it was lost in moments. However, Lizard didn't flinch even if he felt that thousands of his lives were disappearing like nothing as he reached his servant. Pale Rider was the most unlucky as he took the beam to the face and melted like snow in the summer, without any struggle, even if he doesn't know pain. Pale Rider vanished from this world under the pillar of light. Alcides was also in a bad situation as he used all his power to protect himself, but he couldn't stop the beam. His cloth couldn't stop the beam because it isn't something from human origin and his arrows vanished like nothing. Even so, Alcides continued to struggle. He used his noble phantasm to lower the beam power, but suddenly, he fell into the river of blood as he felt his spirit core was melting. At that moment, anger filled his face because he was betrayed, but he couldn't do anything as he lost all his feelings before disappearing. Alcides exited the war because he was betrayed by his master. The pillar of light died down as it left light spots in the air and a huge pothole in the mountain range telling about what happened, but even so, this area now was the most stable in the whole world for the moment. Leo on top of his mansion, stared at the mountain range as he lowered his lance slowly before he said, "Did you think you'll have a fair fight? Or maybe a legendary battle where you put everything before leaving? Think again." Well, it was a double kill. "I wish to shoot again, but my reserves of mana are in a critical condition." Leo shook his head in disappointment as he slightly moved the lance in his hand. The golden grains of light was still circling around Leo as it made a beautiful picture with the snow from the sky. Although he still can shoot 1 or 2 times, but for Leo, the critical condition means when he can't fight Solomon if he suddenly shows up, so he prefers to keep his mana at a certain limit. "What the hell, what that? Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Suddenly, Leo heard Merlin's voice in his head. Why? Leo asked before Merlin exploded again. "I thought that goddess came here. The first thing that she'll do is to impale and stab me without mercy. She would even attack Avalon with Reincarnated if necessary. That looks like your problem to me. Now, did you get that caster's avatar?" Leo said as he didn't care about Merlin interferes from Lancer Artoria. "Yeah, I got it," Merlin said as he stabbed Medea to the chest as she had a shocked expression. He didn't wait for any reaction before he waved Excalibur again and tore her avatar to pieces. Medea's avatar didn't know what hit her until she felt the pain in her chest, but that was too late as Merlin gathered the mana from the avatar, which he'll use to detect her location in the future before he said, "Third-rate caster dared to challenge a grand candidate. Tell me a better joke, she can't even solo a saber in melee." Lancelot screamed with madness as he looked at the pillar of light until it disappeared from his sight. Although he's still fighting Cu, he didn't give him any attention except letting his body and instinct do the job. "Oi! You bastard!" Cu was finally enraged by looking at Lancelot ignoring him completely before he grabbed his spear and took a stabbing position. Veins appeared on Cu's head as the mana was rushing towards Gibalg as it glowed red before wind pushed everything away from him. Gibalg. Because of the constant ignoring, Cu was very mad that he rushed directly with his noble phantasm. A red beam shot from the spear as it moved in the air before attacking Lancelot. Lancelot didn't move a lot as he used his sword to block the spear and it was easy as he defended himself perfectly without receiving damage, but Cu grinned. The picture stopped like it was being paused before everything changed. *PFFFF. Asterisk. With the sound of flesh getting pierced, Cu's spear stabbed Lancelot in the heart before he raised him and threw him away at the river shore. Cu's noble phantasm allows him to reverse causality, which makes him always hit the opponent's heart. Also, the spear is cursed in a way that makes the wounds it caused become very hard to heal as long as the spear remains in the world. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lancelot hit the ground as he tried to stand up, but he couldn't, even if he was a mad warrior. Cu attack hit his heart and spirit core, which made him officially out of the Holy Grail War. If some miracle didn't happen, then nothing will save him. Cu was pretty sure he won and it was his revenge for getting ignored, but then he saw 2 lights flashed on Lancelot. The 2 lights were command seals, one stabilized his injury, even if it didn't heal him, and the other summoned him away. There's no way he'll survive. Right. Cu wasn't even sure about this move to waste 2 command seals if Lancelot's master didn't have a plan before he spotted Merlin. Merlin also looked at Cu and smiled before he disappeared with a storm of petals. Illusions. Annoying guy. Cu clicked his tongue before he went into his spiritual form and left the place. He already used his noble phantasm and according to his master, he needed to retreat. Meanwhile, at the hotel where the multiverse players from the Silver Lightning Guild stayed, a shadow was moving around. The shadow didn't produce any sound or movement in the surrounding, but the number of corpses around him told that he was on a killing spree. Where is he? A man holding a sword said before a wizard behind him snapped and said, "Shut up. Focus, don't give him opportunities." I know, but he key. The man didn't finish his words as he saw the wizard's head pierced by a dagger as blood flew to the sky. Ah! The man screamed as a golden light enveloped him before swinging his sword around. Clang! A shadow appeared as he stabbed the man's neck before disappearing again, which made the men more nervous before running away. Jumping from the hotel window and landing on one of the buildings, the man kept running away as he lost all his breath before stopping. Pant, pant. The man was breathing heavily because of his skill cost as he felt that he passed the disaster, but at the moment his skill deactivated, a dagger passed his neck as his vision suddenly changed. The man was able to see his body while his head flew in the air before losing all the feelings. This scene continued as Assassin was hunting all the players in the hotel just by using his presence concealment EX. Even if those players have items and skills to detect him or stop him, he'll just choose another target until their skills and items expire before killing them. So, the solo assassination mission was done against all the players in the hotel as Assassin moved in the shadow again and appeared in front of the black robe vice leader. In the shocked gaze of the latter, Assassin's dagger flashed before knocking him out. In this battle, 2 servants exited the whole war and a lot of multiverse players got their lives taken by their own servant. Chapter 88, Edge. In the mountain range, some light spots were falling from the sky on a huge pothole. The whole area was calm and normal, showing the power of the Lance of the End as it made the whole area stabilized after being affected by this crumbling timeline. However, if you can ignore the huge pothole, then you can't ignore the broken ship and weapons all over the place, even if they started to turn into light spots and disappear. At the battlefield corner, the trees and vines opened up to show Enkidu and Alex, who are slightly injured from Rymaru's attack. Although Enkidu didn't show it on the surface like Alex, he was weak after using his noble phantasm and blocking the attack. Alex had some scratches and injuries on his body, but they were healing quickly. It seems he had a passive skill to assist his recovery. However, he didn't care about his injuries because he was looking at his watch and checking something as his face became clouded with each second passing. Gil. Ignoring his master's expression, Enkidu looked around as he felt the familiar mana before he saw Gilgamesh lying on the ground. However, Enkidu felt something changed. It was the dirty feeling he got before from the evil of humanity, but now, it almost completely vanished. Gilgamesh was on the ground in the middle of his weapons and ship. He didn't say a word, even when his weapons and ship were turning into light spots. He stared at the light falling from the sky as his face didn't show any expression. However, Enkidu felt something familiar, which was Gilgamesh's clairvoyant being activated. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gilgamesh's shoulders started shaking before he started laughing without any warning. Fo ha 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 ha. A loud laughter echoed in the surrounding as Gilgamesh was laughing without stopping. Enkidu looked at Gilgamesh laughing like crazy as he tilted his head because he didn't understand what was so funny. However, he also looked at the light spots as he felt something. Nice. Enkidu didn't know how to describe it. The light was carrying a cold stone divinity from a faraway place, but in that coldness, he felt some weird warmth. It was not the divinity, but the thing carried by it. Something bright and nostalgic that Enkidu missed in humanity. Even if he was just attacked, Enkidu wasn't the type of person or weapon that get mad easily. However, the light made him smile a little as he felt that Gilgamesh was excited for some reason. Damn it. Alex didn't care about Gilgamesh's laughter as he smashed his watch. He was very angry because he saw that all his guild was slaughtered, except the vice leader, which his location is unknown for now. The situation passed Alex's calculations, but as a player, he always thought that one day something like this will happen. Calming himself with a few deep breaths, Alex grabbed a weird item from his dimensional pocket before he said, "Forget about him, Lancer. Let's go." Enkidu glanced at Gilgamesh for a moment before he walked next to Alex. Alex saw this as he activated the device, which made them teleport from this position. He can fight Gilgamesh now, but that's just idiotic because everyone knows this location now, especially the light beam guy might attack again. Everyone left the mountain range, leaving Gilgamesh laughing like a maniac. His laughter continued for a while before it went down slowly before he grinned. At this era and time, in this disgusting modern era that was rotten by these mongrels. For me to see something like this. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh said before he exploded with laughter again as he stood up from the ground. I thought this was a mongrel, but it's something that passed this king's eyes. Gilgamesh grinned more as what was okay from his weapons recovered inside the gate of Babylon. However, no one can destroy my treasures without consequence. Gilgamesh put his hands in his pockets before he looked at the sky again. Very well, count this as a generosity from the king until we meet. With those words, Gilgamesh used one of his treasures and left this place. If Enkidu wasn't here, he'll see instantly that Gilgamesh's interest was fully awakened and he won't stop until he gets bored or satisfies with it. Meanwhile, Leo, who on top of his mansion, got some sort of chill as he looked left and right, but he didn't sense anything weird. Was it Solomon? Leo thought, but he didn't know that he became a target of another king. Anyway, I need to take care of something. Leo wanted to finish the last part of this operation, but then he heard Merlin's voice in his head. Master, I'll continue my stroll if you need me, Merlin sent that message before he left. Leo blinked for a moment before he said, he'll probably get into another accident. Leo can say for sure if not completely certain that Merlin will get into another problem in this stroll. Don't you think so? Leo said as Archer appeared from his spiritual form. I don't know about that, but it seems you are making something in all this noise. Archer looked at Reincarnated before looking at the light around Leo, which made him look like a light bulb. Leo felt something wrong as he made a pair of his old glasses in his hand. Wearing the glasses, Leo pushed them to reflect the light around him before he said, do you feel left out? Look. Leo pointed at the mountain range before he said, there's a Gilgamesh there if you're interested. Archer looked at the mountain range before he crossed his arms and said, I'll pass. With those words, Archer transformed into his spiritual form and left the rooftop as Leo pushed his glasses and didn't say anything. However, another interruption happened as the chat room appeared in front of Leo. Annihilation Maker, Admin, what do you want? NEET Princess, Mega Swampert. Advocate of gender equality, you're suffering. Bree, don't mind me, I'm here just to watch. Leo looked at the sky before he stabbed the screen with Reincarnated, but the lance passed through the screen without even scratching it, which made him take a deep breath before typing. Annihilation Maker, Admin 1. Maybe, 2. I refuse. 3, you're learning and I don't know what to feel about this. NEET Princess, there's hope, Mudkip. Kaguya tossed Mudkip in the air as Leon felt that it was a correct choice to not join this conversation. Look, even Kaguya has gone mad. Advocate of gender equality, JoJo's references won't save you today. You're going to share the pain. Annihilation Maker, Admin, JoJo's references can do miracles. Look for yourself. Annihilation Maker, Admin, sent a record, look at what you made me do. After watching the clip, the cultured people in the chat shared the same opinion. NEET Princess, Edge. Advocate of gender equality, Edge Plus. NEET Princess, I thought Amiya, who is made from literal swords, has the absolute edge. But you're something completely different. Advocate of gender equality, oh the holy spear, my ass. How did you manage to turn a holy chant into an edgy one? Annihilation Maker, Admin, there's no helping it, everything I do is edgy. My noble phantasm is edgy and my lines are edgy. I even discovered that edge equals power here, which make me lose more hope for this world. NEET Princess, and if you want to copy something, then do it correctly. Where are the seals on Reincarnated? Annihilation Maker, Admin idiot. My lance is the true tower at the end, manifesting as a bridge for my power. Its power can adjust according to the situation and has 3 modes according to my 3 noble phantasms. You need to understand that my products are the world finest. NEET Princess, Noble Phantasm. Yeah, why do you have that lance? What happened? Annihilation Maker, Admin, nothing much. 14 murder death kill battle royal, multiverse players, mysteries in every corner, and I became a beast. Advocate of gender equality, and more edgy, don't forget it. It's very important. After another deep breath and stabbing the screen with his lance, Leo explained briefly what happened in this period and the reaction was like the following. NEET Princess, that sounds horrible but much more interesting than here. After this week we only managed to find one anomaly, which I'm not sure about. Annihilation Maker, Admin, a week. Time difference between worlds. And what anomaly did you find? Advocate of gender equality, old man, Whitebeard, was walking in the town before a group of 3 screamed, Whitebeard, because the old man suddenly appeared. However, when the old man caught them, they vanished from the world after they said horror space or something like that. Bree, they only left something like a stick before it also disappeared, I'll send you a picture. Leo looked at the screen as he saw something like a stick with some sci-fi vibes on the ground. NEET Princess, the mission also changed to stop these people from planting those sticks. I'll send the full story later, but now, there's something more important. NEET Princess, if you're a beast, that means you're a servant. Come here and let me sacrifice you to the gacha. Annihilation Maker, Admin, do you think it's easy to be a beast? The amount of edge I need to handle is beyond your mortal brain capacity. Do you even know what I represent, this beginning, history, and end? Damn it. I did it again. Advocate of gender equality, calm down with the edge, buddy. And tell me what you got. Annihilation Maker, Admin, is offline. Advocate of gender equality, he ran again. Leo closed the chat as he jumped down from the rooftop and entered his house. I wanted to ask about Saitama, but he's probably fine. Leo felt he shouldn't be worried about someone like Saitama before he looked at the room door. Ritsuka was pale and holding the wall with her hand while muttering, I'm alive. She didn't last long before she fell to the ground as Leo was confused by this situation, even if he was a beast and an angel. However, Leo didn't know that the embodiment of chaos was defeated by the grand singing of Rome's emperor. Chapter 89, Story. With the sound of a body hitting the floor, Ritsuka fell unconscious. Her face was pale and she seemed to have nightmares as she was muttering some random words. Leo looked at the unconscious Ritsuka as he pushed his glasses up from the confusion. He stopped using his clairvoyance to see things in the mansion after Nero's monologues, so basically, he has no idea what happened to her. Looking left and right, he didn't see anyone near this place. Even his sensor of mana told him that everyone is in different parts of the mansion and Merlin isn't even here. An enemy? Far away possibility because this mansion is secured with Leo's second noble phantasm, so you need something equivalent to break with force and that won't go unnoticed. He even gave this girl a guard, so something like this won't happen, even if someone managed to sneak in. Foe jumped from Leo's shoulder as he landed next to Ritsuka before trying to wake her up. Moving towards her, Leo waved gently with his lance and tapped her head as her expression eased. He felt that she should be waking up soon. Suddenly, Leo sensed something familiar before he saw Killer Queen floating in the air and coming slowly from the corridor. However, the way he was floating wasn't quite right. Killer Queen was hugging his knees while rotating slowly in space. His eyes were empty in the best way Leo could describe them was, he saw some shit, as Killer Queen didn't move at all. Killer Queen was the guard he put for Ritsuka if things got bad. He couldn't afford something to mess up his mission after all this time, so he even made Palkia keep an eye for anything that might happen with Killer Queen. Killer Queen, Leo said as Killer Queen flinched before he turned his head like rusted gears and stared at his lord with empty eyes. Huh? Why do you want bite the dust? Leo was able to understand Killer Queen because of their link. Killer Queen didn't say anything as he looked at Leo. To be honest, Leo doesn't even need his link to understand him now. His eyes showed clearly that he wanted to forget about something. So, do you want SCP-117? Leo said, but Killer Queen shook his head before looking empty again. We can't blow up this timeline, you know. Leo's eyebrow was twitching because Killer Queen said that erasing memory isn't enough. He needs to regress time to avoid the calamity. What calamity is this anyway? Let me see. Leo linked his mind with Killer Queen to see what the big deal was. At that moment, Killer Queen snapped as he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Leo saw Nero and Ritsuka from Killer Queen's eyes. They entered a random room before Nero nodded and stabbed the floor again, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch again. Does she have a vengeance with my floor? Leo said as he continued to look at these memories while Killer Queen covered his ears. After stabbing the floor, Nero used her noble phantasm and turned the room into a theater. The golden theater was shining as rose petals were falling from the sky. In the middle of this magnificent place, Nero was the center as she put her hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Is this why they didn't feel something about all what happened? Leo's eyebrow was twitching even more as he looked at Ritsuka that was surprised by Nero's noble phantasm. Wait, this is... Leo widened his eyes as he wanted to stop the link, but it was too late as the grand singing started. Putting his hands on his ears and preparing for the impact, Leo didn't know if this would help as the song was playing in his head. It was bad, tone-deaf, and completely chaotic. Leo was prepared to enter a coma, but strangely, and to his surprise, he's still alive. The song continued until Killer Queen and Ritsuka fell before the mansion reacted, and pulled them out from the theater into this room. It's bad, but not Cthulhu-level poisoning, she just need more training. Leo was happy to avoid the calamity as he breathed a sigh of relief and thought, it seems that looking at it through memories is safe. Killer Queen widened his eyes as they almost popped out from the shock when he saw his lord completely fine. However, that didn't last long before he recovered and nodded in a fashion that was saying, as I expect from my lord, the calamity can't affect him. He then went into Leo's shadow before leaving a message that he'll take a vacation from guarding, which Leo accepted immediately as he felt sorry for Killer Queen. Ugh. Where am I? Ritsuka woke up slowly from the ground as she looked left and right before she saw Leo having a moment of silence for his stand. Foe jumped on her shoulder as he patted her face, which woke her up more. Oh. Good morning, or good night. Leo looked from the window to see it was completely dark before he said with curiosity, how do you feel? I don't know. What happened to me and why I'm sleeping on the floor? Ritsuka stood up as she looked at the light bulb Leo with his lance. Memory loss. You were brave, I give you that. Leo looked at Ritsuka as that made her more confused because she felt he was sad for her. What happened to you, Lucifer? Ritsuka chooses to ignore those stares and focus on Leo's new equipment. Oh, this a tower, Leo said casually as it made Ritsuka look at the lance before looking at a tower from the window. I found that a spear is something common, so I'll be smashing people with a tower for a change. Also, I can plant it when things go wrong, so I can have a few seconds to fix them, Leo said as he recovered Reincarnated and pushed his glasses. Leo isn't joking. Throwing Reincarnated with full force can allow him to manifest the tower at the end to stabilize the world. So, theoretically, he can have a few safe seconds, even if the timeline was about to be destroyed completely. Oh, I see. Ritsuka didn't understand completely, but this wasn't the most confusing thing she heard, so it's okay. However, her eyes were looking at Leo and his glasses as she didn't know why he's wearing glasses now. Leo noticed those stares as he said, "What? Do you need glasses?" Ritsuka hugged Foe in her arms as she didn't know that the devil needed glasses. Are you one of those guys? Does everything need a reason? Leo shook his head before he pushed his glasses again and said, "This is just a habit and a hobby of mine. It's one of those small things that make life more enjoyable. Also, I feel more relaxed with them." Leo crossed his arms before he said, "You can say, I'm a devil in glasses." Ritsuka and Foe stared blankly at Leo, who seemed to be proud of his naming sense. "However, why are you interested in my style suddenly?" Leo stared at Ritsuka with suspicion, which made her panic. "No, it was just curiosity." Ritsuka started to wave her hands around as Foe almost fell. It seems you're better now, or at least, cheered up a little. Was that talk more effective than I thought?" Leo said before he walked away and left the room, but Ritsuka heard what he said as she rushed after him. "Talk. Did you hear that?" Ritsuka's face was red from shame because of what happened in that talk with Nero. Yes, I did. Leo sighed and admitted it directly, but Ritsuka stared at him closely without saying anything. However, her eyes said it all. "It's the side effect of clairvoyance and I wished if I didn't see it." Leo's eyebrow was twitching from this false accusation before he said, "I take that back, you really cheered up, huh?" Ritsuka was surprised as she stopped. "That's good. I've got a severe case of edginess and the last thing I want is my master to be a sad person." Leo sighed again as he looked at the window on his side. "You really can't show anything except sarcasm." Ritsuka walked next to Leo as she looked at the window, but she didn't see anything except the trees. "You don't have clairvoyance?" Leo said with a funny tone as Ritsuka snapped and said, "No, and don't think everyone has a mystic eye, especially something like yours." "Ha ha ha ha. Is that so? Well, what do you need?" Leo leaned his back on the wall as he chose to stop playing around and enter the subject. Ritsuka stopped as she looked at Leo's different colored eyes and said, "You asked me before what I want to do with the Holy Grail. If it was you, what you'll do?" "The Holy Grail is useless for me." Leo shook his head and said, "Something like that can't achieve any of my wishes. Honestly, I can do a better job than it if I want to. But because everyone wants it, then I'll win it just to anger them." Leo grinned as Ritsuka smiled wryly because of this bad personality she's witnessing. "You really like to have fun, huh?" Ritsuka said as she leaned on the wall next to Leo. "Of course, I like to at least have some fun in the things I do, rather than being serious all the time." Leo waved his hand before he said, "Being serious and realistic all the time sucks. Those guys that always need a serious reason to do things. They are just slaves to a reality built by the environment around them. Although sometimes it's necessary, be brave and admit you're edgy without trying to justify everything you do. Like those players." Leo laughed a little before he said, "But sealing yourself in your fantasy isn't good either. Keep an eye for the world in your surrounding. Just balance them without overdoing it. Look at this world with its reality and try to write your own. This is my advice for you, consider it or not, your choice." Leo looked at Ritsuka, who was surprised by his words. Oh, thank you." Ritsuka felt this advice was for her thoughts about how good it'll be if everything returned to the past and her seriousness and stress these days. Even Mashu wouldn't want to see her like this. However, this was Leo's angel power way of working. Personal reality is the first step, which means realizing your own reality in the middle of this world. Then compare it to the world's reality before writing it. To be honest, Tuaru is really a crazy world. If we look at it deeply, all the espers are low-key reality warpers. "Don't be," Leo said casually, but in his mind, "You helped me dodge a bullet." Nero singing, "This is the least I can do for your bravery." After that, silence filled the place as Leo was looking at his necklace and Ritsuka didn't know what to say. This awkward silence was very weird for Ritsuka as she racked her brain to find something before she blurted out, "Did you really respect humanity?" "I didn't say anything." Ritsuka didn't want another long speech about humanity, but Leo didn't react much as he said, "Yes, I did." Ritsuka didn't expect this quick and easy answer before she said, "Really?" "Yeah, it isn't something to be ashamed of. Although I don't really like them now or the way they do things." Leo looked at his reflection in his necklace's orb as he was lost in thoughts for a moment. "I see. Were humans in the past better than now?" Ritsuka asked as Leo shook his head and said, "Not at all, you're still the same, but the conditions changed and with it, everything did." Ritsuka started thinking about these words as Leo facepalmed himself before saying, "Don't take everything I say seriously, especially if I'm a beast and you're a human. Ideas change from a person to another, so make your own vision and judgment." Leo looked at Ritsuka, who was still thinking deeply, before he sighed and raised his arm. I'm already edgy today, so let me just finish it. Look here. Leo got Ritsuka's attention before black light flashed and a paper and a pen appeared in his hands. This is an empty paper, think of it like nothingness, empty, and nothing at all. Leo waved the paper in Ritsuka's face before he grabbed the pen and drew a line. Here I drew a line, but for me, this line is flawed. But it's just a straight line, how can it be flawed? Ritsuka saw a line drawn with a very high accuracy. This isn't because it's straight or not. The line, in its most fundamental existence, is flawed from the beginning, Leo said as he started to draw something on the paper. Then from one, come many. Each one is flawed like the last one, but with each line, they show those flaws more and more. Leo drew on the paper with a quick speed as he finished the drawing quickly. Now, we reached a place where you have two choices. Ignore the flaws and continue, live in ignorance until the end, or regret what you made and try to return to the beginning to change it. Leo laughed a little before he crumpled the paper and said, then what about trying to change now? Sorry, but a flaw can't fix a flaw. You'll just put a cover on something broken and nothing more. Leo remembered what DXD's world has said about he'll just put a cover on something broken when he suggested fixing the plot, which made him laugh at himself a little before throwing the paper down. Ritsuka looked at Leo before he picked up the paper. Looking at the drawing for a moment, Ritsuka said, why do you need to change? If you're flawed, then be it. Live with what you have. If the flaws were a part of me, then I'll gladly accept it. Also, do you call this flawed? Ritsuka looked at Leo's drawing about some sort of a humanoid white creature with an anchor sign on his chest before she said, you can draw this well and you say it's flawed. Leo looked at Ritsuka waving his drawing in his face before he burst into laughter. Pfffff. Ha 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 ha. What is funny? Ritsuka snapped, but Leo didn't care as he laughed more before he wiped his tears and said, look at you, trying to act cool. You need more than that to impress me, little girl. Ugh. Ritsuka clenched the paper in her hand while glaring at Leo, which made him laugh again. But I've to admit that it was a good answer, so as a prize, I'll tell you a story, Leo said as he cleared his throat, and Ritsuka was staring blankly at him because she didn't want a story now. One day, in a huge place, there was a huge boundless light. From that light, some small bird appeared, they revolved around the light, it was everything for them. However, they couldn't think or act on their own. They were like programs or remote control cars for the light, Leo said as Ritsuka raised her eyebrow because this already seems ridiculous. After a long time, one of the small birds, the most shiny and brilliant one of them, stopped revolving around the light. He malfunctioned, so he was thrown away from the place. However, in the truth, the little bird was supposed to malfunction because it was the plan of the light. He was flawed from the start. Leo seemed to be immersed in his story as Ritsuka stopped because this seemed very important for some reason. After falling, the little bird didn't know what to do. He was just a flawed puppet. Suddenly, the bird saw different creatures. They were flawed like the little bird, but they had something more than him. A free will to be exact. Leo stood up from the wall and stretched his arms. Those creatures also saw the bird, they seemed to know him, but they decided to call him by a different name. When that happened, 10 small twigs appeared on the bird. At that moment, the bird received some feelings, will, and desires. He got a free will. Leo subconsciously touched his necklace before he said, the little bird knew that he got this from those creatures, so he, who didn't look into anything except the light, respected them, even if the thing they gave wasn't good at all. However, the 10 small twigs grew up very fast as they became unbearable for the little bird. They crushed him with their weight and turned him into 7 small snakes as his free will crumbled into madness. Ritsuka could swear at this moment that she saw Leo's shadow become 7 dragons before it returned to normal. Geez, what the amount of bullshit that I kept saying. Leo shook his head before he said, sorry, but the two similar origins resonating in past life memories are confusing. You know, right? Yeah, I know. Ritsuka said subconsciously before she covered her mouth, but Leo was grinning before he said, oh. It seems we have something in common. Yes, we both love to keep secrets, Ritsuka recovered as she said with a smile, which made Leo sigh and say, are they all learning these days? This is boring. Leo shook his head before walking away, however, Ritsuka stopped him as she said, who was the little bird? HM. A little bird is a little bird, nothing more. Leo chuckled a little before he walked away. Ritsuka didn't say anything as she was lost in thoughts while looking at the drawing in her hand, however, she suddenly heard Leo's voice, hey, little girl. Like I said, don't think too much about my words. Also, if you're feeling good, then you should know that your command seals can work very well as a battery for me, but who knows when they will become useful. Leo waved his hand before he left the place. Ritsuka was surprised by this as the shock lasted on her face for a while before she smiled wryly and said, he isn't really the honest type, huh? Ding. Bond level up. Secret achievement. Craft essence has been obtained. Empty future, 1/3. Suddenly, Ritsuka was startled because she heard the voice of the woman again in her head. Am I going crazy? Ritsuka started to question her sanity before she saw some sort of information from her command seals. However, before she looked at them, she heard Leo's voice from their spiritual link. Oh, yeah. I forgot to say that you should go back to Nero or she'll be really mad. Ritsuka didn't remember anything about Nero, but her body shivered just from instinct of survival. Root. Ritsuka. Maybe she's trying to fix her world. Leo felt the presence of Root on Ritsuka. But you really didn't say it, Root. My reincarnation wasn't all that simple. Leo looked at his empty palm before walking away. Everyone was busy with their own things while forgetting Nero, who just found that she was alone all that time. Bond level 2. Abaddon, the time of death has come. Witness this empty future on this land of steel. A noble phantasm that manifests in the form of 7 dragons from the shadows, foretell about an inescapable ending. It is Beast VI's body, who was once an angel brighter than the stars, ignited in blue flames of death. A heat came from the stars that left this world because of the boundless greed of humanity that killed the planet. They aren't only the result of sins, they are actually ignorance, the ignorance of humanity, catalyzed in 7 huge dragons that can kill the planet. Like humanity did. 7 dragons act like shadows, the same with humanity as they usually ignore their shadow, even if it was always there, carrying their sins, and waiting for the promised day. So, the Son of Man, after you saw that your ignorance killed even the world around you, are ready to face the end. Craft essence. Empty future. Effect. Description and lore. In a future, at the farthest time in this world. The sky lost its blue color and turned into a bloody red. The stars in the sky have already left and didn't shine on this place anymore as this dead planet is telling its last story. Its name is the Land of Steel, an empty place on a dead planet without any hope at all. In the barren land, a person, or rather say an angel was standing there, even after this planet and world died. The angel was looking at the ashes that was telling the story of a whole race without an expression. He didn't show much feeling to something he saw a lot of times as his 10 crowns were shining. Does this count me as a king? But on what? Ashes, the angel said as he looked at the sky and felt the pulling force from it. The platinum was calling for him to go out of this continuous cycle of beginning and ending, to a place beyond this Milky Way. However, the weight from the 10 crowns kept the angel in its place, attached to this world. This evil turned into an anchor and the last thing keeping the angel in this world, which made the angel speechless. Is it time? The angel sighed again as everything around him was vanishing. The angel still didn't feel anything about this as he closed his eyes before the darkness devoured all. It's time for the cycle to repeat, from its beginning into its destined ending. Chapter 90, Konosuba Side Part 2. The sun was shining brightly on a large green field. The wind was blowing gently on the grass as the weather was perfect to relax. This green field was next to a peaceful town, which reflected the atmosphere perfectly. Some monsters and people were seen once in a while on this green field, but this didn't destroy the calm. All in all, this was a very peaceful and calm day that couldn't go wrong. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. People, or better say, adventurers, were doing their own thing from quests to adventures. Completely normal. They didn't even care about the explosion near them. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The monsters were running around on the field as the earthquakes didn't bother them. Everything was peaceful. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lightning rushed to the sky as it illuminated the surrounding, but no one cared because they're used to it. On the west side of Axel Town, the atmosphere was boiling as 2 behemoths were standing in front of each other. A huge old man was standing face to face with who might be the mightiest enemy he met in this world. A giant frog. We meet again, Whitebeard said with a serious voice as he glanced at this formidable enemy. Ribbit. The frog replied as he tilted his head because, in all his life as a frog, he never saw this scary-looking old man. However, Whitebeard didn't wait as he clenched his fist before punching the frog to its belly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. An earthquake hit the place as the ground around Whitebeard cracked, but all that power only managed to push the frog on step back. Releasing a breath, Whitebeard squinted his eyes as he raised his fist again. He'd never admit defeat to a frog. During this week, he found these opponents. They were strong and able to stop his fist without taking damage, but then, he learned that these frogs are a small fry. Whitebeard almost caused a gigantic earthquake that day. So, in the name of Whitebeard, he swore that he'll defeat these frogs with only his fist. No hockey or devil fruit, only his fist alone. Ribbit. The giant frog tilted his head while looking at Whitebeard and his fighting spirit. However, for the Whitebeard, who the blood rushed to his head, all he could see in that frog's action was, "Is this all what you got?" A vein appeared on Whitebeard's head before he punched the frog again. Meanwhile, a group of people was looking at the legendary battle between Whitebeard and the frog with blank looks on their faces. Even this goddess wasn't able to defeat those monsters with her god blow. Do you think you can surpass me? Aqua crossed her arms as she had a proud look on her face while looking at Whitebeard. Do you think this is something to be proud of as a goddess? Kazuma, Kagaya, Misaka stared at Aqua with blank faces as they were speechless about the situation. How sad, it seems that I, Kagaya Horizon, need to show you how this is done, Kagaya said as she was holding Mudkip in her arms before floating to another frog. First, you need to take advantage of the surprise element, Kagaya raised Mudkip in her arms before she aimed at the frog. These are frogs, right? A small fry, right? Kazuma looked at this careful planning with a face that was losing hope in the world. However, he'll lose more hope if he saw Misaka shivering when looking at the frogs as she also had a serious face. Now, Kagaya said as she threw Mudkip towards the frog before she said, Mudkip, use hydro pump. Mudkip. Mudkip cried before he charged something in his mouth and shot a huge volume of water at the frog. The frog was blasted by a huge volume of water launched under great pressure from Mudkip's mouth. Because of the water, the area became muddy as Mudkip landed near the frog. Use mud slap on its eyes. Kagaya gave another instruction as Mudkip waved with his fin and shot some mud from the ground. The frog was trying to stand up, but the damage from the water weakened him a lot as he took the mud to the face and lost his vision. End it. Aqua tail. Kagaya didn't even finish her words as Mudkip jumped above the frog as his fin was flashing blue before water started rotating on it. The frog didn't even raise his head as Mudkip hit him with his fin that carried a raging wave of water. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The frog head was smashed to the ground before Mudkip did a flip and landed on it calmly. Humph. Did you see it? This is how you dash. However, Kagaya didn't finish her words because Mud dash. Mudkip was about to say his Pokemon's cry before the frog raised his head suddenly and threw him in the air. Mudkip finished his cry as the frog swallowed him in front of everyone. Mudkip. Kagaya screamed like a certain Joestar before she rushed to the frog with an energy bomb in her hand. Kazuma's face became like Saitama as he couldn't think from the depth of his mind of a word to say about this. Looking to his left, he saw Misaka and all the burned frogs next to her, but that didn't make him feel better because he saw what happened to her 3 days ago. It's been a week since the group arrived in this world. Everything was normal. Yeah, right. Nothing was normal at all. After getting cards and helping to explain Whitebeard's height with some spells from Kagaya and his natural charm, Kazuma just said to Aqua that these are other worlds people came to save the world at the request of another god, world's wills. Aqua was suspicious for 3 seconds before her attention was distracted by Kazuma saying to her ear, with this, you can return faster. After explaining to Aqua, the group got their adventurer's cards and the chaos started. Every day, every single day, an explosion or an earthquake happened in Axel Town. Kazuma already lost hope in this group from the moment when he saw Whitebeard swear to defeat frogs with his fists. Then things got better. They didn't. The second troublemaker arrived as Leon did what she knew the best. Tricking everyone in Axel one way or another as Kazuma was praying to Eris every day for her to not get caught because she'll drag him into another debt. After that, Misaka's frog accident happened on the 4th day here. Flashback 3 days ago. Are these really monsters? Misaka looked at the frogs as she couldn't attack them for some reason. Of course, they are monsters. Aqua was far away from Misaka as she was screaming at her. But. They look like a Gakota. Misaka couldn't bring herself to kill these frogs as she looked them in the eyes. Ribbit. The frog tilted his head as Misaka did the same before she changed the direction and the frog also did. Both of them stared at each other for a while as Misaka smiled and looked at Aqua. They aren't really BA-. Misaka didn't finish her words as the frog bit her before raising his head and trying to swallow her. The lightning struck Axel's field that day more than it ever did in the whole history of the town as Misaka kept whispering, they are not Gakota, on that day. Flashback end. After that, Misaka will kill any frog when they enter a 10 meters radius around her, which makes her the haven to Aqua when they go to the fields. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Kazuma sighed as he facepalmed himself while Aqua tilted her head and said, what happened to you? I'm giving up on this world and this team. Kazuma said with a monotone way as he removed his hand. What are you saying? You know that you can count on this goddess. Aqua felt offended as she puffed her chest and stared at Kazuma. Huh. Kazuma was surprised by this statement before he said, count on someone who can barely count. Who do you think I am? Aqua raised her fist, which made Kazuma sigh and say, that's right. You're a goddess, after all. Yeah, you can count on me, Aqua said with a smile, which made Kazuma smile a little, even if that was more like a helpless smile. However, it didn't last long because Aqua slipped on a puddle from Mudkip's hydro pump. Kazuma was more speechless now as he sighed before looking at Kagaya, who saved Mudkip from the frog and said, I'm going back to the guild. Who wants to come with me? Me, I'm going back now. Misaka looked at the frogs as she didn't have any motivation to stay here. I'm coming back too. Kagaya cleaned Mudkip with her spells before she floated away. I'm staying here. I've something to do, Whitebeard said with a serious voice while staring at the three frogs in front of him. Kazuma looked at Whitebeard's back as he felt that was cool, but then, he saw who was his opponent as he facepalmed himself. Again. Hey, wait for me. Aqua stood up from the ground as she rushed after the group. After a walk in Axel, the group reached the guild building and entered inside. The guild is still the same with its atmosphere and adventurers, but there was something new. Cheers. Leone raised her cup in the air as the adventurers around also did the same. Cheers. There was a party going on in the guild as Leone was the center and all the adventurers were partying. This situation made Kazuma squint his eyes again as this troublemaker, even if he has to admire her social skills. Leone didn't take more than a week to know the adventurers around and have connections to Axel's guild. How terrifying, but this is an information-gathering assassin. Ah, hello. Leone waved with her hand when she saw Kagaya and the others before walking towards them. How was it? Leone asked about the hunt in the fields as she met with Kazuma's blank eyes, which made her say, good. I hope. It was horrible. Everyone said simultaneously as it made Leone sweat a little before she said, as usual, huh? Enough with this, did you find something? Kagaya hugged the scared Mudkip in her arms as she asked Leone. Did I find something? Leone sat down on one of the chair before she said, I find something, but nothing at the same time. No one knows those three guys. I tried to get information from the guild, but those guys weren't adventurers at all. Leone shook her head in disappointment. Yesterday, Whitebeard met those three guys, who screamed his name before they disappeared. The group didn't know who they were, but according to what happened to Leo, they guessed their identity as players. I see. We're back to the 0 point, Kazuma said as he saw Aqua going to the quest board. Not exactly, we still have the information about the stick and the mission changed, Misaka said while backing away a little because of the alcohol smell. According to my knowledge, culture, and that mission, I think that stick is probably something to tie this world to the multiverse space, Kagaya said her guess as it get a nod from everyone. I don't want to say it, but that's the most likely thing to happen, Kazuma sighed because now, his world might face some sort of an invasion, which is worse than the Demon King. I'll keep an eye if something big happens. They won't stay silent all the time, right? Leone winked at the group before she went back to the party. I'm going to order something. Kazuma dragged himself away to a table as sat down before Aqua came and told him about her team recruitment disappearing. He heard about that recruitment as he didn't believe that anyone in his right mind would choose to accept it. Hey, lower the bar a little. Advanced class only is asking too much. Kazuma leaned his head on his hand as he looked at Aqua. He isn't against the idea of making his team here because he knows that the chat team will leave eventually, so he needs his team here. However, with Aqua's amazing recruitment and his cursed sword effect, he doesn't think that anyone will join them. But. Aqua teared up a little as she was stubborn about her recruitment plan. Kazuma wanted to convince her, but then he heard a voice from behind him. I happened to notice your recruitment poster, a girl with a long staff and a pointed hat said as Kazuma turned around and looked at her. The girl was small and wore an eye patch on her left eye. She had black hair and red eyes as she looked at Kazuma and Aqua. Kagaya, who was thinking about the revenge plan against frogs with Misaka, saw this and took some popcorn from her sleeves. That we would meet is a fate chosen by the world itself. The girl hasn't spoken more than 3 lines and Kazuma felt this is so chunny. I've anxiously awaited the arrival of those such as yourselves. Putting a pose with her hand the girls waved before she said, my name is Megumin. My calling is that of an archwizard, the one that commands the explosion magic, the strongest of all offensive magic. Are you okay? Kazuma tried to ask, but Megumin continued her introduction and said something about power and abyss, which made Kazuma and Kagaya cringe a little because it was chunny. Are you making fun of us? Kazuma looked at Megumin with a blank gaze. And no. Megumin retorted immediately. Eh? Are you a crimson demon? Aqua said when she noticed Megumin's eyes. Yes. Megumin started another introduction as it made Kazuma and Aqua stare blankly at her because she fell from hunger before asking about food. I don't mind treating you, but what with the eye patch? If you're injured, why not have her to heal you? Kazuma pointed at Aqua and said, her magic might prove to be useful for once. What was that? Aqua snapped at Kazuma. Megumin stood up slowly as she said something about a seal before stating that the patch is only there because it's cool, which made Kazuma grab her from the eye patch as she was screaming. Kagaya was eating popcorn while watching the show before she heard Misaka's voice. Hey, Kagaya-san. Do you think this mission is alright? Why do you ask? Kagaya's popcorn was snatched by Mudkip as he poured it into his mouth. This mission sounds more complicated and difficult, even Leo seemed to have it hard, Misaka said as Kagaya tilted her head and said hard. That overpowered cheater. Tell me something else. But didn't you hear him? About being edgy and all, Misaka said with some worry as it made Kagaya laugh. What is so funny? Misaka's eyebrow twitched because of Kagaya's sudden laugh. You actually believe that it's bad? He's just joking while going with the flow. Also, with his power, it was just a matter of time before showing some edginess. Kagaya wiped the tears from her eye before she said, yeah, I'm also looking at you. Misaka was surprised because Kagaya pointed at her. There's nothing that can bring edginess more than a power that come from someone's physiology and inner mind like your Esper's personal reality, Kagaya said with a serious face as it made Misaka speechless. Are you telling me that Leo's power came from his mind? Misaka knows about how trauma can affect the personal reality of an Esper, but she never experienced something like that. Of course, it did. Even in his speech of beginning and end, Kagaya sighed for a moment before she said, he wanted to understand what happened to his friend, so he was able to see the flaws. He thought that his ignorance was a reason for that, so he counted that as the end. Or he regretted and wanted to reach for her, so he wished to change the beginning. Maybe that is also related to the fact that he can't see the future and past without the spell. Because that count as the time when he was in ignorance, Kagaya shook her head before she sighed and said, I can guess that maybe his beast's meaning is in this category. Misaka wanted to say something, but then the atmosphere in the guild exploded. I heard enough. If you want to join our team, then you need to pass this test. Kazuma heard Megumin's story before he took Dio's sword and pointed at her. This is Dio's sword. The cursed sword that was forged in the pits of hell and brought nightmares to demons. Are you perhaps Dio? Megumin said with stars in her eyes as it made Kazuma lose all his motivation to recruit her. You know what? I give up. Kazuma wanted to sit down again, but the adventurers around didn't let him. Hey, Dio, join us, an adventurer asked Kazuma to join the party with them. No, I'm good, Kazuma said, but they didn't let him. Come on, it's on us. Dio. Dio. The adventurers around started chanting Dio's name as they offered beer to Kazuma. Kazuma stood there without a word as he didn't know what the point was anymore. I give up. Kazuma picked a beer before he raised his sword and said, Kono Dio Da. Wryyyyyyyyyy. Dio's sword also screamed as all the adventurers were cheering, oh. Kagaya saw this as she covered her mouth with her sleeve and said, hiss, they broke him. But didn't he say that he forgot and he's happy now? Misaka said quickly as she didn't know she was in this rush. Kagaya was surprised, but then, she smiled kindly before saying, he got you again, huh? We can't forget about those things, Misaka. We learn to live on, but never forget. Also, how can you be truly happy if you were never sad once? Kagaya looked at Mudkip, who finished the popcorn before smiling bitterly and saying, I guess we're both with a power that reminds us of something, huh? I'll join. All hail, Dio. Kagaya joined the party as the adventurers were hailing Dio for some reason. Misaka was left alone at the table as she was thinking about Kagaya's words, remind you of something. Misaka remembered Kagaya's story that she told her when they were hunting frogs. The Hurai elixir made by Kagaya's ability of eternity is something that makes the consumer have a body that rejects all change, but that was illegal and she was exiled from the moon because they couldn't execute her. Kagaya's eternity brought her a lot of pain and became a power that reminds her of pain and regrets. Like Leo and his flaws. Misaka looked at Kagaya who was smiling while partying as she could say anything. That smug smile of Kagaya became so different now. Hey, what with that face? Suddenly, Misaka's shoulder was tapped as she saw Leon looking at her with a smile. You have a very interesting talk, but no one wants to see you having such a face, right? Leon messed Misaka's hair before she gave her a beer and said, do you want some? No, I'm still a minor. Misaka refused immediately, which made Leon sigh before she said, you're no fun at all. Misaka took a deep breath because of Leon's attitude, but then, Leon grabbed her hand. If you don't want to drink, then at least join the party. Leon dragged Misaka to the party. Misaka sighed again while looking at the chaos around before she looked at Kagaya shooting water with Mudkip on Dio, Kazuma. This made her smile before joining the chaos. Another day passed in Axel, as the guild was in chaos and earthquakes were still appearing because of Whitebeard and the frogs. Chapter 91, the third day. The area was foggy, which didn't provide any clear vision. The platinum color was the only thing that was clear while everything seemed to be scattered around without any reason. It was a completely chaotic world with no rules at all. Where am I? Ritsuka opened her eyes at this platinum space as she couldn't remember how she arrived at this place. Is this a dream? Looking around, Ritsuka couldn't find another explanation, except this and she's now crazy. After the talk with Leo, she went back to her room to sleep. And why didn't she go to Nero? She doesn't remember what happened and her instinct tells her that's a bad idea. Suddenly, a bright light flashed as it cleared all the fog and the platinum was replaced with a golden color before a person appeared. His face or shape wasn't clear, except he had 6 white wings on his back and a golden halo. The person with wings didn't move, even if his wings were cracked and started to fall down. That seemed for Ritsuka like a star falling from the sky as a golden meteor fell from the sky and landed somewhere in a dark pit of mud without any light shining around. The person didn't move even in these conditions, however, his wings started to turn black and his halo became faint before two horns appeared on his head. At that moment, green lines appeared from the black mud as they reached the person before he flinched. More and more lines and threads arrived at him until the person stood up and shook open his pure black wings. However, his faint halo recovered as it seemed more different than the previous one, even if Ritsuka couldn't see it clearly, but somehow, she felt the person was more alive. The mud was trying to circle around the person, but the light around burned this mud as it revealed a clear world, which had a blue sky and green forests. Ritsuka couldn't help but think this is the normal human world, but it was so old into the ancient era. An angel. Ritsuka wasn't completely sure, however, she didn't have that much time to think as the angel started walking. His clothes changed into a black and red robe and his wings were hidden, however, Ritsuka wasn't able to see his face, even if she had an idea about his identity. For Ritsuka, that action was very casual, like the person experienced them a lot of times and he's just doing something regular. The scene started to change like the fast-forward button was pushed. Clouds were passing around quickly with every step the angel took as in the surprised eyes of Ritsuka, some trace of civilization appeared. Ritsuka knew this was a very ancient era, which was in the BC era. Green lines and threads appeared from the civilization as they crossed the sky, but the angel didn't care about them. Then the scene kept changing. Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, Greece, Rome, civilization after another passed in front of Ritsuka's eyes as the green lines filled the sky and started to ooze a black mud. More and more black mud oozed from the lines as it started to fill the surrounding before it became a flood drowning everything. Ritsuka tried to back away, but she found that the black mud didn't touch her, which increased the idea that this is just a dream. The whole world with everything that Ritsuka saw was drowned in the black mud as it became a large ocean extending to the horizon. The angel was standing on top of it as a red drawing with 10 spots appeared behind him. Ritsuka felt her eyes hurt just from staring at it. The angel finally stopped walking as it seemed for Ritsuka that he crossed a journey around all this world. His wings had some extra colors, but they were very faint. Raising his hand, the countless green threads gathered around the angel before his lips moved slightly. 7 knots in 7 ropes, what comes and goes? These words came to Ritsuka's mind suddenly before she widened her eyes because the green threads ignited on fire. The whole ocean of black mud started to burn as it became a blazing inferno extending to the horizon. God knows where this burning hell reached, but Ritsuka couldn't care more because she wasn't in a good condition. At this moment, Ritsuka held her head in pain because of the amount of things that appeared in her mind. Greed, desires, sins, maliciousness, hatred, killing. These thoughts rushed into Ritsuka's head as they were burning under the green lines and becoming an eternal hell. After a few seconds, the flames turned blue as everything vanished in front of Ritsuka, except an angel standing there. Meanwhile, at Mountain Dew where Leo's mansion is hidden. The sun rose as the 3rd day of the Holy Grail War arrived. In one of the rooms, Ritsuka woke up suddenly as she was sweating and pale. She put her hand on her chest while breathing heavily and couldn't stop for a while. Lying down on the bed, Ritsuka put her hand on her forehead as she closed her eyes and tried to calm herself, but she couldn't because everything was so real. Were those Lucifer's memories? Ritsuka opened her eyes as she took more deep breaths before remembering something about servants and masters. Masters and servants share a deep mental connection, so it has been observed that both can see visions of each other's pasts in the form of dreams. It is a known phenomenon said to have widely occurred in the Holy Grail Wars. However, Ritsuka couldn't understand why this happened to her. Although she doesn't want to say it, she can't provide Leo with any mana because of his huge consummation and he didn't even need it with his independent manifestation skill. So, her link with Leo isn't all that strong to view his memories or something like that, except... Is it because of this? Ritsuka looked at her command seals that showed some information and a card. The information was saying bond level while showing some information about Leo. The card was very confusing for Ritsuka because it said 1/3, and it split into 3 parts in the image place. The other 2 were black and the only visible side was a destroyed place ignited on blue flames with faint 7 dragons in the background. Empty future, huh? Is this why Lucifer was talking about the edge a lot? Ritsuka smiled wryly when she remembered that Leo diagnosed his state as a severe case of edginess. Anyway. Ritsuka closed the interface of her command seals before she tapped her face. She needed to wake up and prepare for another day in this war, even if she couldn't do anything. Jumping from the bed, Ritsuka went to wash before trying to find her way out in this mansion of pranks. However, she didn't notice that when she closed her command seals, her magic circuits glowed dark blue for an instant before returning to normal. After finishing, Ritsuka went into the only place she could feel Leo's mana in. She tried to avoid all the beasts in this mansion because they will try to prank her, especially Daichu and SCP-999. Suddenly, Ritsuka reached the place, which was the kitchen, as she heard some voices inside before opening the door, but what she saw was a battlefield. Nero was leaning her head on her arms while her face had a clear unhappy expression, even if her eyes betrayed her with their sparkling when she looked at the battle in the kitchen. Ritsuka saw the other master beside her here, Rin, lying her head on the table. She seemed to have given up on something. Fo was moving around as he seemed to wait for something. However, the biggest problem was Leo was crossing his arms with a serious face as some purple text was floating around him, which made him somehow scarier in Ritsuka's eyes. Leo's face was so serious, more serious than fighting with Solomon while looking at the two fighters in the kitchen. Ritsuka followed his gaze to see something weird. Archer was cooking against an octopus in a chef outfit, but how did this look like a real battle between life and death? It's a pleasure to have you here, Leo said seriously and formally, that made Ritsuka more uneasy. What is happening here? Ritsuka asked before she saw Nero looking at her with a displeased look. A battle to determine everything, Leo said as he looked at the two chefs cooking. It was in the morning. Archer was walking with his master, who wanted to talk to Ritsuka, but then he saw the octopus chef cooking and tasted it. Even if servants don't need to eat or sleep, Archer felt something in his soul hurt after feeling that this octopus surpassed him, so this battle started in the eyes of the helpless Rin. Leo and Nero came after a while to join the judging table. Nero was complaining about everyone leaving her singing show, as Leo ignored as he was sighing about if this or hearing her singing is worse. Thankfully, Nero was distracted easily by this competition as she decided to be the judge, and Leo entered a menacing mode before joining her. Rin was giving up on everything as her servant was fighting a cartoonish-looking octopus and cooking. There you are. Suddenly, Rin raised her head when she heard Ritsuka before jumping towards her. Ritsuka backed away a little because of Rin's flaming eyes. You're also a master, then face me seriously, Rin said while pointing at Ritsuka, which made her more confused. Leo glanced at this scene before looking at the cooking battle. Nero was also focused on the cooking battle because she wanted to be the judge on this. Now, tell me your motives for taking me as a hostage. Rin, who woke up in the mansion of Satan, didn't know what'll happen to her, even if Archer told her it was pointless to worry because their power simply isn't enough. She knows that Archer and her can't beat 3 servants alone, especially with the so-called Satan there. She still can't believe that the Holy Grail can summon Satan, but that doesn't stop her from being wary of 7 giant dragons that covered the sky. Isn't this a war? Ritsuka showed a confused expression before she said, you, as a master, is a target for other participants, so we have all the reasons to kidnap you. It's not like you want to fight fairly in a war, right? Ugh. Rin didn't know how to come back from that. Not to mention that your servant is the only way to connect Alea now, so he's very important. Ritsuka looked at Rin, getting more and more dejected as she didn't know what was wrong with her. She was only saying the truth. Strength is a very important thing in these situations, and it was him who kidnapped you. Talk to him, Ritsuka said as Rin looked behind her to see Leo. Leo was surrounded by the menacing text as he glanced at Rin for a moment, which made her turn away immediately because of his scary aura. I know. Rin took a deep breath before she looked at Ritsuka and said, I can understand that you want an alliance. Alliance? That needs mutual benefits to happen, and we both want the Holy Grail, right? Ritsuka knows that most of the masters came here for the Holy Grail and no one will just choose to give up on it. No, I just want to win. If you want that Grail, you can have it. Rin shook her head because the wish and Holy Grail wasn't the reason for her joining this war. I see. Ritsuka took a moment to see if Rin was lying or not before she said, then the command will be in our hand. Rin snapped at that declaration, but Ritsuka didn't give her the chance as she said, we've more power than you, and in cooperation, you need 2 equal sides. To be honest, you lack that a lot. Ugh. Rin felt attacked again, but she couldn't retort against this clearly weak magi because she has 3 servants. This isn't the work of a weak magi. She's cheating. I know that I may sound harsh, but I had to make it clear. This war isn't simple, and I think besides winning, you also want something else. Ritsuka stared at Rin seriously as she walked and sat on the table. Rin looked at Ritsuka for a moment before she sighed and sat on the table while saying, as the owner of the city and one of the 3 families that made the Holy Grail, I want to make sure this town don't get blown up to oblivion, and I have a person that I want to protect. Rin said her request in a helpless tone as Ritsuka smiled before she said, I see. Our work was about fixing this timeline, so welcome. Ritsuka extended her hand as Rin sighed again before taking it, which means the alliance had happened. Even if Rin wanted a contract, that's too luxury for these unbalanced sides. Leo looked at this exchange before he said, no bad. A little inexperienced, but it's okay. She needs more training, Nero said as she was still dissatisfied with Ritsuka leaving her alone in the theater. You're still angry. Leo didn't want more complaints this morning. Of course. Everyone would spend all their fortune to watch me sing. Even in Rome they were so pleased with my singing they would sleep peacefully. Nero said instantly with excitement when remembering Rome. I think they were unconscious, Leo said with a blank face, but Nero was immersed in her story rather than listening to him. However, she suddenly flinched before returning to normal, but Leo sighed as she extended his hand and tapped her forehead. Don't work yourself too much, those headaches will only get worse, Leo said as he used his mana to ease Nero's headache from her skill, migraine. Migraine is a curse inherited from one's previous life. Due to suffering from chronic headaches, it is hard for Nero to perfectly demonstrate her valuable talent for fine arts, which include her other skills. But don't I have you? Nero tilted her head, which made Leo tap her head again before saying, I don't want to waste my time curing others. It's too precious to waste like this. I see, I'm very precious than your time, you say, Nero said with a smile as Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he said, no, you're overthinking it. No. I understand clearly and your feelings ouch. Nero wanted to start another speech, but Leo chopped her to the head with his hand. Ritsuka and Rin glanced to this side to see this interaction, which further destroyed Satan's name in Rin's head and Ritsuka didn't know what to say. Leo saw that Nero didn't stop even if he did that, which made him sigh before returning to what he was doing. What are you doing? Nero felt the mana around Leo moving as she asked. Process of elimination, that's what I'm doing, Leo said as he was manipulating his mana in different directions. Elimination of what? Ritsuka listened to them as she asked before Leo waved with his hand and showed a map of Fuyuki made by mana. My clairvoyance is blocked by a lot of things in this world, Leo said as he showed shadowy places on the map. And those things in this city are the most likely to be enemies or goals, so by eliminating everything that I can see, I can just go and check what I can't see, Leo said the simple and casual, but effective plan. In this world, Leo's clairvoyance weakened a lot because of the numerous guys that can block and nullify it. However, if he ignores the vast world and focuses on Fuyuki, he can mark the thing he can see or not, which allows him to pick the places to check. This is a loophole in the system of clairvoyance, but even so, there's some risk because you won't know what awaits you like a trap. However, this is better than not knowing what to do for Leo, so he's ready to invite himself to some parties. Just how strong is that clairvoyance? Rin was startled by the range and the amount of power to do such a feat. For her, clairvoyance users need to focus on something before looking at it, but Leo can scan the whole planet while focusing on other things because of his huge calculation power in his mind that left the human categories a long time ago. I see, then are we going to check them? Ritsuka looked at the places on the map as she focused on the Ryuta temple, which was the closest to this place. Yeah. No, Leo said with a lone tone before he rejected the idea. Why? This was Ritsuka's turn to be surprised by this decision. Because I'm waiting for Merlin to get in trouble. That's more effective than using my way, Leo said with a straight face as it made Ritsuka sigh. Nero nodded at this while Rin didn't understand the principle behind that thinking. Oh. Here he is. After waiting for a while, Leo received a call from Merlin. The call was a small message, how to say this, in your words, he didn't die when he was killed. PFFFF. What? Leo stood up from the table in the shocked eyes of everyone before he said, he broke his own rules. Hey, Archer, this can wait, we need to go now. Leo said to Archer as he grabbed Rangaminiad. What happened? Archer was focusing on the battle with the octopus chef as he said without turning his eyes away. He's still alive after being killed. Leo said as the knife dropped from Archer's hand before he screamed, what? How can he not die after being killed? Then Nero, Rin, and Ritsuka watched Leo and Archer's shocked expressions while there was a very simple question in their heads. Who didn't die when he was killed? Chapter 92, Weird. The sun was shining in Fuyuki City in the morning. It gave some warmth after a whole night of snow falling. The weather became slightly better as the snowstorm stopped slightly, which allowed the accumulated snow in the surrounding to melt a little. On this normal day, Fuyuki citizens regularly started their day, completely forgetting the secret battle that took place here. The Church and Magic Association didn't waste any time as they got the closet magi and exorcists in the next town to help in Fuyuki condition. After a few operations, most of the citizens' memories were deleted as the magi left the city immediately after. The magi, even if they are a part of Clock Tower, they don't want anything to do in this death zone of a city. Usually, they won't mind risk in the path of magecraft, but the risk is simply too large and they didn't lose all their brain cells, yet. The exorcists didn't leave like the magi, they stayed in the town to check the situation while supervising the Holy Grail War. For this to happen, they had to go into the Church of Fuyuki first because one of their priests was a supervisor on the war from the start. The situation didn't leave much to do anyway. Both the Church and Magic Associations are suppressed by Zeltrech, which doesn't give them much room to interfere. However, the exorcists arrived at the church only to meet a man with a red spear. At that moment, before even entering the war, those exorcists became victims to a random servant, and Kyrie had to make a call after a while to inform the church about their terrible loss. Meanwhile, away from the bloodshed, a young man was walking on the street. He wore a school uniform with a scarf on his neck as he was holding a bag in his hand. His hair was auburn while his eyes were brown golden. He seemed a little listless while walking before he sneezed because of the cold weather. I shouldn't have slept on the floor, the young man wiped his nose as he attempted to forget the weird feeling he was getting lately. Shaking his head, Shiro continues on his way towards the school without knowing the reason behind the odd feeling. However, on top of a building on the other street, a group of people were watching the young man walking. So, as you see. He didn't die, Merlin said to the group before he looked at Shiro. He can feel it from here. A mana so familiar for him, even if it was weak, Merlin can be sure it's Avalon. Hypocrite, Leo said one word about this guy, who breaks his words about people dying when they are killed. That look, what? Ritsuka looked at Shiro as she was confused about why he looked very similar to her. Nero looked at Shiro before looking at Archer as her artist's mind told her that they are very similar. Archer didn't say anything as he looked at Shiro, especially those eyes that made him remember his past and his forsaken dream. Shiro. Is this who you were talking about, Archer? Rin recognized Shiro immediately before she looked at Archer. He's just a normal student, that is no way he's a. Rin didn't finish before Archer said, he's a magi. A weak one, but a magi nevertheless. Amiya. A magi, Rin was really surprised because someone like Shiro was a magi. For her, someone who didn't refuse to help anyone or show any qualities as a magi, couldn't possibly be a one, especially with Shiro's personality. Now. What happened, Merlin? Leo leaned on the rooftop railing as he glanced at the partner of justice. I was taking care of my own business. Merlin smiled as he wanted to tell his story in Fuyuki City, but then he met everyone's eyes that didn't believe in his first words. Cough. Merlin cleared his throat before he started to tell the whole story without caring about everyone's eyes. After 3 minutes, Merlin finally entered some important parts. Basically, he passed by this location as he sensed a familiar mana. Much like Lancelot's accident, Merlin knew immediately the source, but that was where the problem began. If Avalon was there, then there was a big chance to meet his king, Artoria Pendragon, which isn't a really happy event for Merlin. After hesitating for a while, Merlin chose to not to go. As a smart magus, he can't make such a stupid mistake. What if he was shot by an Excalibur? Proud of himself, Merlin wanted to leave the place, but then, he felt that Avalon's mana became weaker suddenly, which piqued his interest. If it was Artoria, this wouldn't happen like this, but Merlin was still hesitating as he picked a flower from under his feet and started to pick off its petals while saying, I'll go and I'll not go. Leo stared at Merlin telling his story and even took a flower to demonstrate his actions as he felt that if the edge won't kill him, then this story will. Archer and Rin were in the same condition as they even forgot what they were talking about. Their expression became of disgust when Merlin spoke about the couples he saw in the night. Ritsuka was speechless while holding Foe, who wanted to rush and kick Merlin. Only Nero was impressed by Merlin, not his story, but the flower garden under his feet. She felt this was very impressive and she should make something like a Rose's version of it. Then Merlin talked about sneaking into Shiro's house with utmost care before he saw the young man lying on the floor with a hole in his shirt. There was no wound, but Merlin saw some blood nearby, so as the great magus he is. He didn't waste time checking the scene, but he went straight into Shiro's dream and got the information he wanted. Apparently, he was killed by a bullet to the chest before he fell down. The only thing he remembered was someone putting something in his body before losing consciousness. Pudding. Leo noticed this as he put his hand on his chin and started to think about something, but then, Merlin's story took a turn. He started to talk about the couples he found at night, which made everyone look at him again. Ritsuka held Foe as she was in the same condition before she saw something on her side. She didn't even have time to ask before she panicked. Leo, who had enough of this story, raised his left hand as green lights manifested on it. The lines gathered in a particular shape of a rifle before a green brightness flashed on Leo's hand. Waving his hand, Leo did a 180-degree turn as the green light broke and showed a sniper rifle with a silencer in his hand. Without hesitation, Leo aimed at Shiro in the street and shot in the panicked eyes of Ritsuka. Except Merlin, who was telling his story, and Nero, who was thinking about her new skill, only Archer and Rin looked at what Leo was doing. Shiro was walking in the street before his scarf was stuck on something, which made him bend slightly only for the bullet to pass him and hit the wall. Hey! What are you doing? Rin was shocked by Satan taking a sniper rifle and shooting Shiro. However, she was interpreted by Archer as she looked at Shiro's location. The wall where Leo shot didn't have a bullet mark, but there was a text that said, "People die when they are killed." Huh. Rin raised her voice in confusion as Ritsuka also didn't know what to say about this. I missed. The fuck? Leo cursed at this stupid accident in front of him. Is this plot armor he's witnessing? Can this thing exist now? If so, then how did he got shot before? He specifically made this rifle to write words when the bullet hit something. The bullet is completely silent and nobody will feel it, but Shiro dodged his own wisdom, memes. Aiming again, Leo took 2 other shots at Shiro. The first one hit a cat that jumped from a wall and the other one hit the forehead of a man passing by. Ritsuka looked at the cat with, just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right, and the man with, when you have a birthday, you celebrate being born, on his forehead. Shiro just passed normally even if he felt something weird, especially about the man with the phrase on his forehead, but he doesn't like to judge people's hobbies. I swear to the roots, if it was you root, then I'll just fix this world only to blow it up later, Leo fed up with missing as he said a very confusing way of swearing. Don't you think it's better to focus? Ritsuka chose not to comment on Leo's actions while looking at Merlin, who kept telling his story. I can multitask, you know. Leo said without lifting his head. He was half listening to Merlin's story while ignoring all the other nonsense he's saying. I see. Ritsuka said with a wry smile before she noticed something. It was something about his clothes. For an angle and the devil, his clothes were surprisingly modern, even when she summoned him. He even took a sniper rifle now, which made Ritsuka ask, don't you have other clothes, Lucifer? I have a lot in the mansion, but why do you ask? Leo looked at Ritsuka with puzzlement. I didn't mean that, Ritsuka shook her head before she said, something like an armor or servant battle outfit. Oh, that. I have one, but I won't wear it, Leo waved his arm as he rejected the idea immediately. He does have a servant outfit and Venom can become it at any moment. Although it doesn't have even a fashion buff, except looking cool, but also edgy. Is it a black and red robe? Ritsuka couldn't help but to ask because she saw something in her dream. Leo raised his eyebrow as the sniper rifle in his hands disappeared into light spots before he said, it seems you saw something interesting, huh? Yes, I did, Ritsuka pondered for a moment before admitting it directly, which left Leo speechless. At least try to act mysteriously. Leo felt that Ritsuka is breaking other rules like Shiro, who had the same hair color as her. Just say what you want before I knock Merlin and make him stop talking about the couples he saw at night, Leo shuddered as Merlin was saying poems about love or something like that. Only Nero seemed to be interested in those poems. Ugh. Ritsuka looked at Merlin before she remembered something and said, what are the 7 ropes and the 7 knots? You even saw that, huh? Leo shook his head because things started to take a turn he didn't expect at all. Something is weird about this master of his. And he doesn't mean chaos or something like that, but now, Ritsuka seemed to be, even if it was weak, more pleasing in his eyes. She even saw some of his memories in this world, which made Leo very suspicious of Root's actions. Was she fixing her world or giving her protagonist a charisma buff? Looking at Ritsuka that was waiting for his answer, Leo sighed and said, 7 sins tying knots on 7 ropes of virtues. Raising his arm, Leo caught the air around him before a thin green thread appeared between his finger as he said, carrying a debt from the past. What comes and goes? Ritsuka said as Leo smiled helplessly before he repeated the same phrase, what comes and goes. Suddenly, Leo felt something as he glanced at the sky, but he didn't see anything, which made him frown before looking at Merlin. Okay, stop with this nonsense. Leo finished his talk with Ritsuka as he had enough of Merlin talking about couples. But I'm almost at the good part. Merlin said immediately as he refused to stop. Boom. This part is important. Nero said as she was very interested in hearing Merlin's story. Leo took a deep breath while rubbing his temples because of the headaches he suddenly got. What's wrong with them, Archer? Rin couldn't understand what was going on and why historical figures were acting like this. Just go with it, Archer didn't have an explanation either. You said he put something, which assumes it's Avalon, so does he have Avalon now? Or did he even have it before he was killed? Leo didn't find a better way to phrase it. No. Merlin pondered for a moment before he said, from the mana and his magic circuits, he had Avalon in the past, but it was taken from him, then it was recovered shortly at that night before it was taken again. Is this some sort of trap? Using Amiya Shiro as a trap to attract others? Leo started to think about the possibilities of having Shiro as a bait. Honestly, this isn't a bad plan. The protagonist can attract a lot of targets without having to look for them. Okay, this needs to stop. What do you mean Amiya-kun has Avalon? He didn't even show qualification as a magi, even if he did, then Shinji should know. Rin had enough of being silent as she walked forwards and said her ideas. However, to her surprise, Leo and Archer were looking at her weirdly like, what the hell are you talking about, was written in their gaze. What? Rin was confused by this reaction as she didn't know what to say. Shinji can know if Amiya Shiro is a magi or not. Archer had a weird expression on his face. Are you okay? Maybe I scared you a lot yesterday. Leo felt sorry for the innocent girl, who couldn't handle his greatness and lost some brain cells. What with your look? Even if I didn't want to admit it, Shinji is a first-rate magi, which has more caliber than me, Rin said with some annoyance. Leo and Archer looked at each other as the surprise on their faces wasn't hidden from the other. It appears you found something interesting. Merlin looked at the reaction around as he picked his staff. Is this Shinji someone important? Ritsuka asked, but Leo didn't answer her as he said to Rin, Rin, was it? I want to ask you something. What is the hair color of your sister? Leo said as everyone except Archer, who was waiting for the answer, looked at him weirdly. Huh? What do you want to do with my sister? Rin snapped immediately because Leo talked about something important for her. Just answer the question, Leo said with some seriousness in his tone, which made Rin calm down a little before she sighed and whispered, it's black. Leo and Archer looked at each other again before they nodded. That explains. Leo said before Archer finished his words. A lot. Everyone was slightly confused by this rhyme these two achieved about something. Meanwhile, at Ryuta Temple. A man with long white hair was walking on the steps towards the temple. The 10 rings on his fingers were glowing slightly, but if anyone focused on them, then he'll see a slight crack on the middle ring on the right hand. Solomon walked the steps towards the temple as his eyes didn't show what he was thinking about at all before he crossed some sort of a barrier. Boundary field. Solomon whispered before he heard footsteps above him. A young man with blue, seaweed-looking hair, walked towards Solomon casually before he stopped at some distance. I didn't expect your presence here. The young man said indifferently as he looked at Solomon. Welcome. King of Magecraft, Solomon the young man, Mato Shinji, said with a smile like he was greeting a friend. However, Solomon didn't talk because he figured out the type of barrier he's in now. A reality marble. Chapter 93, Rejoice. Well, I guess this is progress. Leo had a weird expression on his face as he realized that even an angel with a huge calculation power like him can't guess some simple things. To be honest, he's speechless after figuring out the situation, which was bothering him in this Holy Grail war. There have been a lot of unexplained events during this war. From 14 summoned servants to attacks that didn't have any reason behind them. More importantly, who were the masters behind some servants that appeared from nowhere? Even more, how did some servants like Medea and Lancelot be summoned to this war? Especially Medea, who was clearly an extra caster like Gilgamesh, who is an extra archer. These questions kept bothering Leo a lot during these days. He guessed it'll be the system user Root talked about, who didn't show himself yet. But he wasn't sure because this war is very complicated and confusing. It could be a hidden player or maybe someone completely random pulling the strings from the dark. Everything was possible and he can't deny any of those possibilities without proper evidence. However, today, after checking on the partner of justice, he got the missing piece of the puzzle to connect those events. At first, when he arrived in this world, there was a hacking in the Holy Grail system, which allowed this war to become a 14 servants battle. Leo knew from Assassin's Mind that the players were the ones that hacked into it and got 5 pairs of command seals to summon servants. But what shocked him was someone stealing their servant, Pale Rider. Someone stole Pale Rider and made him attack players with command seals before sending him to kill Enkidu. From Archer, Leo heard that Alea detected a disconnection from the human order in Matu's family during the 4th Holy Grail War, Fate Zero, before it was corrected immediately. Merlin also talked about the distribution and how it was close to Lancelot during the 4th War, which means Matu's side. Moreover, Avalon wasn't in Shiro's body and it was taken a long time ago before it was given back temporarily yesterday night. Siyu Chulin found something in Matu's residence when Assassin was tracking him, which pulled the attention towards Matu again. Leo thought of checking on them, but because everything is happening and the fact they aren't in their residence, he had better things to do. Now, Rin said that Matu Shinji, who is a waste of a magi, became a first-rate one. Not to forget her sister, whose hair is supposed to be purple, became black. Matu Shinji, who is incapable of performing sorcery because of Matu bloodline training, isn't even a magi in the first place. Matu Sakura, Rin's sister, was supposed to be adopted by Matu's family, which transformed her element affinity to water via a painful and hellish process of insects magecraft, so her hair color changed from black to purple. Well, it's one of the unfortunate events that happened in this dark world. Leo as Satan and Beast 6, can tell you now that what happened to Sakura isn't the worst thing in this world. There's a ton of things worse, even far worse happen to people in this world, and you say why he doesn't like the current humanity at all. To be honest, Leo thought of a lot of possibilities. Like a system user to traverse into this world and join Matu's house, save Sakura, kill Zoken, summon a servant, etc. A lot of things that every reincarnator does in this world, but Shinji. Traversing into Shinji's body. He has to admit that he didn't think of that one. Note to self, expect more unexpected in the unexpected. Don't think outside the box, but shoot it into space and think from there. Leo gave himself a small reminder for the future. This Shinji is really something, Archer said as he was also surprised by this development. For someone to fool Alea in the aspect of humanity. He doesn't know if he even should call him Shinji anymore. Indeed, 10 years hidden system user, Leo frowned because this was one of the worst developments possible. A system is a trump card that can create trump cards. He can't imagine how many cards Shinji has in his sleeves. Then Medea should also be the caster from the Fourth Holy Grail War, and survive until now like Gilgamesh. Leo looked at Merlin because he knows that he has some of Medea's mana, which can be used to track her. Do you want to track her? I need to be at a certain distance to work, Merlin said, which made Leo shake his head before he said, I was thinking, do you have any idea why this Shinji actions are all over the place? Sending Pale Rider to kill Enkidu during his battle with Gilgamesh, Medea, and Lancelot to steal Cu, and giving Emiya Shiro Avalon back to save him before taking it again. Is this a high-level IQ play or something completely stupid, which he can't see through? Maybe he wants something with his actions. But most of them are vague or he's just doing things randomly. Merlin shook his head as he was also thinking about the current events. Eliminating servants. Obviously that the first goal of every master in this war. Nero raised her eyebrow as she stated some obvious things. If he wants to do that, he can just gather his servants and get the advantage of number. Archer shook his head as he denied these casual attempts from someone hidden in this dark world for more than 10 years. Maybe it has something to do with the chain of heaven. Ritsuka said because Enkidu's abilities can be fatal on certain enemies and it might pose a threat to this newly discovered enemy. The group was thinking about why the new Shinji is throwing his servants around while forgetting someone. Rin was bewildered while looking at everyone discussing Shinji's subject like he was a final boss or something. More importantly, her sister is with Shinji, which means she is also participating in this war. She knows her sister's attitude towards Shinji, so she can't think of another thing that will happen. And now, this group is clearly aiming at him, which includes her sister. Okay, let me get this straight, Yuan Dash. However, before Rin finished, Merlin and Leo realized something before they said, and Gramenu. The completely random name confused the people around. However, before they explained their great wisdom to the others, Leo and Merlin flinched because they felt something weird in the city. Rejoicing priest. Leo's expression became weird again when he saw something with his clairvoyance, or nothing because Kiriai's location became a black screen now. Leo didn't wait for them to understand as he clapped his hand and said, Rejoice, everyone. Who wants to go to the church with me? Satan, with his flesh, blood, and mana actually offered someone to go to the church with him as an awkward silence filled the place. Kiriai, who was in the church, felt a sudden chill as he didn't know the source for it. However, without anyone knowing, a red blood was in Fuyuki's sewer system as it was extending towards the whole city while moving in the church direction. Meanwhile, Shinji and Solomon were facing each other as they didn't show any particular expression for this event. I assume Yo Dash. Shinji wanted to continue the conversation, but Solomon raised his arm without a warning and shot a huge beam of light at him. A direct sneak attack without even giving a crap about everything else. This is Solomon in his rationality mode. The beam of light carried a huge amount of heat while flying towards Shinji, however, he didn't show any care about it. The beam, which is a partial release of Solomon's third noble phantasm, started to become smaller and lose power during its flight towards Shinji. In less than a second, the beam became a spark as Shinji extinguished it with his fingers. I guess you aren't friendly, huh? Shinji shook his head before he said, but I think that obvious because we are aiming for the same thing. Solomon didn't respond to Shinji because he knows that Shinji is delaying the time for some reason, but he is also taking advantage of that to analyze the situation. However, now I look at you. No wonder Beast 6 chose to attack you despite all other choices. Shinji smiled at Solomon, even if his words carried a lot of sarcasm. Alchemy. No, it's something else. Solomon's golden eyes lit up slightly before he looked at Shinji and whispered one word, origin. At that moment, the smile on Shinji's face faded a little as he waved with his hand towards Solomon. Solomon took a step to the side as something passed next to him before looking at a deep cut that extended for more than 1 kilometer in this reality marble. An attack for another, right? Shinji said casually as Solomon's expression didn't change at all. The flow has changed. Solomon whispered those words, which made the expression on Shinji's face become colder. The atmosphere of war was boiling in this reality marble as the third day of the Holy Grail War had officially started. Chapter 94, Big Events. Solomon looked at this young man in front of him as he analyzed the essence of this reality marble and found it works by origin as the main pillar. Origin is the starting point that defines one's existence and directs one's actions throughout life. It is the driving force that comes from within the root that has managed to stream out of the source and take on material form. Everyone's actions always become adjusted to match and be in harmony with their origin. These actions are more along the lines of an inherent compulsion that could be called a person's instinct rather than a conscious decision. If a person becomes awakened to their origin, it becomes nearly impossible to stray from their origin if it's even possible in the first place. Under the system of magecraft, origins are used to describe precise details about a magus, while elemental affinity indicates one's general alignment. Magi who focus on their origin become specialists in magecraft that match it, which allows them to overcome obstacles like talent and magic circuits altogether. Shiro Amiya is a clear example of this phenomenon. His origin is sword, which makes him unable to cast spells from normal elements, but it allows him to manifest unlimited blade works. The origin can be counted as another way to reach the roots because it came from there. So, if a magi followed his origin, he'll eventually reach the roots, but the risk is beyond any other attempt. Origin keeps reincarnating from a being to another, which means if a magi attempts to awaken and control his origin, then he'll face the memories from the past lives and might lose his sanity and self in the process. His origin is flow. And it's almost completely awakened. Solomon was able to detect Shinji's origin with a glance after his first attack, however, this made him puzzled. No matter how weak it is, his third noble phantasm is powered by the fifth true magic, which is a mystery from the roots. Shinji needs a fully awakened origin to rival it, if he didn't lose himself in the process, of course. However, with the almost awakened origin and the reality marble, he was able to block it easily. Shinji's alchemy was also very weird for him, even if it had the normal alchemy traces. Suddenly, a rainbow light flashed as Solomon used the second true magic to teleport from his previous location and appeared on top of a building far away. His previous location was decaying like years were passing quickly, even the mana was vanishing from that position. Second true magic. Shinji frowned because he found that he's unable to control the flow from that magic. Solomon didn't wait for Shinji to analyze something as he raised his arm before something manifested in the reality marble sky. Shinji raised his head to see one of the light belts that burned humanity falling down from the sky. The heat was beyond anything else on this planet, however, Shinji didn't care as his reality marble was functioning properly. The heat from the light became weaker and weaker before it vanished without even hitting the ground. What wrong? It's not lick dash. Shinji wanted to say something, but Solomon ignored him again as he gathered his mana and said, Ars Paulina. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Ars Paulina, Solomon's second noble phantasm, and his temple started to manifest on top of Shinji's reality marble. This is actually one of the most simple ways to fight a reality marble. In regular terms, Solomon is rejecting Shinji's reality and substituting it with his own. However, before Solomon's reality marble manifested completely, it stopped in the middle of the process. The temple was in the sky, but the surrounding was still the same as Fuyuki City, which means one thing. Solomon's reality marble was contained in Shinji's one. Solomon was surprised by this as he widened his eyes even in his rational mode, however, he didn't think too much before activating his temple to welcome an attack. In the sky, the moisture gathered into a huge amount of water before the water flow accelerated. The water speed passed all the physical possibilities as it became thousands of arrows, covering the sky. The flow of time. Solomon's eyes were looking around as he was analyzing Shinji's origin to counter it. On the temple, some kind of tentacles with a lot of eyes manifest before they look at the water with all those eyes. These are Solomon's 72 demon god pillars. They are Solomon's familiar, which was created from a very high-level magecraft that employs demons. They can assist Solomon in his magecraft or combat and even perform some difficult rituals easily. The demon's god pillar's eyes glowed before a scorching laser shot towards the sky and hit all the water arrows accurately. Even so, the impact was huge as the shock waves filled the sky, but they died immediately after a moment. Solomon didn't look at them because he was focusing on Shinji, who took a Rubik's Cube while clapping his arms together. Electricity was flying around as the moisture in the air was changing. Mystic code and that weird alchemy. Is this the reason why he can affect true magic with his origin? Solomon continued his analysis, especially about Shinji's alchemy. After these few attacks, Solomon figured the effect of flow origin. Like its name, it controls the flow of things and Shinji was able to maximize the effect with his reality marble. Control the flow of heat to weaken the light power or the flow of time to make the wave of his hand a deadly blade. This is also why Shinji's reality marble looks the same as the outside because he's flowing the flow of the real world with his origin. Solomon doesn't know how far this origin can reach, but apparently, he can control the flow of the true magic without a regular medium like the heat in the third noble phantasm. Also, Solomon found something weird about this reality marble. It was the same thing that made it contain his own as he whispered Avalon. When Solomon was calculating everything about the situation, Shinji was doing the same thing. The Rubik cube floating around him was glowing as some sort of data was gathering from the surrounding. True magic from irregular elements might pose a problem. Shinji frowned as his eyes were glowing like a water flow. Like Solomon thought, he can't control the flow in irregular elements outside his reality marble, like second true magic space and time elements. He was able to detect the flow of death and life in Solomon's temple, but he's also unable to control it, so he can't destroy it directly. If I can't control it, then I'll use the strength of my reality marble to rewrite Solomon's one, Shinji thought quickly before he snapped his fingers as electricity was flying around. His reality marble is stronger than Solomon in this situation, so he plans to use it to overcome him. He knows that Solomon has a grudge with Beast 6, so he also plans to use that to make him unable to fully activate his third noble phantasm. Although he has no idea how in the hell did Beast 6 manifested in that form, he can bet that Solomon won't reveal their location because Beast 6 won't miss a chance to attack them both and ruin their plans. The electricity around Shinji spread around before something was manifesting using elements and matter in the air or the ground. Giant cannons appeared behind Shinji as he included his flow origin. The mana and elements like heat and time were fully activated in the cannons. Demon God's pillars stared at Shinji and calculated the best outcome before their eyes started glowing. They are mostly some high-level magecraft computers because the true pillars and their personality are with Beast 1. What is going around is a true battle between magi. Both of them analyze each other and try to find loopholes to get an advantage. The cannons and the demon gods were fully charged now before they started the first round of the attack. Shinji squinted his eyes because he wanted to examine Solomon's attack. However, when the attack started, a rainbow color flashed before Solomon appeared in front of Shinji. The lasers and beams were flying around with the power to burn Fuyuki City into ashes in less than a second, but Solomon didn't care as he swung his glowing fist towards Shinji's face. Shinji didn't know how to react. Aren't you the king of magecraft? Why the hell do you want to rush with a punch? Was all that analyze for nothing? The automatic defense of Shinji's reality marble activated as the flow of space and time was controlled to block the attack. But it was slightly late as Solomon punched Shinji to the face. Asterisk by AM. Asterisk. Shinji was sent flying across the reality marble like a rag doll by the king of fighters, Solomon. Meanwhile, the group was finally recovered from Satan's invitation to the church as it left them speechless. Don't give me that look, we don't have time for this. Leo's eyebrow twitched because of their reaction. He's also an angel, you know. Tapping the ground with his feet, Leo's shadow expanded as a green glow appeared before a black armored horse manifested. The horse was armored with black and red armor while his hair and hoofs had faint blue flames burning. Leo ride the horse as he signaled Ritsuka to come before he said, "Come on, I need to check something on the way." Ritsuka didn't understand why Leo has a horse now and why does he need it anyway. "Merlin, you check the left and I'll take care of the right," Leo said as Marin didn't have a problem before he nodded and disappeared with a storm of petals. Leo looked at Merlin disappearing before he saw Ritsuka was still in confusion as he sighed and drove the horse towards her. What? To Ritsuka's surprise, Leo picked her up and made her sit behind him before he rushed with the horse. Hey! This isn't fair. Nero looked at Leo taking Ritsuka before she rushed behind them. Archer picked Rin before he jumped and followed the group to the right side of Fuyuki City. What are you doing, Lucifer? Ritsuka couldn't open her eyes straight or talk properly because of the wind around. The horse was running on the air as he crossed a long distance easily, but Leo didn't seem to want to go fast because he was checking something around. Leo glanced at Ritsuka before a small cat appeared on top of the horse's head and waved its paw. The wind calmed down as Ritsuka finally could look again. Checking on something, Leo said while he changed direction and landed on top of a building while looking at the streets, especially the manhole on them. I mean the horse and this. Ritsuka didn't understand the surprise rush from Merlin and Leo because these clairvoyance bastards don't explain anything. I said that I wanted to become a rider. Leo didn't know what was confusing about his words before a red shadow flashed and Nero landed next to them. This is unacceptable. That was the first word Nero said while she looked at Leo and Ritsuka on the horse. Ha. Leo looked at Nero before looking at Ritsuka as he realized something and said, "Are you serious?" "Of course, I am." Nero didn't back down. This is a rare chance, so she should be the one sitting from the behind. At that moment, Archer and Rin landed on the rooftop. Rin jumped from Archer's arms and walked towards Leo. "Before you say anything, I heard you want to save the city from getting blown to oblivion. Did you include its citizens too?" Leo said as Rin stopped in her place. After a second, Rin's face became slightly pale before she calmed herself and said, "What happened?" Her problems can wait a little because there seems to be something important happening now. A full network of a magical ritual is spreading into the city, Leo said as he got a report from Merlin that he found the same thing. Red blood is moving in Fuyuki City sewers and reaching every corner from it while drawing the ritual formula. I don't have time to analyze it completely, but I'll assume that it isn't good for your city, Leo said while looking at a red blood leaking from the manhole on the street. Do you know the source? Rin asked the source, which is the cornerstone of the ritual that can be used to crack it. No, it is constantly changing, but I know the destination, Leo said because the blood is the ritual and it keeps moving around. The church. Archer realized something. He felt that the priest was the goal of this ritual, but why? Except for the command seals, the only thing he has is the connection with Angra Mainyu. Rin, ask questions later, we have to go, Archer, in the surprise eyes of Rin, picked her up again and rushed towards the church. He doesn't want another fire to happen in the city. Did I trigger his flashbacks? Leo looked at Archer leaving the place before he raised the horse reins and wanted to follow, but then he saw Nero in the way. "Look here, we only met for less than 3 days, don't you think you're taking things too far?" Leo stared with a blank face at Nero. Nero looked at Ritsuka, who raised her hand because she is innocent. "You know she's weak," Leo said as he caused some damage to Ritsuka behind him without knowing. "I know, but this is a rare chance." Nero refused to back down, which made Leo sigh. Rushing with the horse, Leo picked Nero by her hand and made her sit in front of him before the horse kicked the ground and rushed towards the church. "Oh!" Nero let out a voice of surprise when she looked at the surrounding changing quickly. "Listen you two, if this ritual is what I think, then I need both of you to act quickly. Whoever did this can't stay in the war." Leo looked at the ritual becoming bigger and bigger as he accelerated. "Doing big things, then you plan to run away? Do you think this is a game?" Leo's expression darkened because these bastards that keep attacking and running away. "Boom. Count on me." Nero leaned her back on Leo's chest as it made his eyebrow twitch. Nero realized that Ritsuka is actually a good person who helped her. She should reward her later. Ritsuka, who took a good person card without knowing, looked at her command seals before she nodded. "However, does this horse have a name?" Nero looked at the horse that was running in the sky as she couldn't help but ask. "HM. Yeah, it's made in hell," Leo said, a name that made Ritsuka widen her eyes. Her mood went from confident into scared in an instant as she didn't know if it's the correct choice to ride this horse. Chapter 95, Human Order Correction Ritual. After finishing his attack, Solomon didn't even bother to look at Shinji before he gathered mana on his feet and chased after him. All the lasers and beams exploded behind him and created a huge flame flower in the air. The sparks and the light particles were flying behind Solomon as they made a shadow on his face. Despite the intense explosion, he only made a simple mana shield on his back before using the explosion strength to push himself further. His speed broke the sound barrier easily as sonic booms filled the area before eyeing Shinji, who was flying away, and rushing towards him. Although teleportation is an available option, Solomon knows that it takes a split of a second to work and his opponent might be already ready to face it. Shinji was flying at a very fast speed in the sky. The wind was blowing around him as its roar affected his hearing a little, but he quickly adjusted himself and opened his eyes. His forehead was stinging because of Solomon's punch. That punch wasn't a joke because it was aimed at his brain. Presuming that he didn't use space and time to slow it down, he'll probably end up with a cracked skull if he was lucky. Shinji moved his body in midair to stabilize his position. His speed decreased after a moment before the gleam in his eyes intensified. The eyes that looked like a flowing river glowed before the flow around Shinji started to change. Using his flow and reality marble, the wind became a platform on his feet like a flowing river, which allowed him to glide away before opening his hand and making a claw shape. He didn't need to look in front to see Solomon, who was rushing with a burning fist, because the flow of his reality marble could detect him if he used mana or other attacks. The wind moved around Shinji's fingers like a serpent before he waved his hand in a vertical motion quickly. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. The flow of wind and time activated instantly as the calm and peaceful wind became terrifying blades like claws, rushing towards Solomon. This attack can cut any physical material in its path because the time of the wind is different. The clouds and buildings in the claw's way were severed cleanly while rushing towards Solomon. Solomon didn't bother to look at the blades. His two fists glowed with an intense heat before moving quickly, yet accurately, and punching forward. Solomon used a straight punch to crush two wind blades before he did a spin in the air. Using the momentum from the rotation, he backhanded blocked a wind blade before using another straight punch to crush the last one. Everything happened in a split of a second before the aftermath affected the area. Asterisk bomb. Bomb. Bam. Asterisk. Every collision between the fists and the blades did a huge shockwave which cleared the area. The upper half of the building raised up in the air before they were pushed away like dominoes and started falling. However, Solomon passed through the wind without reducing his power. His actions were like he knew the correct path to pass without even looking forward. Suddenly, the wind direction changed, which made Solomon's speed decrease. The buildings that were falling raised again because of a hurricane that swiftly appeared. Shinji, who launched the wind blades, didn't wait to see the result. Gliding back using the wind, he waved his hand in a circular motion. The wind around started to flow with Shinji's hand as it made a tornado. With each moment, the wind speed increased and the tornado grew up larger until it covered Solomon's vision. The destructive vortex of violent winds advanced towards Solomon while clearing everything in its path. The buildings and rubble around were rotating with the tornado as they also launched themselves at Solomon. Solomon stared at the hurricane in front of him as he rushed without slowing down. His actions followed a clear path in the air, a path that made the violent wind become a breeze and allow him to pass easily. However, that didn't last long before Solomon glanced at his surroundings. Without knowing when, small water droplets were flying in the tornado. Each droplet had a different time axis, which makes it equivalent to a deadly bullet like those wind blades. Shinji stepped on the wind as he shot himself upwards while electricity was flying around him and his Rubik cube. The cube was rotating and changing its formation like solving a puzzle before a magic circle was made on one of its surfaces. When that happened, the water droplets changed their direction immediately and attacked Solomon. The wind was roaring and howling. The violent wind was enough to destroy a city easily, which was obvious by the buildings that were actually flying with it. Solomon was in a tight situation as the water droplets accelerated towards him, but this didn't stop him. At Solomon's temple, the demon god pillars destroyed Shinji's cannons before they looked at the tornado in front of Solomon. Their eyes started glowing before hundreds of lasers were shot at the droplets around Solomon. The lasers crossed the sky all the way from Mount Endo, making the sky filled with red arcs of scorching heat. Reaching the tornado, each laser hit a water droplet accurately as numerous explosions appeared in the tornado. Solomon's balance was broken slightly because the tornado was losing its form. Solomon wanted to use this chance to teleport towards Shinji, but then, the tornado formation changed. All the wind started to gather at one point in front of Solomon. The violent wind became some sort of a cage, which was dragging Solomon towards the center that was heating up because of the friction between the wind. Shinji in the sky gathered his palms together as the tornado started to close on its own, blocking all Solomon's escape paths. Without a moment of waiting, Shinji activated his flow and accelerated time on the wind. The already violent wind became berserk as its speed passed the possible limits. The friction in the air began to generate heat, especially at the center. The wind was compressed fiercely at the center as Solomon saw a glow of light, which shows that wind started to turn into plasma. In the air, Shinji raised his arm as the wind began to compress before it became plasma. Like throwing a spear, Shinji shot the plasma at Solomon, who was trapped in the wind cage, blocking all his escape routes while putting him in a very dangerous position. Solomon didn't gaze at the plasma for long before he clenched his two fists. His body started glowing before a blinding light was released from him. The heat of the light destroyed the formation of the wind and broke it down before a huge explosion hit the area. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A terrifying explosion demolished everything around it. The wave of heat melted all the buildings that were floating, even the plasma vanished. Shinji, who was in the sky, saw the whole area burning. Like a sweeping motion, most of Fuyuki City in his reality marble burned as the black soot filled the sky. Covering his face, Shinji felt the terrifying heat. He couldn't help but sweat a little. If his reality marble automatic defense didn't block the heat, then he'll become a burned corpse by now. However, he didn't have the luxury to think because the attack wasn't over. From the black clouds of ashes, lasers shot towards Shinji from the demon god pillars. Shinji wanted to meet the attack, but then, his eyes became pinpoint before he desperately waved his hand. He didn't know when Solomon teleported above him as a fist with a huge amount of heat was rushing towards him. Even the moisture in the air was vanishing as Shinji felt his lips dry because of the heat. Waving his hand, the flow of the lasers changed as Shinji was able to deflect them towards Solomon above him. Solomon was falling down from the sky at a very quick speed towards Shinji. His fist almost hit him before he changed his direction and hit the lasers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another explosion happened in the sky as the black clouds were cleared and two figures were launched into different directions. Solomon was blown away because of the explosion of his attack, which took him a moment before stabilizing himself in the sky. On the ground, Shinji fell down as the wind was whistling around him before he rotated his body in midair. Landing on the ground, Shinji's feet dragged a long trail before he stopped and stared at Solomon in the sky. The true magic. It's rigid for him. Shinji lowered his hands as he released a breath after all that quick fight. His flow is limited to 2. Solomon squinted his eyes at Shinji's figure before the scorching mark on his hand began to heal. Although this was a quick clash that didn't take more than 20 seconds, both of them didn't miss any detail about each other. Every move and action was analyzed in an attempt to find a weakness or a loophole. To be honest, no matter how intense was the last collision, for Magi, that was just a warm-up to analyze the situation further. At first, they found each other's abilities, and now, what they can do and what the limit of the said abilities. Solomon tried to test the limit of Shinji's flow. He found that his flow can only work on 2 elements at a time. One belonged to Shinji and the other for his reality marble automatic defense. At the last collision, Shinji was desperate to block one of the attacks because he knew that the automatic defense can't change the flow of 2 different attacks. This sold his limit instantly for Solomon. Not only that, but Solomon also found that Shinji's mystic code, the Rubik cube, has magic circles drawn on each surface. A part of each circle was on each block, which allows the cube to make a lot of combinations with each turn to support Shinji. Solomon, as the king of magecraft, found those are magic circles of alchemy that Shinji is using. A lot of combinations mean a lot of different spells. This makes Solomon have a hard time determining the type of spell because the cube keeps changing. Shinji on the other hand, also found Solomon's weakness. His usage of the true magic is rigid, unlike his noble phantasm and magecraft. Solomon isn't a real user of true magic, so his mystery of it is lacking, even if he tried to back it up with a huge amount of mana. During the battle, Shinji saw that he needed a moment or two to use the second true magic without preparation, which limited him a lot in a quick battle. However, Shinji also found another advantage for himself, which is Solomon's clairvoyance. Apparently, Solomon can't see him with the clairvoyance and only used the surroundings to determine his location. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. When both of them were calculating the results, the rubble in the air and demolished buildings fell after the wind calmed down. Huge chunks of rocks made a huge noise when contacting the ground as some dust was rising in the air. Ashes and soot filled the place, which made it look like the aftermath of a real war. Shinji wasn't bothered a lot by this before he said to Solomon, "It seems that I spend a long time with Magi, which made me forget how unreasonable the servants are." Shinji tapped his head as his wound from Solomon's punch healed quickly before he said, "However, aren't you worried about Beast 6 detecting our location? Your reality marble is using Avalon as a cornerstone, which almost makes it a different world." Solomon felt that Shinji is buying some time again, however, he didn't know why, so he is also taking this chance to analyze the data he got. Shinji is using Avalon as a cornerstone for his reality marble, which gave it the power to contain Solomon's one in here. After all, only a world can contain a reality marble and Shinji's reality marble is almost reaching that quality. Shinji flinched for a moment before he returned back to normal and said, "Really? How unreasonable, I must say. For a person with the same goal, your actions are really unique. We are both aiming at the evil of the world." Ungramenyu. Shinji said those words as Solomon in the sky stared at him with his emotionless golden eyes. "Although the evil of the world is a disaster for most of the people, for us, it's just a mere tool," Shinji said as Solomon narrowed his eyes. The evil of the world is the Grail-alerted form of Ungramenyu, the Avenger, who was summoned during the Third Holy Grail War. Because he was very weak, even as a servant, Ungramenyu was defeated first during the Third War, but his soul didn't vanish like that. When servants are defeated, their soul will be absorbed by the Holy Grail to be used later to open the path to the roots. However, Engra was a different story. Ungramenyu, all the world's evil, is the curse and the ability of Avenger. It means putting all the world's evil on one person, however, it isn't really a useful ability. Normally it would not affect anything, but the way the Great Grail is set up to take the servant's souls means placing all the world's evil into a wish-granting machine. After Avenger is absorbed during the Third Holy Grail War, the Grail is transformed into an incarnation of Ungramenyu that materializes as black mud and later a large humanoid under certain conditions. The materialization of Ungramenyu brought forth by truly opening the Holy Grail is an ichor that will consume every human being, 6 billion curses flowing out from the gate to hell. Solomon and Shinji know this very well, but they aren't worried. Weak Magi might be afraid of dealing with the black mud, but Solomon and Shinji are planning to use it as a sacrifice. The world's evil is dangerous, but with the right operation, something like that evil can become the best sacrifice material for rituals. Evil was always the target of the good. So, if they count themselves in a ritual as good and burn the evil, the perfect sacrifice will be made to do earth-shaking rituals. However, are you really serious about your plan? Shinji grinned as he looked at the king chosen by God in the sky. Solomon chose to stay silent, but strangely, his eyes didn't leave Shinji at all. Human Order Correction Ritual, I believe this is the name of the spell you want to use. Do you think you deserve the name of king after this attempt? Shinji said in a tone filled with irony, but he shook his head because he didn't see any reaction from Solomon. Although your spell is good and all, don't you think you're going too extreme about it? Shinji's words finally got a reaction from Solomon as he said, "A sacrifice is a must for the sake of humanity." Shinji hummed with a long tone before he said, 5.5 billion lives is a necessary sacrifice. Solomon didn't say anything, but his silence was the best answer. Human Order Correction Ritual is a spell that allows the user to correct human history. This spell is made by Solomon as a protection for humanity as the king chosen by God. Although it says correction, but the correction is up to the user, which in this case is Solomon. However, things have changed. Solomon met with Beast 6, Leo, and saw the end. The Land of Steel. Regular correction isn't enough now and extreme measures need to be taken to assure the survival of humanity. Believe it or not, but the huge number of humanity now made them weaker. The world operates with mystery and humans who became common as rocks on the ground have lost a huge amount of that mystery, especially with the advance of science. This made the humans lose a lot of Alea, human order, essence inside of them, which weakened the overall strength of humanity by a lot. Solomon, who saw the Land of Steel from Leo's third noble phantasm, began to think about the future and how humanity is going to survive the attack of types. A small number of humans is necessary. In the Land of Steel, the small amount of humanity at that time was able to counter the types and even kill some of them, which show the power of humans if Alea essence was concentrated in a small group rather than billions of them. Also, a small number means less pollution and destruction to Gaia, the planet, which gives humanity more time to prepare. Solomon isn't only preparing to fix the world, but he'll also lower the number of humans to give them a better chance against the land of steel, which is an inescapable future. To be honest, people like Shinji, Gilgamesh, Merlin, even Leo, don't see a problem in this plan. This is the best solution, even if it was just delaying the inevitable. A beast won't get mad at you for killing humanity. The heck? They won't even care about what will happen, but you, in a way, angered a beast. Shinji grinned as Solomon looked at him deeply. I'm getting a reaction here. Shinji was normal from the outside, but on the inside, he was surprised because Solomon changed his expression. This is the second effect of your ritual, Mr. Puppet. Who the hell do you think you are to determine other humans' choices? Shinji said as Solomon flinched for a moment. Original sin removal, correcting humanity's shortcomings, and leading them towards your position. This is the true form of your spell, right? Shinji said as Solomon lowered his eyes for some reason. Like God is guiding Solomon's action from his crowning day, the ritual has the same principle. Allowing Solomon to guide the humans according to his perfection, which is the king chosen by God. In Leo's words, let them become puppets like Solomon. Humanity has its flaws, and those are its sins, original sins, if you prefer to call them. Something in the fundamental existence of humans, but you want to take it. Geez, you're lucky this world doesn't allow Beast 6 to chase after you like a maniac. Shinji waved with his hand as Solomon clenched his fist while his rings were glowing, except the cracked one. Leo, as Beast 6, saw through Solomon's ritual essence and planned directly, which made him don't care about any plan and attack him directly. Sins are humanity's flaws, which bring the worst in it, but at the same time, it's something that made them evolve and grow. Leo represents these sins as Beast 6, which can attribute to the evil of humanity, but funny enough, and even if it was ridiculous, it also means freedom. Sins made the humans have their thoughts, desires, goals, even life, and a soul. Every human is different from the other because of that. Taking those away from them will make them literally inhuman. The best example of that is the man standing in front of Shinji, Solomon. He doesn't have free will because he follows divine guidance like a puppet, and now, he plans to make the whole humanity like him. At that time, Leo snapped immediately as Beast 6 because of that. His thoughts were, who the hell do you think yourself? God. Even if it's a curse, but it's also a freedom given by God. For something that was allowed to exist by God, something that represents Beast 6, yet Solomon wants to deny it. This triggered Beast 6 beyond the limits of rage. Shinji can understand that the battle of yesterday wasn't for any gain, but it was a battle between order and chaos, or rather say, restraint and freedom. TSK, you didn't only step on a landmine, but on the whole field. Shinji shook his head as Solomon raised his head and looked at him again. Not to mention what you did when you were Romani Archman, Shinji said as Solomon clenched his fist. The cause of burning humanity, that's what happened, Shinji said with a grin before he heard a cold voice that made him widen his eyes. Shut up. Solomon said those words in an icy voice that sent chills towards Shinji's spine. For the first time from his summoning, Solomon showed a clear emotion, and it was anger. Shinji looked up to see eyes filled with anger and burning mana that was sending a scorching smell in the surrounding. Baal, Solomon said with the same cold voice before his temple trembled. In the temple, a yellow demon god manifested before he opened his eyes and looked to the sky. Clouds, dark clouds filled the sky instantly as thunder and lightning were flashing above. In a few seconds, all the area in this reality marble was covered in thunder clouds, flashing with golden lightning. Shinji didn't hesitate for a second before he raised his arm and controlled the flow of time and space to block the attack. At that moment, the judgment from heaven fell. The lightning fell from the sky as it dyed the whole reality marble in a golden color. Chapter 96, Church. The light of the sun was bringing warmth to the world as it was your regular day in Fuyuki City. People were doing their own thing even if the snowstorm yesterday delayed them a little. On the highest floors of a huge building, a man was working on his desk while checking some files. The files accumulated after the snowstorm when he couldn't come to his job, so he sighed while putting a file on the desk. I should try to finish them quickly. The man stretched his arms while looking at the window before he said, just what is going on in this city? A gas leak after a gas leak. The men couldn't help but to complain at these gas leak accidents that Fuyuki City has seen in the past days. Shaking his head, the man wanted to go back to his job, but then he widened his eyes. For a moment, the man can swear he saw a horse flying in the air with 3 people on it. A woman raising her sword like announcing the charge for the attack, a man, who had an angry expression for reason, and a girl, who was scared while looking at the horse. The horse left a trail of blue sparks in its way before it vanished instantly from the man's vision. Whipping his eyes, the man looked again to see the empty clear sky and no flying horses. However, before the man started to question his sanity, he saw a few blue sparks in the air, which came from the flames on the horse hoofs. Looking down at the ground for a moment, the man stood up slowly from his desk while walking towards the door. Maybe he should call it a day and go relax or something. However, the man didn't take more than 3 steps towards the door before he felt an intense pain in his chest. The man held his chest trying to understand what was happening, but the pain was so huge that it made him fall immediately and struggle on the ground. He couldn't even scream before he lost consciousness. When the man fell down, blood started to leak from his mouth and eyes before it floated around. At the sewers under the building, the place was normal with the same disgusting smell in the air. However, that didn't last long before it started shaking slightly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A huge amount of blood rushed from the nearest exit and flooded the whole sewers under the building before it rushed towards the next location. Wherever the blood passes, people, animals, and any creature with blood in its body, experienced an intense pain before falling into a coma. The blood was escaping their bodies and rising to the sky. More and more blood flowed to the sky as it started to turn the area into crimson red. The blood in the sewers also started to leak a little as it made a small river in the middle of the city. Far away from the building, a horse was running in the air. The wind was howling around him because of the speed as it left some glass windows broken when it passed them. With each step, the horse was leaving sparks in the air, like it was stepping on a burning land while passing a huge distance in seconds. A blood sacrifice ritual, huh? But for what? Leo stared at the crimson river as he was analyzing the ritual. From the first look, the ritual is a sacrificing one, which consumes the blood of a long of victims to achieve something, but Leo couldn't see what was behind it. It was like the ritual is just an empty shell with no purpose except killing and sacrificing. Sacrifice. Ritsuka looked at the blood dyeing the city red behind her as she muttered those words. Ah, the usual satanic rituals, Leo said as Ritsuka couldn't help but look at Satan, who was driving a horse made in hell. You shouldn't bother with those bastards that try to use your name to justify their acts, Nero frowned when she heard Leo's words. Leo looked at Nero in front of him before he closed his eyes and said, it's not like I cared about them in the slightest. They are just wasting their time. Nero wanted to say something, but she didn't get the chance because of the area under them. Exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Blood started to leak from buildings and streets, like it was under high pressure before they exploded. Red blood rushed towards the sky like a fountain and covered the area with a red shade. Leo stared at the huge amount of blood in front of him before he let go of the horse reins and raised his right arm. Particles of light appeared around him before they gathered into the Holy Lands, Reincarnated. The blood started to group in the sky. In less than a moment, it became numerous spheres of blood. The spheres started beating slowly before they exploded. Creatures that resemble a large worm with a mouth filled with teeth appeared. They were made from red blood and something like mud. The worms raised their heads before they howled. RRAAAAAAAAA, hideous screeches rushed towards the sky, but before they continued, a golden beam of light rushed towards them. The light blinded the surroundings as it was crushing all the blood in the air. The worms didn't even look at the light before their skin started solidifying. Under their screams of agony, they turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Shut up, Leo said while waving the holy lance in his hand. Honestly, their screams were so annoying that it gave Leo a headache. However, the blood soon recovered and increased even more. The blood became a fog in the sky which filled the area immediately. The whole area around Leo became like a monster spawning zone. Worms and different creatures appeared, but this time, like they were controlled, the worms didn't howl like idiots. They rushed instantly towards Leo as their sharp teeth reflected the light. Nero, Leo said in a quiet voice before Nero nodded and jumped from the horse towards the sky. Leo pulled the reins of Made in Hell before the horse kicked the area behind him. The kick was so strong that it made the air vibrate while knocking the monsters away, however, that wasn't all. What? The kick made Ritsuka, who was in the back, fly away from the horse. She did a few flips in the air before she was caught by Nero. At this moment, the blood on the ground became a small river before something was manifesting on it. A huge tiger that reached 50 meters high appeared from the river as his body was flashing with electricity. Nero, who was in the air, raised her sword before injecting a huge amount of mana in it. The sword ignited on flames before Nero waved in a circular motion. A wave of fire burned all the monsters around her before she used them as a platform and jumped higher into the sky with Ritsuka. The lightning tiger on the ground opened his mouth before shooting a huge column of electricity at Leo. Leo didn't even glance at this attack before Made in Hell kicked the lightning and crushed it into sparks, which left a shock wave in the air. Humph. Looking at monsters around him, Leo raised the lance slightly. The light on the lance defied the physics laws and started to spin. The light became a spiral around the lance as a buzzing sound was heard because of the speed. Suddenly, Leo's sleeve, who is Venom, moved a little before some runes joined the spiral and began to turn around the lance. Uras means the Auroch, a wild ox, physical strength, and speed. Saulo means the sun, success, power, elemental force, and cleansing fire. These two runes forming a link can increase the purifying power of the light and heat while strengthening the power and speed of attacks. Theoretically, it's possible to harness some power from the sun using these runes, but that needs a complicated array of runes. However, the user here can even make stars on the palm of his hand. Those two runes appeared multiple times around Reincarnated before the light grew stronger and the area became hotter. A spinning red golden orb appeared on the tip of the lance before Leo raised it up high. The light from the orb started to make all the monsters around ignite on fire before they howled in pain. The orb grew into the size of 2 meters as it revealed its true form. A miniature sun. When the sun appeared, the bloody fog was purified instantly and left the monsters scream in agony. The close ones turned into ashes while the far ones didn't have the power to fly. The area color became golden red because of the miniature sun as it covered Leo's face with a shadow. His golden and blue eyes were glancing at the tiger and river of blood on the ground before he waved the lance gently. Burn. With those words, the miniature sun was shot from the lance and rushed towards the ground. The sun grew larger in the air while burning all the monsters around it before it reached the tiger. Its speed and power were strengthened because of the Ura's rune, which made it smash the tiger body into sludge before the area exploded with light. A wave of heat and flames rushed to the surroundings as the whole area was smoking. The river of blood wasn't spared as it began to evaporate instantly. The monsters and river of blood vanished instantly under the heat of the sun, leaving a smoking street filled with the smell of charcoal. Leo pulled Maid in Hell's reins again before he rushed towards the two girls in the sky. Nero and Ritsuka fell from the air before Nero changed her flight direction and landed on the horse. When everyone sat down again, Maid in Hell kicked the air and rushed in the church's direction. He easily broke the sound barrier and left the area with a few sonic booms. How was the flight? Leo asked with a grin, which made Ritsuka, who had a few spins in the air, roll her eyes. Ha ha. Leo laughed at this reaction while Maid in Hell finally left the business area of the city. A cemetery appeared from afar, which means the church is just around the corner. Is that the church? Nero asked as Leo nodded at her words. It was an old building surrounded by a lot of trees. Although it was linked with the city, strangely, the atmosphere here is very dull and creepy, like it's screaming for people to not come here. Are you really okay with coming here? Ritsuka asked after she recovered from the sudden flight. Leo had a confused expression on his face, which made Ritsuka say, won't you get weaker at the church or the Holy Land? Weaker. A beast won't get weaker because of these things, especially if it's this church. The amount of faith here is very low that it's sad. Leo grinned while looking at the church in the distance. Can you see the faith on the land? Nero raised her eyebrow while looking at the church. Of course, I can. I'm an angel before a devil. I can tell you now that I believe this building is a satanic church more than a holy one. Leo shook his head with a frown because the church in front of him carried a lot of sins. You seem to know a lot about the faith of God. Ritsuka couldn't help but be surprised by this development. Like I said, I'm an angel and these are just the basics. Even though, I don't really understand, Leo shrugged his shoulders while driving Maid in Hell towards the church. You don't understand. Ritsuka didn't know where this talk was going as Maid in Hell flew down towards the church. You can say, I really don't understand the reason behind God's judgment. I know God is the wisest and all his actions have wisdom behind them, but I really can't understand. Leo closed his eyes slightly before he said, and I'll probably disagree with them, even if I understand. Ritsuka blinked her eyes while looking at Leo. Why does she have a feeling that Satan is more of a believer of God than most people in the world? Your next line is. Then what do you think about God? Leo grinned and said those words before Ritsuka said, then what do I dash? What? I still got it. Leo nodded with satisfaction before he said, for you question, God is God. Oh. You can predict people's next words. Can you predict mine? Nero provoked Leo into a challenge. Ritsuka stared at Leo, who was in a challenge against Nero, with a blank face because she received the same answer as yesterday. If Kazuma or Kagaya were here, they'd nod at this floor made out of the floor type of answer. Reaching the area above the church, Leo raised his eyebrow because he sensed a battle going around. Looking at the church back, Leo, Nero, and Ritsuka saw Kirai, who was hanged on the wall with an arrow on his shoulder. The arrow had a few sparks of electricity that made his body numb. Rin was holding her gems to guard against any sudden move from Kirai, and Archer, who was fighting Cu as their weapons kept clashing. Archer launched a sneak attack at Kirai, but he was able to dodge before using a command seal to order Lancer to fight. Leo analyzed the situation in a split of a second. How rude. You didn't even invite me to the party, Leo said as his words got the attention of the two fighters, but in fact, it was the ground that was trembling behind him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The street next to the church exploded with blood as it was rushing towards everyone like a huge tsunami while floating everything in the surroundings. Chapter 97, Blood. Before Leo arrived, Archer and Rin rushed towards the church as they blasted the door open immediately. Kirai, who was slightly surprised, yet delightful by the city condition, turned around to see Archer aiming at his head. Taking a second to recognize Rin and why these people are attacking the Holy Grail War Supervisor. He thought that was his own thing. Throwing those ideas away, Kirai jumped away from Archer's arrow, but then, he met Rin's gem magecraft. That didn't end because Archer started detonating his arrow. Taking a few black keys, which are the common weapons of the church, Kirai throws them at the gems before an explosion devoured the interior of the church. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Because the gems and the arrow were close, Kirai broke through the window and was knocked away towards the church back. Rushing from the smoke, Archer did a flip in the air before he projected arrows on his bow and shot them at Kirai. Kirai grabbed his black keys while trying to summon CU, however, Rin came with Gander spells as she shot black beams at him. Kirai was in a tough situation, which made him jump back to avoid most of the arrows while deflecting some of them with his black keys. Embracing himself, Kirai turned and threw his black keys at Rin's Ganders. That got him an arrow to the shoulder, which pushed him towards the wall. However, he succeeded because he raised his hand with the command spells and summoned CU, which made the battle between him and Archer start. Rin tried to threaten Kirai, but of course, that was useless as Kirai didn't care about her threats at all. He was even thinking if he should tell her that he killed her father to see the look on her face. After those events, Leo reached the place before the blood exploded. Crimson was the only color in front of the church as the blood flood was crushing everything in its path. If one looks hard enough, he can see different types of monsters in the blood biting anything close to them like they were on a rampage. This stopped looking like a ritual and became more like a natural disaster as the blood filled the street and tore the trees around the church while moving forward, drowning everything in its way. If this was in the sea, then everyone here will think this is a tsunami hitting the city. Archer and Lancer stopped fighting and jumped away in two different directions. Archer picked Rin and evacuated while CU didn't care about Kirai at all if he didn't order him with command seals. Leo looked at the blood rushing towards the church before he raised his palm, facing the raging blood. His finger wrote on the air at a very quick speed before several runes appeared. Algize means elk, protection, a shield. The protective urge to shelter oneself or others. Defense, warding off of evil, shield, and guardian. 7 of this rune appeared in a circular manner, all pointing outwards, with the bottom all ending at the same point before they glowed pink. Pushing his hand gently, the runes flew to the front before the pink space power from Palkia manifested on them and turned into a circular shield around the church. Asterisk Biam. Asterisk. The blood wave collided with the barrier as a loud sound echoed in the surrounding. More and more waves arrived as the impacts continued, but they were unable to affect the barrier as the blood moved around it. Some of the monsters in the blood tried to bite the shield, but they got knocked away with their teeth broken. Leo, who saw this, nodded because his idea was correct. Except Palkia, who is a divine beast according to this world, his beasts are also under the judgment of Type Moon's rules to use their powers. From that night of battle, he saw that his beasts are kinda getting stronger because of the link with him. He wanted to do some experiments, but the situation in this world doesn't allow him at all, so he tried using Palkia with runes now and it was a very successful attempt. Maybe he'll find some very interesting combinations that can even be used to mess with Odin if he dares to possess the runes again. He blocked all this area because of a simple, yet unbelievable thing that he never thought he'll do in his life. Protecting Kirai. Yes, you heard that right. The final target of the blood was Kirai and the link between him and Ngramenu. Although he still doesn't know the reason behind the ritual, Leo won't just sit still while these guys open up Alea's dumpster, Holy Grail / World's Evil, and fill the area with the black mud. While Leo was thinking about his devilish plans against the poor Odin, Cu Chillin looked at the runes before he frowned and muttered primordial runes. A big one, God / divine being, appeared, but who is this guy? Cu recognized the primordial runes instantly because he's also a user of them, but he couldn't recall anyone from the Norse like Leo in front of him. Even the divinity wasn't from the Norse at all, so who is this guy, who is using runes as a servant? Shaking his head to forget the devilish plans, Leo looked at the people below before he said, "Rejoice." Now, what happened and why did it happen? I'm fighting, can't you see that? Archer stared at Leo with a blank look while pointing at Cu. Sorry, but I only see you wasting time. You should have used your reality marble and pushed the advantages already, Leo replied with the same blank look at Archer. You have a reality marble. Are you really an archer? Rin was surprised by this as she was annoyed by the huge amount of secrets her servant had. She already denied the possibility that he forgot his memories because of her ritual. Oi. You were holding back. Cu snapped at this information as it put Archer under the eyes of a Tsundere, Rin, and a dog, Cu. Thanks a lot. Archer looked at Rin and Cu before he stared at Leo and said those words. You're welcome, Leo shamelessly replied under the blank eyes of Archer. Now. Nero jumped from the horse and landed on the ground before she pointed at Rin and said, I want a report about the situation. Ha. Don't order me around. And do you think I know what's happening? Rin snapped, which made Nero confused before she said, but you seemed like the type that know things. Ugh. Don't remind me. Rin turned her head away. She thought that after these years, she became a very knowledgeable magi, but this war, this crazy complicated war, showed her how wrong she was. They have these clairvoyance users that play multiverse 5D chess with each other while they, the mortals, don't understand anything. However, they apparently forgot about someone. With my command seals, Lancer, use your noble phantasm on everyone here. Kyrie, who was hanging from the wall, said those words while raising his arm as it flashed with a red glow. You. Damn. Cuy's body started to move against his own will as a great amount of mana entered his body from the command seal. This amount of mana made him able to activate his noble phantasm immediately as his spear glowed red before he jumped towards the sky. Gilgamesh became like a red torch in Cuy's hand while doing a throwing position in the air. Gilgamesh. Cuy didn't have much time to think, so he just aimed as the most troublesome and strongest person here, which was Leo, and shot his spear with all his strength. Cuy's noble phantasm, Gilgamesh, has two forms, and this is the true usage of it. Unlike reversing the casualty, this type of release contains more power and energy as it can affect a large area. Due to the speed and power, it is almost completely unavoidable, which makes it like Gungnir. The spear left a red trail in the air as it broke the sound barrier easily and detonated the air with its power. It didn't take a split of a second because of the speed to reach in front of Leo, who raised his eyebrow and moved his hand. The same Algiz, rune with space power appeared around Leo's hand before he raised his two fingers and caught the demonic spear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The red demonic was struggling with all it might, but it couldn't move forward past Leo's fingers. Even the shock wave from the impact was contained in space and runes, which made it look like Leo caught a random rock, except the sound was loud. Glancing at the spear between his two fingers, Leo flicked it with a third finger and sent it towards Cuy in the sky. What? Cuy's eyes almost popped from his skull because of the shock before he raised his arm and caught the spear. Even if the energy of the strike was crushed, the power from Leo's flick made him fly in the air before he hit the barrier with his back. Sliding from the barrier, Cuy recovered immediately before he used the barrier to jump away and land on the top of the church while guarding against Leo. However, his body was shaking slightly. This guy just flickered his noble phantasm using runes, which was almost very much like someone he doesn't want to mention. Is this what do you call a spear that surpassed Gungnir? If your teacher heard this, she'll take you on a tour in hell to clear your head. Leo lowered his hand and said some words that made Cuy's body tremble. I didn't say that at all. Who is the bastard that spreads lies? This wasn't his own emotions, but his instinct and body can't help but tremble when imagining what Leo just said. His teacher, Scathatch, will absolutely, definitely, 100% do that to him if she heard about something like that. Leo pointed at Archer, who was watching the show, with his lance. That was a literal sellout. You. Cuy looked at Archer like a sworn enemy that he'll have 300 rounds of battle to recover his honor from. Archer looked at Cuy before he glared at Leo with an empty face without any hope in this world. His thoughts were, this isn't the regular timeline, so why do you have to sell me like this? Lance, with M-. Ugh. Kyrie tried to use his command seals again, but suddenly, the space around him became a blade and chopped his arm off. Stay silent, will you? Leo said as Palkia appeared behind him and solidified the space. Kyrie was frozen in space as he couldn't move an inch, even the blood from his chopped arm stopped flowing from his body. Boom. Praetor, what do you think we should do? Nero, who was well aware that she didn't have an EX clairvoyance, asked Leo. She feels that she can make that skill using her imperial privilege and a lot of mana from Leo, but she will only forget it later, so it's pointless. Find who did this. Obviously, Leo blinked when he heard this silly question. However, Nero didn't know shame when it came to these topics as she nodded naturally. Glancing at the proud emperor, Leo shook his head before he landed on the ground and called Merlin with their links. Do you have anything at your side, Merlin? Nothing, except this disgusting blood that tries to stick on my clothes. I refuse to be defiled by such things. Merlin looked at the blood in the city with a bothered expression because he, the Magus of Flowers, doesn't like this atmosphere at all. Nothing, huh? Then what? Do we have to wait? Leo said as Merlin snapped immediately. Wait for what? Look at this blood. Do they need anything else? You really don't like this, huh? Well, let's see. Never mind. Leo wanted to say something, but then, the ground started shaking violently. The rivers of blood in the city stopped expending all around the area. Instead they all rushed to the center of the city while they were grouped into a huge sphere. More and more blood was rushing towards the sky as the sphere grew larger with each second passing by. Even the blood around the barrier starts decreasing while going to the sphere. The monsters in the blood were also forced to go back as Leo put his hand on his chin. What is this? I feel like I saw this before. Hold on, isn't this the Crimson Fucker, Alucard, ability? Leo exclaimed as he said a name that confused everyone around him. Alucard, the protagonist of Hellsing, he's a true vampire that is basically someone who you shouldn't meet in the middle of the night. His most powerful ability allows him to absorb and dominate someone's soul by draining their blood. He can even summon them as familiars to fight for him after that. Okay, that's it. I've Alucard wannabe phony here and now what? Blood for the blood god. Leo said with annoyance before he stopped in his place because he felt divinity from the sphere. Unlike what he saw before, the ritual now became full as the empty shell was filled by the said divinity. Looking at the divinity rising in the blood sphere as more blood came to it, Leo felt like someone was making a joke of him before he raised his holy lance gently. Everyone felt something wrong as they backed away, even Maid in Hell, and Palkia, who opened a hole in the barrier, moved away because Leo was glowing with particles of light. More and more light started to spin in spirals around Rongominiad before Leo did a thrusting pose. Rongominiad. Waving the holy lance forward, a huge beam of light launched from Leo as it blinded the surroundings. The golden beam of light passed the barrier from the hole instantly before it rushed towards the sphere. The golden beam of light illuminated the whole city as it made the blood in the air evaporate while advancing across everything before it reached the sphere. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A loud impact sound echoed in the whole city as the sphere and the light collided in midair. Particles of light were flying around as the shockwave destroyed most of the glass windows in the area. The blood around the sphere started boiling as the blood sphere was pushed away, but suddenly, the sphere divinity rushed to the sky. Like having a mind of its own, the sphere started moving around the light beam. Some tentacles made from blood rushed from it and tied the beam down. A sound of corrosion was heard when the tentacles touched the light, but they kept moving around it before they tightened their grip on the light beam. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The cracks filled the light before it was broken down into particles by the sphere's divinity. When that happened, Leo widened his eyes. Even if it wasn't his strongest attack, that attack contained his own divinity. However, his surprise didn't end because, after that attack, he was able to see what was behind the sphere. Ugh. Leo closed his eyes as he held his head because he saw something that made his clairvoyance overload. Merlin, who was in the city, was in the same condition, or even worse because he was leaning on the wall behind him while feeling a strong headache after attempting to see what was in that sphere. The sphere was slightly weaker now, but the huge amount of blood made it recover in no time as it continued growing. Caster, are you okay? Ritsuka said when she saw Leo holding his head. She called him with his class name because of the habit of having the enemy master around. I'm fine. It's just, I saw something I shouldn't see. Leo shook his head before he checked on Merlin, which apparently, except being lightheaded, was also okay. He couldn't see the thing inside of the sphere completely, but it wasn't something from this world. It was like gazing into a forbidden place with a trap, which knocked everyone away. Now, what do you want to do? After shaking his head for a moment, Leo asked Ritsuka, who was next to him. What do you mean? Ritsuka didn't understand, so she asked. That thing is getting his power from the people of this city, which makes killing all of them be the quickest way to deal with it. Leo said some words that made Rin exclaim, they are still alive. After seeing the city condition, Rin, even if she was unwilling, thought that most of the citizens died in this ritual. Of course, they are alive. A living sacrifice is better than a dead one. Except who drowned in the river of blood, most of them are alive until the ritual's climax to have a better result. Leo shook his head while explaining the condition of the city. When Archer heard his words, he went silent. He saw a lot of these things happen, so he's basically used to them, but his master, Rin, clenched her fist. Caster, can I ask you if you can save them? Ritsuka closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she asked Leo. Huh? You want me, a beast, to save humans? Did you hit your head or something? Leo raised his eyebrow, but Ritsuka kept looking at him with a serious face as she didn't back down. Being serious now, huh? Yes, I can save them and without asking. I'm pretty sure you want me to do so, Leo said as he got a nod from Ritsuka. Everyone in this place looked at him, even the hanged Kirai. Sure, why not, Leo said while Ritsuka, who took a deep breath, said, I know it's much to a dash. You will. Not to mention Ritsuka, Archer, Nero, and Rin also widened their eyes as Leo was actually offering to save humans. Don't get me wrong, I'm the type of person that when he does something, he doesn't only like to stop his enemy, but hurts and even kills him, Leo said as he called Maid in Hell. The horse moved quickly before reaching in front of Leo. So, let these humans be useful and work for their survival, Leo said as he rode the horse and pulled his reins. Everyone didn't know what to say about this, it even left the sarcastic Archer speechless. I might have to get a little serious here, Leo said with a small voice while closing his eyes before something was moving inside his spiritual core. Inside his spiritual core, 3 dark blue, golden, green orbs that represent his 3 noble phantasms were glowing. Each one of them were circling around the red drawing of Cliffith, the tree of evil. Self-modification. On with those words, the 3 orbs inside of his spiritual core started glowing like they were linked before the Cliffith glowed, with a faint, yet a sinister gleam. At this moment, Leo activated his skill, Self-Modification EX, as something that he doesn't like to use a lot was awakening. In the deepest part of his soul, deeper than the Book of Law itself, his essence and origin, the Fool, was activated. Chapter 98, Legit Caster. The sphere of blood was growing larger with each moment passing by. It already passed 30 meters in height as it engulfed some buildings around it. The divinity was also growing stronger as the environment was changing. The buildings, trees, cars, even the sky started to turn red like it reflected the color of blood and hell that was behind it. If someone looks hard enough, he can see numerous bloody eyes and mouth screaming in that red color. Merlin, who was on top of a building at the sides of Fuyuki City, looked at the blood, or this blood god, growing larger as he frowned. The area was already changing. The reality is rewritten by the blood in a similar fashion of a reality marble, but this one is changing the real world rather than creating a bounded field. Just how many souls are in that blood? Merlin couldn't count the number of trapped souls in the blood. It was like the blood was feeding on their agony and pain while growing stronger. However, this made Merlin have another doubt. If they have this amount of souls, why do they need the souls and blood of the people in this city? They need sacrifices from this world, Merlin. Suddenly, Merlin heard Leo's voice in his head. However, the usual bored and annoyed tone in his voice became slightly monotone. Merlin raised his eyebrow as he thought for a moment before he said, like a price from this world to invoke this thing. To guide and link this guest to this world, they need a medium. What better than a fresh sacrifice from this world? Merlin heard Leo's voice again as he couldn't help but frown. Usually, people won't notice, but Merlin has a bad feeling from that monotone tone. Did you analyze the ritual? And did something happen to you, Leo? Merlin said only to receive a light chuckle from Leo. To think about it, you were able to appear in this era and even know my true name by one of those links, right? Leo's words made Merlin sweat a little because his great sneaking plan was discovered. Anyway, I need you to go to this location and release my mana with your noble phantasm or something else, Leo said as Merlin took a moment to look at the place. It wasn't far from his location before he said, I can do that, but why? Just do it and as fast as you could. With those words, Leo left the link, which made Merlin's eyebrow twitch. I really need to consider getting paid for my work, Merlin sighed before he walked towards the location, which was just around this corner while making sure he doesn't touch the blood around. Meanwhile, at the church, the blood around almost disappeared completely and allowed the street to be shown again. Pakia, if someone tries something funny, hit them with a space earthquake, Leo, who was driving his horse, said in a calm voice while closing his eyes. It was like he was waiting for something. Hey, Master, Nero, wait for my signal, Leo's words made Ritsuka and Nero flinch, but before they said anything, they heard a clicking sound. Click. With a clicking sound, Leo's necklace was opened and became cross before a wave of mana rushed from him. Boom. The wave of mana cracked the ground under Leo before it pushed everything away. Ritsuka and Rin were almost sent flying, but Archer caught them, even if he was almost blown away too. Nero stabbed her sword on the ground while Siyu just stood firm with his spear. He saw worse weather than this in his life. Suddenly, the mana began to become thicker and denser as its quality began to change before it turned into Alter Telesma, which is Leo's version from the mana into Aru's heaven. Particles of light started floating around before they circled Leo as a book with a chain appeared on his wrist. Like the Cliffith in his spirit core, the Sephiroth on the Book of the Law glowed with a faint golden light. On top of his head, a golden light appeared before it gathered into a halo with 7 sharp tips. Realizing a breath, Leo lowered the holy lance in hand slightly before he opened his eyes that became a slit like a dragon's pupils. Inside of his spiritual core, Cliffith flashed with a sinister red aura before Leo raised the lance in his hand. A red dark ominous aura appeared from Leo's hand before Reincarnated started changing. The white holy lance became a dark demonic one. The shape also changed as the lance body started rotating slowly in Leo's hand. With each turn, even if the lance is slow, a dark red storm was generated around it. This is Reincarnated alter form. Light and shadow are 2 sides of the same coins, blah blah, good and evil, blah blah. Everyone knows this stuff by now. Leo waved with the lance to the side before he pulled the reins. Made in Hell's eyes glowed before kicking the ground. Boom. The already cracked ground was shattered with that kick before the horse rushed towards the sphere, leaving a trail of sparks in the air. Everyone looked at each other as they didn't know what to say. Siyu looked at Archer and Pakia before looking at Kirai. Thinking for a moment while looking at his spear, Siyu raised it and walked towards Kirai. They need to have a talk. Back to the city, a comet of blue flames was running in the street while leaving a blue trail of flames on the ground. A red dark storm followed the comet as it blew everything away. Made in Hell was running with its true speed as the wind was howling around him. Wherever he passes, the raging wind will merge with the dark storm and crush everything around it. However, this was only the start because Made in Hell is just entering the Real acceleration as the blue flames on his hoofs were glowing brighter. Leo held the reins with one hand while controlling the spinning lance in his other hand. The Cliffith and Sephiroth gleams started to match before they reached a certain stability. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Suddenly, without a single warning, some rivers of blood that were going to the sphere changed direction and rushed to Leo. The ground under him also cracked open as the blood from the sewers was rushing. Creatures started to form from the blood. Apparently, whoever caused this, got a lot of different souls of his victims in that river of blood. Leo glanced at the creatures forming with the corner of his eyes as he was even able to see humanoid creatures like humans in there. King Crimson. Not giving them a chance, Leo said those words quietly as his stand, King Crimson, appeared behind him. Crack. The area cracked completely around Leo before it became a dark red void. The creatures continued their manifestation, but Leo had already left and passed this part of the city while they attacked his previous location. As his maker, Leo can proudly say, he's one of the few that know the true ability of King Crimson. Unlike what it's told to erase time, King Crimson doesn't actually erase time in that basic fashion. He only makes it absent from the rest of the world, or at least the area of effect around the user. For King Crimson, the world exists by three factors in its basic state, which are space, where everything exists, time, where things move and interact with each other, and destiny that means where, when, and how things should happen. These three are linked and if one of them disappeared, it'll affect the other two. Unlike deleting time, King Crimson makes it absent without affecting how the world works. When that happens, lower life forms lose their focus because of time disappearance, however, they continue their actions because of destiny like mindless puppets in the space that is still intact without falling into the void. Glancing at the sphere from a distance, Leo noticed that the sphere didn't stop and kept changing its movement, which means it's immune to King Crimson's ability. This shows two things, it either has a counter ability or it's a higher life form. Made in Hell's speed kept increasing as the air around him was getting hotter because of the friction, even the flames under his hoof started to melt the ground while making a trail, but Leo didn't care that much as he increased the speed further. He already entered an area with a lot of blood, it even became a whole lake in the middle of the city. At this moment, King Crimson's ability was countered by the world's correction power, and the time came back to work. Everyone regained their senses before the blood exploded again. Roar. Giants monsters appeared from the lake and rushed towards Leo while breaking the sound barrier. Dragons, serpents, and a lot of fantasy creatures with a huge size made a tsunami while rushing towards Leo. Buildings were crushed just by sheer power when the monster passed as they joined the flood. Dragons and monsters started to throw ice, fire, lightning, and a lot of other attacks at Leo. This literally became a rain of arrows in the form of magical attacks as it covered Leo's vision completely. Everything was happening in an instant, so it was obvious how strong the power and the control of this blood user, but Leo gazed at it with a lack of interest. A/N, when you see it means Leo is talking with the angelic language. *** 40, 9, 6, 1. The total is 56. Mem, Tet, Vav, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee, ***. Leo's lips moved very quickly as he finished his words in an instant, but the sound came like a high-pitched gibberish with an echo. The book of the law opened up as its gleam increased. However, those words were very strange as the surrounding was distorted by the echo. When Leo said those words, his origin, the Fool, moved as 4 paths and positions in both Kabbalah glowed. Suddenly, the ground started shaking while all the creatures in the blood stopped. They began struggling before the sound of corrosion was heard. Even the movement of all the blood in the city became dull. Leo waved his free hand upward before the blood tsunami that was supposed to attack him, changed direction, and became a barrier that took all the attacks head-on while using some monsters as a meat shield. **Boom. **. Explosions echoed in the blood, but it soon extinguished when it was drowned by the huge amount of blood. Leo didn't stop as he jumped with Made in Hell before waving his hand again. The blood around became completely dull before water appeared from it. Like oil and water, the water left the plasma in the blood and became unable to blend with it. Like having a mind of its own, the water automatically rushed with a huge speed towards the monsters. It began to tie them down or pierce while they screamed in pain because their bodies are melting. This didn't end because the water and blood started rising. Like a tide, the blood and water retreated from this place. The drowned buildings and streets finally started showing again as the wave was rushing towards the blood sphere. Leo didn't look at the result as he continued rushing forwards with the tide. Made in Hell speed increased again before the flames exploded from his hoofs and blasted forwards in the air. The blood sphere didn't care about the wave coming towards it, or couldn't care because it was working with instinct for now. It continued drawing blood from the surrounding, however, that blood was mixed with some water from Leo. When that happened, the blood sphere stopped for a moment, even its crimson-red color became dull. Instinct or not, the sphere figured out what was the thing just now. It was holy water. A very pure holy water. Aya. Chilling screams rushed into the sky, filled with pain and suffering. It sounded like a beast and a person were screaming at the same time as it gave everyone in the city a headache. Even the other cities in Japan felt the same thing. After the screams, the sphere waved with its bloody tentacles as it pushed the wave of holy water away. It even began to use its divinity to change the water into blood, but the water didn't change immediately. The change was very slow as the water continued advancing. This angered the sphere completely as its tentacles stretched towards the sky before rushing towards Leo. They were faster than any monster Leo saw in this blood as they reached him almost instantly. King Crimson. Glancing at the blood tentacles, Leo smiled a little before he pulled Made in Hell's reins. Made in Hell finally gathered enough speed before getting the signal from Leo when King Crimson erased time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a sonic boom, Leo and Made in Hell disappeared from their place. What left was a blue trail of flames that burned the tentacles from the blood sphere. However, it didn't last for long before Leo and Made in Hell appeared again in the same place and kicked what was left from the tentacles. They were smoking with heat, like they were burning. That was only the effect of fast speed because if someone looked from the sky, he'd see a triangle made from blue flames around Fuyuki City with the sphere in the middle. All the blood and monsters around those blue flames turned into ashes and nothing was able to come closer to it. This is the power of Made in Hell, which is based on 6. His power allows him to accelerate his time to reach imaginable speeds. When that happens, all the living things around the blue flames will decay and die. Although it isn't strong like 6, who is the stronger beast of Leo, it's extremely effective, especially against something like this blood. Merlin, who arrived at the location and wanted to use his noble phantasm, saw the blue flames trail appear in front of him suddenly. Although he can sense Leo's mana in it, all his instincts tell him to not touch the flames. Leo looked at the sphere in the middle of the triangle before he raised his arm and said with a gibberish voice 40, 30, 5, 1. The total is 76. Mem, Lamed, He, Aleph. O water, form on my palm and show your glory, asterisk asterisk. Leo's voice echoed again before the moisture in the air began to change and gather on his palm. More and more holy water floated above Leo as his beast, Alresca manifested from his body. The water started freezing slightly, but before it did, Venom threw 2 runes on it. Isa, the rune of ice and reinforcing runes around it. Thurisaz sad face, the rune of thorns, conflict, purging, and directed force of destruction. These 2 runes can form a simple spell of an ice arrow with more than the regular elemental's attacks. The 2 runes floated before Alresca waved her hand and gathered the water into a giant thorn of ice. Gathering its power, Alresca throws it like a meteor across the city. The thorn was freezing everything around it while rushing towards the blood sphere, however, it didn't hit it. It just passed next to it. The sphere and the blood around it became even more dull because of the coldness. The normal ice can't affect this sphere, but strangely, this one was able to slow its movements. The thorn of ice continued its flight before it struck the ground on the 3rd corner of the triangle. At this moment, Leo, Merlin, and Thorn on Ice were on the 3 corners of the triangles. Like it was calculated, each one of them started releasing mana at the same time. From above, it looked like 3 positions were glowing in the corners of the triangle before all of it started glowing and raising from the ground. Merlin, who released his noble phantasm with Leo's mana, saw this as he retreated immediately with a shocked expression on his face because he understood what's going on. This guy, who loves to blow things up, is using magecraft and actually a complicated one. The triangle raised 100 meters above Fuyuki City before it stopped. The blood's area wasn't able to continue its infection because it started burning when colliding with it. Leo looked at this as he took a deep breath before using his link with the spell and teleporting far above the triangle. You know. I don't like this world, but I discovered now that I hate it to my very core. Leo had an annoyed expression on his face before he said, making me use something so complicated that it gives me headaches. I almost bit my tongue, how dare you? When Leo was complaining, the triangle under him started rotating before it became a blue magic circle with a large number of symbols and runes on it. What Leo was mumbling with his angelic language was actually chants for his magic from Tuaru or magecraft from this world. Angels from Tuaru are beings related to Sephiroth, so they can instinctively use a magic called Kabbalah magic or magecraft in this world. This magecraft is focusing on deciphering codes in the religion of Christianity and figuring the meaning behind those messages. The user tries to find mystical meanings in arrangements of letters and numbers. It grants those who decipher them power, and even some strong people can invoke and summon the power of angels and those mythical beings. Leo, as an angel, can use that magecraft easily, and stronger than any human because of his angelic language. However, there's a more important factor, which is his origin, the Fool. In the major arcana that used to represent the 22 paths in Kabbalah, the Fool is number 0, which gives Magi a headache when including it in the ritual because you can put it anywhere from 1 to 22. Using this concept, Leo, as the Fool, an angel, and the devil, was able to substitute himself in the paths and spots in both trees of Kabbalah, drawing power from all other demons and angels. This really reflects the Fool, who is a master of none. This is the power of his skill, self-modification EX. Like now he substituted himself with Gabriel, whose element is water, and summoned some of its power to this world. An angel is an angel, even if it was weaker than the sphere, but that water has some of Gabriel's power in it, which turned it into a deadly poison for whatever in that sphere. This maneuver in the Magecraft system is only available for Leo, who has the origin of the Fool. Like Shiro's swords and Shinji's flow. This power doesn't belong to Lucifer or Beast 6, it's more related to Leo's personal angel power, which was covered with Lucifer's one because of a lot of reasons. However, there's something very important about these maneuvers. Although Leo can use it easily, he won't do that because it needs singing and chanting. Do you have any idea how many times he almost bit his tongue? And how embarrassing it'll be if he did it in the middle of the battle? Do you think angelic language with spells is easy? Leo was struggling to not mess it up while calculating a ton of complicated stuff about this magecraft. Anyway, let's end this. Leo shook his head before he glanced at the giant magic circle under him and raised the lance in his hand towards the sky. Click. The lance seemed to be released from something before its rotation speed increased suddenly. Its rotation speed increased quickly as a red dark storm appeared above Leo. The storm grew larger and larger as the clouds also started to rotate with it before it covered the sky above Fuyuki City. Even the sunlight wasn't able to reach the city now. Away. The sphere, which woke up to the gravity of the situation, screamed again before its tentacles rushed towards the sky, but they were blocked by the magic circle and the storm. Apparently, the farther the blood goes, the weaker it'll become. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Leo's voice echoed in the surroundings as the magic circle under him started glowing before spinning quickly. The book of the law was also getting brighter. ***6. Vav. Pray, 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 son of man. Here is my mercy, ***. With those words, Leo started lowering the lance as the storm followed his movement. It was like he was dragging all the sky with him. In Fuyuki City, the humans, who were included in the ritual, started mumbling some weird words before the magic circle glowed brighter. ***1. The total is 11. Aleph. In the name of evil, I announce the law ***. Leo said those words before he pointed with the lance in the storm towards the magic circle. Made in Hell started running towards the circle as they were engulfed in the dark storm. The circle began to absorb the storm as its glow started to burn and purify the blood in the city. Suddenly, some bright light appeared in the middle of the storm before a loud voice was heard all around Japan. ***boom. My number is 11. The stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds. The gigantic dark storm exploded by light as Reincarnated returned to its holy form before Leo passed the magic circle and turned into a meteor of light. The light brightened all the city as it cleared the blood instantly. This is a higher concept falling from heaven as the sphere was crushed towards the ground. Suddenly, it lost most of its power and it was in great pain. Anything it was doing was bringing more pain. The blood was filled with the holy water, even the human blood isn't available now. It couldn't take fresh blood from them because when it did, it was hit with an intense pain like it was ignited on fire. The sphere felt all the blood in the surrounding, the source of its power, became a poison and a curse instead. The principle behind Leo's spell now uses evil to achieve justice to the poor. Sometimes, evil is necessary to uphold justice. Himself and the blood sphere are evil in the point of view of humanity, so he chose to become the stepping stone of justice and increase his light and holy power with the support of humans in the city. This allowed him to channel Alea's power via those humans' desire to survive, even if he was a beast. This turned all the blood and the souls of the humans in the city into a curse for the sphere. What in the name of Avalon is this? Merlin stared blankly at the sky, looking at the golden meteor falling from heaven while purifying everything in its way. These maneuvers, these concepts, this knowledge, and the disgusting complicated meanings that most people won't understand. Turning all the strength and advantages of the enemy into a literal poison while pushing them into the edge with just a few movements using his knowledge in magecraft. These tactics are so disgusting and without honor, exactly like a true magi. Even so, Merlin likes them a lot. Merlin's chin almost fell from his mouth because of surprise before he screamed, this guy was a legit caster. Leaving Merlin, who was doubting life, Leo fell down like a meteor and reached the sphere. Almost all the blood in the city was cleared and people's connection to the sacrifice ritual was severed, which left the sphere alone. Pointing towards it with the lance, Leo channeled his mana before he screamed, Reincarnated. At that moment, the golden meteor collided with the blood sphere before a bright light blinded all the world. This is the true description of the skill. Self-modification, EX. Although it is called self-modification and it's the source of his high endurance, he doesn't change anything about himself, except it can only be used when he uses Origin to control Sapphira and Paths as he please, or to balance them with the Book of the Law. For those who love details, hear the meaning behind the spells. Warning: this is complicated, however, I love to do things in a legit way, so I included them. Those who don't want to read, don't worry. It won't affect anything, you can know the spell effect from the normal chant after the numbers. Believe me, this is complicated. You're stubborn, huh? You have been warned. Gabriel's power drawing spell. 40, 9, 6, 1. Total is 56. Mem, Tet, Vav, Aleph. Water, release yourself from filth, and bring judgment to thee. Each letter is correspondent to a number in the same position. Mem equals 40 and others are in the same count. Mem is a path that represents the water in the Kabbalah and also corresponds to the position of judgment, Gevura, in it. Tet is a path that represents mercy, which includes the peaceful nature of water and the desire to bring peace to these souls trapped in the blood. It also represents judgment because it is linked to Gevurith. Vav is a path that links the others to the wisdom position in Kabbalah, which allows creativity in the spells. Aleph is more like Leo's personal path because it's usually what represents the fool in the rituals. It is also related to the highest crown, to make the water very pure and poison to curses. Leo uses it in every spell to increase the harmony with his origin and the effect of the spell. Gathering the holy water spell. 40, 30, 5, 1. Total is 76. Mem, Lamed, He, Aleph. O water, form on my palm and show your glory. Mem and Aleph are the same as the other spell. Lamed is related to Mem as it increases the power of water and increases its gathering speed. It is also related to judgment and purity. He number is 5, which relates to 5 fingers on the hand. It makes the spell target related to the user's hand. Evil and good turning spell. 1, 3, 6, 1. Total 11. Aleph, Gimel, Vav, Aleph. From heaven, I announce the law. Pray, 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 son of man. Here is my mercy. In the name of evil, I announce the law. Aleph in first means Leo is the person who'll perform the ritual with his very core. Gimel and number 3 means heaven and sky, the place and concept where the spell will be performed. Vav means mercy for the humans in the city while giving them a chance to struggle for their lives. Aleph is confirming that Leo will carry the spell as a promise to save the humans in the city, which allowed him to draw Alea's power. Total number 11 means the Cliffeth, the tree of evil, which means that Leo considers himself evil in this situation. It also means the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds as the evil, he's here to support the good, against another evil, which boosted the spell power to the top. Chapter 99, something that shouldn't be seen. The light blinded everything and removed all the colors from the world, except the golden bright glow. A golden pillar of light that reached far high in the sky, stood tall in the middle of Fuyuki City as its lights made everyone in the city and outside it in Japan close their eyes. It wasn't that irritating, in fact, it was peaceful and warm, but everyone couldn't help but to close their eyes and don't look at it. Like something they shouldn't see, their instinct worked on its own and made everyone close their eyes. From the space, Fuyuki City became a light bulb as the pillar of light can be seen clearly from there. After 5 seconds, the light started to die down slowly. The blinding light backed down from the sky and the pillar lost its height gradually. Like snow melting in heat, Fuyuki City that couldn't be seen because of the light, recovered its own colors as the light became particles floating in the air. In several parts of the city, the humans and animals, whose blood was taken, started recovering to the time before the ritual. Most of the light particles are made from purifying their blood, so it just came back to their original owners. Although it wasn't a small number of died, those who followed the spell survived. At the center of the city, the pillar of light finally died down to reveal a small red space of 100 meters between buildings at the city fountain. There was some blood here and there and the colors of the surroundings were red, but it was decreasing slowly, like something died here. At the corner of this space, near a building, a young man was riding on a horse while looking at this red space. In fact, he wasn't looking at it because his eyes seemed to be losing focus and becoming empty. Dismounting from his horse, Leo stood on the ground before he let go of the lance in his hand as it floated in the air. In the eyes of the horse and lance, who seemed to be able to see, Leo walked towards the nearest wall. Without looking at the wall, Leo raised his head slightly before. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Hitting his head gently, the wall cracked as the crack speared like spider webs. The halo above his head passed through the wall, which made it melt and drop more rubble on Leo's head. Maid in Hell and Rangaminiad looked at their lord hitting his head on the wall as they didn't know what to think of this. Leo didn't care about the cracks or the rubbles on his head as he used his hand to support himself while his eyes were still empty when looking at the ground. He wants to throw up, his stomach is trembling and he's feeling very sick now, even his head refuses to think about anything for now. That spell, that goddamn spell at the end, must be the one of the highest ranking things he'll regret in his life. Using a triangle with its 3 corners to symbolize number 3, which means heaven. Leaving Gabriel's power in the blood to act as a link. Using the altar Reincarnated as the source of evil because if he used that storm without the spell, it'd kill all those humans before touching the sphere. Everything was going well. Then, the spell chant came along. Every time he thinks about the stepping stone of wickedness that supports the good deeds, Leo wants to throw himself in a volcano and swim in the burning lava. Although he already knew it, saying and doing it was a whole different thing. He couldn't stop the spell in the middle or else, it'll explode in his face, and worst, he'll bite his tongue. So he rolled with it. Until his stomach hurt. However, he can't throw up even if he wanted. As an angel and a higher life form, Leo is free from the mortal's necessities. He doesn't need to eat or sleep. Also, he doesn't have to go to the toilet or even get dirty, these are the privileges of being an angel of a higher level of existence. So, how is he going to throw up? Is he going to release some sort of rainbow-colored mana puke? He doesn't even want to think about it. Why do these good and evil spells have to be like this? Leo said with a listless voice while looking at the ground with empty eyes. He knows tens of spells about good, evil, justice, judgment, darkness, light, mercy, cruelty, and those are his strongest spells because he's an angel and the devil, but just thinking about their chance makes him want to hide in hell. Luckily, Solomon's 10 rings can make him immune to magecraft, so Leo doesn't have to use them against him. Moreover, why does it have to be like this? Just to channel the stupid Alea's powers that it can't use on its own. And why does it require this amount of edge? Do you feed on edge as an energy source or you only accept edge and cringe as a tribute? Hold on. Leo supported himself on the wall with his hand before an expression of realization appeared on his face. The human order's disasters, counter-guardians, beasts, magi, all these things are edgy and all of them are related to humanity, which means Alea. The picture became clear in Leo's head. They have been tricked. It was Alea all along. The source of edge in their suffering, the edge order. Leo never felt the desire to advent as beast like he did at this moment. Breath in, breath out, Leo continued doing that until he calmed down a little. You know what? He doesn't care anymore. He just wants to go and relax. Maybe watching anime or something. Pinging the whole Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood while slumbering under the bedsheets to heal his mind and heart. Maybe that'll make me forget the stepping stone of Wek Dash. Leo stopped in his place before he raised his head again. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. This time, the cracks filled all the building walls as Made in Hell and Reincarnated felt more confused. When they wanted to get closer, Leo just signaled them to stop and said, just give me a second. A minute. Make it an hour. Leo's eyes were more empty because that phrase was stuck in his head and he can't forget about it. However, in his back, what left from the blood started moving slowly towards him. Shaking his head, Leo left the pothole that he made with his head before all the rubble fell from it. The dust was cleared automatically, it's kinda convenient to be an angel. Suddenly, the blood gathered together before it rushed towards Leo. Its speed was very fast and its movements were completely silent, but when it reached its target, Leo turned his head and looked at it. Whoever was in the blood widened his eyes because something was faster than him. Made in Hell appeared next to Leo before it kicked the blood. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The mass of blood was thrown across this red space like a football before it was splashed on a building wall. Falling down slowly, the blood separated from the wall and fell into the ground before its shape changed and became one of the players, Lizard. Are you smart or stupid? Even if I'm casting a complicated spell, your chance of sneaking on me is less than 30%, Leo said with a listless and bored voice because he's already tired from this day. Ha 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 ha. I really dug my own grave, huh? This is funny. Lizard started laughing like he agreed with Leo's words. You're insane, huh? That explains your thinking, even if you made this plan, Leo said as he raised his hand. Reincarnated, who was floating, flew to his hand before he aimed at Lizard. Just glancing at what left from this red space, Leo can know most of what this guy is aiming for. It was weakening him or Solomon before trapping them here and stealing a noble phantasm from one of them. This space, or rather called a game space because most of the rules here follow these players' powers. In addition to summoning that blood god, it's like a battlefield provided by the multiverse space, which makes it almost a foreign world for anyone from this world. This is why Leo and Merlin were rejected instantly when they looked at it. In this place, players get a lot of advantages against aborigines from the other worlds, but it seems Lizard has done his homework because this thing in Type Moon is far more dangerous, especially for a beast like Leo. Beasts get their power from the human order's evil, which makes them related to the existence of humanity to get strength, but in this multiverse space battlefield, there's no human history at all, even the connection with the original world will become very weak. This will make Leo unable to unleash his noble phantasms at full force, and if he was just a regular servant, then his stats will also go down. Not to mention, in those 14 souls that left in Lizard, Leo can see Alcides' soul struggling. Alcides has a very interesting noble phantasm called Reincarnation Pandora, which grants him the ability to steal other servants' noble phantasms. In the last battle, Lizard saw the situation wasn't good, so he decided to secure his plan and devour his servant for his ability. Apparently, Lizard can absorb servant souls and take their abilities, but there's a limit, which is the strength of the target, especially Solomon and Leo. Lizard was trying to increase his power and chance to steal their noble phantasms or power, so he took Alcides' noble phantasm, summoned the blood god, and manifested the game space. He even wanted more securing by taking the power of the world's evil from Engrameneu. Summoning Alcides to get a strong servant and a tool he can depose from later without losing any money, everything was well planned. But then, the legit caster came like a meteor and blew up everything. Whoa. Whoa. Don't rush things, we still can have a talk, don't we? Lizard saw the light shining on the holy lance in Leo's hand before he waved his hands. Leo glanced at Lizard blankly as he was going to obliterate him with a light beam, but when he wanted to attack, he felt his hand stuck in the air. Are you serious? Leo looked at his right arm, which was tied with several red threads that had the previous blood god divinity. These threads stopped Leo for a moment, but the cost wasn't low because Lizard lost one soul in his disposals. You can't blame a man for trying, right? And you're more familiar with links than me. Lizard smiled as he wanted to leave this place while trying to slow Leo down with what left from his power. Looking at his side, there was a holographic screen next to him. Name, Beast 6, Lucifer/Satan. Alias. The Lightbringer. The Father of Lies. Beast of Babylon. 666. States. STG, 932. End, 1985. AGI, 1234. Int, 2732. Unable to appraise luck and charm states. Description, one of the 7 beasts of calamity that represent the evil of humanity. Unable to appraise more. Skills and abilities. Unable to appraise. Hint, has something to do with the 4th true magic as a base. This monster, even my states combined didn't pass 800 points. Lizard looked at the states screen as his eyebrow was twitching. The players can appraise objects or enemies with certain items or skills, but the stronger the enemy, the less chance to get any information. At first, Lizard didn't get one state from Leo, but using the game space and blood god, he was able to see some of them. However, that hint was there from the start. This made Lizard suspicious. Is the nightmare space actually helping him? He didn't have enough evidence, so he denies it. But this was very important information. All that Leo guessed was correct. Lizard really wanted to use that plan to steal Solomon's rings or Leo's 10 crowns. However, it was more complicated because he wanted to use the 4th true magic, which represents most of Leo's power as an advantage. Subtype true magic is just a branch of true magic, but the beast that holds it can use that subtype stronger than the original true magic magicians. 4th true magic has a relation with the law of conservation of energy, also known as the first law of thermodynamics, states that the energy of a closed system must remain constant. It can neither increase nor decrease without interference from outside. The universe itself is a closed system, so the total amount of energy in existence has always been the same. The forms that energy takes, however, are constantly changing. Everything is linked together one way or another. The 4th true magic takes this principle to the next level with its power, which is called karmic memory. The energy keeps changing from a form to another, but in fact, it also contains a hidden memory from the roots, which records everything that happened. The 4th true magic user can harness those memories and allow the manifestation and control of things like destiny, fate, and karma. Although it is bound with conditions like strength, amount of power, and mana, the user can even kill someone just by the fact he killed a fly before. In other words, karma is a bitch. The user can even summon past events as long as he satisfies some conditions, so he can use the achievements of others to fight. For example, a meteor fell here before, he can make it fall again around that area casually because it already happened before or it'll happen in the future. This is the 4th true magic, the hidden link that everyone knows that it exists, even if they didn't see it with their eyes. Lizard learned from the nightmare space about this magic before he went into the mission, as he planned to remove Leo's connection with these links, whatever they were. He isn't wrong because Leo's 2nd noble phantasm, which links his 1st and 3rd noble phantasm, is based on the 4th true magic in the form of humanity sins. Cause, progress, consequence, this is basically Leo's noble phantasm's meaning. Removing the progress, 2nd NP, will disable the consequence, 3rd NP, leaving the cause, 1st NP, which isn't even an attack noble phantasm. The blood god was specially summoned to limit those links, and the game space weakened them further. It can be seen that Lizard found the Beast VI's weakness. If Leo was just Beast 6, Lizard's plan will really put him in a very difficult position. But he didn't expect that his sacrifice and blood will actually become his downfall. The blood that was supposed to increase his power became a poison. Even Alea manifested some of its power in those human souls, so their blood became a deadly curse against him. Humph. Looking at Lizard, who wanted to run, Leo still had a bored expression before green threads appeared from him and tied the red ones. Leo looked at this before he said, although the true destiny is far stronger, your fake imitation can be easily dominated. Drag. Burn it, Leo said quietly before moving his hand. When he did that, flames ignited on the green threads and burned the red ones in no time, which allowed Leo to complete his swing. A beam of light rushed towards the surprised Lizard, which made him raise his arm to block the attack as some red threads appeared on his body. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lizard's body was crushed into sludge by the light before he was splashed on the building wall again. He recovered faster than the last time before he jumped away. His lives lowered into 3, so the next attack will be fatal. However, his thoughts of escaping were quickly extinguished because a larger beam of light was heading his way, which left him no way to escape. Damn it. This is where I die, huh? I really wanted a more spectacular one. Lizard looked at this as he wanted to sigh, but he didn't have time to do it because the multiverse space screen appeared again. The Temple of Blood offers you the following deal to overcome this difficulty. The temple will allow you to summon the power of First Seat Blood God to assist you in exchange for the following. 90% of all of your states. 90% of all of your skills. All your items and points. Your bloodline, true vampire. Your level and rank in the nightmare space will be set back to the beginning. A penalty mission with nightmare difficulty. Do you accept? For his plan, he prepared sacrifices to summon some power of the blood gods from the Temple of Blood in the nightmare space. Those temples can be used by the related occupations players to get benefits for doing certain things, like sacrificing people or hurting the world. Lizard's occupation is the Blood Devourer, which increases his power to absorb souls from other beings using his bloodline. Wow, are you really asking? Of course, yes. Do you think I'm crazy? Don't answer that. Lizard accepted immediately when the light beam almost reached him. Now, he understood that the nightmare space is really helping him because, even if that deal was a literal ripoff, the nightmare space would never offer something to players and it'll just let them die. Several lines made from blood rushed from Lizard's body as his expression was filled with pain. That was his bloodline, skills, items, points, and states turning into blood before they rushed towards the light beam. Using himself as a sacrifice to summon power, how ironic after all that he did. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Because this was just a casual attack, the light was broken instantly as the threads rushed towards Leo. With each thread appearing, Lizard was getting paler and his body became skinnier. Okay, I had enough. Leo twisted the lance in his hand before it changed it from into the dark lance. He actually wanted to leave this guy's soul to check on something, but it doesn't seem to be a wise choice now. The lance started rotating as the dark storm was blowing, but suddenly, sparks appeared before blue flames ignited on the lance as it joined the storm. This is Leo using his third noble phantasm with the lance. Leo was like holding a storm of blue flames and dark air before he jumped towards the bloody threads. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The two collided as the blue flames started burning the bloody lines instantly, but their numbers kept increasing. Sparks kept flying in the air because of the collision between the spinning lance and the blood threads. Leo raised his eyebrow before he sighed and chose to step on his heart one last time. He wanted to cast a spell, but before he did, he widened his eyes from the shock. When using the spells, Leo always activates his origin, but without his knowledge, the divinity of the blood god was sneaking from the threads and almost having contact with his origin. This divinity was very weird as it could even reach something conceptual easily. Leo's wings appeared on his back as he wanted to back away. He isn't worried about the divinity, something like that can be defeated even if it was troublesome, but he can't allow it to touch his origin. However, Lizard didn't allow this. He forced himself beyond the limits and pushed the threads forwards. At this moment, the red bloody divinity touched Leo's origin as everything became silent. It wasn't metaphorical, but literally, everything became silent. Crack. A faint sound of something breaking echoed in the surrounding, but strangely, even if it was small, it hit Lizard like a bell and made him feel something he didn't feel a long time ago. Fear. Ah! Hideous screams filled the red space as the bloody threads backed away from Leo. No, they weren't backing away, they were running, like they saw something very terrifying. However, something caught them as the bloody threads scream halted like they were too scared to release a sound. Platinum lines in the shape of ribbons caught the bloody threads easily before they dragged them. Lizard, who was floating, felt an intense pain before the bloody threads were plucked from his body, which made him fall down. The platinum ribbons tightened their grip on the bloody threads and crushed them into nothing easily. They didn't even have the chance to scream again before they were deleted. Struggling to raise his head, Lizard looked above to his Leo floating in the sky, but his eyes were taken by the platinum ribbons appearing from his right shoulder and moving around his right black wing, which became semi-transparent. The ribbons were also crawling on Leo's right hand, which glowed with a platinum color like it wasn't physical anymore. Leo had a slightly pained and a very annoyed expression while holding his right arm and shoulder, like he lost all sense and control over them. The book of the law that was on that hand was flipping its pages like crazy. At the church, Ritsuka, who was waiting for the signal while looking at her command seals, saw something strange. For a split second, she could swear that she saw Leo's class change from caster to something called foreigner before returning to normal. Lizard's eyes started bleeding while looking at those platinum ribbons, who wanted to form a wing on Leo's right shoulder. However, he couldn't take his eyes off the state screen that was cracked like a mirror. The blood temple unable to find any information. Using references. The entity is sending similar waves like Iwas from Tora Majitsu no Index. Results. Name, impossible to appraise. Alias. Extraterrestrial life form. The one who holds the blueprint of the pure world. The guardian angel of $$ and equals $E$ and equals A and $E. The demon dwelling in equals $E and EE equals $, and A. Ein Safo $$ equals A and equals $E$ and $E equals and $E$ equals and $, and A equals $E$ and equals $E. Asterisk. The screen exploded. Asterisk. Description: the angel/demon in the deepest phases, the pure world, who isn't bound by the Sephiroth/Cliffith $equals A and $, equals A and $, equals and $, smiley face AA, $P $, and smiley face $, and $E and equals $, asterisk. The screen exploded. Asterisk. Iwas. Tora Majitsu no Index. The actual words became corrupted before they lost all their meanings. The screen exploded in front of Lizard as he couldn't believe what he's looking at or understand anything. The nightmare space in the Temple of Blood wasn't doing this for him, but for itself, he just happened to see it. This wasn't Lucifer, Satan, or Beast 6. He's looking at something that shouldn't even exist in this world or anywhere. At this moment, he didn't only step on a landmine, but actually, he almost opened something that was supposed to stay closed. A Pandora's box that closed itself a long time ago. Chapter 100, Dream. Leo felt this was the worst day in his life, except for that one time his father kept laughing at, "Don't you dare to era for a week." Sometimes when he asks for something, Richard will say, "Here, don't worry, I won't." PFFF. Era. Ha ha ha. Those were dark days that he would never forget. Stopping his thoughts about the dark past, Leo's expression surpassed the limits of annoyance as he looked at the platinum ribbons around his right arm and shoulder. His right wing and arm are becoming transparent. The former is losing its meaning and the latter is becoming a mass of energy because physical entities can't handle the said power. His eyes' colors started fading as they had a shade of platinum, even his horns started to lose their black color and become brighter. His halo wasn't spared as it also was slowly becoming platinum. Leo couldn't help it when he felt that his black hair was becoming longer and its end started glowing with a platinum color, even venom became some sort of a robe. It was like he's becoming an ideal form of something. Moreover, even his AIM field that he stopped spreading a lot was going like crazy. I was really trying. From the bottom of my heart to not accidentally destroy the world, and guess what happened? Leo started moving slowly as the fingers of his right arm started flinching. Wasn't Beast 6 enough for you? But no. You need to force me into this. Leo raised his left arm and caught his necklace before he entered it into the void like a key. If it wasn't for the game-friendly space here, this will really produce from big to absolutely no good effect on the real world. Hold on. Isn't their goal the world's destruction? I guess they are smart, huh? Leo came to a sudden realization, which made a weird expression on his face. More and more blood fell from Lizard's eyes while looking at this thing in front of him. His mind was almost blank, unable to process any proper idea or thought. The platinum ribbons in the air literally made the world he's looking at lose meaning. All that is left is clear platinum space where nothing should exist, something that knows no beginning or end. Outside of this world and domain, something that the laws of the world can't explain. The more he looked, the more he felt that he's losing himself and everything he knows. Although the platinum ribbons dragged the blood god from his body, he couldn't move at all, even if he had some of his power, bloodline, and lives left. What is this? An angel. What is an angel? Lizard's thoughts were running wild in his head before he found something wrong. What was it called? What is this place? Who is that? Lizard's expression became terrified as his eyes became more and more blank. What I'm doing? Who am I? Lizard's thoughts became weaker and weaker before the drool started leaking from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even stay awake as the last spark of wisdom was extinguished from his brain, which made him fall down. All his thoughts vanished as the last breath of life was spit from his mouth before his eyes lost focus completely. The magical circuits rushed to the sky before they turned into the drawing of Clifford, but this time, Leo removed his hand as the drawing became brighter and appeared behind his head. His 3 noble phantoms are officially out of service when he activates his 10 crowns completely, but at least, he stopped raising to the sky and ribbons halted. Feeling his right arm again, Leo grabbed the book of the law as he glanced at the first page. Except for the first 7 phrases that were glowing, the 8th phrases, WYRD, was glowing. The glow was spearing to the other phrases, which made Leo frown. Clenching his right arm, he raised it slowly as the platinum ribbons started moving back into his body. However, they were resisting, which made Leo grab the book of the law and hit them with it. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The platinum ribbon that wanted to form a spiral wing on Leo's right shoulder lost their formation and spread around. Knowledge is the key to solve all problems. Indeed, looking at the thick book of the law, Leo nodded because he can just kill someone by hitting him with this book. He had a weird feeling that this book, physically, is the strongest beast/weapon he has. Look here, I don't want another long problem with spells and origin today. I really had enough, Leo sighed as he closed his origin and the book of the law. With that, all the ribbons lost their platinum glow before they vanished inside Leo's body. His arm also recovered to normal and his AIM field was contained again, which made him sigh more. In fact, that was what you can call the scientific angel, which is the thing that dragged Lucifer from Tuaru's world. It's even the true face of Leo's origin and power of spells. It's what allowed him to even substitute the position of another angel like Gabriel because it already was able to substitute Lucifer before. Feeling his wings return to normal and his body recovered, Leo landed on the ground before he shook his head only to see the long black hair that passed his shoulders. His clothes also became a black and red robe that matched the red Clifford behind him, it even had the Clifford drawing in the back of it. Venom. Leo said with a quiet voice. Yes, my lord. Venom answered immediately. Why did you transform into my servant's edgy clothes? Leo's eyebrow was twitching while looking at his long hair and robe. Forgetting about the hair for a moment, Leo felt like he had seen this robe before, except it had few changes, which means Root actually plagiarized this. It wasn't me. I can't. We can't control our action. When those ribbons appeared, Venom said with a helpless voice. He and all the other beasts of Leo lost their connection when those platinum ribbons appeared, so nothing can be done about it. Ah! When Leo was about to change his clothes and cut his hair, he heard a loud scream. Looking at the side, Lizard woke up suddenly as he held his chest. He was sweating and his face was very pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his entire body was shaking like he experienced a horrific thing now. He just died, his remaining lives vanished just by looking at those platinum ribbons. It even made him go completely insane. Suddenly, he saw Leo, who was looking at him with confusion, before he scrambled in fear. Stay away from me, you monster. He started crawling with his hands because his legs lost their strength. This picture was showing like he'll do anything just to move 1 millimeter away from Leo. Although I am an angel, calling me a demon, or even a dragon isn't wrong either, but I've to agree that a monster might be more fitting. Leo tilted his head while looking at the crawling lizard. His answer was simple, like he didn't care about that fact at all and it was just a trivial matter. However, I must say that you're the first person to actually have a proper reaction to my existence. Leo felt this terrified guy, who was running for his life, was the proper reaction that someone should have for a beast. Maybe he isn't insane, but saner than all of them. He met Ritsuka, who didn't know what a beast was. Even when she knew, her actions didn't change much. Foe, who is a beast. Nero, who is linked to his beast's power in the first place. The counter-guardian archer, even if he was in deep trouble, he won't scream like that. Rin, well, she fainted, but she was okay after that. Merlin. We don't talk about him here. That guy won't do this even if he saw Gaia getting killed in front of his eyes. Anyway, Leo raised his hand before Lizard flew from his place. Like experiencing a huge attraction force, Lizard was forced to fly towards Leo, only to get his neck caught by an icy cold hand that didn't belong to a human. Lizard kept struggling as he couldn't even glance at Leo another time, especially when Clifford was behind him and sending some sinister red gleam. I've to say that your multiverse space products are really solid, maybe Root should learn from it. Leo glanced at the red space that was cracking, but still holding on, even if his true angel form showed itself a little. Multiverse space. Lizard winded his eyes before he remembered something he saw before. Iwas and Tora Majitsu no Index. There was only one thought in his head. This guy isn't from this world like them. Impossible. Lizard couldn't accept the fact, but Leo didn't bother with him a lot before he said in his servant Link, Master, use one of those command seals. Ritsuka, who was still thinking about the foreigner thing, heard Leo's voice before she raised her arm and said, with my command seals, I. She didn't know what order to say actually before she just said, recover caster's mana. However, nothing happened as the wind blew up Ritsuka's hair slightly while everyone in the church looked at her weirdly. Ritsuka, who didn't know what happened. Leo, who was choking someone while waiting. How to do this? Ritsuka tried a few times, but she couldn't activate the command seals. Leo's eyes became blank like he was already tired from this. It wasn't me. Don't they work with the sound? Ritsuka didn't know why, but she could imagine Leo's blank look now as she tried to defend herself. Maybe the connection is low. Go and put your hand on Nero's shoulder. Leo remembered that he's still in the game space, even if it was almost breaking. Nero, activate some of the 7 crowns power. Nero heard Leo's voice before she nodded when looking at Ritsuka next to her. Ritsuka did that immediately before she tried using the command seals again. This time they worked as one pair of the 6 wings glowed. In the game space, Leo felt the mana entering his body via the link between him and Nero before he said, be sure to catch this, Root. What are you doing? Lizard had difficulty in breathing as he saw Leo's body glowing with a rainbow color. Achieving all that you desire, this is my duty as beast, Leo said with a monotone tone before the rainbow light intensified. The cliffeth behind also glowed further as the breath of divinity and authority was flying in the air. Here to return the favor, I shall recover the past glory. Niga Messiah. With those words, the faint rainbow color exploded as it rushed and engulfed Lizard's body completely. Lizard felt his vision become black as he couldn't see anything before he saw a white feather falling from the sky. In this dark world, it was the only source of light. Then, like something dropped into a calm lake, everything changed as Lizard was forced to close his eyes. Oh. At night, in a normal house, a young man screamed as he woke up. It was like he saw a very scary nightmare. However, this young man had an expression of disbelief when he was looking around before he released these words with difficulty, I am possible. This can't be happening. Looking at his hands and the room decor, Lizard that his shape changed and became younger said in disbelief, this is the original world. My home. The old memories that he almost forgot were rushing towards his head. Before he joined the nightmare, he was just a regular student. On an unfortunate night, some robbers entered his house and killed all his family in front of his eyes. He couldn't help them at all as he felt something inside of him broke. Be it rage or sadness, Lizard, who should be called John now, wasn't the same anymore. Even so, he was also killed, but before he lost his life, he got the invitation from the nightmare space. Is this dream? What I was doing before this? John tried hard to remember, but he couldn't recall anything except he was a player in the nightmare space. Wait, this day? No. Glancing at the calendar in the room, he saw it was the same day that his family got killed. He felt his mind blank as he couldn't think of anything except rushing downstairs. When he got downstairs he felt something going to hit him. His senses are still sharp, but his body was slow, so he got hit on the head before he heard an annoyed voice, stop screaming, don't you know it's the middle of the night? Sister. John felt his face wet. Tears were streaming from his face. This is something that didn't happen to him in a long time. After that, his sister was surprised by his sudden crying, however, he only played it off while trying to act normal, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him. He stayed the whole night awake, but there were no robbers and all his family was safe. Is this a dream? It must be a dream, the nightmare space and his fighting senses Suddenly, he forgot about his fighting senses because his family is more important now. However, there was something in front of him glowing red, but he couldn't see it at all, like it didn't exist. Warning. Warning. The player is exposing information about the nightmare space. A penalty will be given to the player if he doesn't stop. Unable to give the penalty. Unable to give the penalty. The player violated a lot of rules of the nightmare space. The execution process will start. Unable to start the process. Unable to start the process. At the window, there was a pair of golden and dark blue watching John's movements before they disappeared. After that night, John lived a normal life. He gradually forgot about the nightmare space and took it as a weird dream. This life, this simple life with his family was actually everything that he wished for before he got dragged into madness by that nightmare space. However, there were some strange things, like the fact he and the others didn't need to eat or even to breath. Did the humans need those things? He strangely forgot about that before continuing his life. He married and had kids, he felt like everything that he wished for came true and he was satisfied. Sometimes, scenes of the dream about the nightmare space will flash in his head, which made him grateful for his current life and doesn't desire more than this. He doesn't need to breathe, eat, sleep, even to think because something will do them for him. He doesn't even need to live. At this moment, after 20 years, John didn't even have the desire to live anymore as he felt something cracking before his mind and soul, which lost all reasons to exist, started crumbling. Back to the real world, the game space, which was separated from the real world's history and reality, was cracked in an instant by the rainbow color. Unlike what John felt, it was just a moment here as everything was crushing before it turned into light particles. The rainbow color vanished as Leo stopped his Naga skill. Lizard or John in his hand was shattered like glass and turned into light particles flying around, leaving only a small flame in Leo's hand. This garden that gives everything while taking everything. Is this what it means to be an angel and a demon, I wonder? Leo looked at the small flame, which was the core and last part of Lizard's soul as he was in deep thoughts. His necklace closed as the great red stream power stopped and Leo's halo also vanished. The game space was completely shattered as it showed the normal Fuyuki city. All its parts joined the light particles as they were falling around Leo while his hair and robe were moving with the wind. Naga Messiah is a skill that can only be fully activated when using the 10 crowns, which means sealing Leo's 3 noble phantasms' power to supply this skill with strength. It allows the manifestation of a conceptual bounded field that creates a dream where all desires will be achieved. No matter how big they are, the dream will be sure to satisfy the endless desires of humanity or anyone who enters the dream. This bounded field rejects the regular history, so it doesn't allow Leo to use his normal noble phantasms. However, it isn't something to be taken lightly. Anyone inside will start to lose themselves because the dream feeds on the victim's desires while achieving them. The victim will slowly lose every desire and with it, the will to live and do something. Humans always evolved and advanced because of their desires. What is the point of breathing if you don't have to? What is the point of eating if you don't have to? What is the point of living if the dream can even achieve it for you? Finding there is no meaning to exist anymore, the soul and mind will crumble to pieces. This is the Forsaken Eden, the true authority of Beast 6, a dream so beautiful to be true. Yet it hides a hell that devours everything. Monica Sagiu tried to use this power to achieve Arthur's desire for an eternal Britannia. To make it a dream that lasts for an eternity, but in the end, you can't rely on a beast to do these things, so her goal was a lost cause from the start. And I should stop before I die from the edge now. Leo shook his head before he looked at the sky. Did you get that, Root? When Leo said those words, the chat room appeared in front of him. It directly entered a private chat with one message. Root, developer/TypeMoon will got it, I can finally locate it. Thank you. But I want to say that my world is very solid, except this part. You're really linked to Ritsuka, huh? Leo shook his head as he chose to not think about it for now before looking at the screen. He can feel that she is the one that stopped the nightmare space, so it doesn't delete Lizard before his dream finishes. I guess this is related to the third objective, right? Leo raised his eyebrow when he remembered that he had 3 objectives in this mission and the third one is optional. Objective 3, try to stop the anomaly in the world. Root, developer/TypeMoon will sigh. You can guess that. Why can't you be one of those slightly slow guys? For the first time in his life, Leo saw something bothered by the fact that he's smart and can guess things. He means, it'll be a shame to all angels if he can't do these simple things. Root, developer/TypeMoon will fine. Like she can see his expression, Root decided to stop and sent a simple message. Root, developer/TypeMoon will, do you know something called the hook? At this time, one of the secrets of this multiverse and world will, is going to be revealed here. Naga Messiah A+. A skill that permits one to maintain a conceptual bounded field that rejects the progress and results expressed within the proper continuity of the history of men. It allows all desires and regrets to be achieved within the possibilities of power, awareness, and will. It is also known as the Forsaken Eden, a sealed garden away from the history of the world. If it is released completely, a new history will be created according to the desires of the humans trapped within. If they weren't human, their desires will be achieved. But unlike humans, Beast 6 will have more control over their movement there. The Forsaken Eden will devour all the desires of the victim to strengthen itself and the dream, as the victim will stop even questioning the anomaly happening around him and accept it casually. When the victims lose their desires, they will even lose the capability to exist anymore, as they will crumble into dust. When activated, Leo will seal all his 3 noble phantasms to supply this dream with power. Using Great Red's dream concept also strengthened Eden's power and lowered the cost for using it. This is a place where everything could be achieved, the biggest favor to anyone who enters, yet the biggest nightmare hidden in sweet dreams. Giving everything, which made them lose everything, as a beast, this is his twisted love for humanity. Chapter 101, The Hook. At the center of Fuyuki City, the out-of-order fountain that stopped because of the blood started working again. The area looked like it was washed by a flood as everything was thrown around. It'll probably take a lot of time to be fixed. Leo was standing there while looking at the holographic screen in front of him with a blank face. He felt that this way of asking was playing on his nerves before he said, "No, I don't know." Why would I know? How did you assume that I'll know something about your world's will stuff? Or do you think it's cool to start your phrases in this way? Root, developer/TypeMoon world will. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Leo didn't want to ask what that yes was about before receiving another message. Root, developer/Type Moon World, will you need to understand that this is the usual way for us, the higher beings, to express ourselves. I feel this is just some sort of flexing of your knowledge, Leo said with a tired tone because he can imagine the answer. It'll be another yes. Root, developer/Type Moon World will yes. Exactly on the point. Leo didn't know if he should sigh or celebrate his prediction skills. He has a feeling that Shiki has been corrupted by her fusion with the world's will. Root, developer/Type Moon World will anyway, let's go back to the subject. Do you know something called the hook? She did it again. Leo closed his eyes for a moment before he sighed and said no. Root, developer/Type Moon World will *, Root nodding. GIF *. Root sent a gif of her nodding like a teacher, which made Leo take another deep breath while stabbing the screen with Reincarnated. Again. Root, developer/Type Moon World will ahem. In this multiverse, we, the worlds, are like planets in space. Our existence is probably, if not surely, the most secure and safe environment to exist in the multiverse. Root, developer/Type Moon World will what out of our domain, is called the multiversal void. A place with conditions harsher than you'll ever imagine. Except for us, probably only the outer gods or the multiverse spaces can exist, even if sometimes they fall to one of the multiple disasters in the multiversal void. Disasters. Leo felt like he's listening to a history and geographic lesson about the multiverse. Root, developer/Type Moon World will some very unfortunate events, they aren't important now. Root, developer/Type Moon World will in this multiversal void, we float across the endless unknown, probably everyone here does the same thing. Outer gods or the multiverse space, however, there's a difference. Leo raised his eyebrow because he saw something repeating, which was the probably word. This can mean that even Root doesn't know all or even a lot about the multiversal void. However, he also noticed that Root is leaving these hints on purpose because even if he was an angel, he'll fall short against a world will, who is clearly in a higher realm than him. It seems like even the world's wills lack knowledge in this aspect, but I guess anything can happen in the multiverse, Leo nodded before he looked at another message. Root, developer/Type Moon World will if we count ourselves, as planets, and the outer gods as aliens creatures, then the multiverse spaces are like big spaceships. Root, developer/Type Moon World will these spaceships gather a lot of passengers across the multiverse. And of course, you can't just ride the ship for free, they have to work to stay on board. Honestly, there's a lot about this subject, so let's move towards the way they allow their passengers to land on the worlds. Root, developer/Type Moon World will in simple terms, there's probably two ways that have been currently seen. Pinpointing a location with a lot of marks or using the hook to attach the spaceship to a world. Root, developer/Type Moon World will what important now is the second way. This happens when there's enough marks or the multiverse space is ready to spend a big amount of energy to launch the hook and attach itself to a world. So, like a pirate ship using grappling hooks. Leo felt the concept is very similar to pirate ships. Root, developer/Type Moon World will. No. They are like spaceships using higher technologies to make a passage between itself and the world to drain its powers. Like pirates running across the grappling hooks when the other ship is close enough. Leo squinted his eyes while looking at Root's description of the hook. Root, developer/Type Moon World will know, it's a spaceship. You, the worlds, are some sort of islands, the multiverse spaces are pirates and their ships, and the outer gods are some sort of a kraken. Leo didn't care as he said those words that made Root, who was in the Akashic, twitch her eyebrow. Root, developer/Type Moon World will why are you persistent about this pirates theme? Why are you persistent about the sci-fi theme? Leo replayed with the same type of question, which made Root's eyebrow twitch even further. Root, developer/Type Moon World will the sci-fi theme is clearly better to describe this. Deal with it, even if I like mecha too, this is clearly Pirate of Caribbean Multiverse Edition. Leo clapped his hands like he achieved something. Root, developer/Type Moon World will know, it's not. And I didn't know you like mecha. Strangely, Root refused to back down like it's a very important thing for her. But she seemed more interested in the second question. It isn't bad, but you really like this theme, huh? Is this why the Greek gods became mecha gods? Leo feels like he's discovering a lot about this world with each day passing by. Root, developer/Type Moon World will *cough* as I was saying, by looking through this player's memories, I was able to locate the hook. You better keep that shard of his soul because it can guide one time to the hook. When the Forsaken Eden started, Lizard was having flashbacks about the nightmare space. Those were Leo's hidden moves to let Root get what she wants from him. You avoided the question. Leo looked at the chat with blank eyes. Root, developer/Type Moon World will the hook will lose its energy after some time if the players can't bring a lot of it, but after what they did, it'll keep working for a while. Root, developer/Type Moon World will the other way to stop it, is to make it take action against the world and expose itself completely, which allows me to cut it to pieces. Leo didn't know why, but he really got a shiver while reading that cut word, like this world's will is really angry. So, I guess you can handle it just fine. I already had enough from this mission. Leo shrugged his shoulders as it seems like Root can take care of this because it's an optional objective. Root, developer/Type Moon World will of course, I can. But you'll have to kill the next waves of players coming to this world until it's done. Leo, who was stretching his arms, stopped in his place before he said, I've to. What? Root, developer/Type Moon World will the passage is still open until the hook is gone, so you'll have to continue this until the hook run out of energy, which will probably take few years if it kept sending players. Leo didn't dare to ask about how many years because these worlds' will sense of time are different from him. That few could mean 10,000 years or even more. Root, developer/Type Moon World will or you can make it react, so I can destroy it. I believe you'll choose this one. Of course, I will choose that one, but how do you want me to attack it? Leo shook his head to clear his thoughts as he asked. Even if I chose to throw everything away and become the Platinum, I won't be able to hurt something like that. At best, I'll just scratch it. Even if he proposed that, Leo's tone clearly suggests that he doesn't want to go full into that form. Root, developer/Type Moon World will I know, even with that power, you were able to destroy that artificial god because it came to this world, but that hook is attached to the multiverse space. Artificial god. Interesting. Leo was interested in this topic, but he chose to wait because Root sent another message. Root, developer/Type Moon World will for this to work, I need you as Beast 6 and the Morning Star of humanity. When Root said those words, Leo took a step away from the screen before he said, Root, think about this. Root, developer/Type Moon World will think about what? It's time for the Morning Star to shine on the fall of humanity and blind this world with its glow. The world's will is becoming chunny and edgy, we are doomed. Leo was giving up all hope he had for this world, if he had won in the first place. Root, developer/Type Moon World will Alea had made a deal with someone and a very nice guy, who is willing to help, has come to this city. So, I need you to grab the first noble phantasm and call upon the star that represents the fall from the grace. No. Leo took more steps away from the screen. He doesn't like this, doesn't like it at all. Root, developer/Type Moon World will because our guest needs to experience Type Moon special. With your noble phantasm, we'll diagnose and inject him with. No, no, no. Leo covered his face with his right hand because he can already guess the next word. Root, developer/Type Moon World will humanity. No. The helpless cries of an angel echoed in Fuyuki City as it awakened some unconscious people. Meanwhile, in the forest of Mountain Dew, Alex was walking towards the Ryudo Temple with Enkidu. He already lost a lot of chances and understood that this mission is a completely lost cause, especially when he saw the blood chaos a few minutes ago. Lizard, as a solo player, especially a strong one, was beyond him in power. However, that guy lost in a few minutes after he tried to do something, which slammed Alex's hopes to the ground. He is more like a team player and now, he lost that advantage completely. Holding a scroll in his hand, that was an item to leave the mission. Although it gives a small penalty, it's better than losing his life. Now, he's just trying to get more points to lower the penalty by going to the Ryudo Temple, which is a very important plot point. Master. Suddenly, Enkidu's voice awoke Alex, who was lost in thoughts. Enkidu didn't explain as he jumped in front of him while golden mana was glowing on his hands. No need to get aggressive, young man, a voice echoed in the surrounding as Alex was able to feel it whispering in his ears. This made him enter combat mode immediately before looking around, however, he didn't see anything. Enkidu kept looking to the front before someone appeared suddenly. Alex was taken back by that before he saw the person. And when he did, his eyes almost popped out from his skull. The arriver was an old man with a small beard. He was wearing an old black magician robe, which seemed more unique than the other magi. He was holding a stick in his hand as he supported himself with it like any other old man, but this one had red glowing eyes that made everyone forget about his age. Would you mind if I invite you to have a talk? The wizard marshal, Zelrich, smiled while looking at Alex behind Enkidu. The second true magic user and one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors appeared in front of Alex, which made him want to curse everything at this moment. Chapter 102, Thunder. At the time when Leo was falling like a meteor, the reality marble in Ryudo Temple was experiencing a shocking battle. Literally. Lightning dyed the whole space with its golden color as everything was burning and crushing. This wasn't like any normal lightning, its effect and damage was far higher than the natural one, which turned the fake Fuyuki City in Shinji's reality marble into dust. 86% of the signs that showed this place as a city vanished in the first 3 seconds when the lightning fell from the sky. The ferocity and the loud sound of thunder made all other sounds disappear, leaving the thunder roaring across the reality marble. However, even with all this power from Baal, one of the 9 pillars that administer the spy satellite, which was boosted with Solomon's magecraft, Shinji's reality marble is still stable without any disturbance in its stability. Although they are called the 72 demon gods pillars, they aren't the real demons. They are familiars that make up a huge ritual with Solomon's temple. But they aren't weak because each one of them is based on those 72 demons. Solomon looked at the lightning with a cold face while observing with his clairvoyance. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes slightly because the lightning started to change. The whole storm started to rotate at one point before the clouds in the sky joined the rotation with the lightning. In this scene that broke a lot of physics laws, Solomon didn't flinch as he saw a figure in the center of the storm. Shinji was kneeling on the ground while sweating and his breathing slightly rushed. His hands were shaking as his magic circuits were fully lit on his body. He didn't care about the burns on his body as he was pushing his magecraft to its limits. The mana was rushing from his body like a fountain, yet the huge mana amount didn't seem to belong to any human. The Rubik cube next to him was going like crazy as it switched from a spell to another to protect Shinji's body. However, his efforts weren't in vain as the whole storm of lightning was revolving around him. Dark clouds and golden lightning became a giant tornado around Shinji, which made a terrifying picture. No stop, Solomon said those words before his mana rushed and several magecraft activated inside his temple. In Solomon's eyes, Shinji's mana doesn't belong to his body, but it came from an alternative source, which probably the Holy Grail, but what he cared about more is the flow of the storm. The storm power was strong, but Shinji was able to rotate it around him, even if the correct choice was to stop it because it was clearly exhausting for him to handle this amount of power. So, this means that Shinji can't stop the flow. Keep flowing without stopping, this one of Shinji's origin features that Solomon found. Using this discovery, you can just keep throwing this guy with everything you got and exhaust him until he can't use his reality marble, but in this state, Solomon didn't wait because it wasn't necessary. Taking a deep breath, Shinji stood up slowly as he looked at Solomon's in the sky. With his movements, the storm was rising up before he clenched his fist and waved forward. The Rubik cube calculated the trajectory and reality marble protected Shinji before he tossed the whole lightning storm of Baal towards Solomon. The whole storm moved like a behemoth that darkened the sky while moving forwards towards Solomon's temple. With its movements, the fake Fuyuki city was destroyed further, even the forests at the side were affected. At the temple, the demon god's pillars looked at the dark golden tornado rushing towards them before they started their formation. More than 10 demon gods went next to Baal before they linked their ritual with him. When that happened, Baal, who was on a cooldown because of overusing his ritual, returned to work as his eyes glowed. Several laser beams rushed from the demon gods and turned into a huge formation in front of the temple. It seemed like a shield made from a lot of laser beams, but with all those holes, Shinji didn't think they'd be able to stop it casually. However, the demon god's pillars proved how wrong he is. Like water extinguishing fire, the lightning vanished against the shield, which was a counter-magecraft ritual based on Baal, who caused the storm in the first place. Shinji was breathing heavily while looking at the performance of the demon god's pillars, but what worried him is that all of them were glowing, which means all of the 72 pillars are performing magecraft with Solomon. Damn it. Medea, open the gate. Shinji saw this as he knew that he couldn't help it. His words seemed to trigger something in Solomon and now he isn't wasting anything at his disposal. Except using the third noble phantasm, all the demons gods and the temple rituals were at their top performance. When Shinji finished those words, he jumped from his place because several demon gods were bombarding him with laser beams, which didn't give him the luxury of resting or even thinking. However, at the core of the reality marble, a woman was sitting inside a ritual with a golden sword sheath at its center. Medea looked at Avalon in the center of the ritual before several magical circles appeared next to her before the whole ritual started shining. But Shinji-sama, that thing is. Medea tried to say something, but Shinji stopped her before he said in their link, don't worry, I can take care of myself. Medea was hesitating inside, but her hands didn't stop as she activated the ritual before the whole reality marble became connected to something. Inside the reality marble, Solomon finished his magecraft as the whole temple was glowing. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Like a shockwave, a wave of mana rushed to the surroundings as it raised the dust and ashes to the sky, but it didn't hurt anything else which made Shinji confused. However, that didn't last long because he saw the ground moving. All the trees, rubbles, rocks, buildings, and anything on the ground were gathering together in numerous spots around the reality marble. In the eyes of Shinji, all that was destroyed by his battle with Solomon started to gather into golems. Hundreds. No, it was 10,000 golems rising from the ground. Their average height was 30 meters while some of them reached 100 meters in height. This was a terrifying scene for anyone, but this didn't shock Shinji more than the effect of these golems. Usually, the golem magecraft is used to create guards or familiars to stop the intruders because it's easy to use. However, to use it in a real battle, especially between servants, is a stupid act, but Solomon was different. His golemancy, which is a part of Kabbalistic magecraft like Leo, who uses numerology, is far stronger than any magi. Each golem here can face a servant based on their physical capabilities alone. Even the stronger golems can put servants into a disadvantage despite using their noble phantasm, which shows how terrifying is magecraft after he got a huge source of mana. Waving his hand, Shinji shot a wind blade at the golems, which cut them in half, but they recovered immediately by using dirt and stone on the ground. Shinji felt a little helpless against this immortal army because he can't control the flow of mana from Solomon's temple, and he always kept his eyes for a sneak attack from Solomon or his demon gods. I really didn't want to use this now. Shinji sighed before he waved his arm as the flow of time and space was changing. Solomon wanted to teleport and attack, but the flow of time and space was very chaotic, which made him unable to calculate the correct teleportation position. Shinji made the space and time chaotic on purpose, even if they were leaving wounds on his body, but he didn't care as he grabbed something from inside the space. A red glow filled the ground as a giant gem that had the size of a boulder appeared next to Shinji. Its glow and waves of mana made all the area next to it filled with mana. Philosopher's Stone. Solomon sensed the similarities of that gem with the Philosopher's Stone, but its size and aura was very strange. Raising his fist, Solomon shot a large beam of light towards Shinji while the demon gods started casting spells. Fire, ice, lightning, darkness, curses, a lot of spells were shot at Shinji, even the golems rushed towards him. However, putting his hand on the gem, a red wave of mana crushed all the attacks in the air, even the golems fell like broken dolls, which made Solomon frown. That was more like using alchemy to change the properties and effect of the attacks and golems in an instant, but is that possible in alchemy? Shinji didn't waste time as he left the protection for his reality marble and grabbed his Rubik Cube. With a twist of his hand, the Rubik Cube surfaces changed into a red magical circle, which glowed like a gem. The cube rose above the gem on its own before a red magical circle appeared on top of Shinji. Solomon and demon gods didn't stop the attack, but they gathered more power and tried to slow Shinji. No matter what, the glow of the gem got weaker when they attacked, so it shouldn't take long to break it. Tell me, King of Magecraft. Didn't you know that Gilgamesh and Enkidu met a while ago? Shinji said those words with a smile from the flow of space and time moved and teleported him far away from the gem. Solomon listened to those words before his eyes widened slightly. He didn't waste any moment, even with the danger of alarming Beast 6, and opened the temple slightly. A large beam of light was shot towards the gem and magical circle as it burned everything in its way. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A large explosion hit Shinji's location and turned it into a sea of flames, but Solomon didn't stop. More and more attacks landed on the gem position as Solomon's expression became slightly grim because he could feel it. The divinity in the air is rising. Thump thump. The echoes of a giant footsteps were heard from the sea of flames, but that wasn't all. Clouds, a lot of clouds, even more than what Baal caused appeared in the reality marble before they shone with blue lightning. Suddenly, it appeared. A golden body filled with the raging divinity manifested in the sky. With a size taller than a mountain, each step was shaking the earth and all the golems lose their balance. The spells and attacks from Solomon and the demon gods were crushed by the blue lighting that was filled with divinity. Once upon a time, in an era that men and gods walked together, there was a goddess. After some events, the goddess was insulted by Gilgamesh and attacked by Enkidu, so she has a huge grudge against them. In a manner of a curse more than a blessing, she swore, if one day, those two were to meet again on this planet, I would exert all my divinity, all my soul to protect humans. That goddess was called Ishtar, and Solomon was looking at one of the results of her curse or blessing to the world. A divine beast that even the gods weren't able to control, a monster that caused 7 years of famine and destruction upon the earth has appeared in this reality marble. Solomon looked at the strongest divine beast of Sumer as he prepared his temple. He has to admit that he has no idea how Shinji was able to use something that belongs to Ishtar, even if it doesn't seem in his command. Thunder and lightning were roaring across the sky before Gugalana, the bull of heaven, roared as the whole area was shaking. Chapter 103, Shocking. It ended. Just like this. Rin saw the blood disaster ending with a flash of light as she didn't know what to say. Like all of us can see, Archer's sarcastic tone made Rin angry because he is stating the obvious. Nero seemed to be dissatisfied for some sort of reason, which made Ritsuka take one step away while holding foe. I thought I'll have more of a role in this than just a linking device. Nero's dissatisfaction grew stronger as Ritsuka was sweating because her role seemed larger than the Emperor. PFFF. Suddenly, the sound of the flesh being pierced was heard in the church, which made everyone look at their left. Siyu was holding his spear while stabbing Kiriai's heart with mercy. The spear was shining red, which meant the curse was activated on Kiriai's heart and it couldn't be recovered normally. Lancer. You. Black mud was gushing from the Kiriai's chest, but Siyu didn't care as he twisted the spear and crushed the artificial heart made by the black mud. The connection with Engramenu mana was removed when the artificial heart was crushed as Kiriai lost his vitality and became a corpse. Siyu looked at this before he removed his spear and rotated it in his hand. Lancer, are you? Archer widened his eyes slightly while looking at Cu, who lost his source of mana when Kirai died. Oh. What with that look? He doesn't seem like an important problem after this. Cu grinned while looking at the shocked expression of everyone here. Or do you mean this? Cu started losing mana. If he didn't have the battle continue skill, he would start to become transparent by now. Without a master or a supply of mana, Cu will eventually lose and leave this war, so this is why Archer was surprised by him killing his master directly. You gave up on the war. Rin was more surprised than Archer as she looked at Kirai's corpse on the ground. Well, I didn't like this war from the moment my true master died. Cu shrugged his shoulders as he didn't care about this. Honestly, after seeing all that this war caused, he became more uninterested in it. It was pointless to stay. If his true master was here, then he wouldn't mind going with her until the end, but now, he really doesn't have any motivation even for the Holy Grail. But at least, he got her revenge. I see. Archer nodded and didn't go into this subject further. Oi. Don't give me that face, you're on my list if we ever meet again. Cu pointed at Archer with his spear because he remembered that this guy was going easy in their fight and also spread lies about him. What if his teacher knew about them? Yeah. Archer turned his face away and sighed because he has a feeling this would haunt him one day. A warrior at heart, I see. Nero nodded while looking at Cu's actions while Ritsuka nodded, even if she doesn't really understand the suicidal moves, but they really felt like they had a meaning. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of a horse running before Leo appeared in front of everyone on Made in Hell. He landed quickly before he saw the dead Kirai and Cu, who was losing his mana. Goodbye rejoicing fake priest, you weren't rejoicing enough. Leo had a moment of silence for the dead meme before he said, so, what happened? Oh, you're here. I regret not fighting with you, even if I know that I would lose. After all, you're one of few that, no, teacher. Cu looked at Leo arriving as he sighed, even if he felt luckier. From all the users of runes, the primordial runes users and servants should definitely know his teacher, however, he didn't sense any tone of fear or respect from Leo. This means he knows his teacher and probably has the power to fight her equally, or this pride of his would already be stabbed by her red spear. He even had a weird feeling that Leo might call his teacher an old woman. Shaking his head to remove the suicidal thoughts, Cu didn't dare to think about them again. Although his teacher doesn't care about her age, an insult is a signal for battle, which means a welcoming to the half-dead state for Cu. Leo didn't have one single idea about what the fuck is this guy talking about. He doesn't know the old woman named Scathatch, and even if he did, he won't care. No need to say more, even if I regret having this boring war. Cu sighed again because of his luck that led him to this clusterfuck of a war. Leo didn't know what this guy was smoking and didn't want to know. Unexpectedly, Leo felt something strange before he looked at the other people here because they weren't looking at Cu and the dead Kirai, but him. Each one of them had a different reaction. Archer had the biggest weird stares Leo saw in this world. Nero stopped all her movements like a pause button. Ritsuka was blushing slightly, and Rin turned her head away with a blush while saying, I can't believe it, multiple times. Only Cu didn't show a different look. Seeing the weird stares from Archer, Leo looked at his clothes, which he changed into his casual attire and put his glasses back on, so he wasn't edgy at all. Except for the burning horse and dark lance in his hand. He even cut his long hair to be totally normal and away from any angel mode. Clearing that from the way, Leo took another look at everyone, especially Nero, who started walking towards him. That gave him a chill for some reason before he heard Archer say, your face. Is this why I can't remember your visage no matter how I try? Archer always wondered why he can't remember Leo's look clearly. However, after understanding Leo's personality, he knows why that happened. It was like a veil of darkness was distorting his vision and the memories in his head. If someone didn't observe long and kept his awareness at the highest, he won't even sense this phenomenon. My face. Leo touched his face before his expression darkened. His darkness power, the darkness that belongs to the father of lies, which hides his face, disappeared. When the platinum ribbons appeared, Lucifer's power became very weak and even stopped working, so the darkness power was forcibly shut down and Leo forgot about it after his talk with Root because he used to have it on. So, what everyone was looking at now was an otherworldly beauty. Although he had a tired face, for some reason it didn't affect him at all. No matter how they tried, you can't describe that face with the word handsome or cool. It's a beauty that doesn't belong to this world. The slightly long eyelashes and perfect facial features, especially his eyes that seem to become a spiral that looks directly into the soul. The two eyes seem to be gazing at a far place at the end and the beginning. No matter how hard you try, you can't make them focus on you. At first, Ritsuka felt that Leo was detached from the world, which people can't really reach, but now, she confirmed her thoughts. Even his look is detached and doesn't belong to the mortal grounds. The better way to say it was a star that you can never reach. Rin turned her face immediately because she couldn't believe that she thought this guy was exactly her type for a second. She refuses to believe. However, the most dissatisfied person by this thing was Leo because of this stupid divinity and angels physic he has. Into Aru, angels don't have gender as the god-perfect tools, so this affected Leo's body and made it move towards the ideal form, especially when he almost entered the platinum. And the divinity can be described with the next phrase, I, Venus, shall not let anyone who hold my concept and divinity be less than 12/10 in the human's beauty scale. Of course, that was Leo's imagination, but it wasn't far from the truth. Anyone who holds some of Venus' divinity will get a huge boost in charm, not to mention Leo, who can almost summon Venus like a goddamn type in this world. When Leo was thinking if he should delete everyone's memories, he heard something before he looked at his side and saw Nero. Her hair was covering her eyes like the calm before the storm, which made Leo say, "What? My praetor?" Nero said before she looked at Leo with dissatisfied eyes, but they were more sparkling than ever. Although I don't mind surprise, no, I absolutely like surprises, but some things shouldn't stay a secret, Nero said while taking a step forward. What in the? Leo didn't know what to think about this before Nero caught his hand. The first one was for medical purposes, now you're just a degenerate. Leo wanted to teach this world about unprotected hand-holding, however, Nero didn't care for the moment. Let me take a closer look. Nero raised her body to Leo as she tried to look at his face. No, this is a curse. Leo applied the darkness power again, which made Nero jump at him while screaming, "No! What are you doing?" Leo was pushing Nero's face away, but Nero kept attacking while saying, "I refuse to let your beauty be hidden. At least try to be polite and call me handsome." Leo pushed Nero further as a small battle started there. Everyone looked at the two pushing each other as they didn't know what to say. However, at least Leo's look was hidden again, so Ritsuka and Rin finally were able to look at him normally. Like Leo said, they really felt that this is a curse. However, at this moment, someone appeared on top of the church roof before he said, "It seems you're having fun, mongrels." Archer grabbed his weapons immediately before he looked at the figure on the rooftop. It was a man with golden armor that made everyone squint their eyes because he was glowing a lot. "Oh. You're also here. Humph. I must say it was a splendid effort you did there while fighting those rats. Although I don't see any reason to waste effort on them." Gilgamesh looked at Leo pushing Nero away as he said with a grin. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A minute passed and Gilgamesh was waiting as Leo didn't even look at him or care about his presence. Gilgamesh's eyebrow was twitching while looking at the small battle there before he said, "Are you testing my patience, Morning Star?" Leo pushed Nero away from him again before he looked at Gilgamesh and said, "Who are you?" At that moment, the place was caught in a short silence except for Archer, who was trying to hold his laughter in. Chapter 104, I Don't Care. The silence filled the whole area as everything seemed to be stopped in time. However, not everything, because two things were moving. Archer, who was holding his laughter while his shoulders were shaking in the fight between Leo and Nero as the former was trying to push her away and the latter was trying to remove the mask from his face. However, like it is supposed to happen, the true heroes never fear death, especially this time. Ha 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 ha. CU, who started to turn into light particles, laughed directly while looking at Gilgamesh. Although he doesn't know this shiny guy, his proud attitude made this moment very funny. A dark cloud appeared on Gilgamesh's face as his red eyes were shining. Ritsuka and Rin looked at the historical figures doing shenanigans as all what they learned about history turned into a lie after this Holy Grail war. In their minds, Nero has become a woman, so what next? King Arthur? Little did they know. Suddenly, the silence was disturbed by several golden portals in space that appeared around Gilgamesh. They were like water ripples in space and all of them were aiming at CU. With a flash of light, several weapons were shot at CU, who was disappearing and losing all his mana. Oi. In this state, CU was only able to wave with his spear, but the power behind the weapons broke his current defense easily and accelerated his exit. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Dust raised in the air before CU turned into light particles and disappeared, but before that, he laughed one last time. This showed the power of E-Luck, even if he was more lucky at these moments. Lancer died. Archer said in shock while looking at the light particles rising in the sky. You aren't human. Leo said while looking at Gilgamesh, who crossed his arms. I'm a king. Gilgamesh said with a proud tone before he looked at Leo with his glowing eyes. Here the oldest king of humanity shows clearly that a king isn't limited by race or something. It's a sight to behold, someone who doesn't recognize the face of the king. You dare. With every word, the atmosphere started to become colder, except Leo, who doesn't fear death, and Nero, who was clinging to him. Everyone moved away. At this moment, Gilgamesh is using his clairvoyance, so as a clairvoyance user, he can know a lot of things, and for someone with the same ability to not know his identity. This isn't just an insult, but a big one on top of that. Look here, Gilgamesh that I know will come saying mongrel and mongrel, so for you to actually try to talk nice and compliment me, it feels like mongrel is the universal way to address most of the people. Leo shook his head like he's saying that I don't know you anymore. Humph. You've good eyes I must say. Strangely, Gilgamesh's anger weakened. Apparently, he agreed that what Leo said is correct and even pleased to find someone who understands before he said, however, it's bold from you to even think about telling when it came to do. Did this guy change for some reason? Oh, I can't see the world's evil in him anymore. Leo raised his eyebrow while looking at Gilgamesh, who was a lot different than the time he saw him at the beginning of this mission. Moreover, how did this guy enter this place? Leo looked around to see Palkia in the sky and the barrier, which was removed. It seems like he saw no reason to keep the barrier, so he removed it to not waste energy, even if a reason appeared now. If you're looking for the filth of a dumpster that these mongrels left, then you're really attempting to insult this king. Gilgamesh's eyes became sharp while looking at Leo, even his mana was rising. To be honest, after being affected by the world's evil, Gilgamesh's other side started to surface and his thoughts became extreme. Although he doesn't mind it nor will he back away from anything he has done or said, he was furious about the filth of humanity affecting him. Something like that shouldn't ever change the way of king thinking. For this, he's kinda grateful in some weird way for Leo, who purified that filth by his attack. Insult. Wasn't destroying your treasures that time enough? Okay, this started to become very weird for Leo. Fwahahaha. Of course, no one shall destroy my treasure and walk away. Gilgamesh laughed as his ego was rushing towards the sky in Leo's eyes. That's more like it, Goldie. Even if you're a walking treasure, Leo said as Archer was walking further away from him and this place. Is that so? Humph. For a torch with weak flames, you're running your mouth. Gilgamesh grinned as his mana was rising. At least, I didn't fall from my ship, Leo said as his mana was also increasing and his lance was spinning slowly. Big words from someone going after rats. A golden key appeared in Gilgamesh's hand before he inserted it into the air. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh started laughing without a warning while the magical circuit started to become a portal in space. Ha 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 ha. Leo also started laughing while raising the lance in his hand. However, they didn't stop laughing for more than 3 minutes while everyone was watching. Archer was questioning what he's looking at while Ritsuka and Rin didn't like this atmosphere at all. How is this possible? Archer didn't understand how and why these two seemed to get along even if they are about to clash at any moment. Feeling something wrong, Gilgamesh squinted his eyes while looking at Leo, but he didn't stop his laughter as it became louder. Leo also squinted his eyes at Gilgamesh while his laughter became louder. With that, the grand laughing competition started in front of everything as they didn't know what to think about it. Suddenly, and without a warning, both of them stopped and moved quickly. Several portals appeared in the air before they shot different weapons at Leo. Gilgamesh didn't stop as he stretched his hand and picked EA from his treasury, which made a red storm appear around him. Leo glanced at the weapons rushing with a speed beyond the speed of sound towards him before he calculated all their trajectory. Like a supercomputer, the wind, moisture, friction, mana, even atoms were partially calculated in a second before Leo waved with the lance and hit the first two weapons. The lance knocked a spear away while making a sword bounce towards the other weapons. Ricocheting from a weapon to another, most of Gilgamesh's shots were deflected before the dark storm from the lance knocked them away. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. The weapons hit the ground as they created several potholes and raised the dust to the air, which blocked everyone's vision. Nero, let go of me. Leo stared at Nero, who was clinging to him as he sighed helplessly. No, I refuse. Nero was like in a death and life situation as she refused to let go. Listen, no matter how you say it, I hate this face. No, I'm absolutely disgusted by it, Leo said as he looked at the dust cloud in front of him and felt something coming. For you as an artist, beauty is a very important thing. I don't really see anything wrong with that, it's your choice and ideas, but for me, I don't like it. The lance in Leo's hand started spinning as a dark storm cleared the dust before looking at Gilgamesh waving EA toward him. The spatial red storm was crushing everything while rushing towards him, but Leo didn't flinch as he raised his lance and shot an equally dark storm. Especially when it's on my face. With those words, the two storms collided before they nullified each other and turned into sparks of mana in the air. EA destroys the world while Reincarnated makes sure the world stays stable, so they cancel each other when they have contact. Look, I'm not really a good or likable guy and I'm fully aware of that. Leo caught Nero, who was almost blown away because of the dark storm, and put her on the ground before he said, the first impression for most people meeting me is hate and dislike. However, that isn't bad. If you're going to hate me, then go ahead. I don't even care because this is me and I won't change to be some sort of likable in anyone's eyes. Leo moved with a horse a little forward before he said, you'll just be the next source of entertainment, trolling target, so be my guest. So, giving someone a fake reason to like me similar to my look is a no for me. I prefer people to think of me as an asshole than come smiling just for my look or something. Leo moved with the horse forward, leaving Nero before he said, this is my idea and thoughts. I don't need anyone to agree and I don't care about anyone's opinion on the matter. I'll just do what I want to do. Then what about not caring about your look in the first place? Nero couldn't help but ask as Leo glanced at his back before moving forward without answering. That's the reason why I didn't dropkick you when you tried to cling to me without my consent. With those thoughts, Leo looked at Gilgamesh, who was waiting. You really took your time. It seems this king needs to open your eyes at what you're about to face. At this moment, Gilgamesh feels that wasting time is enough and he'll start the true battle now. Ah, thank you for that, and for my gratitude. Leo raised his lance as a dark storm was blowing before he waved his lance forward. The dark storm turned into a monster that was devouring everything while rushing towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh raised EA as the red storm appeared around him and clashed with the dark one, but he missed the calculation of strength because Leo's storm was far stronger than the last one. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A large sound of metal collision was heard before Gilgamesh was sent far high into the air before he crushed the storm with EA. Looking at the ground, Gilgamesh raised EA as several other weapons appeared. Slamming the horse reins, Leo rushed towards the sky as he became the center of his dark storm while flying towards Gilgamesh. In the eyes of everyone in the ground, two storms, red and black, collided as the clouds that barely gathered themselves above Fuyuki were blown again. Meanwhile, Zelrich was standing in front of Alex and Enkidu with a smile, but that smile wasn't warm at all. Without hesitation, Alex used the item in his hand while trying to run away from this place back to the nightmare place. However, a friendly message appeared on his face. You're in a spatial and temporal blockage zone. All the items and abilities that involve space and time will be put into judgment according to the strength and type of the zone. The zone type is a parallel world. Your item 5-second initial time of activation has become 15 minutes. Those words that were written in red were like the deepest nightmare that Alex has ever seen. Looking at Zelrich stroking his small beard, he wanted to give up on everything now. However, at the corner of Zelrich's eyes were some flower petals flying around the forest, which made his smile more interesting, but he didn't know that his smile brought more despair to Alex. Chapter 105, Kaleidoscope. I'm not interrupting something, right? Those words were said with a calm and casual tone, however, they didn't carry those feelings at all. The dead apostle and second true magic user, whose domain is the operation of parallel worlds, looked at the weapon and the guest with a smile, but his red eyes weren't smiling. Alex was cursing his luck as he couldn't believe that he got into this situation. This man in front of him shouldn't appear in this mission or at least in this scenario. Is the nightmare space serious? How can players in his level be able to fight this enemy? Even their last card items are being affected by Zelrich easily, so this is beyond all that he faced until now. Get yourself together, master. Suddenly, like grabbing the last straw of hope, Alex heard Enkidu's voice in his head. This isn't the time to be lost in thoughts. Enkidu, who saw his master's state, couldn't help but remind him of the situation. Enkidu was glowing with golden mana while standing in front of his master. The mana was absorbed from the ground and being channeled towards his chains directly. He couldn't afford a moment of relaxation or even an instant to blink because this dead apostle in front of him won't give him the chance, especially if he was a space and time user. At any moment, Zelrich can teleport or use magic on him or his master, so he needs to be ready to cancel it. By using the connection between his noble phantasm and the counterforce, Enkidu can feel what kind of person is standing in front of him. A dead apostle and a true magic user, which are clearly hated by Gaia and Aleia. When someone reaches the roots, like the true magic users, they will be put directly on the blacklist of Gaia and Aleia. While the dead apostles are hated by Aleia because they can turn the humans into their kind. Fighting this enemy, Enkidu thought that he should get a huge boost from the counterforce, but the reality was very different. When he stood in front of his master, the support from Gaia and Aleia became minimal. Like they were screaming they hate Alex for some reason. This made Enkidu's face twitch for a second while thinking about what his master did to anger the counterforce more than a dead apostle and a goddamn true magic user. Enkidu didn't know that his master was one of the reasons for Satan to appear in this world, which wasn't a happy event for the counterforce. Gaia is having nightmares about the land of steel and Aleia was given a nickname of the Edge Order, which made them hate him and the reason he appeared. Lancer. Alex, who almost lost all his hope, felt like a ray of light shined on his dark world before he said in his mind, can you block him for at least 15 minutes? Enkidu's face twitched more. In his whole life as a weapon, this has to be the largest internal conflict he faced. Honestly, if he wasn't a weapon, he'll probably turn around and call his master crazy now. I'll do my best, that was all that Enkidu could promise about the situation, which slammed Alex's hope into the ground again. Are you done? Talking in my back isn't very polite. Hearing the cold voice, Alex and Enkidu were surprised, which made Zelrich chuckle at their reaction. To be on this land really brings back memories. Zelrich felt the Holy Grail ritual that spread all across the city before he said, Makiri should have made his command seal system more secure than this. However, I don't think he has the chance now, at least not in this world. Zelrich shook his head like he was sort of sad about something. Makiri Zaldjian, the patriarch of the Zaldjian family, which was one of the 3 families that made the Holy Grail. He was a man with a lot of ambitions and dreams. His biggest dream was to create a utopia, a paradise where he can eliminate all the hatred and suffering from the world. This cause brought him to Japan, where he participated in the creation of the Holy Grail, even if he lost his way now and became known as Zokunmato. Enough with the dusted past. Now, what should I do with you? Zelrich said as Enkidu's expression froze before the ground under him opened like ripples in water, which showed some signs of weapons. However, I think you know more than me about the situation. Zelrich didn't care about Enkidu's action as he looked at the side. Do I? Although I have to say, it's a pleasure to meet you, magician from this age, a voice echoed in the surrounding as it made Alex surprised and Enkidu's expression became grim. Flowers' petals appeared in the air before they gathered into the shape of a person as Merlin appeared in front of everyone. Are you coming for him? I wouldn't mind a helping hand, Zelrich said with a smile as Alex saw the man walking while growing flowers under his feet with a blank face. I'm afraid that I have to deny, even if I wouldn't mind offering a helping hand, Merlin also said with a smile. I was too focused on the magician. Enkidu glanced with the corner of his eyes at Merlin. I thought you're coming for him. It should be the second thing then. Sigh. The situation of this parallel world is complicated. Zelrich sighed at the situation of this parallel world. If it wasn't for the association, he wouldn't care about what is happening to it. Yes, apparently, Avalon's textures appeared on this world and they are somehow spreading, Merlin said with a slightly serious face while looking at the direction of the temple. When Merlin finished with his shock about Leo's disgust, marvelous tactics, he felt something appeared in this present world. Something that was very faint, yet it was very familiar for Merlin to miss it. It was Avalon's textures that appeared somewhere near this location, which made him rush directly to see what happened. The textures are layers of reality that wrap around the planet's surface, including the present world bound by the laws of physics which humans currently live and the reverse side of the world beneath it. Merlin felt the reality in this area is being written by the textures of Avalon and approaching a similar state to the Age of Gods. When that happens, a lot of violations and irregular accidents that shouldn't appear in this era will manifest more easily. He doesn't understand how this could happen without anyone noticing. Even the parallel world's magician didn't seem to notice this until he came here by chance. If it wasn't for his deep connection with Avalon, even Merlin will be in dark for this accident. However, may I ask what brought you here? Merlin said while looking at Zelrich with the corner of his eyes. He can't say for sure what made this magician appear here and even offer his help. You're really expecting a lot from this old man. I'm just here to locate something and offer a stage for a beast, nothing more. Zelrich stroked his short beard while laughing slightly. A stage. Merlin didn't understand immediately, but then, he remembered who was the man in front of him. Kistur Zelrich Schweinorg, the user of the second true magic, which allows the operation of the parallel worlds. This magic doesn't only give its users a huge ability around space and time, but it allows them to perform miracles that the humans' minds can't believe. Traveling to other realities, having an infinite number of avatars across the multiverse, type moon, summon accidents across time and space, even parallel worlds. If the user is strong enough, he can create new parallel worlds to use them in combat or even have a near-infinite amount of mana by using the source from other parallel worlds. Merlin understood that Zelrich offered to create or send the battlefield to another parallel world, which is far, far better than the current world. This made Merlin stare at him blankly before he said, "Where have you been all this time?" I'm not really interested in humanity's internal conflicts like you, Zelrich said with a listless tone. Fair. Merlin didn't find a comeback from that because he was interested in the problems of humanity. Enkidu looked at these two having a conversation as he wanted to use this as a chance to make a breakthrough from this problem. However, when he tried to call his master, he noticed that his eyes started to become blank. Master, Enkidu widened his eyes before he heard a loud sound in the sky. At the city sky, a red and black storm collided as the clouds were cleared. This clash drew everyone's attention because of the amount of mana and power it contained. However, Enkidu recognized the red storm and the chance he was given. Boom. The ground exploded with a golden light as chains rushed from Enkidu and waved around. Like popping a bubble, the illusion of Merlin was broken instantly, which allowed Alex to wake up. Enkidu waved with his hand as some chains rushed towards Merlin and weapons were shot at Zelrich before he picked Alex from his collar and jumped. Merlin was pierced by the chains easily before his body turned into flower petals and appeared elsewhere while Zelrich didn't move at all. All the weapons filled with mana that Enkidu shot disappeared when they reached a certain distance to Zelrich. Enkidu saw this as he didn't understand before his eyes winded and looked at the area around him. Without any sign, the weapons he shot appeared around him while all of them were aiming at his master, Alex. Enkidu didn't think a lot as he turned his hand into a blade of mana before he waved horizontally. Most of the weapons around was cut by his blade before he twisted his body in the air and used one of them to jump away. Boom. Leaving a sonic boom in the air, Enkidu disappeared from the vision of Merlin and Zelrich and kept running away. Master, get yourself together. If you keep doing this, then your chances of survival are really below zero. Enkidu didn't give up as he continued to remind his master. Alex felt really bitter about this situation, but as Enkidu says, he couldn't go out without a fight. He took his gun and a weird crystal from his inventory before he sighed and tightened his grip on them. If he's going down, then he'll go down fighting at least. Merlin looked at the two disappearing before he said, "Are you letting them go?" "Give it a second." Zelrich picked a weird sword made from gems before he looked in the opposite direction of where Enkidu and Alex ran. Merlin also looked in that direction before he saw a green flash rushing towards their location. It was Enkidu and Alex, who just ran in the opposite direction. Enkidu saw what was in front of him as he closed his eyes for a moment before increasing his speed. Apparently, the area space is looped and all the ways will lead to the same place, so he had no choice but to rush directly. Zelrich waved with his jeweled sword, which was his mystic code that allowed multi-dimensional refraction phenomenon and strengthened his magic and magecraft. The space and time around Enkidu was distorting as Zelrich wanted to seal him between the cracks of space, but then, Enkidu glowed with a golden light and ignored everything as he rushed like a meteor. Zelrich raised his eyebrow before waving the jeweled sword as Enkidu arrived in front of him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A shock wave of mana and wind blasted the surroundings as Enkidu was clashing with Zelrich. The sparks of mana and even ether from the jeweled sword were flying in the air as Enkidu was doing his best to push forward while Zelrich was just raising his arm. Compared to Enkidu, who was taking this seriously, Zelrich looked at the chains around Enkidu as he sensed a little bit of the counterforce's power. Do they hate him this much? He's just trying to help, but they still hate him. Zelrich couldn't understand what was going on in Gaia and Alea's mind before his jeweled sword glowed like a kaleidoscope of all colors. The space started to compress around the sword as the ether, which is a higher form of mana, rushed like a torrent to the present world. Enkidu's eyes became pinpoints before he threw Alex away and channeled his mana to the chains. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A large shock wave raised the ground and ripped off most of the tree in front of Zelrich before Enkidu was sent flying. Alex rolled on the ground before he saw Enkidu flying across the area and dragging his feet on the ground for more than 20 meters before stopping while Zelrich was casually holding his sword. However, his life-saving skill, which worked like a sixth sense, was activated as he rolled on the ground again and shot to his back. A golden sword appeared from the dust and cut Alex's last position into pieces. Merlin looked at Alex avoiding his attack before he raised Excalibur and cut the laser beam in half. Alex didn't wait to see the result of his attack because he can feel that Merlin is rushing towards him as he took the crystal and broke it. This crystal is actually a mystery for him. He couldn't identify it completely in the nightmare space, so he only knew it had the blood of some sort of a demon, which can be used to change his bloodline after some treatment. It also had another effect, which increased his power by X 20 times according to the nightmare space, but the consequences are unknown. Honestly, Alex didn't want to use this crystal at all, but the situation didn't allow him any luxury as he waited for the power and consequences to arrive. However, he only opened his eyes to see flowers growing under his feet. What the foo dash? Ugh. Suddenly, Alex felt a sharp pain in his arm, only for his vision to shift. He was on the ground, lying with a bleeding arm while looking at Merlin, freezing him with a spell. His hand that had the crystal was cut off before he even used it in the first place. He was in an illusion from the moment he saw Merlin. If his skill wasn't on cooldown, he could sense danger, but it was too late. However, before Merlin finished his spell, a chain appeared which made him stop the spell and avoid the attack. Enkidu, who saw his master's condition, rushed to rescue him, but Zelrich stopped him, so he could only shoot one chain to delay Merlin. Aren't you taking it easy? Zelrich said before the jeweled sword was glowing as a kaleidoscope bloomed in front of Enkidu's face. Several ether cannons fired at Enkidu, which didn't leave him any chance to breathe as all colors magic beams carried a huge amount of energy that made him use his full power to stop them. 1, 2, 3. Enkidu was blocking the cannons like crazy as sparks were flying everywhere. Some of them hit his body as they blew away a part of it before he was fixed by mana. He knew that he couldn't last like this, especially if his master was in danger now. His master proposed a 15 minutes delay, but it has only been 4 minutes now and the situation doesn't look great. Enuma Eli dash. Seeing the slim chance, Enkidu wanted to use his noble phantasm, but then, the whole area started shaking. From the temple at the mountain, everyone felt a weird reaction of mana coming from it as the real world was getting affected. However, before anyone understood what was happening, a large rainbow-colored beam rushed from the city as it carried a large amount of mana with a quality and form that Zelrich never saw before. Even if that mana seemed angry for some reason that he didn't understand. Can mana get angry? The beam ignored everyone before it reached the temple and hit the invisible reality marble on top of it. Chapter 106, Mongrel. In the sky far above Fuyuki, 2 hurricanes rampaged as they cast a shadow on the world underneath. The wind was howling like a monster roaring in the air with all it might. The clear blue color of the sky was covered by black and red as two hurricanes were clashing at a very high speed. The clouds didn't last a moment before they scattered around and disappeared from this battlefield before the two storms met head to head. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another ear-splitting noise shook the world as the hurricanes clashed before they started to break and turn into sparks in the air. The sparks floated in the air like light particles before they melted with the wind as Leo appeared from the dark storm on his horse. Despite the mana sparks, Leo could clearly see with his clairvoyance as he spotted Gilgamesh above him. Hundreds of portals appeared behind Gilgamesh as all of them were ready to launch a barrage of noble phantasms. However, this wasn't a reason to stop. Leo slammed the horse's reins as Made in Hell accelerated his speed. Each step was leaving blue sparks in the air as the horse turned into a bullet, dashing towards Gilgamesh. Waving with his hand, Gilgamesh fired a lot of noble phantasm at Leo as they left a trail of light in the air. Each one of them was A-rank and B-rank noble phantasms filled with mana and ready to be used as a huge quality mystery bomb. Even the mana in the air was stirred by the speed of the weapons. The sky in front of Leo seemed to be filled with stars suddenly as the noble phantasms cut through the air quickly. Despite this attack, Leo only raised his left free hand and waved his palm to the side. Several runes shot from his hand and made a circle at his side. The runes circled slowly as a chilling wind was blowing at the surrounding before Leo summoned Aureska. The familiar rushed directly into the circle before the cold wind started to freeze everything, even the close noble phantasm were slowing down. Using a combination of I, which means ice, and Hagalaz, which means hail, the ice of the familiar turned into a snowstorm that froze everything in front of it, even the noble phantasm slowed down and turned into ice sculptures. Gilgamesh, who was charging EA, saw this as he activated the mana stored in weapons. The mana rushed from the weapons as they broke the ice and stopped the cold winds from spreading forward. Regardless of the cold storm, Gilgamesh didn't stop. He raised his arm before a slightly larger portal appeared. A giant, jagged blade cladded in hot flames appeared above Gilgamesh as the cold wind turned hot in a moment. Raising Sulsagana, which is a divine construct, the ice was melting instantly before Gilgamesh waved the blade forward. The heat of flames was scorching all that in its way as the divinity it contained was able to melt Leo's ice and continue forward. Feeling the flames flying towards him, Leo didn't bother to look at it at all. Even if he doesn't claim to be the stronger, the flames, heat, and light were always his thing. Made in Hell took advantage of his speed and dodged what left from the noble phantasms before they met the flame stone head to head. With a quick wave, the spinning lance in Leo's hands dragged the flames. The dark storm made all the hot air and flames rotate with it before Leo waved it towards Gilgamesh. Looking at the flames getting deflected in a casual way, Gilgamesh frowned before he waved the jagged sword and crushed them with hotter flames. Suddenly, the flames in front of Gilgamesh exploded as Leo came rushing through them. The lance in his hand was spinning furiously before he swung forward. The dark storm evolved further as red electricity and lightning were flashing and destroying everything while making their way towards Gilgamesh. Even if his clairvoyance can't help him to see the future about this battle, it's more than enough to keep an eye on the surroundings as Gilgamesh waved EA to meet the attack. At this moment, EA was glowing with a red light as electricity was flying around and turning into winds that ripped this world apart before it clashed with Reincarnated. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A piercing impact echoed in the sky. The lightning from two noble phantasms scattered towards the surrounding, scorching everything while releasing the extra energy from the impact. Reincarnated and EA were spinning at a very high speed against each other while Leo and Gilgamesh were clashing. It was like the center of their clash became an eye of the storm while the red and black winds pushed everything away. The buzzing sound of the two noble phantasms was enough to make a normal person lose his ability to hear for a while as the sparks were flying everywhere with the impact. Suddenly, when Gilgamesh was pushing his mana to fight Leo, he was surprised that the lightning on the lance increased instantly. Regulus. With those words, a large lion made from electricity appeared from Leo's body before it melted into the lance. The lance exploded with a huge amount of lightning and electricity as its roar managed to surpass even the buzzing sound from the clash. Gilgamesh saw this as several portals appeared behind him and shot at the lance in an attempt to stop it. Roar. With a roar of a lion, Leo increased his strength with mana and managed to surpass EA's protection as he waved forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The lightning exploded from the lance and rushed like a wave. The golden electricity drowned Gilgamesh and all his treasures in a blink of an eye. It looked like a huge beam turning into a golden line in the air while engulfing everything in its way. After some moments, the lightning died down as everything recovered, but the sparks of electricity were still in the air as Leo lowered his lance and looked at the front. Gilgamesh was protected by EA and golden chains appeared on his body as it lowered down the damage from Reincarnated. However, his armor changed. Unlike the full golden armor, he removed the upper part as his upper body was glowing with red tattoos. Enkidu. Well, this is quite the situation. Leo tilted his head while looking at the golden chains of Gilgamesh's body. Enkidu is clearly present in this world, so by doing this, Gilgamesh is literally grabbing his best friend and hitting people with him. EA Spore, cough EA and Enkidu, you're ready, huh? Leo coughed because he remembered a very terrifying thing from the past. Idiot, the king treasury can't be limited by time or era, Gilgamesh said as the chains started moving around him before he lowered EA. I see, but using 70% of your wealth to upgrade your Saint Graph is something I didn't expect from you. Leo's eyes seemed to be able to see what was behind those golden portals, which allowed him to see what happened. Saint Graphs refers to the core of a spiritual being's existence, described as their center, their heart, and their CPU that dictates their every function. Servants' performance is bounded by the quality of their Saint Graph, so they use more power. Leo does have one, which is a very convenient thing to contain his powers that include the beast, angel, and even his Longinus. Although he doesn't think that the description of Longinus from DXD can do justice to his necklace now. So, after glancing at Gilgamesh when he used his mana, Leo noticed that his Saint Graph had been upgraded, which allowed his servant form to become stronger and approach the time when he was alive. However, why? Leo is fully aware that Gilgamesh won't do this despite having no chance to win against him without using EA at full power. This is something he would do probably for Enkidu only. Gilgamesh, even if he was defeated, he won't recognize someone as equal, except his only friend. His actions, his tyranny over his people, extended from his ability to see even what the gods were unable to comprehend. Though he knew the weak, he never glanced back at them, and though he knew the strong, he never acknowledged them. He's a person who chooses isolation because he had a path that only he can advance. Indiana. Leo didn't see a reason for using most of his wealth on this matter. Feel honored. Although this king doesn't need to justify himself, I find this interesting. Gilgamesh grinned as a portal appeared under his feet. Leo blinked his eyes a few times. For some reason, those words had different meanings in Leo's head before he moved back a little and said, look, even if I'm not interested in having a relationship now, I'm pretty sure that I'm straight and didn't join any clay club. What are you mumbling about? You should be honored and overjoyed that the king showed interest in you. Gilgamesh said those words naturally and without any hesitation. Like this how things should be. Leo took more distance away from Gilgamesh before he said, then what about Saber? You want her as a wife or something? Saber. Ah, you reminded me that I didn't see the Night King here. It's a shame that she didn't participate. Gilgamesh had a slight tone of regret before he said, I would love to see her try to resist me and go after her ideals. Sure, Leo had a blank face while listening to Gilgamesh's hobby of King Arthur. However, you're also very interesting. Even if you're acting like this, I don't see any really up and downs in your mood, except for what you want, Gilgamesh said with a tone filled with interest while gazing at Leo. Leo took more distance away while raising the lance slightly. He's about 5 seconds away from stabbing this clay guy with his holy lance to purify him again. Hold on, that also sounds wrong. Leo was in a dilemma about this situation. Like I thought, you saw it all, didn't you? Yet, you're still like this. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed as his shoulders were shaking like he saw something very funny. Trying to forget these misleading words, Leo took a second to throw the stupid ideas from his head. Despite the vague explanation, he was able to understand what this guy was talking about as a bewildered expression appeared on his face. At that moment, Leo lowered his head slightly before his shoulders started shaking slightly. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Leo burst with laughter as he couldn't help it. From all the people in this world, it had to be Goldie to bring this up and even understand it. No, it's because he understands, he'll bring it up. This was so funny to Leo for some reason. He wiped the tears from his eyes before he looked at Gilgamesh and said the guy who wanted to release the world's evil upon humanity. That filth can rot in its place. To think this king was actually trying to clear the mess of these mongrels, Gilgamesh said with a disgusted look when he remembered what he was going to do. Even if he was bored, he'll never try and clean the mess for the mongrels. He saw the situation of the modern era and was dissatisfied with it, but when he was affected by the world's evil, they became his target. Suddenly, something appeared from Gilgamesh's feet. It was a glowing ship. A very bright ship that can blind anyone who looks at it. This is one of Gilgamesh's treasures that he doesn't use a lot. It is called the Ship of Light, a ship that can reach a speed beyond the speed of light. Although that's impossible because of the world's correction power, it's still a very fast vehicle. A new ship? Just how many do you have? Leo sighed while looking at the light bulb of a ship, however, unlike his usual bored voice. It was a funny tone like he was interested now. Probably, this is one of the few times this happened in this world. My treasury exceeded my knowledge. Trying to tell it limits is laughable. Gilgamesh lifted his eyebrow as several portals appeared behind him. Good grief. I already said this war is filled with idiots including me and now. I'm just confirming my words. Leo shrugged his shoulders before his necklace started glowing. Although it's unnecessary, who cares anyway? Leo grinned before several green lines and threads flew from him towards the surrounding. This world condition is like chains on my body, but I don't care anymore, so let me at least enjoy this for a while. Raising the lance in his hand, Leo turned it tip towards the ground before he lowered it gently. Ripples were sent towards the surrounding as the authority of the lance was activated. The green lines and threads became like a huge network of webs behind Leo as Gilgamesh saw the whole area behind his opponent turn into a gigantic spider web in seconds. Hey, Goldie, I heard you said that the king can carry all this world evil, right? Leo said as dark particles of shadows were rising from the green lines before they started gathering together. What he's about to do is completely unnecessary and stupid. But who cares? If you can't use your power as you like, then what's the point of having it? Even if it's just for having fun here. Gilgamesh didn't speak, but only his expression was the best answer as he looked at the green lines forming different shapes across the web. I don't really have a treasury like you, but I've archives. Behind Leo, the green line started to take a shape before the particles gathered together and formed it. From an energy state, several objects and items started manifesting in a physical form in front of Gilgamesh's eyes. He was shocked as his eyes widened at this scene because unlike others, he was able to see much more. The lines and threads were forming a spiral in the shape of a gigantic serpent that was moving around a river of destiny. The whole river of destiny that belongs to humanity seemed to be opened by the serpent in Gilgamesh's eyes before everything started to appear from the river to the current world. A lot of archives, Leo said with a smile before the particles of light dimmed down and a lot of things appeared from the green lines. Their metallic color was reflected by the sun before they appeared completely. Battleships, a couple of big battleships that have a lot of guns and cannons appeared in front of Gilgamesh. And more were appearing from the green threads. However, there were a lot of runes and rituals drawn all over the ships, especially the cannons and guns. If any magi were here, they would see that the ships were high-quality mystic codes made for combat, even a huge war. However, the time, efforts, and resources to make one single battleship in this quality is a dream for regular magi. Even the Lord of the Clock Tower won't waste their time making them. Atlas products are not bad. Leo landed on the leading ship with his horse before he looked at Gilgamesh on the ship of light. PFF. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh started laughing suddenly when he looked at the show that Leo just pulled. He was able to see that this is a part of a noble phantasm and it was used at its best without releasing the true name. However, what was funny is that he was the one that activated it. With admitting that he can carry the evil, Gilgamesh felt something locking on him before he saw the serpent in the river of destiny. Manifesting the recorded sins, this had to be the noble phantasm power and those were the sins of some mongrels, magi. Gilgamesh glanced at the fleet in front of him as his gaze flickered with a red light. This had to be a noble phantasm with conditions to activate and he just achieved those conditions, so this was interesting and funny for him. Gilgamesh didn't speak as he grinned before raising EA again and the ship under him was glowing. Even if they seem to joke about the situation, both of them understand that this battle isn't a joke. The king's rules can't be defied, unrecognizing him is more of a crime, and destroying the treasures is the biggest of crimes, so Gilgamesh was going to really fight Leo to death from the start. Leo understood that even if he met this guy for a few minutes, which was very interesting for him, especially when this guy lost the world's evil. Like the idiots they are just going to throw everything and blast the area with everything for no actual reason. Before we begin, I had something that I wanted to ask you for a long time, Leo asked Gilgamesh, who was charging EA. Very well, this king grants you the privilege to ask, with his usual arrogance, Gilgamesh said. I'm an angel and devil, so that makes me a mongrel, then what about you? Leo said those words as silence filled the whole area for a second. Gilgamesh is a 2 to 3 god and the rest is human, so this technically makes him a mongrel. Buzz. EA was raging with stronger power as a vein appeared on Gilgamesh's head before he looked at Leo's grinning smile. He just adds another objective to this fight and it's to erase that smile from Leo's face. Die mongrel. Gilgamesh screamed as hundreds of portals appeared and shot noble phantasms, not only weapons, but even magecraft staffs and mystic codes were shooting magecraft. Ha ha ha. That's more like it. Leo raised his lance and pointed forward before all the ships behind him activated. Hundreds of cannons and guns aiming forwards as the mystic codes were activated completely. Unlike the normal ships, these are boosted with magecraft and alchemy. Fire. Leo waved before all the ships started firing their weapons behind him. Laser beams, bullets, magecraft shots, a lot of different shells turned into a heavy fire while flying towards Gilgamesh. At this moment, the sky turned into two sides as it looked like two meteor showers were flying towards each other. Chapter 107, Twice. The blue clear sky was greeted by a spectacular show of golden and red that dyed the whole air with their colors. Everyone who looked at the sky was surprised and some couldn't believe it. Two meteorite showers cut through the sky and left numerous rays of light across the horizon. The two sides drew a magnificent scene in the blue that could rival the true meteor showers. The manna was stirred over the whole country, which made it hard to look at the show clearly as the two sides met. The thunderous roars filled the whole horizon as it turned into a sea of flames and stirred the mana further. Thousands of noble phantasms, magecraft, laser beams, and bullets were clashing like meteorite showers. An explosion after another kept echoing in the calm sky, showing the huge battle aftermath. Although it should be called a war by now. The heavy fire from Leo was still going against Gilgamesh treasury as both sides looked at the sea of flames in the middle without moving. Several stray shots passed through the attacks and hit their sides, which broke some of Gilgamesh's portals and hit Leo's ships in their shield to slow them down. Although they seemed to block the attacks, they were aiming directly at each other, but because of that, they ended up clashing in the air as the mana filled the air because of explosions. Glancing at his portals getting destroyed, Gilgamesh lifted his arm before activating the Gate of Babylon remotely. A giant gate appeared above Leo and as lightning and electricity were flashing from it. Sensing the breath of divinity, Leo calmly looked up to see the gate that was about to drop the heaven thunder on his head. Honestly, he was still impressed by the Gate of Babylon of Gilgamesh. Before he came to this world, he thought it was just a treasury, but in fact, it's an inseparable part of history. As long as it was created, there's a treasure about it. This line describes this treasury perfectly. Not only it contains noble phantasms and items, but even ready-to-use spells and attacks are actually stored there. Gilgamesh wasn't exaggerating when he said that his knowledge, which is his clairvoyance, Shanakba Imiru, can't see the true limit for it. However, if you're planning to surpass the Serpent of Wisdom with this, then you're very wrong. Leo's eyes flickered with a bright gleam before the sides of ships opened and showed a couple of hidden cannons. Gilgamesh opened more portals around the ships without caring about his mana consumption. The gate shone with different thunder-based magecraft from the Age of Gods before they shot from all directions. The ships were focusing on the frontal attack, so these attacks came very suddenly. However, the side cannons were charging with blue and red mana before they shot several beams in the air. Like having a mind of their own, the beams became arcs in the air and crushed the magecrafts. They almost became homing laser beams before tearing down all the gate in the surrounding and moving towards the giant gate. The gate shot the heaven thunder as the golden lightning fell down like a monster roaring in the sky. The beams did an arc and circled around the thunder before they attacked it from all directions. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Another ear-splitting explosion filled the air before the flames and sparks from it filled all the surrounding, especially around Leo and his fleet. Gilgamesh frowned while looking at the flames. Despite having his clairvoyance, he couldn't see Leo under the flames. Suddenly, he widened his eyes slightly before the ship under his feet glowed. In a glimpse of a second, the ship turned into a flash and appeared far away from the previous location. Several shots and beams passed the previous place before they lost their power and exploded midair. Looking at his previous location, Gilgamesh saw Leo with his green lion's web and fleet floating behind it. Each one of the ships had a weird-looking blue magic circle with a pink glow under them. Spatial jump mechanism is 0.33145 second late. Applying Pockia's concept to the magecraft formula lowered the stress on the energy source, but the trajectory needed to be recalculated. Leo looked at his hand as it showed a blue-pink magic circle. This is the spatial jump system of the ships, which isn't their strong point, to be honest. Leo had to augment it with Pockia's concept to fight a quick battle, but he still needed to recalculate the values and trajectories each time he used it, even if that is simple for him. Anyway. Leo pointed at Gilgamesh as all the magic circles started glowing before he said. Bang. With a blue-pink glow, Leo and his fleet turned into light particles and disappeared from their place. Gilgamesh, who saw this, waved with his hand before several gates appeared all around the ship of light. At this moment, different ships appeared in all directions around Gilgamesh while aiming at him with all their guns. However, Gilgamesh already saw this as his gates were glowing with an intense light. Like a machine gun, the gates shot numerous attacks and weapons at the battleships. However, they were blocked by the heavy fire from the cannons. But when the battleships wanted to aim at Gilgamesh, the light of the ship turned into a flash and appeared on top of a battleship. Before it had a chance of a reaction, the noble phantasms fell down like rain and drowned the battleship. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Sparks and electricity flashed on top of the ship before it got overwhelmed by the noble phantasms and exploded. The ship turned into a curtain of flames as its energy core left several energy waves in the air. At that moment, several ships teleported around Gilgamesh and surrounded him in their attack range. The bullets and shells filled the area around Gilgamesh in an instant. He glanced at these attacks before he turned into a flash of light and disappeared. However, it wasn't easy. Like locking him down, the battleships kept teleporting next to Gilgamesh and keeping up with the ship of light speed, which made him frown. All of Gilgamesh's gates started shooting without mercy as the battleship did the same. The flash of light crossed a huge distance towards the sky in moments and the particles of light followed it as they appeared from place to place. Wherever they appeared, a lot of explosions filled the space as the battlefield changed place to a very huge height. On the ground, Archer looked at the light trail and the explosions that kept following it until they disappeared from the limits of his vision. Like they had to show off their big guns. Can someone be this bored? Archer shook his head while looking at the flames and explosions disappearing in the sky. I don't know and I don't want to know either, Rin also shook her head. Even if she couldn't see what Archer saw because of his eyesight, she can hear the loud impacts from here. Are you fine? Ritsuka couldn't help but ask Nero, who was looking at the sky without a word. I'm fine, Nero shook her head before smiling at Ritsuka. I see. Ritsuka didn't ask more even if she noticed that something had changed. They were looking at Gilgamesh and Leo taking the battle towards the sky as they lost all the vision on them, except the constant explosions. It was weird because they had a feeling that these two were just throwing stuff at each other to see who was the best. Foe. Suddenly, Foe, who was in Ritsuka's arm, raised his head as his ears were twitching. Looking at the direction of the mountain, Foe's nose shook for a moment before he jumped from Ritsuka's arms. Foe, what happened? Ritsuka looked at Foe jumping on the ground, which attracted the attention of everyone here. With quick steps, Foe sprinted forward before he looked at Ritsuka and signaled her to follow. He wants us to follow. Rin lifted her eyebrow before she said, Good, let's go, Archer. Yes. Archer nodded before he stopped and looked at Rin with a weird look. He said, You're going to follow him. Of course, he looks like a very high-level familiar, and from what I saw, he doesn't seem to be simple. Rin felt her reasoning was correct, which made Archer speechless. She isn't wrong, but this didn't stop Archer from sighing and covering his face. This isn't just a familiar, he's a killing machine made to hunt humans. I agreed. Nero nodded while looking at the weird fluffy creature that sent the same waves as Leo. It decided then, let's go before we lose him, Ritsuka said before they went after Foe, who deliberately lowered his speed for them. Archer looked at everyone following the killing machine as he sighed at his current life before following. Meanwhile, in the sky, the chase already reached more than 30 kilometers above the Earth before it slowed down. It would have taken a shorter time if they didn't fly in a completely chaotic way. All that was behind them, except the huge number of explosions, was broken noble phantasms, battleships, and shells, which turned into light particles and disappeared. Gilgamesh looked at the Earth below before he glanced to his side to see Leo, who was just teleporting quickly. He opened his gates and aimed at him immediately. Leo's main ship cannons were activated before they fired down all Gilgamesh's noble phantasms or the gates that didn't shoot yet. Suddenly, a ship teleported in front of Gilgamesh as all its cannons were charging with a huge amount of mana. However, before it shot, Gilgamesh just used EA to blast through it with his ship. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The battleship turned into a curtain of flames and smoke in Gilgamesh's face, but they didn't pass his ship protection as he just went through it. Despite going at this speed, Gilgamesh was able to see clearly, which made him widen his eyes when he saw what was behind the smoke. Fire. Leo, on his main ship, was aiming all his cannons at Gilgamesh as the heavy fire filled all the surrounding in the instant. Gilgamesh looked at the rain of bullets rushing towards him before his activated Gate of Babylon and flying forward. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Speeding through the explosions, Gilgamesh reached Leo before he raised the roaring EA. The green lines around Leo tried to stop him, but a golden light from Gilgamesh knocked them away briefly, which allowed him to advance. Enoma Elish. Announcing the real name of the noble phantasm, Gilgamesh waved forwards as EA shot a huge red lighting storm that was ripping the world apart. The rules, laws, concepts, reality, everything was getting severed by EA's power before it rushed towards Leo. Oi. Are you trying to make me lose my job? Leo snapped at this red storm before he raised his lance. Reincarnated. Waving the spinning lance, Leo stabbed forward as a huge dark lightning storm rushed forward. Asterisk by AM. Asterisk. The two hurricanes clashed again in the sky. However, this clash was more intense as the shock waves rushed everywhere and made the area completely distorted before they crumbled into sparks of mana. Gilgamesh blasted through the mana sparks as he turned into a flash of light. It took him an instant to reach Leo and attacked with EA. Unlike the last time, the sword was still charging, but Gilgamesh didn't stop as he sent the mana and waved. Leo lifted his eyebrow before he blocked with his Reincarnated. However, unlike the last time, EA wasn't charged enough, so Leo attacked with his physical strength and knocked Gilgamesh away. Strangely, Gilgamesh didn't resist as he moved backward with his ship before his mana increased. Golden gates appeared around Leo as they shot all they could from Magecraft before Leo's main ship reacted and shot them down. Explosions filled the area again before Gilgamesh rushed again. However, this time, Leo saw something that made him teleport away. In his last position, some hidden portals shot golden chains before they lost power and disappeared. How many times do you need to understand that I'm not a part of the Clay Club, so keep that chain away from me? Leo's eyebrow twitched while looking at chains in Gilgamesh's hands. Unlike the true Enkidu, who probably can stop him for a short time, this chain can't stop him for a moment. However, this wasn't the real problem. The moment when Leo saw this chain, he had a very uncomfortable and disgusted feeling when imagining it on his body, especially after Gilgamesh's earlier words. He will just say no and will probably activate his noble phantasm if the chain was 3 meters away from him. Gilgamesh didn't answer as his eyes were glowing red and burning with anger. Hey, I know you're angry, but calling everyone mongrel while you're one is ridiculous. Leo couldn't help but say that out loud. Nonsense. The king's words are law and only me is allowed to call mongrels. You mongrel. Gilgamesh was boiling from anger as his gate of Babylon, Ea, and Enkidu were flashing with mana. Leo chuckled at this amount of mongrel's words, which made Gilgamesh's anger reach a new high before gates appeared around him. However, they were instantly destroyed by Leo's main ship, quick magecraft guns. However, the light flashed again as Gilgamesh and his ship turned into a meteor towards Leo. But I guess this is approaching an end, Leo said while looking at Gilgamesh's remaining mana. Using the spatial jump, Leo made a distance with the flash of light before shooting his homing laser beams. Gilgamesh kept using EA and charging it this whole battle to stop Leo's attacks, so although he still has a considerable amount of mana and can use Gate of Babylon's items, he can't keep going forever because his chance to win will become less and less. Gilgamesh knew that very well, but he just stared at Leo coldly while piloting the ship. The flash of light crossed the sky as the beams weren't able to reach it at all before losing their power. Halting in midair, Gilgamesh did a surprising turn in the air before he shot several noble phantasms at Leo. I guess this is it, Leo shrugged his shoulders at Gilgamesh's actions before he raised Reincarnated that was releasing its authority all this time. The main battleship cannons shot all the noble phantasms before they tried to lock Gilgamesh, however, he disappeared again at it left while aiming with EA. Yet, this is a serious question from me to you, who saw the same. What did it look like for you? Leo's words made Gilgamesh lift his eyebrow before he said, are you an idiot to ask this question? Or it's more ridiculous for a being without original sin to carry all those sins on his shoulders. We're all idiots, one way or another. Leo nodded like he got his answer before ripples of energy were released from Reincarnated. With those ripples, the area stability and sturdiness started changing to reach a higher state that made Gilgamesh slightly surprised. This is a sight to behold, a beast making sure the world stays safe. Gilgamesh grinned at this sight before looking at Leo raising his lance up high. Well, I won't deny that I'm very weird, even among the beasts. But what is so good about being normal? Leo shook his head before smiling while looking at the earth beneath him and saying, I saw a lot of different scenes and people, but I've to say that what left its mark in this history is those who broke the normal situation to achieve something. Slaying dragons, discovering the unknown, and even defying gods. Leo looked at Gilgamesh before he said, those were all out of the ordinary, bizarre, and weird for the people around them, even impossible. For me, normal is tasteless and boring. No one can guess what's going on in my mind, even if there was a book about it. Leo laughed at this because it made a funny scene in his head. Aren't you full of yourself, Morning Star? Gilgamesh just shrugged off those words, even if they made sense in this vision. Maybe, I am. After all, I'm a prideful angel. Leo shrugged his shoulders and stabbed the surface of the ship with the lance. A bright light appeared in the surrounding before the lance recovered to its holy form and started rotating. Tusk appeared behind Leo as the spin speed increased further, but there was something off about him because he was shining slightly. Again with this, Gilgamesh lifted his eyebrow while looking at Reincarnated releasing it authority of the anchor of reality that stabilizes the world. However, EA in his hand was shining as its power was charging. Well, it isn't all that important, Leo shrugged before closing his eyes as the ships, except the main one, turned into light particles and flew with the spin. The area suddenly became filled with green light particles. Made in Hell also sank into Leo's shadow as Leo stood on top of the main ship with his lance stabbing its surface. You know, humanity isn't all that bad, even if I want to deny it. There's a lot of good and wonderful people, but in the end, this doesn't matter for a beast. Leo snapped his eyes open as his necklace opened up and all the main ship shone with a bright light. The whole ship started to lose in normal form and transform into something else, especially at the front as it got bigger. We are only here to show the worst in humanity and become the enemy they need to defeat. The intense light became stronger before Leo twisted the lance on top of the ship. He didn't know when a halo appeared above Leo's head and black wings were wide open on his back. However, he didn't waste time as EA shone with a bright light before he raised it up high. Even if most of us didn't want to admit it, we're here to be a trial that they need to pass. Leo said those words calmly before the main ship showed its true form. Its colors became red and golden as its front had a dragon head. It literally became a mechanical dragon-type battleship. Gilgamesh glanced at the new ship before he grinned like seeing something funny and said, ignorance is a sin and regrets is a goal. Even this king has to admit that it's a magnificent sight. Gilgamesh's eyes, after this confrontation, were able to see the sin and goal that Leo carries in his existence. The meaning behind his garden and those 10 crowns, which are just a gift and a curse. Honestly, Those 10 crowns don't have a single battle ability in Gilgamesh's eyes, they are only something that achieved the impossible by using the humanity illusions, which was giving the original sin to an angel. Fwahahaha. Gilgamesh laughed before he raised EA as the storm grew larger and started to distort the world around it. For Gilgamesh, an angel like Leo is free from all sins, even if he fell. However, he still carries those sins on himself while manifesting as the beast that represents the ignorance of humanity. Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore, Leo said before he looked at Gilgamesh charging EA. Besides being someone similar, Leo hadn't had a reason to go all out in this bullet hell battle. Maybe one full power Reincarnated without giving him a chance will do the trick, but he still played this game, which he had to admit that was interesting. I feel like I failed as a beast, not like I care, of course. But I guess it's not all that bad, Leo smiled slightly before he twisted the handle of Reincarnated again. Honestly, Leo still having his emotions and thoughts, even with all that he saw in his origin, is an impossible feat to still feel like a human, even if there's a lot of species that have the same feelings, but people like to call these feelings humanity, so just be it. There's no use to wait, Tusk, just do it, Leo sighed before his expression became serious. The ship under him opened its front as the dragon's head was wide open. Energy and mana started gathering inside the mouth as it looked like the dragon was sucking the air around. At this moment, Tusk looked at Leo, who nodded at him before a bright light filled him. In a few seconds, Tusk changed his shape from a small flying stand to a stand that has a more distinctly human shape. It had arms and small feet that had nails on them while his shoulders had a star mark. This is Tusk Act 3. He immediately became transparent before melting into the ship. At the dragon's mouth, the absorption speed of mana increased to a ridiculous degree before it started to form a black point. A singularity was made just by the pure speed of the spin, which is a use of Tusk Act 3 ability, spatial wormholes. By using the spin, Tusk can make a point of infinite rotation on surfaces, even if it isn't true infinite because they disappear after a while. However, Leo can make it anywhere, even on his palm. Everything was getting sucked into the singularity. The dragon's mouth seemed to contain a galaxy of 7 colors distorting the space around it. This is just a greeting to someone who saw the same, nothing more. Leo raised his hand as the dragon was almost ready to launch its attack. This attack isn't just a beam of mana, but it is something that even has some of Leo's authority of Forsaken Eden, Reincarnated's authority, and power of flaws. Using the power of Reincarnated as the anchor between the reality and illusions with Leo's authority, a bullet was made to be able to pierce through both. However, he probably won't say that he only used this because he doesn't want to attack Gilgamesh with his lance. After all, he feels weird and disgusted about it. Very well, at this moment, Gilgamesh stopped his usual arrogant look while channeling most of his mana towards EA. Even if he feels that he won't be able to stop the next attack, he'll never surrender or admit it. There aren't a lot of words to say about this because they understand perfectly, even without talking. They are both who saw the farthest end of the world and moved forward despite that. Gilgamesh, who gave up immortality after his journey and could not understand the appeal of an undying body, didn't care about death nor feared it because he saw the future. The future he is able to see for humanity is that if human knowledge continues to expand until they will be able to see even light from millions of years away. Though it would take such a long time that his body will have long rotted, it was an exhilarating sight for him. So, as long as his legend remains, he'll always be there. His duty would be fulfilled as long as a hero, humanity's most ancient tale, was passed down through the ages. Leo also saw the same, even if the ending kept repeating itself. Humanity, one day, will pass everything and come face to face with its destiny to break the impossible again and reach beyond the planet. However, before that, he'll be the test, the barrier, and the last dam for them to affirm their way. So, for the two of them, who experienced almost everything, they will keep experiencing death as many times as necessary, reviving again and again, and observing until the end of the world and the day when humanity reaches beyond the garden. The planet for Gilgamesh and Forsaken Eden for Leo, just to reach the end of the sky and strike its final note. For this, the King of Heroes and Beast of Babylon doesn't find any meaning to do anything. This is funny because they both believe that the world is their reality and doesn't need another one, so this most likely the reason they don't have a reality marble. Well, Leo was also locked once in a place similar to a reality marble, so he doesn't like them at all. The 7 Colors Galaxy and the Red Storm are charging to their maximum power while both sides raise their weapons. It's like a clash that will shake the world is about to happen. However, suddenly, a weird wave of energy passed this place. Most of the people won't recognize it, but they can feel it easily, especially Leo. Age of Gods textures. Who is the madman that wants to rewrite reality now? Leo had a weird expression on his face before he smelled something. It was like well cooked, even slightly burned. No, it was a completely burned thing. Oh, it's humanity burned into crypts and charcoal. Leo nodded because he felt it was the correct guess before he stopped in his place. The small galaxy became more intense like it was angry. An awkward silence filled the place, which made Gilgamesh, who felt the Age of Gods textures lift his eyebrow. Without looking at Goldie, Leo's dragon shifted a 110-degree turn to the right and a 60-degree turn down before he screamed, "Fire!" Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The small galaxy exploded as a 7-colored beam rushed like a supernova across the sky. Everyone in the city, be it Archer or Merlin, saw the beam cross the sky and all the city before it landed on top of the reality marble in Fuyuki City. However, there wasn't an explosion. Like something that doesn't exist, the beam passed through the reality marble and entered it easily before silence filled the place. Despite that, the faint earthquake and the speed of the Age of Gods textures slowed down, which didn't give them a good feeling at all. Leo, who shot his attack at a different target, looked at the bewildered Gilgamesh that even his EA slowed down. "You." Leo pointed at Gilgamesh with his lance before he said, "I'll deal with you later." Leaving those words, Leo's wings flickered before he disappeared from that place, leaving Gilgamesh starting at the dragon ship with EA slowing down. "I'm the Dragonzord. I came from a far place between galaxies to say that mongrels mean th-." The ship's voice system didn't continue his recorded speech because Gilgamesh crushed directly with the gate of Babylon. "You mongrel." Angry screams filled the sky as the King of Heroes was ignored. Twice. Chapter 108, again. Lightning was flashing and thunder was roaring across the reality marble with every step from the Bull of Heaven. The already scorched ground was breaking apart as the monster with a size bigger than a tall mountain was advancing. The breath of divinity reached a level that never was seen before in the current modern era. Even if a high-ranked divine spirit was summoned now, she would have trouble trying to compete with Gugalana's divinity. Suddenly, the clouds became thicker as rain and lightning were flying from the sky and striking everything. The rain, in a few seconds, turned into a flood that made it impossible for someone to stand on the ground normally. This is a living disaster that cursed the world for 7 years in the past, manifesting again in this era as Avalon's textures are spreading and allowing it to perform normally. Rewriting the reality with Avalon. Solomon looked at Gugalana advancing towards him as he didn't care much about it, unlike the textures that are spreading. Like everyone felt, the textures are spreading from Avalon to this modern era, which allows the things and events from the Age of Gods to manifest more easily. Gugalana is an example of this, even if it can manifest because Gilgamesh and Enkidu are here. However, this monster can't perform at best in the modern era, even if Ishtar was here, so these textures of Avalon were like putting a fish in water as Gugalana is close to its original power. However, a monster is a monster. Solomon shook his head before moving his temple away from Gugalana's path. Suddenly, several golems jumped from the flood and started attacking Gugalana. The monster didn't care about these small fries as his lightning was enough to clear them all, but it wasn't all that simple. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The huge golems appeared again as they jumped from the sky and landed near Gugalana. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. The golems landed on the ground as they made the earth shake a little before they rushed towards the monster, who was cladded in lightning. Gugalana saw this as its eyes flashed with a blue color. It started to get irritated by these golems as it stomped the ground with its hoofs. Like experiencing an earthquake, the ground started shaking violently before lightning and thunder rushed like a roaring monster. The closest golems were broken into pieces first before the lightning increased and flew to all the other golems. From afar, it looked like a dome of lightning or a discharge attack that connected the sky and earth while drowning everything in a blue-white color. Asterisk rumbly. Asterisk. The thunder sound followed the attack as it took over all the other voices in the area with its loud roar. However, against this attack, the golems weren't all that helpless. Unlike the regular golems, these can fight or even surpass servants with their physical abilities alone. One after another, the golems started to use fodder tactics to cover the main force, which was the bigger golems. The small golems were breaking down while taking the lightning with them towards the ground, even if this was a divine lightning that doesn't follow physics laws all that much. Asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk asterisk crack. Asterisk. The golems didn't last a few moments before they were broken, but their pieces regrouped immediately and continued charging forward. The big golems started to break down into pieces before they fused together. What left from hundreds was 4 golems with a size that could rival Gugalana as they stopped backing down and ran immediately. Thud, thud, thud. With every step shaking the ground, the fist giant golem threw himself directly at Gugalana, who was hiding in the lighting before the golem fell on it. Like a wrestler, the golem directly used its body to make Gugalana lose its balance. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The lightning dome was broken by this act, but the lightning kept falling down as Gugalana was really mad at this moment. Shaking its huge body, it tried to throw away the golem. However, the golem turned its hands into robes and stuck on Gugalana's body. Noticing the chance, the other golems speeded towards Gugalana and attacked it with all their might. The small golems turned into a sticky mud and attached themselves to Gugalana's hoofs, which lowered its speed and movements. The other 3 giant golems followed the first one as they threw themselves towards Gugalana and attacked it directly. The first golem jumped in the air before it used its weight and body to slow down Gugalana. Catching its horns, the golem made the monster lower its head, even if the golem's arms were cracking just by doing that. The second golem attacked from the sides and turned into a sticky mud, which contained Gugalana's lightning and body movements. Gugalana's eyes were almost turning red, even if they were flashing blue as he looked at these ants trying to bring its body down. However, before it did anything, the third golem came with his giant arm. Leaving a loud sound of raging winds, the golem raised its arm in the air before it dropped it like a hammer on Gugalana's head. By Aum. A huge impact hit Gugalana's head as it made the monster slightly dizzy, which allowed the first golem to jump on its body. Gugalana felt something weird before something made from dirt jumped on its body and rode it. Rumbly. At this moment, Gugalana's eyes turned into real red before it raised its head and body like a mad bull. Boom. Boom. Thud. Thud. The hoofs were smashing the ground and just the action of the huge body was enough to crush everything around it. Each movement was leaving a lightning strike everywhere and destroying everything. The golems were thrown like rag dolls all around the place, even the big ones weren't spared as they were flying high across the sky before they fell down. Gugalana didn't stop as it dug the ground with its hooves before it rushed to ram the golems like it lost its mind completely when the golem rode its body. Solomon calmly looked at Gugalana chasing after the golems and moving away from his temple. He didn't show much reaction because this was simple for him. Shinji summoned Gugalana, but he didn't have any control over it, so why does Solomon have to fight it? Although it'll probably attack the temple if it stood in its way, he can just use the golems to guide it away easily. Looking around, Solomon tried to locate Shinji, but because of the reality marble and the fact that Avalon's textures are spreading, he didn't succeed. Although he wanted to throw Shinji into the ring of light and burn him completely, Solomon didn't have time to waste, especially if Shinji gave him this opportunity with Avalon's textures. At the Age of Gods, what was considered impossible in the modern era can be achieved easily as Solomon was going to take advantage of that and start his temple's true ritual and power. Solomon's Temple of Time started to move down and became closer to the ground before the demon god's pillars reacted. Each one of them moved up and down in a certain position before implanting themselves on the temple surface. The ring of light behind the temple opened up as all the demon gods activated their rituals. Thousands and thousands of rituals were being performed quickly on top of the temple before they started gathering together to form one system. Meanwhile, in the reality marble core, Shinji appeared next to Medea and started looking at Solomon's action through his connection with reality marble. This absurd madness. How many rituals combination are there? Medea said while looking at demon gods' pillars activating in their rituals. All of them started to perform their personal ritual and gathering together as one system, like they are solving a puzzle to make one big ritual. The whole temple was glowing when that happened as the ring of light that equals the whole value of mana from humanity was shining. Whatever Solomon was going to do, Medea didn't think it'll be something less than affecting the whole world and the planet. This made her curse in her heart. What are the counterforce doing now? Letting this madman affect the whole world and they are cool about it. Don't get your hopes high about Alea and Gaia, they don't care about this because it'll not affect them, Shinji said with a low voice as he observed Solomon's work. To be honest, Alea and Gaia don't care if Solomon activated his ritual or not. It's about humanity, so Gaia couldn't care less and Alea didn't see a problem in his way, so it gave him a green light. Brother, are you okay? Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the two of them as Shinji's expression eased and said with a smile, don't worry Sakura, when did you saw me get affected by these things? A girl with a black long hair appeared with a woman that had long pink hair. This is Matu Sakura and her servant rider, Medusa. A lot of times. Sakura snapped, which made Shinji sigh and scratch the back of his neck. So, what did the imaginary numbers ritual fail? Shinji asked, but his tone was affirmative, which made Sakura nod before talking about the situation. When the Age of Gods textures started spreading, the other hidden rituals stopped working, especially after Solomon's temple was added to the situation. That's okay, we need to focus on this ritual and let these idiots consume themselves, Shinji said with a grin while putting his hand on his chest. In his soul, there was a door. It was a huge door made from stone and had the drawing of Kabbalah on it. However, this door had cracks all over it, which looked like it took some sort of an attack. I'll succeed this time, Shinji said as his eyes flickered with a faint gleam. Shinji wasn't a person from this world. Although you might call him a traverser, this isn't his first world. At first, he was traversed into FMA, Full Metal Alchemist, as his first world. To be honest, he thought that he would be successful in that world, but even so, the reality was slightly cruel. Although he got his cheat and all. He struggled a lot, only to know the cruel fact that he was a sheep ready to be slaughtered by a higher being. After some crazy events, he managed to destroy a part of his cheat, which was an empty gate of truth, and reach this world miraculously. Remembering the past and how he miraculously survived and reached this world, Shinji shook his head before he felt several eyes on him. Sorry, I was lost in thoughts. We need to accelerate our steps. Shinji wanted to say something, but suddenly, the ground was shaking. At the reality marble, the button demon gods started moving before they stretched their bodies into the ground from the temple. Drilling through the ground in Shinji's reality marble, which was in a temple above the mountain, the pillars reached a cavern before they pierced its walls and stopped. At that moment, the demon god's eyes glowed before the sound of corrosion was heard. Black mud started to gush from the place they pierced the walls. This is actually the Holy Grail's true ritual that spread all across Fuyuki City. Curses and evils were leaking from the Holy Grail before they started to corrupt the place and even the air by the world's evil. However, it was absorbed quickly by the pillars as their body acted like a tube and sent the black mud towards the temple at the reality marble. All the black mud started burning at the ring of light. Like throwing fuel at the fire, the ring of light energy increased as the black mud started to turn into pure energy. What? Shinji was surprised by this operation, then he remembered that Solomon has the second true magic, which allows him to ignore his reality marble space. Damn it. Sakura, can you join the ritual and add the imaginary numbers element to it? Shinji slammed the wall with his hand before he asked Sakura. Yes, you can count on me, Sakura replied without hesitation before she joined Medea in the ritual. For the person who saved her when even her father and mother throw her away, she is willing to do anything. Shinji couldn't help but take a deep breath while feeling weak. He didn't think the situation would become like this. Raising his hand, Shinji looked at his command seals before he said, with the power of my command seals, Saber. However, he didn't continue his words because something pierced through his reality marble. A 7 colors beam moved through all the barriers of the reality marble and rushed directly at Solomon while ignoring everything else. Solomon lifted his eyebrow before his demon gods raised their body and stood in front of the temple. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A huge explosion hit the temple as the ring of light was shaking slightly while burning the 7-colored beam. After a moment, the beam died down as the temple returned to normal. However, 24 demon gods' pillars died under the attack, which slowed the ritual greatly and made Solomon frown. Although they'll be revived after some time, this will delay him a lot. Shinji also stared at the attack that destroyed a part of his reality marble in its way before he saw someone appear. Leo appeared as his wings were destroying the reality marble with every wave. The 7 colors flash of the wings were distorting the reality and breaking anything around it. This is not the real world, so he doesn't need to go easy on a reality marble. His reality warping wings are doing their job correctly and leaving chaos everywhere like a butterfly's wing flap in the butterfly effect. Looking at the front, Leo saw Solomon on top of his temple as all the rituals were flashing before he stopped as he lifted his eyebrow. Beast 6. Solomon said with a frown while looking at Leo and his flashing wings. I assume you're here to stop me, even if this is the best outcome for this world. Solomon's eyes flashed with a cold gaze like he'll attack at any moment, however, at the next second. He almost fell from his temple. Who are you? Leo, who had a weird expression on his face, asked while tilting his head. What? Solomon stood there with a bewildered expression on his face. Is Beast 6 making fun of him or what? But he didn't see any lie from Beast 6, which means that he really doesn't know him. Seriously, where's Solomon? Are you a phony or a scammer? Leo looked left and right, but he only saw this man, who looked like Solomon, but not like Solomon at all. Solomon is someone that will hurt Leo's eyes just by looking at him, but this one isn't all that bad. Aye. Solomon didn't know what to say. For the first time in his life, he saw such a situation. And why he's feeling like this in the first place. Hold on, you're Solomon. How in the hell did you become a third-rate villain that questioned his own ways? Leo looked at the ring of light that represented all humanity's energy before he looked at Solomon and asked. He felt like he had been tricked and scammed. This was not Solomon. Solomon wouldn't question his ways, nor have a single emotion or a sin on his body. If he knew this would happen, he should have continued his battle with Gilgamesh. Leo shook his head while thinking he should just finish the battle and this farce. Solomon stood there speechless, even his temple slowed down slightly. Shinji and his group at the core looked at this situation from a beast as they didn't know what to say. They had a feeling that Beast 6 preferred to be elsewhere and doesn't care about them at all now. Especially when he saw Solomon. Shinji also had a weird expression, but he didn't care much because Leo and his wings are like a virus in his reality marble. Saber, kill them all. Shinji said as a white shadow teleported from his side and appeared around Leo and Solomon. At this moment, Solomon and Leo looked to the side to see a white shadow rushing through the battlefield at an incredible speed towards them while holding a 3-colored lightsaber in her hand. Chapter 109, finally. It did something useful. A white shadow left a flash of light as it turned into a meteor. Its pure speed surpassed a lot of servants as it crossed the destroyed battlefield like nothing while aiming at the 2 guys in the sky. The tricolor's lightsaber was glowing in an intense light while leaving a trail of divinity that belongs to the god of war in the air. Solomon and Leo looked at this newcomer, who was hidden all this time, as they showed a slightly confused expression. Scourge of God. Attila the Hun. Solomon said while looking at the speeding shadow, who was staring at them with cold red eyes. Titan. Oh, it's Velber-02, this brings some memories. Leo put his hand on his chin while looking at the newcomer. Attila the Hun, or in her other name, Altera. She was the overlord who established the great empire in the 5th century. She was a warrior and the king of Huns. However, this tight moon, so throw away all your history books and burn them because they were all lies. Frankly, even if Leo thinks that Fate/EX timeline is a fanservice with the main purpose to see it Sundra Gilgamesh. It had a lot of interesting things, and he's not talking about the stupid moon cell that uses his 10 crowns code as one of its main codes. In fact, Altera is an alien, a Titan alien that came from Velber, an extraterrestrial threat that routinely purges intelligent life. The Velber is a form of observation device. It works on a set orbit, passing through the Milky Way galaxy once every 14,000 years, selectively targeting and destroying all intelligent life in its path. It has what is called the anti-cells, which in a simple term, it main troops and soldiers to destroy civilization. Altera is one of them. It has the name of Velber-02, Safar, the white titan that killed a lot of life on Earth at 12,000 BC. But what's the point of having her here? Did her master and this reality marble user run out of ideas? Leo lifted his eyebrow as his wings flickered. To be honest, even if Altera became Safar, which her titan form, she won't have a good chance in this fight. At most, it'll annoy him for some time before he'll blast her into oblivion. Solomon can see that as well. If he was in his regular servant state without the Ring of Light, then he might have trouble dealing with the White Titan, but now, it's just someone standing in his way. Destruction. Domination. Invasion. Altera said those words with an emotionless cold voice before her speed increased. Sure, have fun with him. Leo looked at this before moving away a little and leaving the way clear to Solomon. He floated there like he was saying, you want to attack him? Be my guest, I'll just watch or destroy his plans, which played on Solomon's nerves further. Focusing the target to Entity 19, Altria said some words that made Shinji, who was watching, lift his eyebrow before she changed the direction towards Leo. Using the mana and her sword, she turned into a tricolor meteor and flew towards the angel in the sky. From the start, even if the order was to kill them all, her target was just Leo. Seriously? Leo had a bewildered expression on his face before his right wing waved at the meteor. The tricolor saber moved with a precise technique, like a sword only made for killing while aiming at Leo's vital spots. However, a very fast wing blocked the attack as it made Altera change its attack toward the wing's weak spot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The colorful saber met a more colorful wing as a loud metal sound echoed. Sparks and mana were flying everywhere, but not for long. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The conclusion of this clash was Altera being shot like a football across the reality marble. She did a few flips in the air before she fell like a shell towards the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The impact made the ground shake a little as the cracks spread like spider webs. The dust and ashes from the previous fire and lightning raised to the sky as it made the vision difficult. The stupid code name. Does that metal scrap of a ship still have information about me? Anyway, where were we? Leo shook his head and looked in Solomon's direction only to see a giant light beam rushing toward him. Asterisk by him. Asterisk. The wing and light beam met as intense sparks filled the air and impact pushed Leo away slightly. Glancing at the light beam of intense heat, Leo increased his strength as his wing turned into a blade and cut the beam in two. The two parts of the beam flew around Leo and rushed towards the horizon before they dropped on the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. Two mushroom clouds appeared at the distance like two nukes dropped on this reality marble, which made it shake violently. After slicing the beam in half, Leo raised the lance in his hand as a singularity appeared on its tip. Power and energy started to compress and rotate around the singularity before Leo waved. A huge spinning beam of light rushed towards the temple as it was crushing everything in its way. Unlike the usual effect, Leo has set Reincarnated to full destruction mode. However, he didn't stop because his left wing opened widely before the space around it started distorting. The demon gods stared at the light beam rushing toward them before their eyes glowed and shot hundreds of lasers at it. The red lasers flew like arcs in the air before they hit the beam from all directions, which slowed it down before it collided with the ring of light on the temple. Like snow melting in the heat, the beam struggled a little before it vanished under the power of the ring of light. However, it wasn't useless because it slowed down the ritual of Solomon. At this moment, the dead 24 demon gods were revived as they joined the ritual and tried to accelerate it. Despite that, another attack came suddenly. Leo waved with his left wing before the space in front of him started flowing like sea waves before breaking apart. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Like glass getting shattered, the space became shards, leaving a black gap in the air before it rotated like a tornado and flew into the temple. Its main target was Solomon's demon gods that were taking the world's evil from the ground. Solomon looked at the space and time storm flying towards him before he clenched his fist and tapped the pillar of his temple. A rainbow color flashed on the temple as the space storm was passing through it like nothing. This is second true magic's application that allowed Solomon to be immune to space and time attacks, but unlike the complete magic, this one is just an incomplete form. Asterisk PFFF. Asterisk asterisk PFFF. Asterisk. Some demon gods were cut into pieces by the space and time storm before they turned into light particles. The world's evil that was inside the pillar fell to the ground as it started burning and eroding the reality marble with its curses. Without looking at the result, Leo's wings expanded in size as they became at least 100 meters long before two dragons' heads appeared from them and opened their mouths that were filled with blue flames. Solomon stared at this as his temple moved and the ring of light opened up before the gate was sparkling with an intense light. Using their dragon breath, a storm from blue flames rushed while burning everything, even the reality marble. A bright light flashed at the temple before the ring of light shot an enormous beam of light that scorched everything around it, especially the reality marble that was in its way. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The whole reality marble was shaking violently as the heat and flames reached more than 3 kilometers into the sky just by the first impact. The space was trembling and everything was melting when they got in contact with the flames. Altera, who was staring at Leo, put her sword on the ground to balance, but she was still been pushed far away because of the impact. However, the situation wasn't all that simple. The sky started losing its color before cracks started filling it. The reality marble that was approaching a world in its sturdiness began to fall apart from the clash. Leo and Solomon aren't slowing down at all. Unlike the first clash a day ago, they were using their noble phantasms with its physical and conceptual form, which made the reality marble overload. Waving his wing, Leo cleared the storm before the space was folded like a paper as it was trying to tear apart Solomon's temple. Solomon's counterattacked with the second true magic as the space was reflected to Leo before it was broken apart in its place because of the attack. When Leo and Solomon wanted to attack again, lightning and thunder appeared like a sea wave and hit the temple of time. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. The hit made the demon gods, who just recovered, paralyzed slightly before they destroyed the thunder with their laser. At the other side of the reality marble, Gilgamesh was digging the ground with its hoofs before it rushed towards the temple, ignoring all the golems that tried to stop it. Solomon saw this as he moved the temple away while leaving the way to Leo clear. Looking at the huge monster coming towards him, Leo didn't move as Gilgamesh glanced at him with respect before changing direction towards the temple of time. This looked exactly like the time with Altera just now. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ramming the temple with full force, the whole area was shaking as the temple defenses started crumbling and demon gods had to strengthen them again. Solomon glanced at this as he wanted to aim the ring of light at the bull of heaven. He can see that the bull of heaven sensed the divinity of Venus and came all the way here. Compared to a bunch of golems, Solomon, who was attacking someone with a Venus's divinity that was higher even than his owner, Ishtar, was a main target to Gilgamesh. Did my high charm state finally did something useful? In this situation, Leo was the most surprised. He actually got the rare monster taming achievement just by using his high charm, which was basically useless and annoying for him all this time. Meanwhile, at the core of the reality marble, this place was also shaking as the reality marble is really getting serious damage now. No monologues or talks before the fight. Shinji saw Leo smack Altera before he and Solomon clashed as he felt that this world would never follow the rules. Even Gilgamesh joined the madness to help the enemy side. Well, even if she has the best possible spirit core, Saber still can't compete with the two of them, but this is also okay. After all, she isn't done yet. Shinji glanced at the battle that was crushing his reality marble before he walked towards the ritual, where Avalon was floating. Shinji-sama. Medea knew what Shinji was doing, so she couldn't help but worry. There's no way, I can't let them destroy my reality marble, even if I had to use this early, Shinji sighed before assuring Sakura with a nod as he walked in the middle of the ritual. Staring at the floating Avalon, Shinji took a deep breath as his Rubik cube floated around him before it separated into several parts. The parts moved around the ritual as it became connected to Shinji's magic circuits, which made Shinji feel that his body was burning slightly. Sakura, be ready to add the imaginary numbers element. Medea, be ready with Rule Breaker if something wrong happens. Ryder, I need you to activate your mystic eyes, Shinji said without looking back because he needed to concentrate. Medusa glanced at Sakura, who nodded at her before nodding back. After a few deep breaths, Shinji put his left hand on top of Avalon and raised his other hand with a lot of command seals for his servants. Buzz. A buzzing sound appeared from Avalon as Shinji's hand, which was filled with magic circuits, was burned immediately. He couldn't help but smile wryly because the calm Avalon will attack others if they dare to erode it. However, without caring, he caught Avalon tightly before he closed his eyes and focused on his origin and soul. In his soul, the gate of truth started moving slowly as a rusting sound was heard. The giant stone door was opening slowly as the cracks were increasing slowly. With every crack, Shinji's expression became paler as his body was trembling. Suddenly, the door opened a little as bright while light was moving through it towards Shinji's magic circuits, which continued into Avalon and the ritual. This wasn't just light, but an unknown type of energy that surpassed everything in this world, which is the thing that allowed him to have a lot of mana, even if this small amount was beyond his limits. The whole ritual was brought to life as it started working beyond the normal limits and Avalon was glowing on Shinji's hand. Now. Screaming, Shinji pushed Avalon and stabbed it into the center of the ritual as a golden light moved through everything like a wave and rushed towards the reality marble. The already collapsing reality marble became very stable and started recovering quickly as it surprised Leo and Solomon. Feeling the intense pain from his body, Shinji didn't care as he guided the power of Avalon, reality marble, energy of the gate of truth towards his command seals. His command seals started to connect into the reality marble as they transformed and evolved into something completely different because of the energy. Leo and Solomon noticed the change in the reality around them. The reality marble rank jumped a lot of levels and almost became a true world, which shocked them. Solomon, who sensed this, found out that he can't wait any longer or waste any effort as he contacted his master via their link. At this moment, Shinji got 3 new command seals, which were very different from the regular ones. They were shining on his pale face as each one of them was sending an otherworldly aura to the surrounding as they became something similar to an authority. Chapter 110, 3 Rituals. Brother. Sakura was startled to see Shinji's condition, but Medea stopped her while shaking her head. Sakura bit her lips before focusing on the ritual again. She knew that the ritual is important and her brother is fine from Medea's look, but she couldn't help but be worried about him. Medusa looked at this as she didn't have a comment about the situation. She was summoned to this HGW, Holy Grail War, for 3 days, so she didn't know them a lot. The witch, Medea. Despite coming from the same place in mythology, which is Greek. She didn't know her much, but to see her somehow happy here, was a surprise for Medusa. Sakura is her master, so she'll listen to her, especially because she liked this master in the past days. Shinji. Except for looking like Perseus and having the same vibes, she didn't have much of an opinion. When Medusa was in deep thoughts, Shinji was having trouble standing. His face was pale and his body was swaying left and right, but the smile on his face didn't vanish. My soul's wounds that I kept treating all those years were opened again. Shinji sighed helplessly, but when looking at these command seals, he smiled again. These command seals are special ones that can act like an authority over the world itself, but it's only on the world they were made from. Unlike the world outside where Gaia and Alea stand up like an angry police officer, here, in his reality marble that took a smaller, but similar form of something that this world doesn't like. A lost belt. Lost belts are alternate timelines that aren't supposed to exist, which is why they're lost. To be honest, all these timelines can be considered as a small lost belt because of the players and people that shouldn't exist manifesting everywhere. Shinji just pushed that concept a little bit with his origin and power from Gate of Truth, which turned his reality marble into a small lost belt away from human history, especially after using Avalon. Avalon isn't connected to the human's history at all, it's an independent world, which gave Shinji a sharp boost in his plans. 10 years from waiting and planning just to be able to use this world condition to achieve this feat. Shinji is at the last steps of his plan, which include treating his soul and turning this reality marble into a ship to leave all this madness. I know that I was lucky in my stay here. The world's condition gave me a lot of freedom to do things that were completely impossible in the regular Type Moon's world. However, Beast 6 and Solomon appeared. Shinji took a deep breath as he raised his arm with the command seals. Brother. Shinji-sama, in the surprised eyes of Sakura and Medea, Shinji jumped into the ritual and sank directly. At the highest point of the reality marble, ripples appeared in the air before Shinji started a free fall towards the battlefield. Even if the reality marble became this strong, it still doesn't have something like outer space. After all, the deep dark space is a place where Thula and aliens gods wander. Leo, who was still looking at this reality marble, sensed something before looking towards the sky. A wild Wakame appeared. Your plan is very bold, I give you that. Leo looked at Shinji falling from the sky before he raised his lance. Feeling the change in the structure of the reality here and surprise for becoming something like a lost belt, Leo didn't know what to think, except for being a little lighter here. Unlike the real world and its condition, this place provides more mobility for him. To be honest, except for annoying him all the time, having his strength limited allowed him to save mana for long fights. After all, his mana is very pure and strong, but it's limited in the end. Therefore, he chose to attack Wakame. Frankly, Leo doesn't like this plan, and the fact it became something like a lost belt makes him hate it more. If this wasn't a trap or a plan of some kind, then he'll just throw his halo away and call it a day. With those thoughts, the holy lance glowed with a bright light before a stronger singularity appeared on its tip. The energy was compressed immediately before Leo shot a huge beam of light at Shinji in the sky. Solomon, who was having trouble with Gilgamesh striking his temple with lightning, looked at the sky to see Shinji. The light ring on his temple did a 180-degree change in its angle before aiming at Shinji. Gilgamesh or Shinji. Solomon has personal and business problems with Shinji. Like Leo, Solomon doesn't want to stay in this reality marble or even allow it to exist after seeing this transformation. However, with this reality marble current strength, it might take 2 or 3 shots from full power Noble Phantasm to break down, so it's better to just shoot Shinji down. Shinji, who was in his free fall, looked at the 2 sworn enemies ganging upon him as his lips twitched. The 2 beams of lights were coming from 2 directions while crushing everything in their ways. Shinji sighed at this scene before he raised his command seals as their glow almost covered his whole hand. My first order. The world and reality will move according to my ritual flow. Without more hesitation, Shinji said his first order to this world. With those words, a ritual in front of Medea and Sakura with Shinji in the middle, glowed brightly before a strange wave passed the whole reality marble. Leo and Solomon felt the wave of energy passing them as they got chills. They couldn't see or understand what passed them. It felt like everything changed and nothing at the same time, which didn't give them a good feeling. Shinji in the sky stopped falling down without even caring about the 2 beams. The 2 scorching beams of light reached Shinji only to revolve him. They did a few laps around him before launching towards Solomon and Leo. Their speed doubled and energy increased as they were burning and scorching the air stronger while arriving at their target almost instantly. Leo's pupil shrank a little before he raised his wing and applied a flaw on the vectors of energy. To be honest, it's been a while since he used his Esper ability like this. Although his ability can work passively with his existence as a beast, after all, the evil of humanity can be counted as a flaw in humanity. Maybe it was the world's condition and the fact that Type Moon World's flaws can be harder to look and find, so he was just bombing the place with his noble phantasms and skills. Besides, everyone here likes to play with concepts, so it takes a little time to apply flaws on them while nuking them is much easier. The 7-colored dark wing stretched up before smacking the energy beam. No energy could be transmitted into the wing or pass through it as the wing acted like a mirror and shot the beam back to Shinji. Solomon saw this as he teleported his temple away and let the beam fall on Gilgamesh. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The Bull of Heaven took a direct hit from an attack that could be the hottest thing on this planet, which pushed him away and made him dizzy because of the impact. The ground was melting, so it made it hard for him to get a proper foothold as his lightning was going everywhere. His origin is flow, huh? Leo looked at the beams getting closer to Shinji before it revolved around him. Medea, tell Medusa to join the ritual, I might need that flow now. Shinji took a deep breath as his control over the world increased a lot. Although he can't control Leo and Solomon's energy directly, he's almost invincible as long as the attacks can't surpass his world. The energy beams were getting stronger and faster with each lap around him before he said his second order, my second order. Saber will get the best vassal and her true form will join the flow. Another wave of energy passed as Leo and Solomon couldn't help but to frown before something exploded on the ground. A tricolor's light flashed like a pillar of light before it rushed into Leo immediately. Altera with her cold eyes didn't stop at all or wait for her body to adapt to change. She was cladded in a mysterious energy while swinging her sword towards Leo's eyes directly. Why my eyes? Leo said as his wings stretched and attacked Altera swiftly. For an angel, the wings are most likely the strongest part of the body in addition to the core. Leo's wings are a concentrated AIM field and alter Telsema catalyzation. Although they aren't invincible, they aren't something that can be easily torn or broken. As an angel, Leo is professional in wings fu. An ancient art that focuses on smacking, slashing, and channeling his power throughout the wings before repeating the same steps. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk buzz. Asterisk. The sound of metal clashing and buzzing echoed in this place as Altera stabbed Leo's right wing, but unlike the last time, the energy on her body moved towards her sword. The sword couldn't pierce through the wings, but it didn't stop as sparks were flying everywhere. The wing tried to push Altera away, however, the energy on the sword made her equal to the wing's strength. MMM. Leo lifted his eyebrow at the scene before stabbing with his lance towards Altera's core. Altera's powers and core were getting stronger with each moment. Twisting her body in an imaginable speed, Altera avoided the lance before she stepped on midair and attacked Leo from behind. Leo didn't want to question when this titan was able to step on the air as his two wings slashed from behind him. However, Altera's tattoos shined on her body before she disappeared and appeared above him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A shockwave cleared the surrounding as Leo blocked Altera's sword with his lance and glanced at the titan that put him in the biggest threat. Did you find that a bigger body is just a disadvantage, so you kept this one? Leo said as he saw that Altera was pushing her body and core to keep this body and explosive power against him. Using her skills, Crest of the Stars, she pushed her strength to the limits as she could fight Leo with strength and even push him a little with her tactics. Altera didn't stop as her other hands, legs turned into deadly weapons while striking Leo. However, Leo easily blocked them with his other hand and wing. It isn't the wisest choice to touch my body without your sword. With those thoughts, the spin was launched from Leo's body and infected Altera's body. Her left hand, which was blocked by Leo, started twisting in a bizarre way. Altera wanted to retreat, but her hand didn't listen to her. The left hand turned into a fist and punched toward her face directly. Even if she was slightly surprised that her body became her enemy, Altera didn't wait as he moved her head and avoided the fist. Suddenly, Leo's leg waved like a wipe as it carried a couple of sonic booms in its way. Altera changed her position, which allowed her twisted hand that recovered a little to block the kick. Bam. A shock wave hit Altera's arm like a speeding car. She almost lost all the feeling on her arm and it's absolutely broken now, but the energy helped her to recover immediately and returning to attack. Shinji saw Leo and Altera getting tangled as he wanted to shoot the beam towards Leo. However, the latter, when he felt his own power, glanced at him before the beam went out of control. Boom. The beam, with Reincarnated, exploded in Shinji's face as it made him unable to control himself in midair directly. Suddenly, Leo gathered his power on the spear as Altera's sword was getting pushed back. Altera sensed the danger as she jumped away, but the bright light from the lance knocked her away like a meteor. Altera stabilized herself in midair before looking up to see Leo aiming his lance with intense power at her directly, but then, he stopped. Leo tried to move his wings, but it was slightly difficult. He couldn't swing fast, even his mana slowed down. He felt like the whole reality was trying to slow him down, which was beyond what he expected. Shinji, who was shot by Leo's beam explosion, raised his hand as he applied a new flow to this reality, which was Medusa's mystic eyes. At the core, Medusa's eyes were glowing while looking at the ritual in front of her. Sakura used 2 of her command seals to push Rider's power to her limits. Boom. Altera didn't miss the chance as she turned into a meteor and rushed towards Leo again. Shinji wanted to support her with his flow, but then, he got shot down again by a huge bolt of lightning. Gugalana looked up as it recognized Shinji. It's the bastard that stole it from its owner. Unforgivable. The bull of heaven roared towards the sky as the whole weather started changing. Thunder clouds gathered in no time before rushing towards Shinji and locking him in a big storm of lightning. In the middle of the raging storm, Shinji felt the divinity as he couldn't control it completely, so he just waved his arms open and crushed it directly. The clouds were cleared all around the sky as Shinji was able to see again, but then, he sensed something under him. Solomon with his temple, was aiming the whole light ring at Shinji's direction. The power and heat in that shot wouldn't be less than using the true noble phantasm, which left Shinji in cold sweat. No, not now. I just need a little bit of energy, then I'll be able to include my gate of truth in this world. Shinji was unwilling as he desperately pushed himself away. However, the ring of light sparked before an enormous beam of light shot towards the sky. Unlike all the other beams, this one was faster as it reached Shinji almost instantly. Feeling light next to him, Shinji's sweat evaporated as his right side was burned slightly, but he was able to dodge. Solomon looked at this as he didn't care. It's a shame he didn't hit him, but his goal was never Shinji from this attack. The light beam reached the highest point of the reality marble before it hit it directly. Boom. Shock waves of energy filled the sky as it drew the attention of everyone. Leo kicked away Altera, who was trying to kick him. The energy on her body was so troublesome. He can't see a flaw with his current knowledge, nor he can break it away. That energy allowed her to recover and strengthen her power to almost her true form without the Titan's power. However, he has something more important than her as he looks at Solomon digging through the ceiling of the reality marble. Shinji's eyes widened as he saw that the beam of light was digging the sky and trying to leave the reality marble, but why? However, a mad bull dropped another bolt of lightning on his head, which made him almost fall from the sky. Master, use all the command seals. It's time. Solomon looked at the sky and his temple before contacting his master. Outside the reality marble, on top of a building in Fuyuki City. A man with white hair was in the middle of a ritual before raising his hand towards the sky. Marisberry Animosphere's command seals, magic circuits, and magic crust glowed before he said, with the power of my command seals, I strengthen Caster's noble phantasm. Although he only said it one time, all his command seals disappeared before the ritual under his feet started. His command seals weren't actually strengthening the noble phantasm, they were only a trigger to link this ritual into another. Solomon prepared for a lot of situations in these 2 days. He couldn't afford the slightest mistakes in his plan, so he actually prepared 3 separate rituals. Yes, 3 separated rituals all with the same goal. A ritual on the ring of light in space that belongs to Beast Eye, one in the ring of light in his temple that connected to the space ring, and one at the hands of his master to use when the other two aren't available. His master, Marisberry, is one of the lords of the clock tower and the head of the celestial body department. He left the clock tower to participate in the HGW and summoned Solomon. To be honest, Marisberry didn't care about winning a lot. He's a man that strives to be ordinary. Even as a lord, he knew about the true form of the Holy Grail and Heaven Feels, third true magic, but he didn't care about it. After the ritual under Marisberry feet was activated, the ring of light in the sky started moving. All the light belts lost their position and regrouped in completely different forms. Like stars appearing in the middle of the day, the light belts in space changed their form into different shapes of constellations according to the astronomy. Marisberry looked at the formation in the sky. His calm face didn't show any thoughts or emotions, which made it hard to see what he was thinking. At this moment, the shape of the sky in the outside world appeared in Shinji's reality marble, which made Shinji's body feel weaker. His reality marble is cracking again because of the change from the outside. From the outside, where Solomon is launching his beam of light, the reality marble started cracking. Everyone on the planet saw the huge formation in the sky. Ordinary people didn't understand what was happening and the supernatural side was in a dilemma because this surpassed everything they saw before, even the clash between dragons that day. Feeling his loss of connection with the stars, Leo looked at Solomon as he sighed. When the beam leaves the reality marble and reaches the formation in the sky, Solomon's ritual will start and nothing can stop it after that.